As soon as Lu Fan was discharged from the military, he applied for a job as a bodyguard, serving as the personal protector of a beautiful CEO at a multinational jewelry company. After completing an overseas business trip, while returning to the country with the beautiful CEO and her personal assistant, the plane unexpectedly crashed into the deep sea. While struggling to survive on a deserted island, they explored the island and discovered a hidden realm. Unexpectedly, they had crossed over into a secret world. Chapter 1. Plane Crash. Lu Fan, who had been discharged from the Special Forces for less than 6 months, worked as a bodyguard for an international jewelry company, serving as the personal protector of the company's president. Now, he was accompanying President Li Menglan and Assistant Xia Xue on a business trip abroad. The three were on their way back to the country by plane. Since Lu Fan needed to provide close protection for his boss, he was traveling with them in business class. The seats were spacious and comfortable. Gazing out the window at the endless sea, Lu Fan couldn't help but think of his fallen comrades. Memories of executing missions together kept surfacing in his mind, causing a pang of sorrow in his heart. Just then, the plane suddenly experienced violent turbulence, followed by urgent alarm sounds. "May I have your attention, please? Attention, passengers! The aircraft system has malfunctioned and is about to crash. Please put on your life vests immediately, fasten your seatbelts, and put on your oxygen masks." Amidst the urgent alarms, Lu Fan and Li Menglan also began to panic. They quickly followed the instructions, fastening their seatbelts, putting on life vests, stowing away tray tables and other items, and putting on their oxygen masks. Bang! Within less than 3 minutes, the plane crashed directly onto the sea surface. Lu Fan and Li Menglan's bodies were unharmed. Fortunately, the plane made an emergency landing on the water. Otherwise, they would surely have lost their lives. The plane was now half floating on the sea. Water was gushing into the cockpit door, and the tail section was already more than half submerged. There weren't many people in business class. Lu Fan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and found a first aid kit under his seat. Li Menglan anxiously shouted, "Lu Fan, Xia Xue is still in economy class. What should we do now? The cockpit window is definitely broken. We can get out through there. Try knocking on the door to see if it opens." "I'll go find her." Lu Fan quickly stood up and rushed toward economy class. Xia Xue's seat was near the front and easy to find. Fortunately, she wasn't seriously hurt, though she was panicking like most others, not knowing what to do. Lu Fan stepped forward and grabbed her life vest. "Follow me quickly." Seeing Lu Fan, Xia Xue clung to him as if he were a lifeline, following closely behind. The two hurried back to business class. Two middle-aged men were already trying to smash the cockpit door, but unfortunately, it was locked from the inside. The flight attendant kept shouting urgently, "Captain, please open the door." But there was no response from inside. By now, more than half of the rear section of the plane was submerged. The cabin was filled with chaos and screams. Lu Fan pushed through the crowd and returned to business class. The flight attendant found a fire axe. A man was trying to chop open the cockpit door. "Let me try," Lu Fan shouted. The man was exhausted and handed the axe to Lu Fan. Lu Fan raised the axe and brought it down with a clang, splitting open a small hole. He squinted to look inside. The crew members were already gone. Sure enough, the large glass in the cockpit was shattered. Not daring to delay any longer, he frantically continued chopping. The hole grew larger, and he reached in to open the door latch. "We could get out this way, everyone. Let's go through here." Lu Fan shouted toward the rear cabin, not caring whether they understood Chinese or not. It was every man for himself. The people in business class quickly climbed out of the plane and soon were floating on the sea. Looking back, the plane was sinking rapidly. Quite a few passengers floated up from the rear, but unfortunately, most didn't make it. Lu Fan could do nothing about that. He quickly found Li Menglan and Xia Xue. The two were tightly hugging each other. Since it was summer and afternoon, the sea water wasn't too cold. Lu Fan spotted a small island in the distance. "President Li, look, there's an island over there. We should swim over quickly. Drifting on the sea for too long is very dangerous." Chapter 2. Survival on the Island. Lu Fan tucked the fire axe at his waist and tied the first aid kit to his life vest strap, not wanting to discard them. These were valuable items. Li Menglan naturally knew how to swim, but Xia Xue was a non-swimmer. Li Menglan had to drag her along as they swam, which was exhausting. Lu Fan quickly swam over to help. The three finally made it to the shore, sitting in the shallow water, gasping for breath. "You silly girl, you've exhausted me. When we get back, you must learn to swim no matter what, or I'll deduct your year-end bonus." Li Menglan panted. Okay, Sister Menglan, I will definitely try my best to learn." Although they were superior and subordinate, they were close confidants in private, so their conversation was naturally informal. Lu Fan found the fire axe too conspicuous. He quickly took off his life vest and wrapped it around the axe, then had the two women also remove their life vests. They used a vest to wrap the axe and first aid kit tightly. The three then climbed onto the beach and looked around. The island was quite large, with a vast jungle stretching as far as the eye could see. Presently, what do you think we should do next? Lu Fan asked. I don't know anything about survival. You were in the military, so naturally you're more capable than us. We'll follow your suggestions. Lu Fan looked at the 20 or so men and women on the beach. In that case, personally, I think we should avoid staying with them. We're Asian, and most of those people are European. The cultural differences are too big. Conflicts could easily arise. We can find a spot on the beach at a higher elevation, build a shelter, and wait for rescue. Yes, I agree. Li Menglan readily concurred. Lu Fan led the two women to choose a spot near the jungle where the terrain was relatively flat. The view was open, and being near the jungle would make finding food easier. Let's do it here. The spot faced the sea and was only a few dozen meters from the beach. The two women agreed. Lu Fan checked his watch. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. The three quickly cleared away small stones and debris from the ground. I'll go cut some wood to build a shelter. Can you two go to the beach to find some food or collect any trash? Bottles, jars, rope, torn fishing nets, all could be useful. We'll go look. Are you sure you don't need us to help cut wood? Li Menglan asked again. No need. It's getting late, and we need to speed things up. All right then. Lu Fan buried the first aid kit in a sand pit and took the fire axe to start cutting down trees at the edge of the jungle. In half an hour, he had cut down over a dozen small trees. He trimmed the branches and cut some vines to use as rope. Using the axe blade, he dug a trench, inserted the tree trunks into the trench, and covered them with sand. He tied 2 thicker trunks together as supports facing the sea. Within an hour, he quickly built a simple wooden shelter. The roof was simply covered with branches. Nights on the sea were cold, so the left and right sides needed covering as well. Lu Fan cut more branches and covered both sides. Now only the side facing the sea remained open. He went to gather some dry grass and wood. Using his shoelaces to tie a sturdy stick, he quickly started a fire. These were all basic military training exercises, so it was easy for Lu Fan. As darkness fell, people noticed Lu Fan's fire. The group collecting seafood on the beach soon all saw it. Who did this? They managed to start a fire so quickly. Then everyone noticed that someone else had started a fire on the other side of the beach, even larger than this one. They all flocked over there instead. Chapter 3. No water. Seeing they didn't come over, Lu Fan noticed another fire in the distance and understood their thinking, feeling relieved. He walked to the beach and looked around, spotting Li Menglan and Xia Xue walking back. Wow, Lu Fan, you're amazing. You built a shelter and started a fire so quickly. Xia Xue said happily. I was right to trust you. Look, we found some seashells and 2 mineral water bottles. Those people took everything else, Li Menglan said dejectedly. Don't worry, I'll go into the jungle tomorrow to have a look. Afraid the sea breeze might blow sparks everywhere, Lu Fan gathered some larger stones and circled the fire. Having no cooking utensils, he roasted the seashells on the rocks beside the fire. Each of them ate 7 or 8 seashells. Though not full, at least they had something in their stomachs. But they had no water to drink and were quite thirsty, having found no fresh water. They could only endure their thirst, gathering some dry grass to make bedding. After struggling on the sea for over an hour, they were exhausted and soon fell asleep. The shelter was spacious enough for the three to sleep comfortably. Li Menglan slept in the innermost spot, Xia Xue in the middle, and Lu Fan on the outermost side. Though Xia Xue was a few years younger than Li Menglan and not as beautiful, she had an excellent figure, especially her prominent chest. All the men in the company were her admirers. Lu Fan needed to tend the fire and only slept in the later hours. By early morning, the fire had died out. Xia Xue, feeling cold, instinctively crawled into Lu Fan's arms. It was natural to find comfort hugging a human heater. Li Menglan was soon awakened by the cold. Seeing Xia Xue sleeping soundly in Lu Fan's arms, she pinched Xia Xue's bottom hard. Ah! Xia Xue yelped in pain. Lu Fan was also awakened, finding his hand resting on a sensitive spot, feeling slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Xia Xue's back was to Li Menglan, so she didn't see Lu Fan's hand's whereabouts. Xia Xue certainly noticed, her face flushing red. Lu Fan quickly withdrew his guilty hand, very embarrassed. You two gather some more drywood nearby. I'll go into the jungle to find food. To hide his embarrassment, Lu Fan quickly got up and left. Xia Xue said nothing to avoid awkwardness. Lu Fan retrieved the buried fire axe and fled. You shameless girl, a proper young lady sleeping in a man's arms, What is this about? I don't know either, but it was so warm. Xia Xue said innocently. All right, you sleep on the inside tonight. I'll take the middle. Oh, naturally, Lu Fan didn't know their conversation. Using the axe, he cut a slender tree trunk and sharpened one end to make a wooden spear. He searched at the edge of the jungle and spotted a grass snake. He chased it down and killed it with a stick, bringing it back. We have breakfast now. Li Menglan and Xia Xue were gathering firewood when they saw Lu Fan carrying back a large snake and were startled. Can we eat this? Don't be scared. It's a grass snake, not poisonous. Lu Fan quickly started a new fire and went to the beach to remove the snake's internal organs and wash it. He returned, threaded it on a stick, and roasted it directly. A grass snake weighing 4 or 5 jin didn't yield much meat after roasting. The three barely got half full, but still had no water, feeling quite thirsty. Lu Fan decided to lead them deeper into the jungle to look for fresh water. He made each woman a spear as well, hardening the tips over the fire. Lu Fan led the way, Li Menglan in the middle, and Xia Xue at the back. The three entered the jungle in single file. Chapter 4 Unexpected Gains. The jungle was overgrown with dense weeds, and the layer of fallen leaves on the ground was thick. To avoid the presence of snakes, insects, and rodents, it was necessary to strike the ground with a stick before daring to proceed. The trio moved at a sluggish pace, taking nearly an hour to cover a mere 500 or 600 meters. Spotting a cluster of a dozen coconut trees alongside 2 peach trees was indeed a welcome sight. By this time, the three were parched and took a moment to rest beneath the trees. After a brief respite, Lu Fan ascended a tree to harvest coconuts. Climbing trees was second nature to Lu Fan, a former Special Forces soldier. Soon, 7 or 8 large coconuts tumbled to the ground, while he disregarded the smaller ones. Lu Fan descended, wielded his axe, and cut down 3 coconuts, which the trio eagerly consumed. "Ah, this is delicious. Thank you so much, Lu Fan." Li Menglan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that without Lu Fan, she and Xia Xue would have been quite helpless. "Thank you, brother Lu Fan." Xia Xue chimed in promptly. "No need for such formalities. With this coconut grove, we will have sufficient hydration for a while. You two stay here. I will wander about and catch a few snakes." Brother Lu Fan, perhaps you should refrain from venturing out. Although these peaches aren't particularly sweet, they are edible. Xia Xue voiced her concern for Lu Fan's safety. "It's all right. I possess some experience in the jungle. You both must remain vigilant and rest well before gathering some peaches," Lu Fan replied as he swiftly ventured forth. He covered another 400 or 500 meters and encountered a snake, but it bore little flesh, so he simply chased it away. Upon hearing the distant cries of wild boars, he became alert. Quickly locating a sturdy tree, he climbed to a branch for observation. Discovering a large wild boar engaged in combat with an adult cheetah over a distance of more than 100 meters, while a few piglets squealed nearby. Lu Fan remained cautious, staying in the tree to observe the unfolding drama. The cheetah, evidently desperate from hunger, attempted to snatch one of the piglets. But the large boar detected the threat and, in a fierce struggle, inflicted a grievous wound to the cheetah's thigh, thwarting its escape. Lu Fan intended to bide his time in the tree for an opportunistic moment, and after several minutes, the outcome became clear. The wild boar triumphed. It pierced the cheetah's abdomen and consumed its innards before leading the piglets away in satisfaction. Lu Fan hastily descended to retrieve the cheetah, which weighed over 100 pounds. After cleaning up the remnants of its entrails, he swiftly hoisted the carcass onto his back and retraced his steps. Upon reaching the coconut grove, Li Menglan and Xia Xue were understandably startled to see Lu Fan covered in blood. "Do not cry. I am fine. This is merely the blood of the cheetah. Quickly tidy up. We must return to our shelter," Lu Fan urged, fearing that the scent of blood might attract larger predators. Without hesitation, Li Menglan and Xia Xue followed Lu Fan's lead, and the trio swiftly made their way back to their dwelling. Once inside the shelter, Lu Fan noticed signs of a recent intrusion. Some firewood and 3 life jackets had been stolen. "Damn, I was careless. These individuals have no scruples, even stealing wood," Li Menglan exclaimed in frustration. "For now, let us set aside thoughts of them and deal with the cheetah meat. The heat is intense, and if we do not preserve it tonight, it will spoil by tomorrow. I shall first attend to matters by the seaside. Who among you shall venture to the shore to procure some sea salt for our smoked meat?" "You shall go." Summer Xue volunteered eagerly. The two proceeded to the coast. where Lu Fan meticulously cleaned the cheetah and commenced skinning it with an axe. Meanwhile, Xia Xue searched the nearby rocky shore for any depressions that might contain sea salt. The white crystals of sea salt were indeed easy to find, and soon, Xia Xue had delightful news. Lu Fan Ge, I have discovered sea salt, and it is quite abundant. Upon hearing her call, Lu Fan hurried over to investigate. In a rocky hollow, a vast expanse of white was indeed sea salt. Yes, this is sea salt. However, we lack the proper cookware for refinement, so we must make do with it as is. Chapter 5. Smoked meat. Lu Fan swiftly separated the cheetah's skin and meat, discarding most of the bones at a nearby rocky bay with the hope that they might attract fish and crabs. Unfortunately, without cookware, they could not make soup, and the oppressive heat made preservation impossible. By this time, Xia Xue had used a shard of stone to scrape 2 mineral water bottles worth of sea salt. When they returned to their shelter, it was already noon, and the heat was stifling. Li Menglan had gathered a substantial pile of firewood, neatly stacked behind the wooden shed. Lu Fan quickly chopped open a coconut, and the three took turns sipping its refreshing contents, which provided a semblance of comfort. 2 coconuts remained for the evening. Lu Fan then ventured into the underbrush to cut several large leaves to serve as a surface, applying sea salt to the prepared cheetah meat. The 2 women soon became adept at assisting him. The cheetah's leg was roasted directly over the fire at noon, sprinkled with a bit of sea salt and brushed with cheetah fat, resulting in a delightful flavor. Throughout the afternoon, the trio remained in the wooden shed, diligently smoking the cheetah meat. Dinner consisted once again of the cheetah's leg. In the distance, an observant group had long set their sights on them. Noticing the rising smoke and the bustling scene at Lu Fan's camp, Li Menglan was particularly vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of that group. Lu Fan, they have been watching us intently. I wonder what they are contemplating. Lu Fan had been aware of their scrutiny for some time. Do not worry, Li Zong. As long as they do not provoke us, we can overlook their previous theft. Should they seek trouble, I shall teach them a lesson. Yes, that is the only course we can take. I only hope that rescue arrives soon. This region is deep in the ocean, with a vast area that is not conducive to search efforts. Thankfully, the plane did not explode and has a black box. I trust that rescue will arrive promptly. Although it may still require 2 to 3 days of grace period, Lu Fan explained. As long as they come, we have enough food to sustain us during these days. He added, after resting for over an hour in the shelter, night fell. Concerned that they might attempt to steal meat in the darkness, the trio decided to take turns keeping watch. In the dead of night, they consumed another foreleg as a midnight snack and finished the 2 coconuts. Lu Fan took the first watch for the latter half of the night, while Li Menglan and Xia Xue watched over the earlier hours. When Lu Fan awoke, he found the 2 women dozing together, and he gently nudged them to lie down and rest. With Lu Fan awake, they felt reassured enough to lie down and sleep. Lu Fan glanced at his watch. It was already past 1:30 in the morning. He noticed that the 2 women were quite considerate, having not awakened him even as the hour grew late, which stirred a sense of gratitude within him. The night passed peacefully. In truth, that group had indeed intended to pilfer food, yet upon waiting throughout the night and seeing that the bonfire remained alight, they dared not approach. Lu Fan did not remain idle. He meticulously scraped the leopard skin clean and hung it on a tree fork to dry. Once fully dried, it would serve as a comfortable and warm bedding. The 2 women woke up one after the other around 10 in the morning, both exhausted from their toil. They had no plans to venture out in search of food that day, so Lu Fan assigned them to guard the shelter, instructing them to tidy the area to deter snakes, insects, and rodents from visiting. He ventured into the jungle, where he harvested 9 coconuts from the coconut grove, crafting a basket from vines to carry them back to their dwelling. Upon returning, he found that the 2 women had successfully cleaned the area within a 10-meter radius. Checking the time, he suggested they have a light lunch before resting. Later, when the afternoon heat subsided, they would commence building a fence to enhance their safety during the night watch. All right, Lu Fanier. Xia Xue responded with evident delight. How did you know I'm younger than you? I've seen your resume. A 25-year-old veteran with a family of 4, including your parents and a sister in college. She remarked with an expression of knowing. How do you remember all that? Of course, it's because you're quite handsome. Xia Xue replied, her admiration evident. Are you unaware that our company has many single women? With only a few men, it's no wonder you've caught someone S.I., Li Menglan teased. Chapter 6. Constructing the fence, the 3 of them took a nap in the shelter, waking around 2 o'clock. Lu Fan cracked open a coconut, and they took turns sipping from it, with Li Menglan and Xia Xue indulging first. This led to a blush on their faces, as if they had shared an indirect kiss. Xia Xue was quite fond of Lu Fan, and given their similar ages, she was particularly enthusiastic, often finding reasons to engage him in conversation. In contrast, Li Menglan maintained a respectful distance due to their hierarchical relationship and the 3-year age difference. "Shall we begin?" Lu Fan asked, noticing the heat had lessened. He planned to construct a semicircular fence with a 15-meter diameter, leaving an opening facing the sea. Lu Fan took charge of cutting branches and erecting posts, while the two women tied them together with vines. Within 2 hours, they had completed the task. Those watching from a distance felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, they've even erected a fence. Li Menglan observed that they were still fixated on them. Lu Fan, they're still staring at us. Indeed, look at their uniforms. They must be the 2 crew members, he replied. What? Those 2 selfish individuals? Thankfully, you set up our shelter independently, away from them. Had we been with them, who knows what trouble might have ensued? Xia Xue expressed with relief. Such a person is utterly selfish, fleeing alone without regard for others' lives. Because they failed to unfasten the door latch, many perished. Li Menglan retorted bitterly indeed. One must be wary of such individuals. Yesterday, the leopard skin they had prepared was already dried. Lu Fan had softened its surface meticulously. This particular leopard was quite slender, so the skin's area was limited. Even if laid horizontally, it could only accommodate 2 people comfortably. Lu Fan placed it deep within the shelter, reserving it for the 2 women, while he was content with bedding of dry grass and large leaves. Wonderful! Tonight we shall finally sleep well, Xia Xue said joyfully. Li Menglan, sensing Lu Fan's consideration for them, felt a touch of gratitude. This bodyguard's character was truly impeccable. Such a man must be retained. Once they returned, his salary would surely be increased. Unaware of their thoughts, Lu Fan kindled a fire and roasted some dried leopard meat. We still have over 20 gene of dried leopard meat. If we ration it carefully, it can last us 3 days. If the rescue proceeds smoothly, it should arrive tomorrow. At the latest the day after. The jungle still bore many coconuts, ample for their needs. These next few days, we shall remain on the beach, awaiting rescue, Lu Fan declared. Li Menglan and Xia Xue nodded in agreement, their hearts trembling with anticipation. Brother Lu Fan, do you truly believe rescue will come? Xia Xue asked anxiously. It ought to. There were over 100 passengers on that plane, an international flight with personnel from several countries. They will surely take this seriously. But if they don't come, that would spell trouble. Some unforeseen circumstance must have occurred. We shall wait and see after these next 2 days, Lu Fan replied, unwilling to dampen their spirits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beach, more than 20 people, now famished, contemplated seizing supplies by force. 7 or 8 burly foreign men dared not challenge a single Chinese man. The pilot remarked, if all goes as expected, rescue should arrive tomorrow. Let's hold on a little longer. We must not disgrace ourselves by becoming an international scandal. Their conditions were not inferior to those of Lu Fan's group. They had found a metal barrel which, once cleaned, served well for distilling water. Yet selfishness prevailed. The distilled water was mostly consumed by the pilot and a few robust young men, leaving others only a small half bottle per day, merely 2 sips each. Chapter 7. Rescue Yet to Arrive. Part 1. Protected by the enclosure and the soft leopard skin, the 2 women slept soundly through the night. Lu Fan did not require them to keep watch. Their constitutions were too frail, and he felt more secure standing guard himself. As dawn broke, visibility improved and no anomalies were detected nearby. Lu Fan finally allowed himself to close his eyes for a brief rest, only to fall asleep swiftly. He lay beside Xia Xue. Though the daytime heat was intense, the early morning chill was biting. Without a blanket and scantily clad, he had barely been asleep for half an hour when Xia Xue, seeking warmth, snuggled close, suddenly discovering a warm place. Xia Xue naturally draped her hand over Lu Fan's broad chest, finding a comfortable position to drift into a deep slumber. Although Lu Fan sensed something unusual, he did not perceive any threat. He assumed he was merely dreaming, thus he dismissed it. It was not until Li Menglan awoke that the sight of the 2 embracing was uncovered. Accustomed to rising early for yoga before preparing for work, she naturally woke up quite early. Upon seeing Xia Xue and Lu Fan nestled together, A wave of embarrassment washed over her face. These two truly formed an extraordinary pair, having become so close so swiftly. Despite being a formidable figure in the business world, Li Menglan, when stripped of her brilliance, revealed a surprisingly traditional and conservative nature, starkly contrasting with the image of a powerful businesswoman that others might conjure. Although she had blossomed into her late 20s and was engaged, she remained chaste, allowing only the slightest kiss on the cheek. In truth, Lu Fan had never experienced romance either. He was merely an innocent novice. From graduating high school to enlisting in the military and subsequently entering a special forces unit after rigorous selection, he had spent 5 or 6 years in that environment, remaining utterly oblivious to the nuances of relationships. His embrace of Xia Xue was merely a natural response. Li Menglan chose not to awaken them, instead sitting quietly to observe the activities at the other end of the beach. Noticing their lack of movement, she settled into her thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted her from her reverie. Xia Xue, having just awakened, realized she was once again cradled in Lu Fan's arms, with his hand resting on a particularly sensitive area, rendering her unable to maintain her composure. Lu Fan was startled awake by her scream, and Li Menglan was watching the scene unfold, instantly creating an awkward atmosphere. Lu Fan hastily rose, pretending as if nothing had occurred, and hurried to the shore to splash water on his face. Xia Xue found herself speechless, thinking how brazen Lu Fan was to take advantage of her slumber. She huffed, clearly frustrated, declaring that all men were indeed scoundrels. After washing his face and attending to nature's call, Lu Fan returned. The two women, having just come back from the woods, noticed Lu Fan's return and decided to wash their faces at the beach. Upon returning, they found Lu Fan had already chopped open coconuts, having made 3 so that each person could have one. After all, rescue should arrive soon, so there was no need to be overly frugal. The fire pit still held some embers. Adding dry grass and blowing gently quickly ignited some flames. They roasted 3 pieces of leopard meat, each enjoying a hearty breakfast. With time on his hands, Lu Fan went to the beach to sharpen a fire axe. Despite its weight, it felt as light as a mere stick in his hands. After honing it, he practiced with it for a while, finding it quite manageable. After wandering along the shore for a while, he caught 4 large crabs at the spot where he had discarded the leopard bones and collected some clams and sea urchins. Discovering a quantity of crystalline salt where he had scraped before, he promptly returned to fetch a few empty plastic bottles he had found later. Noticing him preparing to venture out again, Li Menglan asked, "Lu Fan, are you going to scrape salt? I shall accompany you. It isn't far, and we can leave Xia Xue to keep watch." The 2 individuals arrived at the stone pit, gradually scraping away with hard little stones. If only they had a pot. They could directly boil seawater to obtain sea salt. After diluting and filtering with fresh water, they could then evaporate it to acquire refined salt. "You truly know so much," Li Menglan exclaimed in admiration. "It's nothing difficult, merely basic survival knowledge," he replied modestly. After filling 3 bottles to the brim, they returned to the shelter. Throughout the day, the absence of a rescue aircraft cast a shadow over everyone's spirits. Chapter 8. The rescue has not arrived. Part 2. Unbeknownst to the trio, on the other end of the beach, a group of foreigners were in an even greater state of despair. Fuck, let's just go take what they have. The 3 foreign men could no longer endure the situation. Grabbing a few wooden sticks, they marched directly towards Lu Fan and the others, shouting demands for food. Li Menglan and Xia Xue, proficient in English, engaged in a heated exchange with them, although Lu Fan could not fully grasp the English. The sight of them charging forward with sticks in hand made it clear they intended to rob them. It seemed they could no longer wait. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you 1T leave us in peace," Lu Fan remarked, grabbing a wooden spear and stepping out of the wooden shelter. "Li, you and Xia Xue stay back. I will handle them. Please be careful." Li Menglan Kotunat. Despite their imposing physiques, the 3 foreigners were no match for Lu Fan. A seasoned special forces soldier, with swift and decisive movements, he injured them. The 3 men collapsed on the sandy ground, clutching their wounded legs and arms, howling in pain. The approaching crowd stared in disbelief, no longer daring to provoke further. Lu Fan had targeted their calves and the arms wielding the sticks. His strikes had been somewhat forceful, leaving them bleeding and unlikely to recover quickly. "You thought you could take things without effort. You deserve this," Xia Xue scolded angrily, while Li Menglan cheered Lu Fan on. Xia Xue, Tell them in English that if they return, they won't be so fortunate next time. Xia Xue nodded in agreement and swiftly translated the warning aloud. The three men then limped away, nursing their wounds. The rescue didn't arrive today, and they are getting desperate. It seems this place is not safe anymore. Li Menglan expressed her concern. We still have 13 pounds of leopard jerky. Let us wait another 2 days. If there is still no rescue, we'll venture into the jungle, Lu Fan suggested after ensuring they had all left. He then instructed Li Menglan and Xia Xue to remain in the shelter while he went to gather a few more coconuts. The two felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. Sister Lan, thank goodness you brought Lu Fan along. Who knows what might have happened if it were someone else? Even though Xia Xue has a prominent figure, her mind is quite sharp, Li Menglan noted. Indeed, we owe him a great deal. He truly is a master of survival. She expressed her admiration for him. We can only rely on him here. To ease his burden, let us follow his lead. Agreed. I'll collect some firewood. You keep an eye on that side, Li Menglan instructed Xia Xue. Actually, I should gather it. You watch them, Xia Xue countered. All right, let us take turns collecting firewood. Lu Fan ventured alone to the coconut palm, ascending the tree that bore the most coconuts, and skillfully harvested a dozen or so, finding solace in the shade. He cracked open one coconut and savored several generous sips to quench his thirst, not daring to linger longer. He fashioned a larger backpack from slender vines and made his way back. Upon returning to the wooden shelter, he discovered that the two women had collected a substantial amount of firewood. Their efforts were commendable. Seeing Lu Fan return with the large backpack, the two women hurried to assist him in unloading it. At that moment, deep red imprints had formed on Lu Fan's shoulders, his skin chafed and raw, a sight that surely evoked concern. The two women felt a pang of sympathy. It's nothing serious, just a minor abrasion. I'll find some herbs to soothe it shortly, Lu Fan reassured them. He gathered a few stalks of Jinji Sao from the edge of the jungle, mashed them, and applied the remedy to his wounds before returning to the shelter. The night wore on with lively conversation until sleep beckoned. The women, fearing Lu Fan might exhaust himself, volunteered to take the night watch. He acquiesced, feeling quite fatigued, and soon succumbed to slumber. The two women remained vigilant throughout the night, concerned about potential intruders. It was not until dawn that Lu Fan awoke, allowing the women to finally rest. They slept until midday, roused by their hunger. The oppressive heat of the day was becoming increasingly unbearable. Lu Fan had prepared some leopard jerky and chopped 3 coconuts for their lunch. It seems rescue may not come. We must prepare for the worst, he remarked with a resigned expression. This is truly terrifying, Xia Xue exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. Lu Fan, Xia Xue and I have already discussed it. We will follow your lead. We must unite our efforts to overcome this crisis. Our families are waiting for us to return. Li Menglan encouragea. Chapter 9. The team grows stronger. Do not despair, for I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety, Lu Fan stated with unwavering resolve. Our numbers are too few. Surviving in the depths of the jungle is exceedingly difficult. We must seek out some men to join us if we're to navigate this challenge together. As the three were engaged in discussion, 2 men and a woman approached from across the way. Upon closer inspection, they bore Asian features, and a brief exchange revealed that the 2 dark-skinned men were indeed Chinese, while the young woman was of Korean descent. Isn't that the star Jinji Yuan? Xia Xue exclaimed in astonishment. To be candid with you 3, she is indeed that celebrity, but to avoid any disrespect from foreigners, she had to purposely dirty her face and clothes. The bodyguard Li Ming quickly explained. We are both her bodyguards. Her manager, in search of sustenance, has already revealed her identity this afternoon. We understand English, and upon hearing that they intended to harm her, we brought her here. The other bodyguard, Zhang Chong, added hastily. How could a Korean star hire you 2 as bodyguards? Li Menglan cuestionó skeptically. We were both hired on short notice. We work for a domestic security company. Why she chose us remains unclear. Li Ming candidly shared his thoughts. I speak a little Mandarin. They are quite professional, he concluded. Jinji Yuan pronounced with a slightly awkward accent. We could take you in, but let me make it clear from the outset that everything here must be under my command. In other words, we must unite as one. Do you understand? Li Ming responded resolutely. We all understand. As long as we can protect her and successfully secure assistance, our international security company's reputation will remain intact. I, too, am a bodyguard and empathize with your sentiments, said Lu Fan, a retired Army Special Forces soldier. May I inquire which unit you 2 belong to? You are a soldier as well. We are from the same unit. 3-year serviceman from the Armed Police Special Forces. Zhang Chong exclaimed excitedly. Huh. You two are indeed commendable young men, still focused on completing the mission even at this juncture. Lu Fan thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy. Although their presence added a burden, having these 2 allies was equivalent to having 3. The 2 men were equally delighted, eagerly addressing Lu Fan as squad leader. Well, you must be quite hungry now, Lu Fan said as he chopped open 3 coconuts and produced 3 pounds of leopard meat for them to share. Squad leader, you are incredible. You can even kill leopards, Li Ming praised while eating. It wasn't me who killed it. I merely happened upon it battling a wild boar and seized the opportunity. From now on, since we are all friends, there is no need to call me squad leader. Just call me Lu Fan. Understood, Brother Lu. The 2 replied in unison. The female celebrity savored her meal with great enthusiasm, hardly able to engage in conversation, occasionally nodding in agreement. She secretly rejoiced, grateful for her decision to hire them. Otherwise, she would have been in dire straits, thanks to Song Yi's reckless behavior, which nearly led to her demise. Appa, you are amazing, Jin Ji Yuan said with admiration. Lu Fan appreciated the compliment, though the 2 women appeared somewhat displeased. This woman speaks so sweetly. It's truly nauseating. How shameless, they thought. After finishing the leopard jerky, the trio wasted not a morsel of the coconut meat, consuming every last bit. The remaining jerky was barely enough for 1 more meal. They dared not eat again that night, leaving the 3 women to guard the place while the 3 men ventured to the shore in search of food. Armed with sharpened wooden spears, they stripped off their clothing and swam approximately 70 to 80 meters to a pile of rocks in the sea. Together, they caught over a dozen crabs weighing more than half a pound each, along with several sea cucumbers and 7 or 8 large abalones. The entire rocky beach had been thoroughly scoured. That evening, the 6 of them enjoyed a delightful seafood feast. Chapter 10. Discovering the aircraft wreckage that night. The wooden shack was reserved for the 3 women to sleep in. Lu Fan and his companions gathered some dry grass and slept beside the fire, managing to endure the night. The latter half of the night, an early morning brought a chill, prompting Lu Fan to rise, add some wood to the fire to warm himself, and then get up. To survive well, one must possess suitable tools. Considering the location of the plane crash was not too distant, perhaps the wreckage had not sunk too deep, Lu Fan resolved to investigate. The others soon awakened, having not slept well. Particularly for the 3 young ladies, who were accustomed to a comfortable lifestyle, the sudden transition to such a barren environment, bereft of necessities, was profoundly disconcerting. Everyone roused themselves. We still have 6 pieces of jerky left. If each of us takes one, it will suffice as our sustenance for the day, someone suggested. Additionally, I intend to investigate the site of the plane crash. Who would care to accompany me? I shall join, Li Ming promptly declared. I am the swimming champion of our team. Zhang Chong quickly added, count me in as well. I am a proficient swimmer. We must ensure one of us remains behind to protect the ladies. That responsibility falls on you, Lu Fan instructed Zhang Chong, who nodded in agreement. You 2 swim over to investigate while the rest gather wild peaches and collect firewood. Be cautious when venturing into the jungle. Each of you should carry a wooden spear for protection. Lu Fan handed a firefighting axe to Zhang Chong. Yes, be careful, Li Menglan encouraged the group. They proceeded to split open 6 coconuts remaining, supplementing their morning meal of leopard meat. Lu Fan, prioritizing the safety of the women, understood that with no food, threats would diminish. Each of the 3 women consumed half a piece of leopard meat. Since Lu Fan and his companion had large appetites and faced a long swim, they finished the remaining meat and devoured the coconut flesh entirely. The 2 men removed their clothing, digging a shallow pit in the sand to conceal their garments, leaving only their shorts on. Lu Fan had crafted 2 short wooden spears beforehand. Each took one for self-defense. Ready, they entered the water, heading toward the plane crash site. After swimming over 10 nautical miles, the water was remarkably clear, and from afar, they spotted a white shimmer beneath the sea. Not bad at all, Lu Fan remarked. The plane was lodged on the keel of an underwater mountain. Upon reaching the wreckage's surface, Lu Fan gestured downward. They steadied themselves, took deep breaths, and dived. The wreck lay nearly 20 meters below the surface. Holding their breath, they descended with difficulty, fortunate to have several emergency oxygen tanks. Each retrieved an oxygen cylinder, inhaled deeply, and commenced a rapid search for useful supplies. Entering the cockpit, Lu Fan was met with numerous decomposed bodies, many swollen and being scavenged by crabs, fish, and shrimp. The grim scene induced nausea, but their military training fortified their resilience, allowing them to recover after some time. Lu Fan signaled for a division of labor. One would gather supplies, the other would keep watch to guard against sea snakes or other hostile marine creatures. Thus, Lu Fan searched for items while Li Chong maintained vigilance. At the aft section, Lu Fan discovered over a dozen pieces of luggage and an intact life raft bag. It took considerable effort for the two to bring the life raft to the surface. Gasping fresh air, they took a long moment to regain composure. Lu Fan then yanked the emergency release on the raft, which swiftly expanded upon the ocean surface. The life raft was circular, measuring under 3 square meters, ample space for 5 or 6 individuals to sit around. The two climbed aboard to rest briefly. On the lifeboat, there was an emergency kit. Lu Fan opened the waterproof bag to find only 2 tablets of purifying water, a fire starter, and a scraper. With a fire starter in hand, igniting a flame would certainly become less of a chore. Indeed, discovering the remnants of the aircraft was a stroke of fortune amidst our misfortunes. Li Ming remarked with deep emotion. One of us must remain on the lifeboat to prevent it from drifting away, Lu Fan suggested thoughtfully. I will descend to retrieve the luggage. Li Chong nodded in agreement. Chapter 11. Discovery of the flight attendant's handgun. Lu Fan submerged and grasped the recently uncovered backpacks. Swiftly resurfacing, climbing back onto the lifeboat, Li Ming then dove down to continue the search. Lu Fan managed to find 3 backpacks in total. Upon opening one, he discovered several changes of clothes, a packet of unopened men's underwear, 2 pairs of swim trunks, a shaving kit, a pair of sunglasses, 5 chocolate bars, and a passport. He promptly changed into the swim trunks, which would allow him to swim more smoothly and effortlessly. He opened the other 2 backpacks. One was a men's bag, and the other belonged to a woman. Both contained summer clothing, underwear, 2 packs of chewing gum, a passport, cosmetics, and other miscellaneous items. Not wishing to carry excessive weight, Lu Fan noted that the backpacks were saturated with water and exceedingly heavy. To alleviate the burden, he secured them to the sunshade atop the lifeboat to dry. In less than 15 minutes, Li Ming resurfaced, bearing 3 backpacks as well. Upon opening them, he found them filled with women's clothing, socks, and other items of little value. We are aboard a passenger aircraft, and the larger suitcases must have been checked as cargo. Our priority should be to search the flight attendant's workspace for food, drink, and cooking utensils, he suggested. There must be an air marshal aboard this passenger plane, and he should be equipped with a weapon, Li Ming pondered. I will dive down to find some food and drink. Let's eat well before we proceed, Lu Fan replied. He swam to the flight attendant's workspace, discovering numerous paper boxes of meals, which had become inedible due to seawater. He also found over 20 packages of bread, 30 chocolate bars, 2 large cans of instant coffee, and more than 22-liter bottles of beverages. Without a moment to spare, he grabbed a larger shoulder bag, emptied its contents, and filled it to the brim, only to find it too heavy to carry. Taking a deep breath from the oxygen tank, Lu Fan recalled the life vests on the corpses and devised a plan. Overcoming his disgust, he removed 5 vests and secured them to the shoulder bag, testing their buoyancy before ascending with the bag. Li Ming intended to dive back down immediately to continue the search. Wait a moment before you descend. Let's eat something first. Do not underestimate this 20-meter distance. It can be incredibly exhausting, and most individuals would struggle to swim that far. The two consumed a few chocolate bars and several packages of bread, each drinking half a bottle of the 2-liter beverages, primarily to quench their thirst, and rested for half an hour. They subsequently dove down twice more. In the flight attendant's workspace, Lu Fan discovered a small knife for cutting fruit and a stainless steel container, likely intended for serving chilled red wine. There are still several unopened packages of disposable paper cups, all sealed in plastic bags, remaining dry and usable. Fortunately, this is an international flight. Such items would be strictly prohibited aboard domestic flights. With the discovery of these 2 items, Lu Fan felt quite content. Li Ming finally managed to locate an empty police handgun and a tactical baton on the corpse, which could be considered a significant acquisition. Ever since Lu Fan had utilized the buoyancy of a life jacket to assist them, their subsequent searches for supplies had become considerably easier. The afternoon sun had already climbed past 2 o'clock, and there were still numerous items left to gather, which would have to wait for another occasion. The two paddled back on the inflatable raft. It did have 2 folding plastic paddles, but the raft's round shape made it exceedingly difficult to steer. A 3-meter-long rope was tied around Lu Fan's waist as he jumped into the water, swimming and pulling at the same time. Li Ming, struggling to paddle effectively from the raft, decided to join him in the water, swimming behind the raft and pushing along. After tiring from swimming, they climbed back on the raft to rest, taking a half-hour break to replenish their energy before resuming their journey. They managed to return just before the tide receded. Zhang Chong was chopping wood by the edge of the jungle, intending to construct a wooden shelter. The 3 women assisted in dragging back several small trees, but were soon exhausted and retreated to the shade of the shelter to rest. Li Menglan was constantly observing the movements on the sea and was the first to spot the inflatable raft. They were back. Everyone hurried to the shore to await Lu Fan and Li Ming's return. Before they could even reach the beach, Zhang Chong quickly stripped off his clothes and swam over to help drag the raft ashore. Chapter 12. Concealed weapons. The 6 of them worked together to transport the supplies, making 2 trips each before completing the task, and then returned to the beach to lift the raft. The other group had already spotted them from afar. They had indeed found the raft, along with quite a bit of supplies. A foreign girl exclaimed, "Let us go steal some back tonight. Let us assess the situation later." Lu Fan replied. Thanks to the collective efforts of the 6, they finally managed to carry the raft back to the wooden shelter. As the air pump was disposable, they dared not release any air. Inflating such a large raft would require considerable effort, so they had no choice but to carry it back as is. Li Ming produced a disposable paper cup, and they all shared a large bottle of cola. Burp! Haha, this is wonderful. We actually have a drink, Xia Xue exclaimed, her face beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, we owe this to Lu Fan and Li Ming. You've worked hard. Li Menglan expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. We all work together. No need for thanks, Li Ming quickly replied. The commotion we caused this time was too loud. I'm sure the others have seen us. They might come over to demand food soon. Let us eat our fill first, Lu Fan said with a hint of concern. All right, everyone, let us hurry and eat. As expected, with so many people, the food was disappearing quickly. Within half an hour, a quarter of the bread was gone, along with 3 large bottles of drink. Li Menglan picked up a stainless steel basin, boiled a pot of mineral water, and prepared a large pot of coffee. Each person received a paper cup, and in the absence of sugar, a piece of chocolate was offered to everyone, which tasted rather delightful. In the evening, Lu Fan inquired about the duty schedule from Li Ming and Zhang Chong. They unanimously decided that the 3 of them would take turns on duty. Among the 3 girls, 2 were the employers, while the third, a delicate young lady, lacked the fortitude to be entrusted with such responsibility. It would be more reassuring for everyone if she did not have to stand watch, as her presence would hardly provide any comfort. Having toiled throughout the day, Lu Fan and Li Ming were weary, and Zhang Chong volunteered to take the night shift alone. After much insistence, the 2 acquiesced to his request. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, Lu Fan awoke to find Zhang Chong still tending to the fire. He advised him to rest in the woodshed. Checking his watch, Lu Fan noted it was just past 5. He retrieved his Glock pistol, inspected it for rust, and finding in good condition, he wiped it clean, wrapped it in a dry cloth, and secured it in a plastic bag. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone else was still asleep, Lu Fan ventured into the woods, seeking a concealed spot to hide the firearm. It served no purpose at that moment and was indeed a potential hazard if kept nearby. Thus, its concealment benefited all. By 7 o'clock, everyone had awakened, except for Zhang Chong, who had worked through the night and was still in slumber. The others were reluctant to disturb him. They made their way to the girls' woodshed, where they partook in a simple breakfast. Fearing the chill, the girls heated some water in a stainless steel pot and brewed coffee. The coffee canister was a valuable item, featuring an iron lid that sealed well. Once the coffee was consumed, it could serve to store animal fat or sea salt, proving quite useful. They waited throughout the morning. Yet the group across the beach did not appear to seek assistance. It was indeed peculiar. At that moment, Zhang Chong awakened and was sipping the coffee prepared by Li Menglan, holding a packet of bread, and remarked, "Brother Fan, I heard some commotion over there last night. But in the darkness, I couldn't discern anything. I feared they might be attempting some deception, so I refrained from investigating." Clearly, some unexpected occurrence had transpired. Lu Fan gazed across the way and noticed that the number of people had dwindled by half. Could it be that they were orchestrating a ruse? Li Menglan, perceptive and contemplative, suggested it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Sometimes foreigners can be quite cunning. Let's not engage with them for now, but rather observe the situation. If they do not approach this afternoon or tomorrow, we shall investigate then. Chapter 13. Mending the fishing net after a midday nap. The group noted that the adversaries had still not approached, and, as twilight approached, they indeed made their appearance. 2 men and 2 women arrived, with the women immediately demanding food, which provoked an outburst from the 3 girls. "Who do you think you are, coming here and demanding food without so much as a greeting?" Xia Xue exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips, with Jin Xuan mimicking her stance, glaring at the newcomers. "If you want something to eat, go find it yourself. We are not inclined to indulge your sense of entitlement. Begone." Li Menglan angrily urged them to leave. All 3 girls were proficient in English and understood the situation well, which only fueled their ire. The 3 boys, while only able to grasp the general meaning, felt equally incensed by the audacity of the request. Xia Xue asked them if they can exchange something for the food, Lu Fan suggested. Lu Fan hastily remarked, and Xia Xue understood that Lu Fan desired the rope from the torn fishing net. She inquired in English, insisting that it must include the rope. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 of them raced back, directly untying the fishing net and dragging it over, considering that as long as they could obtain food, the damaged net was of little consequence. Lu Fan generously rewarded them with 4 coconuts and 2 packs of bread, which he deemed as his utmost kindness. As for how they would divide the spoils, he had no intention of intervening. The 4 eagerly seized the bread and consumed it on the spot, showing no intention of taking any back to share. They requested Lu Fan's assistance in cracking open the coconuts and then indulged in their feast right there on the ground. Once they had finished the bread and devoured the coconut meat, they left Lu Fan's side with contentment, returning empty-handed to their camp across the way. From afar, they could already hear the commotion, but this time they did not encounter the aircraft commander or his deputy. Lu Fan found it peculiar, having acquired the rope. He chose not to dwell on trivial matters. As everyone began to untangle the fishing net, they discovered it was quite substantial, measuring over 20 meters in diameter, albeit riddled with 7 or 8 large holes, rendering it nearly unusable. At this juncture, Li Menglan spoke up, noting that the fishing net was of good quality and likely a new one, merely damaged by a few holes. She suggested that if they exercised patience, it could be patched up, albeit at the cost of some size. "You girls are skilled and resourceful. Take it and mend it. Even if it doesn't turn out well, it's no matter." Lu Fan, with a sly glint, provoked them with his words. They were all competitive spirits and would not let themselves be underestimated. The 3 women began to earnestly sort the fishing net, clearly understanding Lu Fan's implication. Li Ming and Zhang Chong silently acknowledged Lu Fan's cunning, giving him a thumbs up behind his back. The 3 women engaged in animated gestures and discussions before using the small knife Lu Fan had found to cut the net. They fashioned a needle from a small tree branch with a fork, utilizing the excess netting to create thread, all the while sewing and conversing. It must be said that through this collaboration, the 2 women had significantly revised their opinion of the exceptionally diligent and capable star, Jin Yuan. Their camaraderie blossomed as they found mutual respect. After more than 2 hours of effort, the 3 had successfully repaired the fishing net. Lu Fan inspected it and noted that it had shrunk considerably, yet it was sturdy, with the repaired sections tightly knotted and reinforced multiple times. "Impressive. You truly excel. To mend such a tattered net is no small feat. You are indeed paragons among women," Lu Fan praised, with Li Ming and Zhang Chong chiming in agreement. After receiving a barrage of compliments from Lu Fan and the others, the 3 women finally felt satisfied and retreated to the wooden shed to rest. Their skins slightly tanned from the sun, they began to assist each other in applying skincare products. Lu Fan mused to himself, indeed. When these women set their minds to it, they are remarkably persistent. He initially intended to dismantle the edge rope of the fishing net, but reconsidered, not wishing to damage it. After measuring, he found that the rope was over 20 meters long, which would suffice. Chapter 14. Setting traps that evening. The 6 shared 5 packs of bread, and their food supplies were dwindling. Upon taking stock of their remaining provisions, they found 5 pieces of chocolate, 2 packs of bread, 3 large bottles of beverages, 1.5 cans of coffee, 2 small bottles of sea salt, and 3 coconuts, while the wild peaches had already been consumed. Additionally, there was a stainless steel frying pan, along with a fruit knife and a fire axe, as well as a concealed first aid kit and a handgun, accompanied by 3 backpacks and a large satchel. That night, Lu Fan made arrangements. He planned to venture into the sea at dawn to salvage supplies, insisting that the fishing net and small knife be taken along while the fire axe remained hidden. The life jackets were deemed unnecessary, as they could serve as sunshades draped over the shed and would reflect light, making them conspicuous enough for any passing search and rescue aircraft to quickly spot them. The matter of who would go was then deliberated, with everyone eager to participate. However, upon returning, it was imperative to swim back alone rather than using the lifeboat, as the three women were clearly unable to swim. Ultimately, it was decided that Zhang Chong would stay behind to protect them. Zhang Chong, however, was reluctant. He did not wish to reap rewards without effort and insisted on joining the expedition. As the impasse persisted, Lu Fan suggested, "It is not impossible to go, but tonight we will set some traps. Once they enter the wooden shed, they will surely fall into our ambush. Tomorrow, they will undoubtedly return for supplies. You three ladies should remain inside the shed. Should they attack, do not leave the shelter. Wait until they have fallen into our trap before retreating into the jungle towards the fruit trees. I have previously set a few traps there as well for added protection, and both Li Zong and Xia Xue are aware of their locations." These girls truly were burdensome. The jungle presented far greater dangers than the beach, where encountering venomous snakes and ferocious beasts could mean death for one or the other. They lacked any capacity for resistance, which was unacceptable. They needed to be trained to strengthen their willpower and adaptability. To diminish the enemy's strength, Lu Fan arranged traps both in front of and behind the shed, embedding wooden spears at the base, ensuring that anyone ensnared would either be mortally wounded or severely injured. If they came to forcibly seize supplies, it would lead to a life-or-death situation. The six of them toiled until midnight, rendering a watch unnecessary. Before dawn the next day, Lu Fan and the other two carried the lifeboat to the seaside. "I think I should remain to protect them," he said. His earlier words had been intended to ignite their fighting spirit. Today, he would secretly guard them. Li Ming and Zhang Chong were in full agreement, as the mission to protect Jinji Yuan remained their priority. While safeguarding them was indeed crucial, the impending jungle adventure necessitated a degree of vigilance and defensive capability. Otherwise, they would become a liability that could endanger everyone. You two must have realized this as well. It is evident that rescue is unlikely to arrive, and we all understand that. Yet, the three of them continue to indulge in fantasies. I cannot explicitly state that help will not come, but perhaps this serves as a wake-up call for them. Once Li Ming and Zhang Chong were ready, they set off in the lifeboat. If it became cumbersome, they would disembark and push the lifeboat towards the wreckage of the aircraft. As dawn broke, they reached the designated location, a testament to their physical prowess. Most would hesitate to step into the frigid waters, let alone swim several kilometers. "I will dive down to assess the situation," Li Ming declared. He grasped the fishing net's rope, donned a fruit knife, and secured it tightly to his left hand with a cloth strap. Once prepared, he plunged into the sea, swimming 10 meters before catching sight of a shark's shadow. Indeed, it had attracted a predator. This could spell trouble, he thought. Li Ming silently lamented his predicament and promptly tugged at the rope. After a few vigorous pulls, he aimed to hoist the rope upwards. As Li Ming's head broke the surface, Zhang Chong expressed his astonishment, inquiring about the situation. "There are sharks near the plane. We must devise a plan to divert or eliminate them," Li Ming exclaimed breathless. Chapter 15. The foreigners fall into a trap, but we lack any means of distraction. Zhang Chong replied, "All we have left is a piece of chocolate from breakfast and 2 bottles of drink. Let us wait a moment longer and see if it departs." Logically, after so many days, the corpse should have either decayed or been consumed. Why would shark linger here? Li Ming pundarat pujlat. Could it be that it is attracted to the bones? Unlikely. Sharks do not feast on bones. After waiting for over an hour, Li Ming resolved to descend for a closer inspection, as the sea temperature had become more tolerable. He dove down over 10 meters without encountering any sharks, which alleviated his concerns. Hastily, he swam into the aircraft's cabin, which was now severed at the tail, entering directly from the rear. Confirming that the shark had indeed vacated the area, he began to search. His spirits lifted upon spotting an emergency oxygen tank, though the one in his possession was nearly depleted. He swiftly secured the full tank to his waist. Observing the tail section of the aircraft, he noted that there were indeed 2 iron-bound boxes, uniformly sealed. Without hesitation, he began to drag the boxes out, tying them with rope to signal Zhang Chong. who felt the tug and exerted all his strength to pull them upward. Meanwhile, back on the beach, significant events were unfolding. The foreigners had discovered that the 3 boys and the lifeboat were missing since morning, and after waiting for a while without their return, they grew concerned. The co-pilot, being astute, surmised that the vanishing lifeboat indicated the boys had gone to salvage supplies. He loudly proclaimed this good news to the group, who were already famished, prompting them to rush over in a frenzy. Lu Fan, concealed in the distant foliage, observed the scene with clarity. At that moment, over 10 individuals rushed forth, startling Li Menglan and her companions. Lu Fan had already hidden his axe and other items away. The 3 girls, having risen that morning to find Lu Fan and the others absent, had deduced that they had gone to retrieve supplies. They noticed that Lu Fan had left them a packet of bread and a bottle of drink. After using the restroom, they divided the food and had just finished the bread when they spotted the foreigners racing toward them. Li Menglan hurriedly poured out a few cups of drink, urging, "Quickly, drink up. They will be here shortly. We need to replenish our strength to confront them." The other 2 girls, having seen the approaching group, quickly finished their drinks. Li Menglan placed the empty bottles beside the wooden shed, deliberately burying half of one in the sand. Each of the 3 girls armed themselves with a wooden spear, waiting inside the shed for their arrival. As soon as the foreigners fell into their ambush, the first 3 men stumbled into a trap, their feet pierced by bamboo spikes, causing them to cry out in pain. The trailing group halted in their tracks upon witnessing the commotion. Following Lu Fan's instructions, the 3 girls dashed toward the rear of the shed. There are traps here as well. The 3 women are aware of their positions. Instead of fleeing further, they lie in wait for their pursuers. The foreign men, famished and desperate, see the 3 women fleeing and rush towards the shed where some supplies are still covered. However, there are traps laid out, and 2 more of them fall victim to them. The remaining individuals rummage through the shed in vain, finding nothing at all. The captain, in frustration, commands the others to pursue the 3 women. The trio of men, led by the captain, have long coveted these Eastern women, and with no food available, they decide to capture them instead. They charge forward to seize them, with the assistant calling out for 7 or 8 men to lead the charge, while the captain and the assistant follow closely behind. Lu Fan witnesses this entire scene unfold. Soon, 3 more fall into the trap behind the shed, leaving only 9 individuals. After multiple encounters with traps, the group becomes more vigilant, and the captain curses the cunning nature of these Easterners. In Chapter 16, titled "The Foreigners Employ Stratagem," the remaining foreigners hesitate to pursue recklessly. The captain and his assistant lead the way, cautiously advancing into the jungle. Li Menglan and her companions have already reached the peach trees, about 500 meters away. They inspect the traps laid by Lu Fan, relieved to find that they remain intact. They still have 9 individuals left, and with 3 traps remaining, even if they fall into another trap, they must confront at least 6 adversaries. It is crucial that everyone remembers to seize any opportunity without hesitation. Otherwise, falling into their hands would spell disaster. Xia Xue nods in agreement, affirming that they must find a chance to eliminate them. Jin Ziyuan is already trembling in fear, appearing utterly helpless. "Come on, pull yourself together, or you'll be caught and eaten," Xia Xue warns. "No, I don't want that. I want to go home," Jin Ziyuan cries, having already lost control of her bladder in terror. What a useless person. Li Menglan cannot help but scold. Meanwhile, Lu Fan swiftly makes his way into the jungle, and before he reaches the coconut trees, he hears shouting, "Don't come any closer. My bodyguards will be here soon, and none of you will escape." Li Menglan calls out in English. Recognizing her voice, Lu Fan quickly approaches stealthily, concealed by the foliage, ensuring he remains unseen. Before him stand 5 men and 4 women, with the captain leading the group. The 8 are half encircling the 3 women, while one older foreign man has already fallen into a trap, causing the others to be wary of further traps and reluctant to advance. At this moment, Lu Fan raises his wooden spear and hurls it at the captain, striking him in the right arm, albeit with an inaccurate throw. The captain turns, exclaiming, "Damn it, he is back." A sense of dread washes over the group. But upon seeing that it is only Lu Fan, their courage begins to swell, and they shout provocatively. Lu Fan, wielding a short spear in his left hand, swings it a few times before the opponents charge towards him. With swift strikes, he takes down one adversary, then another. In the ensuing chaos, the assistant attempts to flee, But Li Menglan seizes the opportunity and thrusts her spear into the assistant's thigh. The excruciating pain caused the man to shriek wildly as he clutched his thigh and bolted away in blind panic, heedless of paths or obstacles, racing headlong into the wilderness. Xia Xue and Jin Ziwan, witnessing the blood-soaked ground, froze in terror, paralyzed by shock. Lu Fan made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, he strode swiftly toward the pilot. Seeing escape was futile, the pilot immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the remaining man and two women scattered in all directions. With cold precision, Lu Fan slit the pilot's throat, then delivered swift, decisive blows to the two men he had previously incapacitated, and to the third, who had fallen into the ambush. Having dispatched 4 lives without so much as a flicker of hesitation, Lu Fan stood impassive, his calm demeanor intensifying the dread gripping Li Menglan and the other two women, who dared not even draw breath. A swift search of the pilot's pockets yielded only a windproof lighter. The others carried little more than a nail clipper and an earpick, nothing of consequence. "Let us go, back to the wooden shelter for now." Ignoring their pace, Lu Fan strode ahead alone, returning to the hut to find that all 8 intruders trapped in the pit were lifeless. Upon inspection, he confirmed they had been killed by sharpened wooden spears, clearly the handiwork of Li Ming and Zhang Chong. Excellent. Ruthless efficiency is the only path to survival. He left the corpses untouched. Spotting Li Ming and Zhang Chong hauling supplies toward the shelter, he approached them. The 3 men met and exchanged terse, purposeful words. That pilot and his co-pilot. How cunning they thought themselves, attempting to outmaneuver me with military stratagems. A fatale miscalculation. Ah, Lu Fan remarked with grim amusement. These people are indeed treacherous. Zhang Chong added, voice thick with disgust. While we were away, they invaded to plunder, and I saw them feasting on human flesh. Lu Fan's expression darkened. No wonder those 4 vanished yesterday. So that was their fate. Chapter 17. The Savage Code of Survival. Over half an hour later, the 3 women finally staggered back. The sight of 8 corpses sprawled across the ground, blood splattered in violent arcs, triggered fresh waves of nausea. Retching, trembling, helpless. Do not cower. This is reality, not some fantasy of rescue. Once the golden window for salvation closed, danger crystallized. I sensed it. So did that pilot, hence their descent into cannibalism. Lu Fan spoke with quiet gravity, his tone neither unfeeling nor indulgent, but resolute. Of the 3, only Li Menglan retained a measure of composure. The other 2 could scarcely bear to look, shame and fear staining their garments anew. A weary sigh escaped Lu Fan. He had intended only a sobering lesson, but had gravely underestimated the scale of the threat. His plan to temper their resolve through controlled adversity had instead exposed their raw vulnerability. Li Ming and Zhang Chong, arriving to witness the carnage, exchanged silent, awkward glances, embarrassment warring with grim understanding. Sooner or later, once these provisions run thin, we'll all enter the jungle, where survival demands courage, not comfort. No one will bear blame for what befalls those who falter. Go wash yourselves, quickly. We still have supplies to relocate. His voice held no reproach, only quiet pragmatism. Li Menglan, ever composed, gently guided the trembling women toward the shore to cleanse themselves. Upon their return, Lu Fan and the others had already transferred all salvageable goods to the wooden shelter. Li Menglan flushed with quiet shame, not only for having contributed nothing, but for the gnawing emptiness in her stomach. Lu Fan, noting her discomfort, gestured to the group. Gather round, eat. Then we must inter the dead. Left unburied, they will summon disease. Near the women's shelter, the 2 remaining corpses still lay entombed within the pit. Lu Fan and his companions were already quite fatigued and had not yet had the opportunity to transport their belongings. The 3 women glanced at the situation, feeling a wave of trepidation. Their initial hunger had dissipated, leaving them unable to eat. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his companions devoured bread and drank juice, choosing not to further encourage the women. After less than an hour, the 3 women, overwhelmed by hunger, approached to take bread and began to eat and drink. Lu Fan then unearthed a hidden stainless steel basin, heated some water, and brewed coffee. Adding a few sugar cubes he had found, the resulting concoction was surprisingly palatable. Once Li Menglan and her companions had their fill, they hesitated to venture into the wooden shed, opting instead to remain by Lu Fan's side. Observing that they were satiated, Lu Fan proposed, "Let's together bury the bodies." The women, having regained their strength, were reluctant to lift the corpses but assisted in digging a sand pit. The pit was excavated across from their shelter, ensuring it was a distance away. As dusk approached, they completed the task, using makeshift wooden planks to transport and enter the bodies, finally returning to their dwelling. There's still 4 corpses in the jungle. I even killed the pilot. The co-pilot was struck by a spear from Li Menglan and managed to escape, leaving a considerable trail of blood. He must be severely injured. 3 others have fled, yet they pose no significant threat. Tomorrow, I shall revisit their camp, Li Ming remarked. Yes, but exercise caution for traps or ambushes. When we initially escaped to the island, it was not solely us. There are surely others among us who are adept swimmers. During my first flight, and while gathering supplies, I noted that some seats were unoccupied. Lu Fan responded. Exhausted, the 3 women retired to rest. Isn't Lu Fan on night watch? Li Menglan inquired. No, we are too fatigued and require rest, Lu Fan replied, choosing silence thereafter as he lay down upon a pile of grass to sleep. The 3 women dared not close their eyes, without anyone to maintain the night watch. Their apprehension grew. Lu Fan had intentionally stated this, knowing they would be together for a significant duration. He could not always rely on others to serve them. Even if he was willing, the 2 young men would eventually grow weary of such a dynamic. Once conflict arose, it inevitably led to life-and-death decisions, such as the law of survival in the wilderness. Chapter 18. The hand-cranked radio at the break of dawn the following day. Lu Fan and his companions resolved to return to the coconut grove to inter the remaining corpses. Upon their arrival at the grove, however, they discovered that the bodies had vanished, leaving behind only a few pools of blood. Lu Fan surveyed the scene and identified the tracks of wild animals. It seems that the beasts have dragged them away. The trio returned to the wooden shed to inventory their supplies. Lu Fan's heart raced as he beheld 2 tightly wrapped suitcases. He used an axe to sever the steel straps, revealing that they were secured with combination locks. After numerous attempts to unlock them, Xia Xue interjected, "Let me try, brother Lu Fan. I often forget combinations." Inside, they found 2 large bags of sugar, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, along with over 30 bags of potato chips and more than 20 bottles of large mineral water, which, if rationed, could sustain them for a while. The haul was modest, as Zhang Chong was not a strong swimmer, and Li Ming had refrained from allowing him to dive for supplies. As comrades, none wished for the others to encounter misfortune. He had already given his all. Lu Fan did not hold any resentment towards the 2, understanding their eagerness to return and assess the situation. The 6 of them shared a breakfast consisting of a packet of chips and a cup of coffee each. After the meal, Li Ming and Zhang Chong ventured across the street to investigate. Lu Fan was particularly intrigued by the 2 boxes and engaged in persistent attempts with the 3 women to decipher the codes. Li Menglan, with a stroke of luck, managed to open one after numerous attempts, revealing a hand-cranked radio and a simple set of repair tools, including 2 screwdrivers and several small wrenches. Indeed, these are the items I anticipated, Lu Fan exclaimed joyfully. Following the code that Li Menglan had used to unlock the box, he input the same sequence, confirming it was indeed the unified code. Upon opening the box, they discovered 6 thermal blankets and an outdoor survival kit. The survival kit was quite substantial, occupying half the box's space. Upon unzipping it, Lu Fan found a flint, a Swiss Army knife, a multifunctional shovel, 2 hand saws, and a bottle of water purification tablets. Additionally, there was a small first aid kit containing 2 rolls of gauze, a bottle of disinfectant, and a bottle of medicinal powder, presumably for disinfecting wounds and stopping bleeding. Valuable items indeed. At that moment, Li Ming and Zhang Chong returned. Brother Fan, everyone else has left, and the 2 unfinished corpses have vanished as well. We buried the remaining 2 disfigured bodies, Li Ming reported. Well, we need not concern ourselves with them any longer. After this incident, they will surely not return. What do you see in that box? A survival kit and a hand-cranked radio. These must be standard equipment aboard the aircraft, Li Ming exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Indeed, that seems likely, Lu Fan replied, cranking the handle of the radio, which emitted a crackling sound. Everyone was thrilled, eager to learn about the situation outside. Li Ming hurriedly adjusted the frequency and soon tuned into a station broadcasting entirely in English. The rapid pace of speech left Lu Fan and the others bewildered. Li Menglan and the three women sat in a daze, appearing almost daft. Sensing something amiss, Lu Fan inquired, "What is wrong, Li Menglan?" After a brief pause, Li Menglan responded, "The broadcast mentioned that the rescue plane encountered unknown turbulence. Many have already perished, and foreign experts have concluded that there are no survivors aboard. They have ceased the search. No wonder the rescue has been so delayed. How could there be unknown turbulence? Could this place be a secret base for some organization?" Lu Fan pondered, realizing the predicament they were in. "This is a disaster. It seems we shall be stranded on this island for quite some time," Zhang Chong, with his impatient disposition, exclaimed. The three women were also filled with sorrow, lamenting, "Is it truly over? Will we never return? What shall we do? My car loan, my mortgage." Xia Xue cried out, "Everyone, remain calm. This is not the end of the world. Eventually, they will come to rescue us. Our primary focus now must be on addressing our survival needs before contemplating anything else," Lu Fan patiently reassured them. "Brother Fan is right. We must survive first and then figure out a way back," Li Ming encouraged. Chapter 19. Scavenging clean to enhance their chances of survival on this deserted island. It was imperative to procure metal from the wreckage of the aircraft, along with any usable survival supplies. At the break of dawn the following day, three young men embarked on their journey in a lifeboat, spending a grueling 2 hours to reach the wreckage of the aircraft. After a brief respite, Lu Fan, whose stamina remained commendable, was the first to plunge into the water while his companions secured the rope above. Unbeknownst to him, the waters held little danger from sharks or other aggressive marine creatures. He only occasionally glimpsed a cautious sea snake gliding by. He diligently scoured the workspace, discovering various supplies still remaining. Among his findings was a larger bag packed with essentials, along with a stainless steel cutting board that appeared to be in good condition. He also unearthed some paper towels and a collection of stainless steel spoons. Further rummaging beneath the seats revealed a sizable hygiene kit and an emergency medical box. Significantly larger than the previous small package he had found, a most fortunate discovery. Noticing 2 smaller fragments of the aircraft's tail, he swiftly packed them away as well. Having spent an extended period submerged, Lu Fan felt the chill of the water seep into him, prompting him to hastily tug on the rope. His companions, who had been waiting patiently above, pulled him back onto the lifeboat. By this time, he was thoroughly chilled, clutching a piece of aircraft debris in his hands. The sun had risen high in the sky, its warmth gradually restoring his senses. While the luggage below had been lost, there were still some items left in the flight attendant's workspace that they could gather. Lu Fan also handed a knife to Li Ming, who secured it, and, with an oxygen tank fastened to his clothing, descended once more. He managed to retrieve a significant haul, including towels, a watch, and blankets, all of which were crammed into the large bag. The weight of the items proved burdensome, leaving both Lu Fan and Zhang Chong sweating profusely. After a while, Li Ming Razurfasa, the workspace yielded little of value, leaving only specialized equipment from the aircraft. "I shall dive down once more to search," declared Zhang Chong, seizing a full oxygen tank he had collected and securing it. Li Ming passed the knife to him. Shortly after descending, the rope began to move, causing both to wonder if an accident had occurred. They quickly pulled upward, only to discover a garbage bag, which startled them momentarily. Inside were few pairs of shoes. Lu Fan had tied a large satchel to descend, which contained 2 laptops pressed tightly within. After a considerable wait, the rope finally stirred again. They pulled it up to find a locked emergency box. With no time to inspect it closely, they secured it along with some useless items and lowered the rope once more. This time, the response was swift. Within 5 minutes, they were pulling up a fire extinguisher, 3, to be precise. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Chong resurfaced, declaring, "Brother Fan, there is nothing of value left below." "Very well. Let us have something to eat and rest before we return," Lu Fan replied, glancing at the time, which indicated it was still early in the day. The trio indulged in a hearty meal, and Lu Fan, along with Li Ming, proceeded to organize the supplies. They discarded the useless items, including women's intimate apparel, mobile phones, and notebooks, while retaining smaller tools like nail clippers and ear picks. After a restful interlude of over half an hour, the 3 men plunged back into the water to swim back. Lu Fan and Li Ming each grasped a rope to pull from the front, while Zhang Chong single-handedly pushed from behind. By the time the trio reached the shore, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The The three women had been waiting eagerly by the seaside and greeted their return with immense joy. They immediately plunged into the water to assist in hauling the lifeboat ashore. The supplies were rather heavy, and the three men were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the shore to rest. Consequently, the three women undertook multiple trips to transport the provisions, making 5 or 6 journeys before completing the task. Throughout, the women displayed remarkable endurance, never once complaining of fatigue. They even spread the damp blankets and towels over the fence to dry. Over 30 blankets had been gathered this time. Lu Fan and his companions worried about the approaching cold and the scarcity of clothing. If necessary, they planned to fashion garments from the blankets to keep warm. For the past 2 days, the 6 had remained in the wooden shelter by the sea. Each of the 3 men was occupied with refining a fragment of aircraft wreckage into a handy weapon. Lu Fan favored a large blade. The piece he held was excellent, albeit somewhat arduous to polish, especially since he had to work with the saltwater air by the seaside. The 3 women were assigned to boil seawater and had constructed a fire pit shielded from the ocean breeze. Most of the food gathered in recent days had been consumed, leaving only 7 bottles of water and a can of coffee. The rest was depleted. Their survival until now owed to scavenging some seashells and small crabs along the shore. Lu Fan had also attempted fishing with a net, but its mesh was too fine to catch anything substantial. Their only recourse had been digging a pit among the coastal rocks to trap sea creatures as the tide receded, though this yielded only a few small fish. Fortunately, the women had produced 2 large bottles of sea salt, which sufficed for the time being. Each of the 3 men had crafted a weapon from aviation-grade material, lightweight, sturdy, and quite effective. Lu Fan had previously informed everyone that, with the food supplies exhausted, they planned to venture into the jungle at dawn on the 3rd day. The lifeboat, being too cumbersome, would be left behind in the wooden shelter, concealed for safekeeping. There were too many blankets to carry at once, so half were buried in a sandpit. Each person would carry a backpack with a change of clothes and 1 blanket apiece. Lu Fan also packed 2 epidemic prevention kits and an emergency medical box, along with the air police pistol. He led the way with a large backpack. Li Meng guarded the rear, and the remaining items were carried by the 3 women and Zhang Chang. Aside from the medical supplies, they brought along a frying pan and a fire axe. The group proceeded at a moderate pace, cutting through obstructive branches and vines. They encountered numerous snakes, but, burdened with their loads, chose not to pursue them. After traveling approximately 2 kilometers, they arrived at a valley where they discovered a water pool, likely formed by perennial rainfall. It was 4 to 5 meters wide, over 2 meters deep, and held a generous amount of water. The 6 were elated and resolved to make this their temporary refuge. They planned to construct a shelter atop a large tree some 10 meters from the pool, mindful that large predatory beasts might frequent the area, necessitating an elevated dwelling for safety. 3 young men busied themselves with chopping trees and trimming branches, while the young ladies gathered firewood and skillfully used small knives to cut down vines and shrub leaves. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and hunger had begun to gnaw at everyone. Lu Fan armed himself with a large machete and a small pistol, urging his companions to hasten their collection of wood before he set off alone to hunt. Drawing upon his extensive experience in jungle warfare, Lu Fan followed a narrow path marked by wild boar droppings until he stumbled upon a den of wild boars. Observing only a single adult boar accompanied by 3 piglets, he seized the opportunity and took a precise shot, striking it squarely in the head. With a resounding bang, the shot startled numerous creatures in the vicinity. Zhang Chang and Li Meng made their way toward the sound, relieved to find it was not too far away, merely 700 or 800 meters. Following the footprints left by Lu Fan made their search easier. "Wow, this is fantastic. We've got meat," Zhang Chang exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, this is wonderful. Brother Fan, your skills are remarkable. To take down a wild boar with that small pistol is truly impressive." Li Meng admired Lu Fan's marksmanship and stealth in silence. The wild boar weighed no less than 100 pounds, and the 3 quickly processed its entrails. Lu Fan fashioned a wooden frame, and they took turns carrying the boar back to the valley. With the day waning, it was evident that there would be insufficient time to construct a wooden shelter. Lu Fan announced, "It seems we shall have to sleep beneath the great tree tonight. Ladies, please cut the meat in half, wash it thoroughly with water, and then rub it with sea salt for preservation. The rest of us will build a protective fence around the great tree." Everyone understood the seriousness of sleeping in the jungle at night, and quickly set to work. Fortunately, a multifunctional shovel made digging easier when encountering stones. They resorted to using a Swiss Army knife to pry them out bit by bit. After more than an hour of labor, they had dug 9 deep holes for wooden posts, binding them together with vines and slender branches, securing 3 ties at each post. A wooden door was crafted on the side, facing the waterhole, completing the fence. The 3 young women had already cleaned the wild boar meat and salted it, leaving half for their evening meal. After finishing their tasks, they assisted Lu Fan in reinforcing the fence with branches to deter smaller carnivorous animals from entering. As darkness approached, Lu Fan instructed everyone to wash at the waterhole, declaring that once night fell, no one was permitted to leave the fence. Make sure to use the restroom in advance. If you can't hold it, you must manage near the fence. Lu Fan then set about preparing a makeshift latrine, placing the soil beside it, and covering it with some dirt after use to maintain hygiene. Upon returning to the fire, he informed the group, "I've dug a temporary toilet behind. In the future, please try to use it during the day, reserving this for urination." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Fan felt thoroughly exhausted after such a demanding day. With many hands involved, managing everything became a challenge, so he suggested convening a meeting to delineate tasks. Having eaten little throughout the day, everyone relished the roasted wild boar meat, enjoying it immensely as they grilled and sliced. Lu Fan also discussed the division of labor, a notion that everyone deemed necessary. Xia Xue has studied nursing and is an excellent cook, so she's responsible for preparing meals and maintaining cleanliness. Jin Ziyuan and Li Menglan are not skilled in cooking either. Their tasks involve doing laundry and gathering firewood, assisting Xia Xue as needed. Lu Fan and the other 3 are tasked with hunting and combat. Each time they venture out, one male must remain to protect the women. For now, this arrangement is deemed satisfactory, and everyone agrees to it. As the 6 of them converse and dine, the remains of a small wild boar quickly diminish, leaving only a small piece. They lay down a circle of straw beneath a large tree, cover it with blankets, and build a larger fire. This should suffice for the night, and the collected firewood is ample. Although there is a barricade, Lu Fan decides that they should take turns on night watch, with 2 individuals per shift, allowing them to freely choose their partners for the night watch. In Chapter 22, Constructing the Treehouse, Li Menglan and Xia Xue take the first watch, while Zhang Xiang and Jin Ziyuan take the second. Lu Fan and Li Ming each keep their own watch. Each shift lasts 2 hours, starting at 10 in the evening, allowing them to endure until dawn. In actuality, Jin Ziyuan only accompanied Zhang Xiang for half an hour before succumbing to sleep. Zhang Xiang, not bothering to wake her, continued his watch alone. The following morning, aside from Li Ming, who was still resting after his shift, the others did not wish to disturb him and quietly prepared some wild boar meat for breakfast. Lu Fan instructed Xia Xue to cook the remaining cured meat, while he and Zhang Xiang went nearby to chop wood. Li Menglan and Jin Ziyuan followed behind, dragging vines and branches. With clearly defined roles, they quickly felled over a dozen trees. By this time, Li Ming had awakened, consumed a piece of roasted wild boar, and sipped some water before assisting in dragging the wood back. After more than 2 hours, they had chopped down over 30 saplings, each thick as a bowl, which would suffice for their framework. The 3 men then began constructing a wooden ladder for the structure. Having all served in the military, they possessed some experience with such tasks. In half an hour, the framework was swiftly completed, with the wooden house elevated 3 meters off the ground, a sufficient height. The tree was robust, with dense foliage. They built a roof by covering the framework with branches and shrub leaves, ensuring it was securely fastened to shield against wind and rain. The tree house was wrapped around the trunk, leaving an opening for entry, which would also serve as a ladder access point. Before long, the day had passed, and after a hearty lunch, they immediately resumed building the treehouse. None wished to sleep on the ground that night, and they all hastened their pace. The heat of the day made tending the fire uncomfortable, attracting numerous moths and small insects. Li Menglan, well-versed in flora, had a home with a grand villa and a garden filled with mosquito-repelling plants like citronella and mint. While collecting firewood, she discovered several mosquito-repelling plants and brought some back. In the evening, she would crush them and apply them to her skin to deter mosquitoes. Fortunately, the rope they used to lift the wood saved them considerable effort. By the end of the afternoon, the main framework and roof had already been erected. The 3 women busied themselves collecting straw, sealing the wooden gaps at the base of the treehouse with mud. They would then spread some straw and shrub leaves on top, before laying down blankets. The treehouse, encircled by a considerable area, was indeed spacious. Removing the entrance and the table placement, 6 individuals could still find ample space to sleep comfortably. The treehouse was constructed employing an umbrella-shaped framework. At the central tree trunk, 2 notches were carved to secure the structure, a swift and effective method. A layer of thin mud was applied to cover the wounds, ensuring the mighty tree would not perish. The young women nestled in the innermost part of the treehouse, while the young men guarded the entrance. Each person arranged their own sleeping area, and due to the ample space, 2 spots were reserved for firewood. Having not bathed for several days, and having perspired heavily today, everyone took turns to wash briefly at the nearby waterhole. They had also found an abundance of toothpaste and toothbrushes on the airplane, which they distributed among themselves to clean their teeth. After washing and brushing, everyone felt revitalized. Lu Fan and 2 others mixed some mud to bring back and collected stones to construct a rudimentary fire pit near the entrance. Lighting a fire at night provided illumination. At the entrance, a panel of branches was fixed in place. Before sleeping, covering it and weighing it down ensured a secure rest. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Xia Xue boiled a large pot of hot water and brought out roasted wild boar meat. After dinner, everyone retired to rest. Chapter 23. Hunting the leopard. Perhaps due to fatigue, everyone slept soundly through the night. The previous night had been plagued with numerous mosquitoes, causing everyone to awaken scratching uncomfortably. Today they decided to seal all the wooden gaps. The supply of wild boar meat was dwindling. So Lu Fan and Li Ming went hunting while the others remained to tidy the treehouse, sealing every crevice with mud. Zhang Chang was tasked with crafting 3 windows. Armed with machetes and wooden spears, Lu Fan handed his Swiss Army knife to Li Ming. They ventured to the site of their previous wild boar hunt and found the 3 piglets still nestled within the cave. Being too young and scant on meat, they planned to capture them and raise them in an enclosure, serving as an early warning system at night. The piglets, hiding inside the cave, were easily coaxed out using branches. They placed them in backpacks, leaving a small opening to prevent suffocation, though managing their urination was another matter. They also heard the calls of wild chickens, but lacked the means to capture them without a bow or crossbow. Using guns was out of the question. Targets were too small and ammunition scarce, so wasting bullets on chickens was unwise. Next time, they planned to bring a fishing net to try catching some live ones to raise for fresh eggs. They dared not venture far, searching only around the treehouse vicinity. The island was vast and densely vegetated, so wildlife should have been abundant. Yet, after circumnavigating halfway, no large animals had been sighted. Just as they pondered this, the principal figure appeared, a magnificent leopard. By Jove, a leopard! Lu Fan, could this be the mate of the male leopard you encountered before? Li Ming half joked. Perhaps it is. Lu Fan replied. This area is likely its territory, and it poses a significant threat to us. It must be eliminated, for such creatures favor ambush attacks. Positioned at the leopard's flank, Lu Fan gave Li Ming a subtle signal. Li Ming swiftly comprehended the situation and began to divert the attention of the leopard. Lu Fan drew his pistol, took aim, and with a resounding shot, felled the beast. "Ha ha, brother Fan, your marksmanship is truly superb," Li Ming cheerfully exclaimed as he stepped forward to deliver a finishing thrust with a wooden spear to the leopard, which immediately succumbed. The 2 men proceeded to eviscerate the leopard, discarding its entrails as they anticipated scavengers would soon arrive to consume them. Together, they carried the formidable leopard back to the treehouse. Zhang Chang, who was crouched inside repairing the window, was visibly exhilarated upon seeing them return with the leopard. Lu Fan and his companion had spent just over 3 hours hunting, returning with 3 young wild boars. The 3 women had diligently sealed all the gaps. While playing with the boars, Lu Fan constructed a separate pen within the enclosure, ensuring the gaps were minuscule to prevent other small predators from attacking. He also fashioned a canopy atop the pen from tree trunks and branches to provide the piglets with a semblance of security. The 3 women gathered a substantial amount of grass to feed the piglets and ingeniously fashioned 2 drinking troughs from plastic bottles. Lu Fan was speechless but refrained from intervening. Having such diversions to uplift everyone's spirits was indeed beneficial. At midday, the group dined, with less than 10 pounds of wild boar meat remaining. In the afternoon, they smoked the leopard meat beneath a large tree, preserving it as jerky that would endure for an extended period. Lu Fan meticulously scraped clean the leopard's pelt, washing it by the water basin before soaking it. Initially, he contemplated enclosing the basin, but considering their constant presence nearby and the pervasive human scent, he concluded that wild animals would unlikely approach to drink. Chapter 24. Clearing the surrounding shrubbery during the afternoon respite. Zhang Chong tinkered with the hand-cranked radio, but received no transmissions. Was there truly no signal here? The trio resolved to attempt again by the seaside the following day. Conveniently, there were empty bottles and blankets at the shore, all of which they intended to retrieve. Li Menglan and the other two women stuffed mosquito-repellent herbs into the 3 window frames. That night, without a single mosquito, everyone slept soundly. Early the next morning, Li Menglan and Jin Zuan remained at the treehouse while the others returned to the beach, each carrying an empty backpack, a piece of smoked meat, and a bottle of water. Having previously cleared a path, the 4 made swift progress, occasionally trimming and cutting along the way until the passage to the sea was fully established. Reflecting on the past few days, they deemed their group commendable, having maintained their composure. Within an hour, they arrived at the shoreline. Zhang Chong operated the radio while Xia Xue and another sat on the beach, listening intently. Lu Fan and Li Ming unearthed the remaining supplies. Over a dozen blankets, several fire extinguishers, more than 20 large empty bottles, and an empty coffee can. The inflatable life raft remained intact. Fearing damage from prolonged exposure to sun and wind, Lu Fan folded and stored carefully. Nearby was a sand pit used for burying supplies. They expanded it for better concealment, hoping the items might prove useful in the future. Zhang Chong and his companion confirmed that the issue was not poor signal reception, but rather the absence of any incoming messages. The crowd no longer lingered in indecision, taking a leisurely stroll along the beach where they captured several large crabs and a handful of scallops. Lu Fan ventured into the sea to gather some kelp, intending to provide the group with a supplement of iodine and fiber. Zhang Chong also crossed to the opposite side to check on the others, who had not returned. After the 4 enjoyed their lunch, they set off on their journey back. Passing by the coconut trees, they harvested over 20 coconuts, and the remaining peaches were ripe as well, so they gathered those to take back. By the time they returned to the treehouse, Li Menglan and Jin Zuan felt relieved and rushed out to assist with the items. The group took turns bathing, and Lu Fan pondered the distinction between genders, deciding it would be prudent to excavate a small pond and construct a wooden shed to serve as a bathing area. He recalled the fire extinguisher they had brought back, opened the valve to release the dry powder, and then detached it with a wrench. After cleaning the interior and rinsing it thoroughly, he filled it with water and hung it in the bathing area, thus creating a makeshift shower. This eliminated the need for digging a pond, simplifying their efforts. The bathing area would be located a distance from the water source to avoid contamination. They had also collected some hand soap and small packets of shampoo and conditioner from the plane wreckage, which would suffice for a while. To manage their hair and for comfort, Lu Fan and the other 2 boys shaved their heads with a razor. The 3 girls used scissors from the first aid kit to trim and thin their hair. With everyone looking fresh and tidy, there was no room for ridicule. Comfort was the priority. Lu Fan hung the leopard skin to dry and rendered the fat in a stainless steel basin, storing it in a coffee can for future use in cooking with wild vegetables. In the afternoon, the group cleared the trees and shrubs within a 50-meter radius to prevent ambushes by large predators. Lu Fan also discovered bamboo in the woods, crafting several simple spring traps from the bamboo strips and marking them with broken branches. He informed the group of the trap markers, advising them to exercise caution. Thus, the area surrounding the water pool became their private domain. Chapter 25. Reinforcing the treehouse today was yet another busy day, with dinner prepared by Li Menglan and Jin Zuan, which was passably edible. After the 6 had finished their meal and attended to their needs, they returned to the treehouse to rest. All remaining supplies were brought inside, including the last 2 fire extinguishers, which could be crucial in preventing fires in emergencies. The following morning, Lu Fan rose early and descended the wooden ladder to check on the small wild boars. After 2 days of care, they had stabilized and were curled up in the hay, sound asleep. Concerned about the treehouse's stability, Lu Fan planned to cut a few sturdy tree trunks to the appropriate lengths for support around the treehouse. Soon, everyone was awake, and Lu Fan shared his suggestion, which was met with consensus to reinforce their shelter. After roasting the smoked leopard meat, they had breakfast and began felling trees. Within a 50-meter radius, there were over 20 robust trees that obstructed their view, so the decision to cut them down was made. After a full day of labor, all the trees were felled, leaving the area uncluttered. Now, even during the day, the presence of wild beasts could be swiftly detected, allowing for prompt countermeasures. The three young women have now become as strong as the wild boys, exhibiting remarkable agility in their tasks. These branches were primarily cut down by them using handsaws, earning praise from Li Menglan and Zhang Chang. Previously, it would have been unimaginable to think that such prominent figures could be so industrious. Capturing a photograph of this would surely make headlines. Together, the six of them transported the logs back to the treehouse using rolling timber, gradually hoisting them into place beneath the structure. In total, 16 wooden stakes were erected, ensuring the treehouse is now exceedingly sturdy. In recent nights, the traps that Lu Fan set up around the perimeter successfully caught several animals that stealthily approached for water. They captured 2 wild goats, 1 male and 1 female, the latter noticeably pregnant. Although everyone initially agreed to raise them, the male goat proved to be quite unruly, bleeding incessantly throughout the night. Consequently, it was slaughtered the following day for meat, and the hide was meticulously cleaned, yielding a fine quality pelage. When the colder nights arrive, this skin will serve to provide warmth and comfort during sleep. In recent days, the group has managed to salvage over a dozen intact mobile phones. However, Lu Fan's phone, of inferior quality, had succumbed to water damage, necessitating the transfer of its SIM card to a functioning device. Upon powering it on, he discovered that it still retained a significant amount of battery life, albeit without signal. Nonetheless, he could view the previously stored photos and videos for entertainment. If only a few solar panels could be procured, it would alleviate the monotony of life here, allowing for occasional gaming on the phone. Aside from gathering grass to feed the young wild boars, the 3 women also took on the responsibility of collecting firewood. They found a few wild, prickly ash trees and informed Lu Fan about their discovery. However, they refrained from digging them up for fear of damaging them. After harvesting the prickly ash berries, they returned home. Lu Fan scattered some of the berries in the fertile soil of the open area and watered them, leaving the success of germination to fate. In these days, with food sufficient, everyone has been living relatively comfortably. They thoroughly tilled over 30 square meters of fertile land. Lu Fan and the others discovered several wild scallions and clumps of wild chives, which they carefully planted, hoping to cultivate seeds for larger-scale cultivation. This is starting to feel like home, Zhang Chang remarked with a smile. Indeed, it has been over a month on this deserted island, and I never anticipated we would reach this point, Li Meng responded with deep sentiment. Chapter 26. Cannibals. Lu Fan pondered for a moment and said, "Let us not lose heart. Once our lives stabilize, we must explore this island and seek a way back to the mainland. We must not succumb to despair, but rather uplift one another." Li Menglan encouraged, "Yes, I still wish to return and continue acting," Jin Ziyuan stated firmly. Over these days, Jin Ziyuan's command of Chinese has improved significantly, and her speech has become more fluent. Zhang Chang also diligently cranked the hand-cranked radio daily, allowing the 3 women to listen to what was being discussed. The 3 women were left speechless, intermittently hearing faint sounds, as if distorted by some interference, crackling and static, rendering the voices unintelligible. Lu Fan and his 2 companions resolved to embark on a hunting expedition, aiming to explore a broader area. The 3 women would remain at home to tend to the mother sheep and the young wild boars. Each of the 3 men crafted a long spear, and using leopard sinew and bamboo strips, fashioned 2 bows with arrows. Initially, they had intended to make crossbows, but the short bow limbs lacked sufficient propulsion, so they opted for larger bows paired with wooden shafts. The arrowheads were meticulously sharpened and then hardened by fire, enhancing both range and lethality. Over the past days, Lu Fan and his comrades employed fishing nets to set traps, capturing a few mountain pheasants and over a dozen robust tree snakes. Even after removing the heads and tails, these creatures were edible. The arrow fletchings were crafted from wild pheasant feathers, refined through dozens of trials to ensure precise targeting. With the limited feathers available, they produced just over 50 arrows, sufficient for Lu Fan and Zhang Chang, each wielding a bow. Zhang Chang had a long-standing affinity for archery and was more accurate than Lu Fan. Their plan was to commence their search from the island's left side. After a cautious march of approximately 3 kilometers, Li Meng, leading the group, spotted smoke rising ahead. They stealthily approached, discovering huts constructed from mud and grass, primitive dwellings. "By the gods, cavemen!" Zhang Chong exclaimed in astonishment. "Lower your voice. Their ears are keen," Li Ming admonished quietly. "I suspect the corpses we found near the coconut grove were taken by them for food. I've thought about it. And wild beasts couldn't have carried away all 4 bodies," Li Ming speculated. Lu Fan noticed a human skull resting beside the mud hut's entrance. "Those foreigners must have been devoured by them," Li Ming whispered. "We're residing in the valley and will inevitably be discovered. We must return and prepare early. These savages are skilled with spears. One mistake and will suffer grievously." Lu Fan expressed his deep concern. The trio concealed themselves and observed the tribe, which numbered over 20 individuals. Excluding elders, women, and children, there were 11 able-bodied men, a considerable force. Without firearms, victory seemed elusive. Rather than passively defending, they resolved to take the offensive, planning to ambush the tribe during their hunting excursions to eliminate some first. As midday approached, 5 tribesmen armed with wooden spears and stone axes departed. The 3 men trailed them for about a kilometer until one tribesman lagged behind to relieve himself. Lu Fan cautiously drew his bow. The arrow swiftly pierced the man's heart, eliciting a harrowing scream. Li Ming promptly dashed forward and slit the man's throat. The remaining 2 wild men hurled 2 wooden spears, but alas, Lu Fan and his companions deftly evaded them. Upon realizing their failure to hit the mark, the 2 wild men attempted to flee. However, Lu Fan and his comrades would not allow them to return and relay the message. They swiftly loosed another arrow, striking one of the wild men, while the other managed to escape. Lu Fan felt a sense of urgency. The trio decisively eliminated the remaining wild man, initially planning to retreat quickly. Yet, upon considering that the enemy would take time to return, they decided it would be prudent to set up some traps and strike again. Upon sharing this thought, Li Ming and Zhang Chong wholeheartedly agreed. It was evident that even if the wild men returned without locating them, they would follow the traces of their retreat to the treehouse, potentially leading to casualties. The 3 of them swiftly gathered bamboo nearby and constructed over a dozen spring traps. Time was still ample, and they opted not to create more, for an excess could heighten the enemy's vigilance without yielding significant benefits. After consuming some smoked meat and taking a few sips of their boiled water, they barely rested for 10 minutes before hearing the loud shouts of the wild men approaching. "Here they come. Scatter and be cautious of their stone axes and spears," Lu Fan warned. The trio hurriedly found concealed positions, with Lu Fan loading his small pistol, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Over 10 wild men arrived, accompanied by several elders. The swift young wild men fell victim to their ambush, resulting in 3 casualties. The remaining wild men, having learned from the experience, spread out and advanced cautiously. Lu Fan and Zhang Chong seized the opportunity, taking down 2 more before hiding once again. "They haven't noticed us. Splendid," Zhang Chong thought to himself. Li Ming considered using a wooden spear to strike one, but was a moment too late, prompting him to retreat with the others. The low-witted wild men, having lost 2 of their own, became frantic. They swung their stone axes wildly, and 2 more fell into the traps, impaled by bamboo spikes, meeting their demise on the spot. The remaining 4 wild men were now in a state of panic. Lu Fan and Zhang Chong initiated their assault. Zhang Chong struck one, while Lu Fan's arrow missed due to the distance. Seizing the moment, Li Ming launched a spear, hitting his target. The last 2 elderly wild men knelt on the ground, hands raised with their stone axes, having surrendered. The trio swiftly approached and disarmed them. The 2 wild men chattered rapidly, but Lu Fan and his companions could not comprehend their words. Noting their frailty, Lu Fan chose not to execute them, allowing them to flee. There were likely a few women and children left in the tribe. They could return to fend for themselves. The trio ensured the wild men were fully dispatched and searched several corpses, yet found nothing of value. However, the wooden spears were robustly constructed and would serve them well. Behind one wild man, Lu Fan discovered a bayonet, fortunate to have turned him over. Otherwise, it would have been overlooked. "Come quickly, you 2. What is this?" Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly. The 2 hurried over to see. "Ah, isn't this a bayonet from a submachine gun? How could they possibly possess such an item? I find it hard to believe. We must venture into their tribe and inquire directly," Li Ming exclaimed with excitement, observing the wear and tear. It appears likely that these weapons were left behind by pirates or military forces, Lu Fan remarked. Chapter 28. The discovery of firearms. The three abandoned their wooden spears and swiftly pursued the two tribesmen, finally catching up near the edge of the tribal village. The two natives were utterly terrified. Lu Fan brandished a bayonet, gesturing repeatedly until the men comprehended their intentions, leading the trio back to the village. 5 women armed with wooden spears and stone axes confronted them. After the two tribesmen conversed rapidly, the women finally lowered their weapons. 2 elderly tribesmen then escorted the group to a large pit where bones were discarded. Lu Fan's eyes immediately caught sight of a semi-automatic rifle of Model A. Li Ming retrieved it. Although the stock showed signs of rust, the barrel had been meticulously maintained, likely oiled, and remained unfired and free from corrosion. These savages possess valuable items, but lack the knowledge to wield them properly. They even disengaged the safety, Li Ming said gleefully. He removed the magazine and discovered it fully loaded. Using his shirt as a cloth, he disassembled the firearm, thoroughly cleaning the components before reassembling it. Testing the weapon. A sharp bang echoed. Excellent. It still functions perfectly. Once we return, I will further maintain it with leopard oil. This will serve us well, Lu Fan expressed his delight. Unfortunately, there was only one rifle with 29 rounds remaining. They wondered where these weapons had been found. Surely, the previous owner had been devoured by the tribe. Lu Fan lamented the missed opportunity for more information. Little did they know, this tribe had once been considerably larger, numbering around 40 to 50 able-bodied men. When they clashed with pirates near the shore, 30 tribesmen perished while killing over a dozen pirates. The bodies were dragged back for consumption, and some firearms were salvaged. Since the stocks and barrels were wooden, they initially intended to use the guns as firewood. However, heating the ammunition caused several explosions, injuring multiple individuals. Consequently, all the firearms were discarded into the bone pit. With further searching, more weapons might be uncovered. The gunfire, the clothing bore traces of dried blood, a grim reminder that it had been hung as a macabre trophy. With a chuckle, Lu Fan felt a sense of reassurance at their newfound security. He eagerly inspected the 98, pleased to find it well preserved. Upon further exploration of the tribal leader's chamber, he discovered a 725 pistol, a military dagger, and a canteen concealed beneath a pile of grass. Brother Fan marveled at the prowess of this leader, who had evidently slain a sharpshooter. The child must surely be his son. Fortuitously, they had stumbled upon this discovery, as Zhang Chong excitedly noted. Together with Li Ming, they scoured the other mud huts, unearthing several daggers and a handful of bright yellow bullets, likely toys for the children. Chapter 29. Discovery of a cave. Lu Fan left 2 daggers for the wild women before departing. The trio returned to the treehouse in high spirits. The 3 women gasped at the sight of the firearms they carried. You actually acquired guns? How terrifying. Li Menglan could not contain her curiosity, inquiring about the presence of a military force on the island. As of now, we have not encountered any. These weapons were found in the cannibal tribe. The cannibals! The 3 women exclaimed in unison. There's nothing to fear. We have nearly eradicated them, leaving only a few elderly and children who pose no threat, Zhang Chong spoke candidly. Relieved, the 3 women acknowledged the trio's strength, realizing their survival depended on them. Over the days, Xia Xue had developed a fondness for Zhang Chong. He often assisted her with cooking, and they shared a common background and age, fostering mutual affection, though they had yet to express it openly. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, who was preoccupied with disassembling the firearms and oiling them with a cotton cloth, the 98 was in pristine condition, and the 725 pistol was also well maintained, complete with a silencer. Among the 4 submachine guns, one was severely corroded, rendering it too risky for use. Yet the bolt remained functional and would be preserved with leopard oil. The bullets unearthed by the small wildlings filled 2.5 magazines. Thus, each A could be equipped with 2 magazines, while the remaining rounds were reserved for the 98. The 725 pistol was entrusted to Li Menglan, ensuring that while the 3 ventured out, the women at home would have some measure of protection. Xia Xue brewed a pot of coffee, pouring herself a generous cup and adding several sugar cubes, savoring it alongside some smoked meat. Her spirits lifted. The ewe was nearing the time to give birth, prompting Lu Fan to construct a separate pen for her, while the 3 women laid down ample straw to facilitate a smooth delivery. The following morning, Lu Fan addressed the group. Everyone, this island is not safe. We must set more traps around the perimeter. You three should accompany me to observe and memorize their appearance to avoid falling into ambushes. After a full day of labor, constructing over 30 traps of varying sizes, the group finally returned to the treehouse with a sense of assurance. With food supplies dwindling, they planned another hunting expedition. This time, Zhang Chang would remain behind while Lu Fan and Li Ming ventured out together. Initially, Li Menglan had intended to accompany them, but due to her inability to keep pace, she refrained from expressing her desire, fearing she might hinder their progress. Lu Fan and Li Ming brought along the 98 and A, as well as a small military pistol, which Lu Fan had kept concealed within his clothing, being small in size and difficult to detect. This time, the duo ventured to the right, aiming to explore the uncharted territory. The morning dew in the jungle was abundant, and after traversing 3 kilometers, both were thoroughly soaked. They stumbled upon a grand mountain, at the base of which lay a cave that appeared far superior to their treehouse. The air was refreshingly crisp, enveloping them in a delightful sensation that left them somewhat enraptured. Lu Fan discovered signs of a broken branch nearby, indicating that someone had been there not long ago. Li Ming, come look, it seems someone has passed through here, Lu Fan exclaimed. Could it be that injured deputy and those fleeing foreigners? Li Ming speculata. Indeed, it is quite possible. As they pressed forward, they unexpectedly encountered some skeletal remains. Chapter 30. Through the wilderness, Li Ming had intended to climb up to the cave to investigate further, but suddenly, a large spotted tiger sprang from the underbrush, towering in stature, and pounced upon him. Li Ming let out a cry of despair. Lu Fan swiftly raised the A submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the spotted tiger. The creature appeared unnaturally aware, showing no fear of the gunfire, and its agility was remarkable. It evaded most of the bullets, with only a few striking its body. Though it sustained injuries, it did not succumb. Lu Fan realized the gravity of the situation, for the tiger was colossal, weighing at least 700 or 800 pounds, and Li Ming, having been struck by its paw, was in dire straits. Seizing the moment as the tiger dodged, Lu Fan wasted no time and took flight. Upon reaching the natural cave, he discovered that the tiger had not followed him inside. Initially, he had hoped to find an opportunity to eliminate it within the confined space, but alas, it remained outside. Hurriedly, he retrieved a magazine from his backpack and picked up the 98, aiming to see if he could achieve a headshot. At that moment, the tiger had returned to where Li Ming lay, gnashing its teeth. Overcome with sorrow, Lu Fan fought back tears and once more aimed the 98, targeting the tiger's left eye and firing. To his astonishment, he struck true, causing the beast to howl in agony and charge toward him in a frenzied state. Lu Fan quickly retreated into the darkened cave behind him, realizing there was no time to contemplate. He had to evade the tiger first. The tiger pursued him relentlessly as Lu Fan, in a state of panic, ran without direction. After zigzagging for 30 or 40 meters, he fell into a pit that emitted a faint blue glow, exclaiming, "I'm finished," before succumbing to a dizzying darkness. The tiger, upon hearing Lu Fan's cry, regained its composure and, sensing danger, retreated. After an unknown duration of unconsciousness, Lu Fan gradually awoke, only to find himself in an extraordinary place. Though it resembled a valley, the trees and plants towered to remarkable heights, with even the weeds growing taller than a man. Lu Fan checked his backpack, which was still intact, containing 2 smoked meat strips and 2 magazines for an A submachine gun. He felt the small pistol in his trouser pocket, and to his relief, it was still there. This brought him a sense of security. He hoped that Li Menglan and the others would not encounter that crazed tiger. Lu Fan noticed that dusk was approaching much sooner than expected. Wasn't it morning? He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and tapped his head, yet it was indeed getting dark. Could it be that he had traversed through time? Lu Fan felt a wave of unease wash over him. At that moment, he heard a beast's roar, and the sound was deafening. He quickly sought refuge in a concealed cave, which was shrouded in darkness. Lighting his windproof lighter, he inspected the cave, which turned out to be quite spacious. He hurriedly gathered some dry grass and firewood and crawled inside. After igniting a fire, he held a burning stick in his left hand and drew his pistol with his right, cautiously surveying the cave's interior. To his astonishment, at the very back of the cave lay a seated skeleton, reminiscent of a Buddhist statue in a temple. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a profound respect and bowed deeply, planning to find a proper place to bury the remains. It was unsettling to have a skeleton residing in the same space he intended to inhabit. Just as he stored his pistol away, his fingers brushed against the skeleton, and it disintegrated into dust. Illuminating the area with his nearly extinguished torch, he discovered a glowing ring, which felt quite pleasant in his hand. Returning to the fire pit at the cave entrance, he cleaned the ring carefully. It appeared to be an antique, though its material remained a mystery. He slipped it onto his left hand, finding it a fitting adornment, and decided to wear it as a nightlight. As the darkness had yet to envelop the surroundings, he quickly crawled back out to gather more firewood and a sizable amount of dry grass. Upon returning, he thoroughly cleaned the cave, using the dry grass to ignite a torch, which he used to purify the space and incinerate any lurking insects. In Chapter 31, he realized that the submachine gun had vanished, but thankfully his .98 rifle and Glock pistol remained. The sniper rifle's magazine still held 6 bullets, while the pistol contained 32. Lu Fan moved several large stones to block the cave entrance, feeling a slight sense of relief. He relocated the fire pit to the rear of the cave. Its unique structure featured a winding S-shaped passage spanning several meters, concealing the flickering light from the outside, making it a decent refuge. Lying on the pile of hay, Lu Fan reflected on the events of the day and the gruesome fate of Li Meng, filling him with profound sorrow. This recollection brought to mind his fallen comrades. His early retirement from the military was due to a betrayal during a mission when information had been leaked to a gang of assassins. Their entire special operations team had fallen into an ambush, resulting in significant casualties among his comrades. Although Lu Fan and the remaining few had eliminated the assassins, the shadowy figure behind the betrayal had never been apprehended. Consequently, the survivors, including Lu Fan, were subjected to isolation and scrutiny for over a month. In order to prove their innocence, Lu Fan and his companions had no choice but to voluntarily retire from service and return home. Lu Fan spent a restless night, his mind burdened with countless thoughts that he could not shake off. He resolved that upon returning, he would investigate thoroughly to uncover the traitor who had betrayed them and caused the death of his comrades. He was determined to exact vengeance on that traitor and the shadowy crime lord behind it all. They all deserved to perish. After a night of chaotic thoughts, he finally succumbed to a deep sleep. The following morning, he awoke with hunger. Discovering that his backpack contained only a small piece of smoked meat and a bottle of water, barely enough to sustain him, with half a bottle of water remaining. Fortunately, his dagger was still in the backpack. Lu Fan crouched quietly at the cave entrance, observing the outside world for a while before he pushed aside the stones and stepped out of the cave. To his astonishment, a mountain leopard lay in wait, its body much leaner than that of the previous tiger, but still weighing around 300 to 400 pounds. Upon seeing Lu Fan emerge, it lunged forward. Caught off guard, Lu Fan was struck on the back by its claw, leaving him bleeding profusely. He quickly raised his handgun and fired 3 shots. 2 bullets struck the leopard in its abdomen, yet it remained alive. Lu Fan advanced and delivered a finishing shot to its head, bringing it down at last. Ignoring the pain in his back, he removed his shirt and used the clean side to wipe away the blood from his wound. His hands were smeared with blood when he noticed that the ring on his left hand began to react, emitting a green light that absorbed a significant amount of his blood for several minutes before fading away, leaving behind an utterly ordinary ring. With little time to ponder this development, fearing that the scent of blood would attract wild animals, he hastily used his dagger to slice open the leopard's belly, pulling out its intestines and innards, and then he dragged the leopard back towards the cave. It was not far from the cave, merely a few dozen meters away, and he quickly pulled the leopard inside, returning to cover the blood stains along the path with dirt. On his way back, he uprooted a large mountain thorn herb before sealing the cave entrance with stones. Inside the cave, there was a stone table and stone benches. He placed the herb on the table, crushed it, and applied it to his back wound. Thankfully, his quick thinking had allowed him to evade a more severe injury. Otherwise, that claw could have cost him dearly. At this moment, Lu Fan was extremely hungry, so he rekindled the fire and prepared to roast a large hind leg of the leopard. Once it was cooked, he devoured it greedily. The meat was surprisingly delicious. He pondered how it could taste so good without any seasoning. A front leg alone weighed about 10 pounds, and he managed to consume it all. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and lay down on a pile of hay, waiting for his wound to heal. Chapter 32. The space ring Lu Fan had barely rested for 5 minutes when he felt his entire body swell and heat up causing him immense discomfort. He rose to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes and enduring the sensation. After a considerable amount of time, he began to feel much better, only to detect an extremely foul odor. Lifting his arm to sniff, he recoiled in disgust. How could he smell so terrible? He hastily got up to find water to wash himself. But when he moved the stone at the cave entrance, he was astonished by how easily it shifted. With just one hand, he could easily push it aside, whereas before it had required both hands and considerable effort. The leopard meat was truly remarkable. Lu Fan repeated the action several times, confirming that his strength had indeed increased significantly. After emerging from the cave, he moved a larger stone to block the entrance, preventing other creatures from stealing his precious leopard meat again. He then strode down into the verdant valley, where he discovered a water source upon closer inspection. Clearing a substantial area in the grass, he washed himself thoroughly, only to find that the wound on his back had begun to scab, free from bacterial infection. Delighted, Lu Fan cleaned his remaining clothes, though his shirt had been rendered unwearable due to a large tear. Not wishing to return bare, he wrung out the damp garments and donned them before sprinting back. Upon returning to the cave, he removed the clothes again, placing them on a branch by the fire until they dried. Then he put them back on. Though tattered, they were better than nothing. At this point, Lu Fan found some leisure, sitting on a stone bench to examine the ring. He took it off, inspecting it from various angles, yet he could discern no remarkable features. As his mind wandered aimlessly, he unexpectedly entered a room, which was even larger and more square than the cave. His heart raced upon spotting a pile of gold and silver on the floor. Just as he reached for a large ingot, he felt a weight in his right hand, and to his astonishment, he actually held a gold ingot. This is real. But how did it revert back to the cave? After some contemplation, he wondered if the ring was responsible. With renewed focus on the ring, his consciousness again slipped into that room. After several attempts, he confirmed its authenticity. This was indeed the legendary spatial treasure. It truly existed, and he had struck it rich. Lu Fan's thoughts once more entered the room, where he noticed a wooden rack with 2 levels. The upper level housed various jade vessels, which he dared not disturb. On the lower shelf, he found several books. Opening one to discover it was filled with ancient traditional characters that he could barely comprehend. However, with illustrations to guide him, he believed he could decipher them eventually. The book was titled Kai Shanjiang. Lu Fan examined all the books, which included texts on qi cultivation, Jing Hong Dao Ju, and 2 handwritten notes that were scrawled and difficult to read. He then ventured back into the room to find a large sword, gleaming with a dark luster, weighing heavily in his hand. Based on his current strength, he estimated it weighed at least 40 to 50 pounds. After a few practice swings, he deemed it suitable for use. He initially planned to slice the mountain leopard's corpse, but then realized he needed a sleeping mat. So he quickly grabbed a dagger to skin the leopard. Half an hour later, his hunger returned, prompting him to chop off a hind leg for roasting. With the roasted leg in one hand and the leopard's skin in the other, he went to the water basin to wash and soak them. After finishing the meal, he knew the leopard's skin needed further soaking, so he retrieved the large sword and struck down on a small tree, about the thickness of a bowl's rim. With a resounding crack, the tree fell. This sword is quite effective. Elated with his new weapon, Lu Fan eagerly delved into the knife techniques from book, practicing the illustrated forms. There are a total of 36 forms, yet I have only practiced the 3rd before ceasing my efforts. The sky is swiftly darkening. Why am I so easily distracted? Is the passage of time here different from that on the island? In truth, they are quite similar. It is merely that I have become so engrossed in my studies that I have inadvertently lost track of time. Lu Fan picked up the leopard skin and washed it briefly before making his way toward the cave. This secluded area, rarely trodden by human feet, is extraordinarily quiet and quite suitable for martial arts practice. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Fan took out the remaining leopard meat and roasted it. After consuming more than half, he realized his appetite had significantly increased. Having satisfied his hunger and drained his water supply, he planned to venture out to gather more when he remembered there were still a few jars of wine in his space. He examined the long robes he had brought out, only to find they had become brittle and would tear upon the slightest tug. Judging by the style of the clothing and the script upon it, it was undoubtedly of ancient origin. Lu Fan opened one jar of wine and inhaled its aroma, which was quite pleasant. He retrieved a large bowl, cleaned it, and poured himself a cup, taking a small sip. This wine is delightful. Although its alcohol content is low, reminiscent of rice wine, making it more akin to water. After consuming 2 large bowls, Lu Fan felt sufficiently sated. With his thirst quenched, he idled away some time by taking out the Qi Refining Sutra to study the acupoint diagram within. To his surprise, the wine had a lingering effect, prompting him to sit in meditation. As he contemplated the acupoint diagram, he sensed a flow of energy circulating within his body, and he felt remarkably at ease. Following the instructions of the diagram step by step, he guided the energy through his body, discovering that he felt light as a feather. Intending to revisit the book, he inadvertently tore a page, startling him into hurriedly stowing it away in his spatial ring, deciding it wiser to peruse it there to avoid further mishaps with the fragile attire. This ring truly is a treasure, capable of preserving items for an extended duration. Lu Fan found that he could read comfortably within it, though prolonged reading did induce a slight headache. He calculated that he could only afford to study for about 10 minutes. What a vexation. Perhaps it will be best to resume tomorrow. Feeling fatigued, Lu Fan laid down to sleep until dawn. The fire in the hearth had long extinguished without any added fuel, yet he felt no chill. Upon awakening in the morning, he again entered his space and spent some time reviewing the Qi Refining Sutra. He had completely memorized the first page, so he retrieved the remaining portion of leopard meat, which surprisingly was still warm. After finishing his meal and drinking another large bowl of wine, he began to follow the first diagram, guiding the energy within him once more. He noticed some foul impurities emerging from his skin's surface, likely akin to detoxification. Lu Fan felt invigorated and light. As he approached the beta wash, he was oblivious to the presence of others on the opposite side of the reeds until he heard their laughter. Startled, he thought, "Oh no, someone is here. I must flee." Suddenly, a young girl resembling a maid, brandishing a large sword, came rushing over, shouting fiercely. Lu Fan immediately halted his retreat, exclaiming, "Dear girl, you must understand, I have merely come to bathe. I was unaware that anyone else was here. Hearing your voices, I feared a misunderstanding. Humph, despite your pretentious demeanor, you possess quite the silver tongue." The maid, Chun'er, wore a skeptical expression. Upon hearing her scathing remarks, Lu Fan felt a surge of irritation. "What exactly do you want from me?" Chun'er, taken aback by his words, exclaimed, "What does I rely on mean? Is this some trendy new phrase?" Chapter 34. The lighter, just as Chun'er was about to retort, her mistress, Li Menglan, called out to her, "Chun'er, do not act rashly." However, Chun'er protested, "But he was peeking at your body." Lu Fan assessed the young lady before him, and indeed found her pleasing to the eye. Though she wore a veil and simple garments, her enchanting figure was hard to conceal, and her large, dark eyes sparkled captivatingly. "Forgive my intrusion just now. I assure you, I did not catch a glimpse of you. You need not worry too much." Lu Fan, lacking experience in romance, only made matters worse with his clumsy words. "What do you mean I did not catch a glimpse?" Clearly he saw, Chun'er remarked with disdain. "Enough. I observed the surroundings earlier, and from this position, one cannot see anything. You may check for yourself," Li Menglan instructed Chun'er. Naturally, Chun'er was skeptical, but upon inspecting Lu Fan's bathing area, she confirmed that it was indeed obscured from view and returned reassured. Consider yourself lucky." Lu Fan, feeling utterly speechless and quite embarrassed in his damp state, said, "Well, since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment. Your attire is quite unique. May I inquire where you purchased your clothing?" Lu Fan sighed internally, finding her persistence rather bothersome. He gathered some straw and firewood, producing a lighter to dry his clothes. "You should join me and warm yourself as well. We wouldn't want you catching a cold." The two ladies, intrigued by the lighter, approached with curiosity. "Mister, may we see that object of yours?" Lu Fan thought to himself, "Oh no, are women in this era so forward?" Just as he hesitated to show it, Chun'er remarked, "Isn't it merely a fire starter? What's so impressive about it?" "Ah, so they refer to it as a lighter." Lu Fan felt a pang of embarrassment and handed the lighter to Li Menglan. She examined it closely, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship. Lu Fan mused that this indeed was a different era. The hairstyles, clothing, and mannerisms of these two ladies confirmed it. Li Menglan, enamored with the lighter, noticed Lu Fan standing silently. "Would you consider selling it to me?" Coming back to his senses, Lu Fan promptly declined. "No, I need it for cooking. I could offer you a fire starter along with 100 taels of silver. Would that suffice?" "Lan su po si." "No, I wouldn't know how to use your fire starter. Besides, the convenience of a lighter is unmatched." Lu Fan had an abundance of silver in his spatial ring, and the few taels were of little concern to him. What would it take for you to part with it? Lan Xue pressed on. Please, do not call me Mr. any longer. It sounds rather odd. You may call me Lu Fan instead. Since you like it, I will gift it to you. Lu Fan said with a hint of impatience. Thank you very much. Young Master Lu. Lan Xue joyfully expressed her gratitude as she removed her veil. Lu Fan was momentarily entranced. The woman's smile was truly captivating, as radiant as a blooming Ziwei flower, lifting his spirits considerably. Here is the fire starter I give to you, and you may also take this silver note. Lan Xue handed the fire starter and the silver note to Lu Fan. By the way, may I ask, miss, could you take me to purchase a few garments? Lu Fan inquired with a puzzled expression. The lecher still claims he does not covet our young lady's beauty. Now he wishes to follow her. The maid, Chunner, remarked disdainfully. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. I merely wish to buy some clothes. Lu Fan turned to the two women and glanced at the scab on his back. The two ladies then realized that he was indeed injured. His clothing had been torn to shreds. How pitiful. We can take you to find some clothing. But you might be caught and taken to see the officials if you venture out like this, Lan Xue said with some concern. May I ask where we are? And what dynasty is this? Lu Fan questioned, looking bewildered. This fool. It is, of course, the first year of the Taichu era of the Western Han. The maid Chunner replied. My goodness, that means it has been nearly 2,000 years. This is truly distressing. How am I to return? Lu Fan felt a deep sense of anguish at that moment, fearing to leave lest he miss the appearance of the blue light gate. Might I request that you procure some clothing for me and deliver it here? I shall forfeit the silver note. Ah, that would indeed be the most prudent course. Lan Xue exclaimed with delight. Miss, we cannot agree to his request. Have you forgotten we sneaked out this time? The maid Chunner said, exasperated. Oh, indeed. Seeing that the two seemed to be evading something, Lu Fan decided to let it go. I shall find another way. His clothing had dried by now. So he extinguished the fire, and realizing he had no food left, he set off to hunt, striding away with purpose. The two women were momentarily taken aback by his sudden departure, only regaining their senses after he had walked quite a distance. As Lu Fan journeyed, he searched for prey while collecting firewood to conveniently store in his space ring, which he had measured to be a generous 50 square meters. With a height of over 3 meters, storing such firewood was a trivial matter. After walking for over a mile, he discovered several wild cattle leisurely grazing. Lu Fan observed them for a while, and surprisingly, they did not flee upon noticing him. He seized the opportunity to draw his large knife and charged at them. Wild cattle are not to be trifled with, and they charged back at him. How foolish these creatures are. I was worried they would escape. Yet they boldly came after me. Lu Fan leaped and struck the back of a wild bull with his knife. Curse it, I missed. The wild bull, enraged by the blow, became more aggressive as Lu Fan dodged its charges, waiting for the right moment to strike again. This time, he successfully severed its neck. The wild bull finally collapsed, thrashing its legs in its final moments. Lu Fan approached and delivered the finishing blow. With a swift incision, he opened the belly and extracted the innards, placing everything into the spatial ring, all accomplished in less than 10 minutes. The other wild buffalo stood at a distance, hesitant to approach, continuously vocalizing their unease. Unbothered, Lu Fan strode back confidently, intending to wash off the bovine blood at the water bay before fetching some fresh water to prepare a meal in the cave. Upon his return to the water bay, he discovered that the two girls had not yet departed. Are you truly running away from home? He inquired. Lan Xue replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment. It's quite dangerous here. Please wait for me over there while I take a bath. The two girls appeared perplexed, having thought he had just washed moments earlier. Why is your hand covered in blood? One of them remarked. Lu Fan chose not to elaborate, making his way to the water bay alone. Once he confirmed the girls had wandered off, he shed his garments and thoroughly cleansed himself of the grime. After moving a little further away, he rinsed the entire buffalo and returned to wash his clothes, donning them once more before approaching the girls with curiosity. Strange. Why do you two remain here despite seeing my bloodied hands? Chapter 36. A night with beauties. Lu Fan led the two back to the cave. This is my dwelling. If you lack a place to stay, you may rest here for the night. Upon entering the cave, the girls were astonished to find a hidden world within. Thank you. Young Master Lu, we shall stay here for the night. Lan Xue expressed gratefully, her face lit with joy. Very well. Since you're not afraid of me being a rogue, you may remain. Lu Fan entered, attempting to light a fire with a fire starter. Yet he struggled with the task. Noticing his difficulty, Li Menglan hurried over to instruct him. Oh, it's quite simple. Just pull out and blow forcefully to ignite the flame. Keep an eye on the fire while I gather some dry grass, Lu Fan said. Observing that the girls had not brought bedding, he noticed one of them was carrying a bundle and wielding a knife, suggesting she possessed some skills. Lu Fan ventured out to collect a large amount of dry grass, stowing some in his spatial ring while carrying the rest back. He spread it on the other side of the cave and discreetly retrieved more as needed. All right, you may sleep here tonight, and we shall not disturb one another. Thank you, young Master Lu. Lu Fan felt a sense of companionship was quite pleasant. However, retrieving items from the spatial ring proved somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, the cave had corners. He stepped outside once more to extract a massive hind leg from the buffalo, returning with it slung over his shoulder. The sight of the blood elicited sharp cries from the girls. What is the matter? Lu Fan inquired, a hint of disdain in his tone. It's nothing. We just feel a bit frightened at the sight of blood, Li Menglan replied, looking rather pale. Observing her disco, the two individuals had not eaten for an entire day. Though they had prepared some provisions in their bags, in their haste to flee, they had discarded both the food and the silver. The maid, Chunner, had some experience with various tasks, but this was her first attempt at roasting meat. Once she was taught, there was no need for Li Menglan to assist. Chunner took it upon herself to roast the meat. Lu Fan, having sliced the meat on a stone table, joined her in the cooking. Fashioning a grill with 2 wooden forks and skewering a leg of beef on a wooden spear to roast it while turning it over the fire. After the 2 women had allowed their meat skewers to cool for a moment and found them no longer hot, they took a bite and exclaimed, "Delicious!" Their appetites were modest. Together they consumed less than 3 jin of meat before feeling satisfied. In contrast, Lu Fan devoured nearly 20 jin, leaving a jug of wine unfinished on the stone table, as he had no utensils for boiling water and thus resorted to drinking wine. The 2 women had brought a water pouch and took a few sips. Once their hunger was satiated, they stared wide-eyed at Lu Fan's impressive appetite, utterly astonished. What a prodigious eater, they thought. Noticing their astonishment, Lu Fan reassured them. Do not be alarmed. My strength requires considerable sustenance, which explains my larger consumption. He then inquired, May I ask how I should address you? Fair maiden, I am Li Menglan, and this is my maid, Chunner, who has been with me since childhood. Akin to my sister, if I may be so bold, should I have inadvertently offended during the day, I hope you will not hold it against me, young Master Lu. That is of no concern. But how did you come to find yourselves in this place? Lu Fan was genuinely curious. Chapter 37. Li Menglan teaches literacy. Li Menglan briefly explained her reasons for leaving home. At 18, her family was pressuring her into marriage with a man she had never met. The customs of the ancient world can be quite burdensome. While the principles of obedience and propriety are indeed significant, one should not coerce their daughter into such unions. Is there truly any difference between this and an act of violation? Please do not misunderstand. I merely engage in casual conversation. It then occurred to Lu Fan that he had encountered unfamiliar characters in books. Might you recognize these characters? He found a burning stick and, using charcoal, inscribed several characters he could not decipher. I can indeed recognize them. Young master, do you not? To his surprise, she actually understood them. This revelation opened the door for deeper conversation. Meanwhile, Chunner, unable to recognize many characters, busied herself playing with the fire nearby. The 2 engaged in conversation for over an hour, during which Lu Fan learned to read the annotations on the first page of the qi cultivation technique. Grasping the entirety of its meaning, he instinctively began to meditate and cultivate. Li Menglan sat quietly, observing him as he meditated. Chunner approached and whispered, Miss, could it be that you have taken a liking to him? Hush, do not speak such nonsense. Do you think he resembles a man without a wife? He does not appear to be of an age suggesting he is without a spouse. He is so strong and handsome. Surely he must have several wives. Chunner remarked with a hint of regret. Perhaps, Li Menglan replied, similarly disheartened. Lu Fan, unaware of their conversation, was fully engrossed in mastering the qi cultivation technique. At this moment, he felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, and impurities began to exude from his skin. He quickly made his way to the cave entrance to wash himself, finding 2 jars of clear water he had filled earlier that day, sufficient for his needs. Returning to the cave, he resumed his meditation, allowing his consciousness to delve into the second layer of understanding. This second layer presented significantly fewer unfamiliar characters, and he grasped the general essence. Cultivation should proceed in accordance with the guidance of the meridian and acupoint diagram. The ancients, indeed, went to great lengths to complicate matters with such intricate diagrams. Having mastered the first and second layers, the subsequent layers appeared much simpler. After nearly 2 hours of cultivation, Lu Fan awoke to find the two girls nestled in a haystack, already asleep, their petite forms curled up within. Observing their pitiful appearance stirred a pang of compassion in Lu Fan's heart. Rising, he approached the fire pit, adding more firewood, and retrieved a bundle of dry wood from his spatial realm to set aside. He then returned to his spot and lay down to rest. The following morning, he awoke to find the two girls already awake, the remaining piece of beef shank still resting on the stone table. The girls were busy roasting meat, and upon seeing Lu Fan, they invited him to join them for breakfast. "You may eat first. I will step outside for a moment." Li Xue quickly comprehended his intention, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. Though they had consumed little and therefore had little need to relieve themselves, the urgency had begun to build. After Lu Fan returned from the restroom, the two girls indicated their need to step out as well. It dawned on him that they were unable to move the stone slab. "You may go, but be cautious not to wander too far." By the time the girls returned, Lu Fan had already taken out another large beef shank, diligently slicing the meat. "Eat. Do not hold back. You need your strength to contend with them. I have considered it, and if you require assistance, I can help you confront them and have the engagement annulled," Lu Fan asserted confidently, as he currently had no means to return home and felt it would be no trouble to aid her. "Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to lay low for a few days. If it becomes necessary, I will reconsider," Li Xue replied, her face brightening with gratitude. "You need not worry. Simply make yourself comfortable here. I have a leopard skin that I will dry, and tonight you may use it as bedding." Lu Fan had already hung the leopard skin on the cliffside to dry. With another day's sun, it would be ready for use. Chapter 38. Cultivating the third layer today. Lu Fan asked Li Xue to teach him a few more ancient characters. At long last, he comprehended the meaning of the first move from the blade technique, practicing it repeatedly until it became second nature. The first stance, void step with embrace blade, was now mastered. Over the course of several days, Lu Fan thoroughly examined all 36 moves, having learned the general principles and committed the techniques to memory, though he still lacked proficiency in their execution. He had also learned all the unfamiliar characters within the blade manual, easily translating them into modern Chinese. Additionally, he deciphered the various jars and vials, realizing that a dozen were for the qi cultivation method, another dozen for cultivating soul power, and the remaining few were healing potions. Lu Fan had Li Xue translate the obscure characters he encountered, and he grasped their overall meaning. These were the personal cultivation records of an immortal practitioner named Zhuang He. The notes primarily chronicled the challenges he faced during his training and some of his life experiences. After reading through the entire manuscript, Lu Fan found himself reflecting on its insights. Now, Lu Fan has already reached the third level of his qi refinement technique. In truth, he has scarcely practiced. He simply consumed a few bottles of spirit power pills and achieved such progress. His swordsmanship has also become significantly smoother. Today, he dispatched a wild bull with a single strike. His speed and strength have increased at least threefold compared to before. If he were to return to that valley, it is likely that the formidable tiger would no longer pose a threat to him. In recent days, Lu Fan has traversed the entire valley, which spans roughly 2 kilometers, and encountered a particularly large tiger. He shot out one of its eyes with a sniper rifle, concealed himself while the beast rampaged, and then emerged to deliver a fatal blow, piercing its belly. The tiger succumbed instantly. He chuckled to himself, considering the exquisite pelt that would serve as an excellent blanket. Lu Fan took out a dagger and first bled the tiger, collecting 5 large jars of its blood, and then skillfully skinned the entire hide. He finally cut open the belly, cleaned the entrails, and buried them, storing the remainder in his spatial ring. Upon returning to the cave, he found that the two ladies had already begun preparing a meal. After more than half a month of coexistence, they had become quite familiar with one another. "Young Master Lu, it's time to eat," exclaimed the maid, Chunner, with delight. Ever since she learned that Lu Fan was unmarried, her demeanor had become exceedingly amiable. "Yes, please sit down and enjoy your meal," Lu Fan replied. "Young master, we will be returning tomorrow," said Li Xue, her face filled with reluctance. Since discovering that Lu Fan had no wife, she had developed a deeper affection for him, though the girl felt too shy to express it openly. Why must we leave? Lu Fan asked, his expression one of disappointment. I fear that my mother will be heartbroken if she cannot find me, Lan Xue said, worry etched on her face. I see. How about I escort you back? It would be unwise to encounter dangers on the way, Lu Fan offered. Really? Is that possible? Lan Xue's face lit up with joy. Of course. You two delicate maidens would inevitably encounter ill-intentioned individuals on your journey. How could I possibly allow you to travel alone? How dare you? Always taking advantage of others with your words, Chun'er retorted, her expression one of disdain. But that is merely the truth. Do the men here not appreciate beauty? Lu Fan said, feigning innocence. The young lady was secretly elated to be called beautiful, but felt too bashful to admit it. These past few days, the two ladies had enjoyed a restful sleep on the large leopard skin, relishing both good food and sweet slumber. Lu Fan took pleasure in watching Lan Xue sleep, finding her beauty immensely comforting. Initially, he had been filled with dread over not knowing how to return home, but merely seeing Lan Xue dispelled all his fears. This was the primary reason Lu Fan had been able to cultivate peacefully during these days. He could scarcely fathom what sleepless nights would be like if Lan Xue were to leave him. Chapter 39. Fenglin Town early the next morning. The three prepared to set off. Lu Fan instructed the two ladies to wait outside the cave for a moment while he entered to store the leopard skin in his spatial ring. Afterward, he emerged from the cave and moved a massive stone to block the entrance, preventing any wild beast from intruding, as he intended to return. This was the first time the two ladies had witnessed Lu Fan display such raw strength. Wow, he's truly impressive. Chun'er wore an expression of utter astonishment as Lu Fan turned to glance back at the two young ladies, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Do not idolize me too much. Although the two girls did not fully comprehend the concept of admiration, they could decipher Lu Fan's self-satisfied demeanor. You truly have a knack for vanity, Lan Xue remarked with a hint of exasperation. Let's proceed. The trio retraced the path taken by Lan Xue and her companion, eventually arriving at a cave situated approximately 500 meters away. Lu Fan lit a torch and ventured further, discovering a source of illumination after walking several more hundred meters. Upon closer inspection, he found an entrance over a meter wide, elevated more than 2 meters from the ground. Lu Fan moved a few stones to elevate himself, climbing out first before assisting the two girls in ascending. Lan Xue lost her footing and accidentally fell onto Lu Fan, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Fortunately, Chun'er remained inside the cave and did not witness the incident. With a flushed face, Lan Xue managed to stand up, while Lu Fan appeared unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the girl below called out, feeling frightened by herself. Lu Fan quickly hoisted her up as well. Outside the cave lay a dense forest, with a collapsed area nestled among a thicket of bushes, making it difficult to detect the existence of the cave. Lu Fan placed several branches over the entrance and marked a few nearby trees before departing with the two girls. As Lan Xue explained, there was a small town named Fenglin near the maple grove. Due to the frequent appearance of giant wolves in the vicinity, the townspeople had long since evacuated, leaving the area largely deserted. How did you two dare venture here? Lu Fan inquired. We came rushing with a horse-drawn carriage and accidentally ended up in the wrong place, Chun'er replied, her expression filled with grievance. As the one driving the carriage, she felt particularly disheartened. They had been pursued by a group of riders, which caused her to panic. Upon reaching the forest, they had charged in to evade their pursuers. The carriage had become wedged between trees, and upon hearing the howls of wolves, they abandoned it, subsequently falling into the cave, filthy and disheveled, only to encounter Lu Fan afterward. Indeed, you two are quite fortunate. Encountering even a single wolf could have spelled disaster, let alone a pack. After walking about 100 meters through the forest, they indeed spotted a carriage, though the horses were nowhere to be seen, and there were traces of dried blood on the ground. It appears your horses have been devoured by wolves. How far is your home from here? Quite far. At least 20 to 30 li, Chun'er replied, her demeanor sagging with disappointment. Well, fret not, since they have been consumed by wolves. Let us capture a few to pull you back home. The two girls were acutely aware of their own strength, having slain tigers and leopards. They felt confident against a pack of wild wolves. You two should tidy up the carriage and remain inside. I shall scout the area. If you encounter any danger, call for me. Understood. The two girls had consumed considerable amounts of wild beast meat in recent days, which had significantly augmented their strength. Though they had eaten little of the spiritually infused beast meat, it had nonetheless granted them a measure of increased vigor, making them stronger than the average man. The two women meticulously cleaned the carriage, ensuring the curtains, cushions, and whip were all accounted for. Once everything was in order, they settled inside, awaiting Lu Fan's return. Lu Fan, having circled nearby, dared not venture too far and called out a few times, which indeed attracted a pack of wolves. "Ha ha, misfortune befalls you now." The wolves swiftly encircled Lu Fan, numbering over a dozen. Unfazed, Lu Fan brandished his ebony-gilded blade and advanced with swiftness. With two decisive strikes, crack, crack, he dispatched the two most arrogant wolves. The rest recoiled in shock, baring their teeth, but hesitating to approach further. Yet, with the alpha wolf looming behind, they dared neither advance nor retreat. Lu Fan produced a jade vial and poured out a single spiritual power pill. The scent captivated the alpha wolf, whose eyes gleamed an eerie green as it wagged its tail like a loyal hound, fixating on Lu Fan. Gesturing for it to come forward, the alpha wolf obediently trotted over. Chapter 40. Escorting Li Xue home. "It would have been better if you had cooperated earlier instead of forcing my hand," Lu Fan muttered, striking a nearby sapling with a powerful palm. The slender tree snapped audibly under his blow. The alpha wolf now understood the formidable strength of this human and submissively lowered itself to the ground, gradually approaching. "Very well, you seem sincere. Whether you comprehend my words or not, you shall come with me immediately," Lu Fan commanded, pointing toward the carriage. The alpha wolf led the remaining 9 wolves to the carriage obediently. Seizing a rare opportunity to assert authority before the women, Lu Fan admonished, "If you devour this horse, you must pull the carriage and return them. Otherwise, your fate will be no better than that horse's. Do you understand?" Having dwelled here for years and absorbed much spiritual energy, the alpha wolf had developed intelligence and could understand human speech. It nodded in acknowledgement. The alpha wolf was indeed sizable, scarcely smaller than a donkey, but far more robust. Its subordinates were equally well-fed and muscular, and they willingly approached the saddle. The two women inside the carriage were utterly bewildered. "You can leave the rest of the wolves behind. I shall release you in a few days," Lu Fan assured the alpha wolf. The wolf responded with a few grunts, and the others echoed in reply before vanishing into the forest. Lu Fan secured ropes around them and took a seat beside the carriage to direct the journey. He also called for Chun to guide the way. Startled, she hesitated to emerge, but with Lu Fan's gentle reassurance, she tremulously climbed out. Following Chun's guidance, they arrived within an hour. The journey was somewhat rough. Had they been on the asphalt roads of their modern world, it would have taken no more than half an hour. We've arrived so soon?" Li Xue's face was etched with reluctance to part. The destination was a county city where the Lan family was considered a prominent household. Such influential families typically maintained estates outside the city proper. Bringing the alpha wolf into the city would surely alarm others and invite needless trouble. Thus, it was best to escort them to the estate. 7 wolves pulled the carriage swiftly to the outskirts of the estate. The gatekeeper, upon spotting the great gray wolf, hastily drove the horse cart straight towards the manor, terrified and quickly seeking refuge inside, securing the door with a bolt while peering through the crack, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Come quickly, a pack of wolves is approaching," the trembling servant shouted. Just then, Lan Fu happened to be within the manor. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he rose swiftly from the hall. "What is causing such a panic?" "Master, it is dire. Several wolves have arrived, dragging a cart, and are stationed right outside our manor," the servant stammered. "But that cart belongs to us," another bolder servant observed closely. "Oh, open the door and see," Lan Fu commanded urgently. The servant, trembling, dared not disobey the master's orders and gingerly opened the grand door. At that moment, Chunner stood defiantly at the driver's seat, hands on her hips, glaring. "How dare you, insolent servant, appear in such a manner before the young lady? Is that not Sister Chunno? I am doomed. I am truly sorry." The servant quickly apologized. Lu Fan inwardly reflected. Indeed, the customs of ancient times were rigidly hierarchical. Even trivial matters could be escalated to great significance. "Where is your young lady, Chunna?" Lan Fu called out. "Master, all blessings to you. The young lady is currently in the cart." Lu Fan had already dismounted and promptly lifted Chun'er down, who was experiencing the delight of being embraced by a man for the first time. He then did the same for Lan Xue, who had just exited the cart, and she blushed, shyly covering her face, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Lu Fan felt no awkwardness whatsoever. "You all wait outside for a moment," he instructed the Wolf King, moving forward to untie their ropes, primarily out of concern that someone might plot harm against them. Once freed, the Wolf King understood and led his pack to a corner of the wall to rest. As Lu Fan and the others entered the courtyard, the household servants all bowed in respect. "Father." Lan Fu initially wanted to express his disapproval at his daughter being held by a man. Yet sensing that this individual was extraordinary, he refrained from offending him, standing there with a stern face, seething in silence. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, suggested they move indoors to discuss further. Lan Fu did not object, and the four entered the house. Lan Fu then dismissed the servants. Lu Fan, unwilling to dilly-dally, cut straight to the point. "Although I am merely her friend, I do not wish for her to suffer even the slightest harm." With that, he exerted force upon the solid wooden table, causing it to shatter with a crack. This was indeed a solid piece made of robust Nama wood. It was clear that Lu Fan was no ordinary individual. Lan Fu began to comprehend that Lu Fan had intentions towards his daughter and contemplated the idea of offering Lan Xue to him as a concubine. One must remember that during the Han Dynasty, women's status was exceedingly low, dictated by Confucian principles that emphasized male superiority and female subordination. The teachings on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues delineated that a woman must obey her father before marriage, her husband after, and her son if her husband passed away. The 4 virtues encompass a woman's moral character, speech, appearance, and skills. Lan Fu scrutinized the 2 before speaking. "May I inquire if you harbor any intentions toward my young daughter?" Lu Fan understood the question clearly and hurriedly clarified. "Oh, please do not misunderstand. We are merely ordinary friends." Lan Fu's expression darkened as he retorted, "If you have no intentions, why have you so vehemently stood up for her? Moreover, you embraced her openly before everyone. You have already claimed all 4 virtues. How then could she hope to marry in the future?" As the head of the family, Lan Fu was naturally astute. Lu Fan, being young and inexperienced, found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Lu Fan was eager to marry Lan Xue, yet his heart yearned to return to that desolate island. He could not remain here indefinitely. Earth was his true home, where his family, friends, and comrades awaited, and where vengeance for his fallen comrades still burned within him. Seeing his silence, Lan Xue was deeply heartbroken, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Unable to bear her sorrow, Lu Fan hastily rose and apologized. "I must return home." "Will you come with me then?" With a resolute nod, Lan Xue replied, "I can, and I am willing to follow you." "Ah, then I shall marry you," Lu Fan declared. He genuinely did not wish to part from her. Her companionship had been his sole solace in recent days. Once he discovered a way back, they would decide their future together. So it is settled. Since you two are mutually fond, let the wedding be arranged at an auspicious time. Lan Fu's mind was primarily driven by self-interest. Having already offended a powerful family due to his daughter's elopement, aligning with Lu Fan, this formidable young man, was a convenient solution. Little did Lu Fan suspect the true intentions behind Lan Fu's generosity in offering his daughter so readily. Yet at present, marrying her was the only viable option to keep her by his side. Feigning a return to his carriage, Lu Fan secretly retrieved an enormous tiger pelt from his spatial pocket and tossed it onto the floor of the great hall. "Esteemed father-in-law, consider this my betrothal gift." Having lived over 40 years, Lan Fu had never before witnessed such a magnificent tiger pelt. A man of some worldly experience, he trembled with awe. How did this son-in-law come by such a prize? Chun'er, unable to contain herself any longer, exclaimed, "Master, this is the tiger he killed." "Really?" "Yes. It was I who killed it." Lan Fu laughed artidi. "Excellent. Have his pelt carefully preserved." The servants, stationed some distance away, had already observed the scene. Upon hearing their master's command, they hastened into the hall, 4 of them lifting the tiger pelt and carrying it out. It still bears traces of blood. This pelt is enormous. The tiger itself must have been even larger. This son-in-law is not one to be trifled with. Have you not noticed how deferential our master is to him? Indeed, we should promptly attend to the pelt. The four servants gently spread the tiger skin in the courtyard, each taking a small knife to carefully scrape away the remaining flesh that Lu Fan had not fully removed. Chapter 42. The Wolf King recognizes his master. At this moment, Lan Xue was the happiest woman alive. How could she not rejoice in marrying the man of her dreams? Yet Chun wore a worried expression. Given her knowledge of ancient customs, she knew that maids were often required to test the bed for their mistresses. Essentially, they would first engag Chun, having been cultivated by the old maids in earlier days, was certainly aware of the ways of the world. Thus, she harbored a fear of Lu Fan's formidable strength. However, some masters did not require the company of maidservants. Perhaps the young lady simply preferred solitude. "Ah, my esteemed son-in-law, you are remarkably formidable. From whom did you acquire such prowess?" In a subtle yet probing manner, Lan Fu sought to uncover Lu Fan's background. Indeed, Lu Fan had a mentor. It was none other than the previous owner of this ring. "Ah, my master, Zhuang He, is a recluse of unparalleled wisdom." After pondering for a moment, Lan Fu remarked, "The Han Kingdom is vast and abundant, and there are numerous individuals with the surname Zhuang. However, I have yet to hear of one named Zhuang He. I shall send someone to inquire further." Lu Fan understood that the man he spoke of had long since passed, perhaps many years ago. It was surprising that anyone would know of him. "May I inquire where your family resides?" "Ah, I have no home here. My family is in a distant place." Lu Fan replied after some contemplation. "Actually, I am temporarily residing in Fenglinzhen. Since there is no one there, it suffices to claim it as my home." In ancient times, a suitable dwelling was of utmost importance, as one must find their way back to their valley. Settling in Fenglinzhen was indeed the best choice. "Once I return, I shall tidy up that place. I must prepare to return, and I hope, esteemed father-in-law, that you will keep your word. I shall come to marry Lan Xue soon." Lu Fan stated earnestly. "Very well, we shall await your esteemed arrival." Lan Fu responded with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. After bidding farewell to Lan Xue, Lu Fan summoned the Wolf King and set off along the country road amidst a gathering of wolves, creating a picturesque scene that caused passing carriages and pedestrians to steer clear. Lu Fan led them to a grove where they could rest. Feeling hungry, he gathered some firewood and kindled a fire, pulling out some tiger meat to roast. Upon sight of the meat, the Wolf King instantly perked up, circling around Lu Fan eagerly. "All right, here, a piece for you." Lu Fan, noticing the wolf's eager drooling, handed a chunk. The Wolf King quickly seized the meat and scurried away, devouring it voraciously while emitting sounds of delight. In less than half a minute, the meat was gone, and the Wolf King returned, blinking its bright green eyes and fixating on the remaining tiger meat in Lu Fan's hand. Lu Fan, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Do you still wish for more? There are not endless delights in this world." The Wolf King, understanding the hint, sat down beside him and bowed its head. "Oh, do you wish to acknowledge me as your master?" The Wolf King let out a howl and nodded, forcing a drop of its essence from its brow. Lu Fan recalled a brief passage in his notes regarding the bond between a beast and its master. He quickly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the essence hovering above the Wolf King's head. As the two droplets merged, a wondrous transformation occurred. The essence split into two once more, one drop for Lu Fan and the other for the Wolf King, both returning to their respective fingers. Instantly, a connection was forged between man and beast. "Master," Lu Fan heard a sweet, melodious voice reminiscent of a young girl, and was momentarily taken aback, causing the roasted tiger meat in his hand to fall to the ground. "Is this meat for me?" The voice echoed in his mind again, and the Wolf King quickly lunged forward, devouring the meat with fervor, exclaiming how delicious it was. Lu Fan had regained consciousness and inquired, "Are you the Wolf King?" "Indeed, master," came the response. "Why do you have a girl's voice?" he asked. "What of it? We are a matriarchal tribe by nature." She replied, "Do you have a name?" He continued. "I do not," she admitted. Observing the tuft of white fur atop her head, Lu Fan devised a name. "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Is that agreeable?" "Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, master." The Wolf King respectfully lay down. Chapter 43. Procuring supplies, Lu Fan proceeded to take out a piece of tiger meat and began to roast it. The Wolf King had already consumed over 20 pounds, and the spiritual energy within her had reached a peak, prompting her to venture into the woods for digestion. Understanding her intentions, Lu Fan chose not to interfere. He busied himself with roasting and eating, becoming satiated after consuming more than 10 pounds and taking several hearty gulps of wine. With the imminent marriage to Li Xue on his mind, he realized he needed to prepare some supplies. Observing that the time was still early, he decided to head to the county city to make some purchases. He instructed Xiao Bai to wait for him, and then strode towards the county city. The guards at the gate, taken aback by his peculiar attire and tattered clothing, prepared to shoo him away. Lu Fan had no time for their objections. He produced a silver ingot, initially intending to offer it all, but reconsidered, opting instead to break off a small corner to hand to the guard. The guard was utterly stunned. This is acceptable? He numbly accepted the fragment of silver, and before he could utter a word, Lu Fan had already distanced himself. Within the city gates, a few young urchins were eager to assist passers-by. One sharp-eyed boy had already spotted Lu Fan extracting a silver ingot. This fellow may not appear well off, yet he must be wealthy. The boy hurried over to Lu Fan. Sir, allow me to guide you. I only require a mere 101 for my services. Lu Fan, relieved to finally have someone to direct him, thought the fee likely insignificant. Take me to buy some clothing first. You may call me Xia Xue. I shall lead you right away. Xia Xue guided Lu Fan to a nearby tailor shop. Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings and noted that neither the proprietor nor the assistants paid him much heed. He then pulled the silver ingot from his pocket and placed it heavily on the counter. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the silver. Esteemed guest, what type of fabric do you wish to purchase? No need for pleasantries. I want the finest quality. I will take everything that fits me. Lu Fan appraised the garments in the shop. Even at maximum, there were only a few dozen items to be had. He had truly been in dire need of clothing lately. A grand transaction indeed. The shopkeeper commanded the attendant to hastily prepare the items. Lu Fan tried on a light blue scholar's robe, and it fit reasonably well, reminiscent of attire from historical drama. This will do. He selected a splendid red wedding garment, intricately adorned with golden thread, though its price was steep at 30 taels of gold. It would not do to appear too shabby, so he made the purchase. After acquiring over 20 pieces, including several roomy garments for sleep, and choosing a few bolts of fabric, the total came to nearly 40 taels of gold. Lu Fan directly handed the shopkeeper a 50-tael gold ingot. The boss, with a beaming smile, handed Lu Fan 110 taels of patterned silver. Considering the bustling crowd, Lu Fan realized it would be impractical to conceal it within his spatial ring. Therefore, he instructed Xia Xue to hire a carriage to transport their purchases. Along the way, he indulged in a shopping spree, spending a total of 150 taels of gold, equivalent to merely 3 ingots. He procured the finest bedding, furniture, and various household items, filling 3 large carts to the brim. The prices here were remarkably affordable. The cooking utensils used in this region were rather peculiar, resembling a ladle, crafted from cast iron with a thick lid akin to a modern medicinal jar. Having previously lacked proper cookware for preparing meals and soups, Lu Fan had decided to acquire 10 complete sets. There was no need to purchase anything else. He would let Li Xue and the others handle it later. With a total of 4 carts, including the one Lu Fan occupied, he generously rewarded Xia Xue with 10 taels of silver, leaving the young man overjoyed and bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The caravan of carts arrived at the forest. Let us unload here, Lu Fan instructed. Someone will come to fetch me shortly. After the drivers completed their task, Lu Fan settled the transportation fee and sent them on their way. Ensuring the area was clear of onlookers, he then stored all the items in his spatial ring. Chapter 44. The evolution of Xiao Bai with Xiao Bai accompanying him. The journey back was smooth and effortless, and they reached Fenglin town in about half an hour. This was Lu Fan's first visit to the quaint town, which, like the county city, featured a city gate and was surrounded by a high wall, albeit smaller in area. The city gate had long fallen into disrepair. Entering the town alone with 7 wolves, Lu Fan noted the presence of an official residence situated in the heart of the town. The main building boasted over 1,000 square meters, accompanied by a spacious courtyard of 2,000 square meters, appearing rather decent overall. Upon entering the house and surveying the surroundings, Lu Fan found it acceptable, albeit dusty with some damaged window paper. Nevertheless, after a thorough cleaning, it could still be utilized. As he contemplated his impending marriage, he realized he would need a grand carriage of his own. The ancient roads were notoriously uneven and bumpy, prompting him to consider modifying a carriage himself, exploring methods to enhance its suspension. Climbing to the rooftop of the residence, Lu Fan surveyed the small town, which spanned a significant area of land. A shop street over 100 meters long lined the town, alongside the official residence. Behind it lay a substantial number of residential houses and 3 prominent families, all fronted by a single grand entrance. It was quite satisfactory, though lacking in vitality. He regretted not hiring a few servants in the county city. Lu Fan instructed Xiao Bai and the others to keep watch over the property to prevent any complications before returning to the valley for a thorough inspection. Everything remained unchanged. There were no glowing auras to be found. He then retreated to the cave to meditate and pass the time. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, consuming 3 spirit power pills to replenish his internal energy. The final acupoint of the 4th meridian was nearing completion. The following morning, he took another spirit power pill and, fueled by determination, successfully broke through the final barrier of the 4th level. At this juncture, Lu Fan's physical prowess had significantly amplified, at least doubling his previous capabilities. Lu Fan emerged from the cave with an expression of exhilaration, running back and forth in the valley without feeling fatigued, his speed significantly enhanced compared to before. His hearing had also sharpened remarkably, allowing him to detect faint cries emanating from a cave several dozen meters away. Following the sound, he pushed aside the underbrush at the cave's entrance and discovered a small white tiger, barely clinging to life, and upon closer inspection, realized it was a female. What a serendipitous encounter with a female. Could this be the offspring of that tiger? Lu Fan pondered, considering it likely, as such a small creature would hardly hold a grudge. He fed it some small strips of beef, but the little one only nibbled a few before refusing more, indicating it had not yet been weaned. He brought it back to the water bay for a drink, noticing the overpowering stench of excrement, and decided to give it a bath under the sun before returning to the town with it. The distance from here to the maple forest was less than 500 meters, and he arrived swiftly. The Wolf King sensed Lu Fan's arrival and led his pack to greet him at the entrance. Lu Fan took them on a tour around the town, eventually spotting a large estate with a dusty carriage in the yard. Upon closer inspection, he noted it was crafted from Namu wood and had been well maintained with wood oil, still quite sturdy. Notably, the fabric curtains on the carriage had faded in color and could easily be replaced. After an extensive search, he found no sign of any living soul. Thus, Lu Fan resolved to hire a few servants from the county city. The Wolf King suggested he ride on his back for a swifter journey. Lu Fan then took the opportunity to observe the little white tiger. Since consuming the tiger meat the previous day, the tuft of white fur on its head had grown to the size of a palm, and its physique had noticeably increased. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the back of the Wolf King, who howled to rally the pack before swiftly departing. Chapter 45. Acquiring servants. Lu Fan realized that the journey took less than 20 minutes, and the little white tiger remained as composed as if nothing were amiss. He noted the increase in its strength and speed, which had improved remarkably. Stopping in the woods, he offered it over 20 pounds of tiger meat, instructing it to eat while he awaited its return. He then strode confidently into the county city, where the guards, seeing his well-tailored attire and the pet in his arms, dared not impede his passage. Upon entering the city gate, he was spotted by Xia Xue. "My lord, you have returned. What shall you purchase today?" Since you are here, I wish to hire some servants. Do you have any recommendations?" This was the first time Xia Xue had heard the term hire, and he was somewhat puzzled, though he understood the latter part quite well. "You wish to buy servants, is that correct? Allow me to guide you." Following Xia Xue, Lu Fan arrived at the central square of the county city. In the center stood a large stage constructed of earth bricks, where a group of ragged individuals, disheveled and in tattered clothing, stood. "My lord, these are the servants available for sale." Lu Fan observed intently from aside, noticing that most of these individuals were young men. Though they appeared frail, the calluses on their hands suggested they were accustomed to servitude. The scene was one of desolation, with gaunt and sickly figures, their pitiable state accentuated by the presence of 7 or 8 young women dressed as maidservants, alongside a few elderly men and women, all gasping for breath, languishing in a pitiful condition. What could have caused such emaciation among these individuals? Returning to their lord, it became evident that they were all victims of injustice, their master's household having been raided. The entire family had met a gruesome end, And these servants had been ensnared in the aftermath, sold off by the authorities due to the overwhelming number of such unfortunate souls, rendering them practically worthless. Consequently, they remained in a state of hunger, with death lurking as a likely fate. Lu Fan noted the steadiness in their gazes, suggesting they hailed from affluent families. Despite their filthy and emaciated appearances, there was a spark of resilience in their eyes. "Pray, who among you is the proprietor?" he inquired. At that moment, a shifty-eyed, middle-aged man approached. "No need to shout. I am the one you seek. Might I inquire if you are in a market for slaves?" "Indeed. How much for these individuals?" Lu Fan asked impatiently, his disdain for such dealings palpable. The middle-aged man thought to himself, what audacity! Does he intend to purchase them all? "Sir, do you truly wish to acquire all these individuals?" "I do intend to procure them all. Why don't you propose a price?" Upon hearing this, the slaves on the platform and the onlookers below turned their attention, intrigued by the audacity of this young master. The price for these individuals was not exorbitant, yet the cost of sustaining them would demand a substantial supply of grain, particularly in such times when sustenance was scarce. "Very well, there are 52 criminals, all from the same household. If you wish to buy them all, I shall offer you a discount, requesting 500 taels of silver. How does that sound?" "Agreed. Let it be this price," Lu Fan thought to himself. "Goodness, these ancient prices are remarkably low. Merely 10 taels per person, plus 2 as a bonus." He produced a gold ingot and tossed it to the middle-aged man. The man caught it, biting into the gold with a grin. "Ah, please wait a moment." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed greedily on Lu Fan's sleeve. Lu Fan, aware of the man's intentions, deliberately reached into his sleeve, producing 2 gold ingots, and feigned a loss as they fell to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed at the sight of the gold. "May fortune smile upon you today." Xia Xue immediately picked up the ingots, and Lu Fan took them back, securing them in his embrace. "Xia Xue, lead the way to the carriage dealer." "Yes, my lord. There is one just a few hundred meters across the street." The pair arrived at the carriage dealer, where Lu Fan spent 100 taels of silver to purchase 3 carriages. These carriages were not as grand as the one he had seen in the large household at Fenglin town. They were rather simple, yet could accommodate 8 to 10 people. The horses for pulling the carriages required additional expenditure. 30 taels each for a horse. Lu Fan thought nothing of the cost, purchasing 6 fine steeds along with saddles for a total of over 230 taels of silver. He handed the proprietor a gold ingot, receiving 170 taels of silver in return, with the exchange rate being 1 tael of gold for 10 taels of silver. Chapter 46. Meeting Lan Shua, Lu Fan arrived at the stage, where the 52 convicts had already been untied and stood in a dense crowd below. "Who among you will step forward to drive the horses?" Lu Fan shouted, his voice resonating loudly enough to startle the onlookers, causing them to retreat. Only 8 individuals dared to approach within a minute, revealing a lingering fear among them. "There is no need for such trepidation. In following me, you shall come to understand. I shall state this once. I favor honest and obedient individuals, while I detest those who engage in deceit and trickery. Remember this well. I have purchased you to be human beings, not slaves. Once you enter my household, you are mine. Anyone who dares to humiliate you shall face my wrath." Lu Fan spoke passionately, and the convicts were deeply moved by his words, kneeling before him in reverence. "Rise, everyone. From now on, do not kneel so easily. A true man aspires to great things and should not kneel casually," he commanded. "All aboard the carriages. We are heading home." At this, they stood and climbed into the carriages, though space was limited, forcing some to walk alongside. Lu Fan had intentionally arranged it this way, noting that those who remained behind were the guards, a group of robust young men, which pleased him greatly. Next, Lu Fan led them to an inn for a meal and a bath. He instructed Xia Xue to summon the tailor, purchasing coarse new garments for each of them, which took considerable time and cost him 150 taels of silver. After a hearty meal and fresh clothes, the group appeared rejuvenated. Observing their spirits, Lu Fan felt a sense of joy, reflecting on the necessity of procuring ample provisions for so many. At that moment, someone called out to him, "Young master, is that you?" "Ah, that is Chuen's voice." Lu Fan turned to see her, and the crowd parted to create a path. "What brings you here? Is Lan Shua well?" "Mrs. quite well. I came to buy some cosmetics for her and heard others talking, so I hurried over to see if it was you." Chuen's flushed cheeks were endearingly charming. "Good to hear. I was just about to purchase some grain. We have plenty at our estate." "In that case, I shall procure some. Oh, no need for that. Wait for me to return, and I will call the miss. We could discuss things then. You drive the carriage back with her. Lu Fan pointed to a coachman on one of the carriages. The coachman, filled with excitement, quickly lowered the carriage steps for Chuan, expertly guiding the horses away. Lu Fan led the group to wait outside the county gates for their return. The guards, having recognized Lu Fan, were once again astonished. Goodness, how many people has he purchased? He must be wealthy. Thankfully, we did not offend him last time. In just over 10 minutes, Lan Xue and Chuan arrived. Upon their meeting, an emotional exchange ensued, leaving the others astounded. So, this is the mistress, they thought, standing quietly to the side, heads bowed in silence. Lan Xue was experiencing her first encounter with Lu Fan in ancient attire, exuding an aura of scholarly charm that was indeed quite captivating. What brings you here? And why have you brought so many servants? She inquired with a look of bewilderment. Ah, it is all in pursuit of marrying you. We cannot possibly reside in a cave forever. Lu Fan replied with urgency. Time is of the essence. After procuring provisions, I must return to tidy up the house. Seeing you in such a rush, I assure you I'm not going anywhere. Lan Xue responded with a hint of shyness. When I am apart from you, for even a day, my heart becomes quite disordered. Shall we wed tomorrow? Indeed. Lu Fan felt a tumult within, unable to find his way home, plagued by a profound fear and restlessness that robbed him of sleep throughout the night. Only in Lan Xue's presence could he momentarily forget his troubles. Well, my mother mentioned that the day after tomorrow is an auspicious date, so let it be then. Lan Xue replied, her cheeks flushed. Very well, the day after tomorrow it shall be. What is that delightful creature in your arms? It is utterly adorable. This is not a cat. It is a little tiger. If you like it, it is yours. It has yet to be weaned. So remember to feed it some goat's milk and tender slices of pork. Yes, I shall remember. Lan Xue exclaimed with joy. Chapter 47. An encounter with bandits. Lu Fan was seated in Lan Xue's carriage, engaged in lively conversation as they journeyed towards the Lan family estate. 2 carts laden with provisions were led by the young lady, and naturally, the servants dared not utter a word. The remaining cart, which bore no grain, was primarily to accommodate the weaker servants. It was only after bidding farewell to Lan Xue that Lu Fan guided the group to a small grove outside the county town. He called out, and immediately, Xiao Bai emerged from the depths of the woods, startling everyone. Lu Fan noted with intrigue that the white fur on Xiao Bai's head had increased significantly, mounted on the back of the wolf. He led the group at a slow pace, having covered less than 10 miles in over an hour. He intended to allow them a brief respite, when suddenly, a cloud of dust arose from behind. Not good, my lord, there are bandits. One of the guards exclaimed. Fear not, everyone. It is merely our horse delivery arriving. Let us pause and wait for them, Lu Fan replied cheerfully. Seeing their master so unfazed, the group dared not voice their concerns and obediently remained by the carriage. A band of bandits, armed and riding swiftly, approached with reckless abandon, as this sparsely populated area was one of their frequent targets. Hey, you there! Hand over the gold ingots, the provisions, and those young ladies as well, they demanded brazenly. Their audacity was astonishing. They sought both wealth and captives. Truly a wretched lot. With a quick glance, Lu Fan counted only 30 or so brigands, and notably, the scheming leader was absent, which meant his gold ingots were squandered. The bandits, too, had noted that Lu Fan's mount was a massive wolf, which instilled a degree of trepidation in them. However, emboldened by their numbers and weaponry, they dismissed their fears. Feigning to draw a large black gold blade from his sleeve, Lu Fan astonished the onlookers. Can such a sizable weapon truly be concealed within a sleeve? It is beyond belief. With a nimble leap, he dismounted from the wolf's back. I had no intention of slaying you. You insist on delivering yourselves to me. It seems the lives in your hands are numerous, are they not? Spare me the idle chatter. If you do not comply, then prepare to pay with your lives. The leader of the bandits shouted, brandishing his knife as he lunged towards Lu Fan. In a swift motion, Lu Fan dodged and plunged his blade into the bandit's chest, causing him to perish instantly. Lu Fan's subsequent strikes claimed the lives of 5 more, prompting the remaining assailants to change course and flee in terror. Xiao Bai, eliminate them, but do not harm the horses, Lu Fan commanded, and Xiao Bai sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the first fleeing bandit, followed by over 10 others. The last 8, paralyzed by fear, collapsed from their mounts, trembling on the ground, too frightened to move. The horses, startled by the menacing growls from the Wolf King, stood frozen in place. "Bring those horses and weapons here at once." As soon as he spoke, the servants rushed forward to seize the horses. One particularly obstinate steed resisted being led, prompting Lu Fan to swiftly approach and deliver a powerful blow to its head, rendering it subdued. He did not strike to kill, merely stunning it sufficed. For these horses held great value, worth dozens of taels of silver. The remaining 8 individuals knelt, pleading for mercy. "Tell me where your hideout is, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing the possibility of salvation, they eagerly divulged their secrets. "Our dwelling is atop that mountain." One bandit pointed toward the nearby peak. "We have ample provisions and treasures within our cave. The man who sold you the slaves, he is our second in command, and he is up there as well. How many of you are left?" Lu Fan inquired. "Over 10, replied a man with a lecherous appearance. Lu Fan suspected their numbers were greater and instructed the Wolf King to return and summon the wolf pack. Xiao Bai, understanding his intent without words, swiftly departed. Chapter 48. Extermination of the Mountain Bandits. The group gathered the horses and armed themselves with large blades. "I understand some of you have served as guards now. Your enemies reside upon that mountain. What will you do?" Lu Fan asked solemnly. "Master, we must eliminate them. Please grant us permission." The guard who had first warned of danger bowed respectfully. "Yes, we shall eradicate those bandits. What is your name?" Lu Fan inquired of the outspoken guard. "Master, my name is Lu Jia." "Very well. You shall be the acting captain of the guard from now on. All who can ride and fight, step forward." At once, 2 to 3 dozen individuals emerged, including several coachmen. "Ah, you possess some spirit. I do not regret saving you. You will come to realize that avenging the bandits is merely the beginning of your promising lives, not the end. Execute these few." "Have mercy, master," they cried. "You do not honor your word, akin to a bandit?" Lu Fan retorted coldly. "I never make promises with thieves. Attack." With Lu Fan's command, the group surged forward, blades raised, as the scene turned gruesome and bloody. The elderly, women, and children, terrified, covered their eyes in horror. The battlefield was swiftly tidied, and each individual sought a suitable weapon. With a commanding voice, Lu Fan declared that they would soon march towards the bandits' lair to avenge their fallen comrades by eliminating the nefarious trafficker with the shifty eyes. At his command, everyone busied themselves. Once the scene was organized, the Wolf King led a pack of wolves to a nearby location, where Lu Fan communicated telepathically for them to wait near the bandit mountain. The group quickly arrived at the mountain's base, where Lu Fan discerned a narrow path ascending over 2 meters in width and stretching 50 to 60 meters in length. The elevated terrain on either side presented a significant threat. Should anyone lie in ambush above, those traversing the path would be vulnerable to arrows. This position was indeed easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Lu Fan, and time was of the essence. Without further delay, he leapt onto the 3-meter-high cliff, where he discovered that an ambush awaited him. There were indeed many foes. With a swift stroke of his blade, he dispatched no fewer than 20 bandits in mere minutes, then leaped to the opposite side to continue his assault. The Wolf King, having already slain several fleeing bandits, urged the wolves to ascend the mountain alongside him. "Charge forth!" Lu Fan shouted to those below. The others mounted their horses and surged upward, cutting down foes with remarkable bravery. To Lu Fan's dismay, over 50 bandits remained within the cave. "What a nuisance! Why does this place seem to attract bandits?" he muttered to himself. After another 10 minutes of battle, only a few remained, with the second in command and others hiding within the cave, reluctant to emerge. The cave entrance was small, making it easy to defend, but challenging to assault. Lu Fan instructed the group and the wolves to stand back. Then, wielding his large blade, he charged inside, slaying 7 or 8 bandits before those within raised their weapons and surrender. He expelled them from the cave, leaving a total of 21 survivors. Mere cowards and minor leaders, more cunning than brave. "Ah, you did not foresee this, did you? Had you taken my gold without malice, we would have had no quarrel. Alas, your greed has led to your demise. Truly, one may be forgiven for the sins of fate, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Execute them." Lu Fan commanded. The guards and young men promptly advanced with their blades, leaving the second in command unrecognizable. Elderly women and children soon arrived, wielding weapons with righteous fury. delivering countless blows until the body was rendered unrecognizable. As twilight descended and exhaustion settled in, Lu Fan suggested they rest for the night. The group tended to their wounds and cleaned the battlefield, disposing of the bodies down the mountain. He then instructed Xiao Bai to lead the wolves in disposing of the 30-odd bandits they had initially slain on the road, allowing them to decide how to handle the remains. Chapter 49. A fortuitous windfall. No one had perished, though a dozen sustained minor injuries from fatigue. The 11 women gathered food and some pork, preparing 3 large pots of rice. Lu Fan requested an ample supply, insisting that any leftovers were of little concern, while ensuring everyone would eat their fill. After the meal, the group found their own places to rest. Xiao Bai and the wolves returned, their muzzles stained with blood, and it was clear what had transpired. Xiao Bai instructed the wolves to handle the bodies at the mountain's base as well. Xiao Bai vigilantly stood guard outside the cavern, substituting for Lu Fan, and no one dared to approach. Lu Fan ventured into the deepest recesses of the cave to inspect the contents. Indeed, there was no shortage of treasures. The cave grew progressively wider as one proceeded inward, extending some 40 to 50 meters in depth, with the innermost chamber spanning over 20 meters in width, an ideal refuge for concealing troops and storing provisions. Given its proximity, merely 7 or 8 li from Fenglin town and just over 10 li from the county seat, this strategic thoroughfare was entrusted to Xiao Bai's stewardship, anticipating its future utility. At the very heart of the cave lay the abode of the bandit chieftain, furnished with every conceivable domestic necessity. The grand bed, crafted from golden thread Nanma wood, was exquisitely carved with meticulous artistry. All these items were secured within the spatial ring. In addition, more than 30 chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels were collected. After some hesitation, 5 chests were retrieved and neatly arranged. Numerous weapons, mostly forged from common iron, held little value, better suited for smelting upon return. A considerable pile of paintings and calligraphy in a corner piqued Lu Fan's interest. Upon examining a few, he found nothing extraordinary and initially contemplated burning them. Yet, reconsidering that these were authentic ancient artworks, potentially lucrative if auctioned, he promptly stored them all within the spatial ring. A brief inventory revealed over 5,000 taels of gold and more than 27,000 taels of silver, exclusive of the jewels and jade artifacts. The precious stones were to be entrusted to Lan Xue. After all, as a young lady, she would surely appreciate them. Upon stepping out, Lu Fan noticed the group appeared fatigued. He proposed they all rest inside the cave for the night, planning to return to Fenglin town the following day. Lu Jia, please make the arrangements. At once, my lord. The group busied themselves, even procuring bedding and other supplies to keep warm. Xiao Bai performed admirably today. I shall reward you with a spiritual energy pill, Lu Fan declared, producing one from a jade vial. Xiao Bai eagerly swallowed it and retreated to refine it. As dusk fell, Lu Fan retired into the cave. Oil lamps mounted on either wall cast a gentle glow, dispelling any sense of gloom. Everyone soon settled to rest. Lu Fan proceeded to the innermost chamber, where Lu Jia had prepared a bed for him. My lord, your bed and bedding are new and ready. Good. Arrange for guards to keep watch overnight. Certainly, my lord. Clad and lying upon the bed, Lu Fan reflected on recent events. Though gratifying, his heart longed for the deserted island, his true home. Unable to sleep, he rose to meditate, consuming 5 spiritual energy pills throughout the night. His acupoints opened by a third, and his strength increased by at least 30%. Before dawn, all had risen early, perhaps accustomed to the discipline of their former affluent households. Lu Fan, no longer able to cultivate, joined them outside. Servants respectfully bowed and saluted him, reminiscent of scenes from dramas, somewhat peculiar yet not difficult to accept. Upon seeing Lu Jia and several guards who had not slept all night, Lu Fan instructed them to rest, though they insisted they were not tired, and he did not press further. He then ordered all personnel to be assembled. Everyone first prepared the meal, and after dining, they organized all the usable carts, loading them with grains, gold, silver, and jewels. The place where we resided consisted solely of houses, lacking anything else of value. Hence, everything that could be of use must be brought along. Everyone began to make their own arrangements. Lu Fan had previously inspected the bandit den, which featured a dedicated stable housing 70 to 80 fine horses and over 20 carts, sufficient to accommodate all our belongings. A group of women swiftly prepared breakfast, And once everyone was satiated, they commenced loading the carts. It took over an hour for everything to be properly organized. Lu Fan noticed that Xiao Bai had sprouted some exquisite white fur, a striking grayish white that was far more appealing than the dull gray of before. Its physique had also grown considerably, nearly on par with that of a large horse. Mounting the wolf's back, they set off, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they found that all traces of the corpses had vanished, leaving behind only a disheartening pool of blood. The group hastened their pace, and the procession of carts extended over 100 meters, a magnificent sight with dozens of carts laden solely with grains. The drivers were insufficient, prompting the younger servants to step in, leading the horses on foot, as it was inconceivable to let one succumb to the need to relieve themselves. Lu Fan allowed them to manage this on their own, imparting a crucial lesson. In times of trouble, one must remain calm, for solutions always exist, and one should not simply wait for others to direct their actions. Following the battle of the previous day and the amicable relations with their new master, everyone was eager and industrious. Encountering a wise leader naturally ignited their enthusiasm. Being from the same locale, they exhibited remarkable unity. Lu Fan observed this, recognizing the commendable qualities of these individuals. Within less than an hour, the group arrived at Fenglin Town. "We have arrived. This will be your new home," he announced. The crowd eagerly guided their carts into the town. Lu Fan first organized the cleaning of the Lu residence, the original mansion, and arranged for repairs to any damaged areas. The middle-aged men and women who were previously the housekeeper and kitchen steward of that household were retained by Lu Fan to continue their management. They understood the rarity of this opportunity and were determined to seize it and work diligently. Everything was orderly, and once Lu Fan had arranged matters, he returned to the valley to capture a few wild cattle in preparation for the wedding banquet the following day. After cultivating through the night, he discovered upon arriving in town that the main gate had been repaired under the guidance of the steward. Lu Jie had also station guards, ensuring that sentinels were posted both on the walls and at the gates. Lu Fan summoned the steward and Lu Jie, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall marry the lady you saw the day before." He instructed them to tidy the mansion, drape some red fabric, and hang a few large red lanterns for a festive touch. The group received their orders and immediately set to work, utilizing several fabrics salvaged from the bandits. A few female stewards approached to report, "My lord, the banquet preparations are yet to be made." Lu Fan then called for 5 carts and led them to the county city to procure supplies. After an hour, they arrived at the county city. "Prepare 10 or 8 tables. It won't be crowded. Just ensure to buy plenty of non-perishable items to fill all 5 carts." The servants received their silver and promptly departed. Lu Fan originally intended to visit Lan Fu to see Lan Xue, but reconsidered and decided to postpone until tomorrow. Chapter 51. No need for accompaniment. Everything had been meticulously prepared, and the female servants had crafted dark red garments for everyone, creating a festive atmosphere. The 26 attendants accompanying the wedding were also resplendent in their new attire, adorned with dark red clothing and wielding broadswords at their waists, riding magnificent steeds that exuded an air of authority and splendor. Lu Fan felt elated and treated everyone to a sumptuous feast of wild beef in the evening. Adhering to the customs of the region, he had also hired a band and arranged for a bridal palanquin. Due to the considerable distance, he had made arrangements for Lu Jie and the maidservants to stay at an inn in the county town to gather the guests, who were already waiting outside the city. Lu Fan and his companions rode on horseback and, in less than an hour, took a moment to adjust their attire, ready to enter the city at the appointed hour with music and fanfare. Lan Fu was also adorned with lanterns and decorations. Lan Xue wore a radiant smile, while her mother bore a furrowed brow, anxious about her daughter's judgment of character. In an era where male superiority prevailed, she had little say in her daughter's choices, leaving everything to Lan Fu's arrangements. Until now, she had yet to see what her son-in-law looked like. Lan Xue reassured her mother, saying, "Do not worry, mother. Fange treats me exceptionally well. Look at this little tiger he gifted me." Yet, Lan Mu remained silent, tears streaming down her face, and the sounds of celebration from outside only deepened her distress, leaving Lan Xue somewhat bewildered. It was not until Lu Fan entered the grand hall that Lan Mu caught sight of his visage, and her tears transformed into smiles. This son-in-law was indeed commendable. His countenance did not suggest malice, and his tall and robust stature instilled a sense of security. In truth, according to ancient standards of beauty. Lu Fan's features were merely well-defined, slightly more handsome than average, but certainly not a handsome man by modern standards, displaying a hint of scholarly demeanor. To ensure that Lan Xue's parents felt honored, Lu Fan had also brought along a chest of gold and a chest of jewels. Naturally, Lan Fu and Lan Mu were exceedingly pleased, their dignity restored. After all the formalities concluded, Lu Fan found himself somewhat dazed. As the procession of music and celebration escorted them through the city, Lu Fan preferred to keep his residence discreet from the musicians, and midway through, he discreetly offered them a sum of silver to send them on their way. There was no need for the bridal palanquin. He simply took a carriage back to the town, which felt somewhat like a supporting role in the grand play. However, Lan Xue was unbothered. With Lu Fan by her side, she felt content. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai led a pack of over 20 wolves, awaiting them at the city gate in a welcoming formation. It was nearing noon, and aside from a few maidservants and elderly attendants, there were no outsiders present. Though initially frightened, they were soon reassured by Chun Er's explanations. Lu Fan hosted a banquet, inviting everyone to take their seats and indulge in a celebratory feast. He prepared a sumptuous meal featuring tiger bones and 3 whole wild bulls, simmering 5 large pots of tiger bone beef soup for the wolves to relish, who feasted with great delight. It became clear to the pack why their leader was so devotedly following this human. The meat was simply exquisite. After a satisfying meal, Lu Fan led Lan Xue back to their room, with Chun Er following closely behind. Just as Lu Fan was about to suggest she leave, he paused. Chun Er, flustered and bashful, murmured, "Master, allow me to help you undress." No, there is no need. We've both had a long day. Best to retire early. Truly. Chun Er, it's quite all right. You may go rest as well, Lan Xue said gently. But young mistress, the young master knows nothing of the intimate rites. He might unintentionally harm you. Chun Er pleaded, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. Lu Fan, though having imbibed a fair measure of wine, remained lucid, the local vintage being notably mild, and grasped her meaning at once. Irritated, he retorted, Chun Er, must you meddle? My wife and I wish to rest. Please withdraw. Wounded and tearful, Chun Er fled the chamber, leaving behind an awkward silence thick enough to cut. What's wrong? Did I say something amiss? Lan Xue asked, puzzled. She then explained the custom of having a maidservant sleep nearby to assist the newlyweds, a practice common in refined households. Only then did Lu Fan understand. He called Chun Er back. You're no stranger to us, Chun Er, so I'll speak plainly. In our homeland, such a custom is unheard of. In time, when you mature and your heart finds its true match, you'll comprehend why. Relieved and blushing deeply, Chun Er quietly slipped from the room and softly closed the door behind her. Alone at last, Lu Fan and Lan Xue sat in hushed, mutual shyness. Sensing her discomfort, Lu Fan blew out the candle, then, with tender uncertainty, guided her robes from her shoulders and loosened her sash, until they lay side by side beneath the silken covers. Neither had ever known such closeness before. Both were inexperienced, fumbling, yet fervent, until, after much gentle coaxing and shared breath, passion at last bloomed in quiet, unhurried harmony. Chapter 52. 10,000 wise Lu Fan awoke the next morning refreshed, invigorated, his spirit alight with renewed desire. You shameless man, must you never cease? Lan Xue whispered, half scolding, half laughing. Had she lived strictly by the ancient codes of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, such words would have warranted formal reprimand, even chastisement. Yet with Lu Fan, she spoke freely, unburdened. He grinned, unrepentant. Forgive me. I simply couldn't help myself. Ever since that first night, when he discovered the profound, exquisite joy of manhood, he had been utterly entranced. Yet Lan Xue's delicate constitution could not yet withstand prolonged ardor. Though deeply cherished, she remained tender, still learning the language of love. Chun Er, lodged in the outer chamber some 10 meters away, separated by 2 heavy doors, had nonetheless heard everything, especially Lan Xue's soft, breathless cries, so vivid, so unrestrained, that sleep became impossible. She had hoped for a languid morning reprieve, only to be jolted awake once more. How insatiable this master is, like a stag in rut. How many times must he? Grumbling inwardly, dark circles shadowing her eyes like ink-wash brushstrokes, she carried in the wash basin with weary grace. Lu Fan noticed her stifled yawns. Chun-ia, go back and rest with Lan Xue a while. I'll stroll through the valley. He stepped out, finding the main residence eerily quiet, devoid of servants. All attendants dwelled in the servants' quarters 50 paces to the left, where laughter and cheerful chatter rose like birdsong, joyful, unforced, the sound of hearts content under benevolent stewardship. Lu Fan chose not to disturb their mirth. Instead, he strode swiftly beyond the estate gates, where the Wolf King awaited, poised and watchful. Xiaobai, I shall take you somewhere extraordinary today. Together, they slipped into the cave's shadowed mouth and emerged into the hidden valley, a secret realm humming with palpable qi, its air thick with quiet vitality. From now on, this shall be your sanctuary for cultivation. Guard its existence closely. Speak of it to no other wolf, lest its sanctity be marred. Let the 200 meters surrounding the cave mouth be declared sacred ground. Either station your most loyal underlings there as sentinels, or dwell there yourself. Certainly, my master, I understand. I will reside near the cave entrance, making it convenient for my cultivation. Very well, as you wish. Please remember to check daily for any changes within. Should you notice any luminous objects or other peculiar phenomena, do inform me immediately, regardless of the hour. Additionally, it is imperative that we do not eradicate the local wildlife. Rather, we should nurture them for sustenance over time. Do you comprehend? Indeed, it is a matter of sustainable practices. Remarkably, you grasp this concept well. I heard it from those bandits. Why do you persist in observing the horses? This area has become a desolate zone due to your actions. Such behavior must cease henceforth. Furthermore, consuming humans is strictly forbidden. I have never partaken in such acts. I prefer donkey meat. Naturally, it is acceptable to consume evildoers. But who qualifies as an evildoer? My goodness, are you a never-ending source of inquiries? You keep asking incessantly, leaving Lu Fan quite exasperated. What does 100,000 whys even mean? I am about to commit murder. Do not obstruct me. I am not hindering you. If I proceed, I have one request. Please refrain from questioning my motives in the future. Is that agreeable? Very well, Xiaobai replied, somewhat disheartened. In essence, an evildoer is someone who coerces others into doing things they dislike. It is as simple as that, Lu Fan stated with resignation. I see. So, it is akin to what transpired between you and your wife last night? Would that not make you an evildoer as well? I have matters to attend to, Lu Fan said, leaving in a state of utter disbelief. This left Xiaobai perplexed. What is the matter with him? Is he planning to return and coerce her again? Fortunately, Lu Fan had already distanced himself. Had he overheard that, he would surely have lost his temper. Chapter 53. Modifying the cart upon returning home. Lu Fan discovered that Lan Xue was already awake. Did I not instruct you to rest first? Why are you up again? I slept for a while and felt a bit hungry, so I rose, Lan Xue replied sweetly, her rosy cheeks endearing. Please wait. I have some tiger meat to roast for you. Lu Fan hurried to the courtyard, gathering stones and firewood to construct a makeshift stove. He then ventured to the kitchen to prepare some seasonings and began roasting the meat. In no time, the savory aroma wafted through the air as he brushed on some rapeseed oil, sprinkled salt and Sichuan pepper, and added a dash of chili powder. Lu Fan offered 2 skewers to Lan Xue for her to taste. She took a small bite. Wow, this is truly delicious. Lu Fan also handed 2 skewers to Chun-Er. Chun-Er, already salivating, took a generous bite. Oh, it's so tasty. Oh, it's quite hot. Do not rush. In the future, we shall acquire a herd of livestock to raise in the valley, and I will prepare meals for you daily. Yes, it is best to keep the livestock in enclosures, Lan Xue said earnestly. After we finish our meal, I will go and investigate. Once the 3 of them had satisfied their hunger, there were many matters to attend to in the town. So Lan Xue and Chun-Er remained at home to manage affairs. Lu Fan rode his horse around the forest, completing a full circuit, and discovered that the eastern edge of the woods was a steep cliff. Estimating, the depth of the chasm appeared to be at least 100 or 200 meters. Lu Fan took out his .98 rifle and, using the 8-fold scope, peered down into the abyss, confirming that it indeed led to that hidden valley. There was no fear of anyone exploring this cliff. After all, ancient people lacked telescopes, and descending such a depth by rope was highly improbable. Simply stationing a pack of wolves to patrol the area would suffice. Lu Fan then raised his 8-fold magnifier and carefully observed the valley. A mountain ridge dozens of meters high stood there, and beyond it lay a dense forest that stretched beyond the eye's reach through the scope. Lu Fan immediately instructed Xiao Bai to notify the wolf pack to completely seal off this forest and the cliff, within a range of less than 2 kilometers. Over 20 wolves would be sufficient. Only then did Lu Fan hastily return home to consult Lan Xue. Xue, we're come on by livestock. Why do you want to raise those wolves? You understand me well. I do not want them to harm anyone anymore. Besides, they're needed to guard the sealed forest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That sounds good. Then let us do it tomorrow. According to tradition, tomorrow is also the day to visit the Yfes family. My family owns several farms and raises quite a few animals. I'm not very familiar with the details, but we can take a look when the time comes. Lu Fan promptly ordered someone to retrieve the large carriage and park it in the courtyard. He summoned over a dozen subordinates to begin modifying the vehicle. After some study, he discovered that even ancient carriages had rudimentary shock absorption mechanisms. Between the carriage frame and the axle was a wooden piece shaped remarkably like a crouching rabbit, wrapped in several layers of leather. Though simple in structure, it provided some cushioning effect. Lu Fan instructed them to dismantle the carriage frame and replace the old leather with new layers. The coachman, being experienced, completed the task swiftly. Reflecting further, Lu Fan realized that if he reinforced the stress points at both ends with several curved steel plates, it would effectively resolve the jolting issue. Akin to the leaf springs used in modern automobiles. He called the steward to inquire about steel plates. The steward mentioned an iron forge on the main street that stocked abundant materials. Lu Fan led the group there and found several steel plates. "This will do," he said with a smile. Testing their hardness revealed they were much more brittle than modern equivalents, mainly due to impurities that reduced their elasticity. They were barely usable but would improve after repeated forging. After much labor, they forged the plates into the desired shapes and sizes. Securing them tightly to the carriage frame with iron hoops, they experimented repeatedly. Once fitted, they hitched the horses and took the carriage for a test ride. It was significantly less bumpy. Adding 2 quilts inside as cushions would make it even more comfortable. Lu Fan ordered the carriage to be polished inside and out, coated with wood oil, and reassembled with curtains and other adornments. After half a day's work, the carriage looked brand new. The addition of the steel plates also raised its height considerably, giving it an imposing and elegant appearance. "My husband, you are truly remarkable. Lan su et galim zoi fu li. It's nothing. Back where I come from, we have automobiles. They're far more advanced than this." Chapter 54. Visiting the Yfes family despite the improvements. The steel plates were still slightly undersized and ill-fitting. Lu Fan planned to commission a batch from the smithy in the county town the following day. That very evening, he drafted blueprints, marking the exact dimensions and curvature. Later at night, Lu Fan took out 2 boxes of jewels and let Lan Xue select some for amusement. The 2 women fiddled with them until midnight, delaying their sleep. Lu Fan deeply regretted bringing them out. On the following morning, upon rising, the servants presented a hearty meal, a substantial bowl of oatmeal porridge accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. The method of consuming oatmeal was a culinary innovation by Lu Fan, and when paired with crystal salt pickled peppers and cucumbers, it proved to be quite delectable. After satisfying their appetites, everyone set off with great enthusiasm. Accompanied by 20 guards for the safe transport of livestock, the carriage sped forth, reaching Wuling County City in just over half an hour. The driver's back was thoroughly soaked with sweat. The pace of the carriage was exhilarating. Lu Fan found the situation amusing and generously bestowed 10 taels of silver upon the driver, advising him to procure a new garment to avoid catching a chill. The driver expressed profound gratitude, repeatedly offering thanks. The guards quietly acknowledged their master's benevolence. Lu Fan and his entourage arrived at a large blacksmith shop, where the proprietor greeted him with a broad smile. "Might I inquire what your esteemed self requires?" The shopkeeper was understandably intimidated by the imposing presence of the guards and thus adopted a highly respectful demeanor. Lu Fan expressed his desire to forge a batch of specialized steel plates, requesting high-quality steel that was not only elastic but also robust and durable. The shopkeeper assured him that it was feasible, though it would demand considerable effort and resources, potentially resulting in a higher price. Sensing Lu Fan's significant stature, the shopkeeper refrained from hastily quoting a price and cautiously inquired. "The price is of no concern. As long as the quality is commendable, there will be additional rewards." Lu Fan affirmed. "Very well, I shall exert my utmost effort." Lu Fan provided a silver ingot, amounting to 50 taels, as a deposit, requesting a prototype be crafted first. The shopkeeper promptly accepted the silver and issued a receipt, agreeing that Lu Fan could return the following day to collect the finished work. Lu Fan then led his companions to the entrance of the Lan residence. The guards, clad in striking black and gold-trimmed warrior attire, appeared remarkably spirited and impressive. Mr. Lan and Mrs. Lan hastened to greet them. Their courteous demeanor stemmed from having learned of Lu Fan's valorous deed in vanquishing a band of marauders, over 100 men. Swiftly dealt with, such feats warranted a warm reception. "Ah, it is truly a burden to trouble you both with such a greeting," Lu Fan said. Not all, dear son-in-law, please come inside." Mr. Lan graciously invited Lu Fan into their home. Mrs. Lan, noticing her daughter's flushed cheeks, was filled with joy and pulled Lan Xue into the house for a private conversation. "How have you been these past few days, my child?" "I've been well, mother. He treats me kindly, although he does have rather demanding needs in certain aspects." The mother and daughter exchanged whispered confidences within the room. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat in the living room with Mr. Lan, enjoying tea. "May I inquire, esteemed father-in-law, how might I go about acquiring a substantial quantity of livestock?" "Oh dear, son-in-law, why spend money when we have over 1,000 cattle and sheep? Simply take what you need," Mr. Lan generously offered. "Esteemed father-in-law, I fear that may not suffice." "What? Over 1,000 is insufficient?" "Indeed, it is not enough. I require at least 1,000 sheep or 500 cattle each month, along with some chickens, ducks, and geese." "Surely you do not intend to amass an army for rebellion?" "Mr. Lanquetstein, what a notion, esteemed father-in-law. I have no desire for conflict. As long as I am left unprovoked, I prefer to remain detached, unless, of course, faced with the likes of those brigands." Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lan Fu, discerning from his expression that he was already aware of the matter. "Very well, since you are unfamiliar with this place, allow me, your father-in-law, to make the arrangements for you." Lan Fu was eager to ingratiate himself. "In that case, I shall trouble you, esteemed father-in-law, to arrange for the transport as soon as possible, preferably by tomorrow, to that bandit den. I will personally ensure someone is there to receive it." After some contemplation, Lu Fan concluded that having them deliver it there would indeed be more secure. At noon, the Lan residents hosted a banquet to celebrate, and Lan Xue's elder brothers all hurried back to partake in the festivities. Lu Fan mused inwardly. People in this ancient era truly have remarkable fertility. There are 7 younger brothers and sisters. This wife has many consorts, 1 principal wife and 4 concubines. So, it is no surprise that the children are numerous. Several of the brothers had also established their own families and possessed estates outside the city. In this patriarchal society, they regarded Lu Fan, their sister's husband, with blatant disdain. They were mere privileged young masters, none possessing the cunning of Lan Fu. Thus, Lu Fan cared little for their opinions. "I heard the bandits were slain by you, brother-in-law. Honestly, with your scholarly demeanor and slender frame, I find that hard to believe." Lan Suet Audet Bo, Lan Ni, was arrogant and overbearing. "Those are merely rumors, not to be trusted," Lu Fan hastened to deny. "Brother-in-law, shall we have a contest? Do you dare?" Lan Fan had heard that this eldest brother had practiced martial arts since childhood and, emboldened by his skills, had done many misdeeds. Today, it would be fitting to teach him a lesson personally. Since eldest brother is so eager, I shall gladly oblige. With the prospect of a fight, everyone grew animated. Numerous guards and servants gathered outside the courtyard. Lan Fu thought to himself, a little reprimand might prevent greater harm in the future. The 2 men entered the courtyard. Lu Fan's guards refrained from watching, calmly continuing their eating and drinking. The Lan household servants marveled at their audacity. Their master was about to be beaten, yet they remained so composed. Before Lan, he could even raise his broadsword. Lu Fan surged forward with a swift step, snatching the weapon from his hands. Lan's pride was wounded, and furiously, he lunged forward to strike Lu Fan with a heavy fist. Lu Fan met the blow with a single hand, enduring the punch effortlessly. Lan grimaced in pain, crying out loudly. Lu Fan then grasped the broadsword, snapped it in half with a flick of his finger. The crowd was astounded, and Lan was too frightened to utter another sound. Lu Fan declared, "I despise above all those who oppress the innocent and commit petty crimes. Henceforth, should I learn of anyone's misdeeds, they shall meet the same fate as this blade. I hope we may all coexist harmoniously hereafter. His message was unmistakably clear, and the assembly was too intimidated to breathe. Lan Fu promptly intervened. Ha! Come, esteemed son-in-law. Let us not allow others to disturb our refined drinking pleasure. I, Lan Mao, have met countless people in my life, and having a son-in-law like you suffices. Let's drink to that. Today, the master was in high spirits and rewarded each servant with 10 taels of silver. The servants were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. As for the transport of the livestock, let Lan Xue's elder brothers handle it. Father Lan implored with a face full of earnestness. Lu Fan understood his meaning. It was merely a request for him to discipline them a little. He would leave it to Xiao Bai later, ensuring they would not be frightened to death. Of course, it was no trouble at all. Just remember what I said before. At this moment, Lan Xue's 3 brothers were so terrified that they did not dare to utter a sound, nor did they challenge their father's decision. They sat quietly in their seats, resembling timid maidens, afraid to lift their heads to glance at Lu Fan while serving food. Lan Xue and Chun Er stifled their laughter, delighted by the scene. Their wives secretly thought, serves them right. Let the brother-in-law give them a good lesson, which is far better than their habitual bullying of us. However, Mother Lan wore a frown, pondering what to do now. Lonnie was, after all, her own son. Lu Fan also noticed Mother Lan's unease. Indeed, the root of the problem lay here. The old adage, a doting mother raises a wayward son, proved to be utterly accurate. Lu Fan stayed overnight at the Lan residence. The servants regarded the son-in-law with great respect, bowing deeply upon encountering him. Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand in acknowledgement. During dinner, Lan Xue's brothers did not join. Lan Xue couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Look what you've done. You've terrified my brothers. Ha! This is merely a challenge presented by your father, Lu Fan said, his expression one of exasperation. Chapter 56. Back to Fenglin town the next morning, Lu Fan and Lan Xue rose early to pay their respects to the elders. After breakfast, they prepared to return home. After bidding farewell to Father and Mother Lan, they advised that any matters could be communicated via messenger to Fenglin town. Lu Fan arrived at the blacksmith shop, where the shopkeeper promptly produced the steel plates crafted the previous night. Lu Fan held them in his hands, testing their strength and elasticity. He placed them on the ground, stepping on them and jumping, noting that they were significantly better than the previous ones. If a few more plates were added, they would be even better. He immediately requested paper and pen from the shopkeeper and drew 2 shorter blueprints for him. The shopkeeper agreed to create 50 of each of the 3 types based on these specifications. Very well. These 2 pieces will cost 20 taels. Your order amounts to 1,200 taels of silver. That's acceptable. Consider this my deposit. Lu Fan placed a gold ingot, equivalent to 50 taels, on the table. There was no need for a receipt. They arranged to pick up the goods in half a month, and Lu Fan instructed his subordinates to take the 2 plates of steel before taking his leave. A contingent of guards rode behind the carriage, swiftly departing the county city. After traveling over 10 miles, they arrived at the bandit hideout, where Lan Yi's 3 brothers-in-law had been waiting for quite some time. Lu Fan surveyed the cattle and sheep behind them, along with the plump chickens, ducks, and geese on the 3 carts, all looking robust and healthy. Well, these look splendid. What is their worth? Ha! Brother-in-law, we are all family here. Why worry about money? True, we are indeed family, but we must distinguish between public and private matters. The price must be fair. Lu Fan replied earnestly. Then the prices listed on the purchase order are what you should follow. Lu Fan examined the document, noting 300 head of cattle, 500 sheep, and 200 each of chickens, ducks, and geese, totaling 1,500 taels. He directly handed over 2,000 taels. From now on, every month, a batch shall be dispatched with the same quality and quantity, delivered directly to Fenglin. That place is a den of wolves. Lan Yi said with great trepidation. I instructed you to deliver, so you shall comply. I have my own arrangements for your reception. Lu Fan replied with an expression of displeasure. The 3 did not dare to refute and hurriedly acquiesced. Oh dear brother, do not be afraid. You shall go. And if you do not believe, you may follow behind and see for yourselves. Lan Xue quickly reassured them. Lu Fan chose not to engage further, commanding the guards to drive the livestock and the 3 horse-drawn carriages forth. On the journey back, Lu Fan, mounted on his steed, observed the frail physique of the guards trailing behind. He resolved to enhance their provisions and conduct further training. Lan Xue also intended to instruct her in cultivation. As they had an abundance of medicinal pills, practicing even 1 or 2 layers was preferable to none. Upon returning to Fenglin, Lu Fan paused at the entrance for a moment, noticing that the 2 individuals who had been following did not approach any closer before he entered the city. Lan Yi, cunning as she was, had indeed dispatched 2 individuals to ride at a distance behind. They reported back after confirming that no wolf pack had attacked. Upon reaching his residence, Lu Fan instructed the servants to replace the steel plates on the large carriage, and after testing it, he found it significantly improved. Lan Xue and Chun Er also accompanied him for a brief outing. Indeed, this carriage was splendid, offering a smooth ride, even better than the last. Xue, do you think if we were to seize control of this town, preventing the wolf pack from preying upon people, it might attract the attention of the authorities? Given the tranquility of the area, it is likely that others would come to assume control, for that is how our system operates. Well then, let's have Xiao Bai arrange for the wolves to periodically frighten the passers-by. Chapter 57. Purchasing land. Lu Fan contemplated the entrance of the valley, realizing that to avoid exposure, constructing a manor would serve well as a base. Regarding the forest in Xue Air's area, I think it would be prudent to establish our own estate there. Absolutely. You cannot imagine how uncomfortable I feel residing here. Since we are to build, we must acquire that piece of land. It is indeed necessary, for having a land deed legitimizes our claim. Since you agree, I shall compose a letter to notify my father, requesting his assistance in this matter. Lan Xue said with a joyful expression, I trust my father-in-law's capabilities. Ideally, we should acquire all land within a 2-kilometer radius of the forest. Lu Fan pondered before responding. Very well, I shall write to my father. Lan Xue swiftly penned the letter in the study, and Lu Fan instructed Lu Jie to take 2 individuals to deliver it. Chun Er had wandered off somewhere in the meantime. Upon returning to the room, Lu Fan sketched a diagram of the human acupoints, specifically for the first layer of qi refinement, which he meticulously transcribed. Follow the path illustrated in this diagram for your cultivation, and you shall attain prowess akin to mine. Consume this medicinal pill and practice as I have instructed. I shall guard the door for you. You may cultivate in peace. Stepping outside the room, Lu Fan realized he had not practiced for several days, so he consumed a spirit power pill and settled on a Chun Er's bed to commence his training. In less than half an hour, he had refined the spirit power pill and successfully opened 2 acupoints. Lu Fan discovered that the efficacy of the spiritual power pill was improving remarkably, prompting him to contemplate practicing in the valley. After a brief wait, Chun Er returned, and Lu Fan hurried into the house to retrieve a large piece of beef for her to prepare a meal, while also instructing someone to prepare bathwater. Once he sent Chun Er away, he observed Lan Xue for a moment, noticing that her complexion had begun to show signs of impurities. He gently closed the door and waited quietly outside. After half an hour, Lan Xue finally awakened. Ha, my husband, I feel so comfortable and energetic. My body feels so light. Lu Fan replied. That means you have successfully cultivated. Now all that remains is to quickly adapt to your new state. But first, let's take a bath. Oh dear, I really do smell, Lan Xue said, feeling quite embarrassed. This is normal. It's a detoxification process. You will see that your skin will be even better after your bath. Remember, just like the valley, this matter should not be mentioned to anyone. It is imperative, Lu Fan said with a serious expression. Understood. At this moment, the maidservants had finished heating the water and brought the wooden basin into the outer room, adjusting the water temperature and preparing 2 buckets of hot water before withdrawing. Lu Fan instructed Lan Xue to clean herself thoroughly to avoid arousing suspicion, then exited the outer room and closed the door. Lan Xue quickly washed off the impurities and dressed before coming out. Husband, come quickly and see how I look. Oh my, you are truly stunning, like a celestial being. If I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, take a closer look at your skin. Isn't it fairer than before? Lan Xue scrutinized her reflection and indeed noticed a notable fairness. This is absolutely wonderful. At that moment, Lu Jie returned to report, bringing with him a letter from Lan Xue's father. Lan Xue opened it and read aloud. My father says he will arrange everything as soon as possible, and he will also secure you an identity. That would be splendid, Lu Fan exclaimed. Today I discovered something interesting. That valley is even larger than I had imagined. Let's go explore it tomorrow, Lu Fan said with great excitement. Should we also take Chun with us? After all, she is aware of everything and is your personal maidservant. She wouldn't betray you, would she? I still feel that you should take her under your wing. Otherwise, one can never truly know what lies in another's heart. If you were to marry her, wouldn't that be far more secure? After all, our people place great importance on the principles of propriety. Chapter 58. Exploring the valley that night, Lu Fan lay in bed unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of exploring the valley the next day, hoping to unearth something that could lead them back home. Lan Xue embraced him and gently massaged his temples, which eventually lulled him into a peaceful slumber. At the break of dawn, Lu Fan awoke, and after breakfast he, along with Lan Xue and Chun'er, ventured to the cave entrance. Xiao Bai had already sensed Lu Fan waiting at the mouth of the cave. Xiao Bai, I've discovered that beyond the mountain lies a forest. Let's go explore it. Absolutely. I've had enough of this place for the past few days. Lu Fan and Xiao Bai communicated telepathically, inaudible to others. The trio, accompanied by the wolf, entered the valley and swiftly ascended the ridge. Lu Fan had already disassembled the eightfold lens and held in his hand to survey the distance. The view remained obscured, yet he spotted numerous animals, wild cattle, sheep, mountain fowl, and hares, along with a pack of tigers. Now we will not lack for tiger skins. Killing the creatures within the secret realm will cause them to reproduce at an accelerated rate. Xue, you and Xiao Bai stay here while I venture to slay the tiger. Lu Fan adjusted his attire and leaped down the mountainside, brandishing his He Jin Dao. With several agile bounds, he approached, startling the group of tigers. They immediately roared and charged at Lu Fan, intent on devouring him. Lu Fan lured them to a hillside, where he methodically dispatched them one by one. In total, there were 6 adult tigers, alongside 3 subadult ones left to recuperate. Ensuring they were out of sight, he stored the tigers within his spatial ring. After a few ascents and descents, he returned to the ridge, only to find they had descended. He retrieved a tiger carcass from his spatial storage and climbed back up the ridge. Upon seeing the 2 women, he realized they were merely playing with Xiao Bai. Alleviating his concerns, though Xiao Bai had inexplicably vanished. Xue, where is Xiao Bai? She ran out upon hearing the wolf's howl. Then let us venture out as well. The trio, clutching the little white tiger, emerged from the cave, discovering that Lu Jie was searching for him outside the woods. Lu Fan set down the tiger he was carrying and stepped outside. Master, Lord Lan has sent someone to deliver a message, along with a package, he said, extending it towards Lu Fan. Very well, you may return and continue training them. Lu Fan had taught them a few basic combat techniques and was currently overseeing their practice. Every morning, he also required them to run drills, simple exercises from his military days, which were quite beneficial for enhancing their physical fitness. Lu Fan carried the package back to the cave entrance. Lan Xue unfolded the letter, exclaiming, "My father has informed me. This land has been purchased. Due to the persistent presence of bandits and wolf packs, it was quite inexpensive. The entire area cost only 1,000 taels of gold. In truth, Lan's father had discreetly greased the palms of officials with 2 gold ingots to secure a lower price. It was indeed a skillful maneuver." Lan Xue opened the package, revealing the land deed and documents. Upon inspecting the deed, it clearly marked the forest, encompassing a 2-kilometer radius around the entirety of Fenglin town, now belonging entirely to Lu Fan. Lu Fan was equally astonished by Lan Xue's report. "We should draft another letter, urging my father-in-law to arrange for the construction of the manor. This forest will serve as the back garden for our estate. Indeed, let us return." Lan Su Vima, her face alight with excitement. "I shall leave this tiger for you. Guard this place well. No one is permitted to approach, not even near the cliffs," Lu Fan instructed. "Understood, master." The Wolf King displayed remarkable intelligence, increasingly resembling a human, and had developed a profound sense of dependence on Lu Fan. The pack of wolves was tasked with patrolling daily, while their sustenance was provided by attendants who delivered food regularly. They feasted abundantly and grew robust. Chapter 59. Another acquisition. Throughout their journey, Lu Fan and Lan Xue discussed numerous matters regarding the construction of the estate, ultimately deciding it would be prudent for him to visit the Lan residence in person. Upon returning to their manor in town, Lu Fan summoned 10 guards and mounted horses to head towards the county city. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the city gates, dismounted, and entered. Xia Xue had spotted Lu Fan from afar and hurried to greet him. Lu Fan inquired about the wages for hiring laborers. They were remarkably low, A young laborer could be hired for merely 5 taels of silver per month, while a mason required only 8 taels. To acquire a criminal, a mere 10 taels of silver suffices, which makes the wages for these laborers seem quite substantial in comparison. In order to expedite construction, Lu Fan instructed Xia Xue to lead the guards in a vigorous recruitment of workers in the square. Observing the slave market near the theater, Lu Fan decided to purchase a few more. He summoned the steward, who appeared to be relatively less unscrupulous. "Ah, my lord, this young and beautiful maiden is but 100 taels of silver, a truly exquisite item. I have no interest in women. I seek only young and able-bodied men. If they possess skills, I will take them all, regardless of age or gender." The steward replied, "For strong laborers, it is 20 taels each. May I inquire how many commoners you require? The more, the better." Upon hearing this, the man realized it was a lucrative deal. "Please, follow me to converse. All the commoners are in the large estate behind, and you may choose at your leisure." Lu Fan, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter, followed with several guards. Upon entering, Lu Fan was met with a disheartening sight. The courtyard was teeming with people, the stench unbearable, each one emaciated and gaunt. Their unkempt appearances rendered distinguishing features nearly impossible. "These are the strong men you spoke of? How many are there in total?" Lu Fan retorted with evident displeasure. "Replying to my lord, there are 79 men, 38 women, and 21 children, totaling 138 souls." The steward continued, "Do not be misled by the frailty of these women and children. They are quite capable. With just a piece of dry bread a day, they can perform any task." After a cursory glance, Lu Fan exited the courtyard. "There are far too many elderly and infirm. I shall reconsider." "Please, my lord, these are all from prominent families, with many having served as guards. No more persuasion is necessary. What is the total cost? If the price is reasonable, I shall take them all." Lu Fan teased him, intending to negotiate the price. "The total is 2,000 taels. That is acceptable, but I have one condition. I wish to borrow your courtyard to tidy them up first." "Is that permissible?" "A trivial matter. Do as you please," thought the steward. As long as payment was rendered, he had no objections to Lu Fan's whims. Lu Fan produced 4 ingots of gold from his robe and handed them to the steward. Upon receiving the heavy gold ingots and confirming their authenticity by biting into one, the steward smiled broadly and announced, "Everyone listen well. This lord has purchased all of you. From now on, you must obey him. That will suffice. I shall handle the rest. Let your men vacate this house. I will need half a day." Lu Fan said impatiently, "Ah, please do." The steward replied, leading his subordinates away with great enthusiasm. Standing at the entrance, Lu Fan addressed the crowd within. "I do not concern myself with your pasts or what you have done." The guards exchanged glances, pondering why their master repeated such phrases. Lu Fan spoke at length, his words almost producing smoke. He instructed the remaining 8 guards to stay behind, untie the ropes, and arrange for them to wash and eat. Chapter 60. Preparations complete. Having made the necessary arrangements, Lu Fan proceeded alone to the lawn residence. In a secluded alley, a box containing 50 gold ingots was retrieved from the spatial ring. This amount held little significance for Lu Fan, who effortlessly cradled it in one arm as he made his way to the lawn residence. Upon his arrival, the guards at the gate, upon seeing the son-in-law, hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects and usher him into the estate. In the living room, Lu Fan encountered his father-in-law, Lan Fu. "Father-in-law, this gold is for the land deed," he stated. Just as Lan Fu was about to express his gratitude, Lu Fan interjected, "I wish to construct a manor and require your assistance in procuring a substantial quantity of bricks, tiles, and sand." "Very well. I have already made arrangements with several brick factories and sand quarries. Your uncles have inspected them, but we must consider your timeline," Lan Fu replied, exuding an air of confidence in his foresight. "The sooner, the better. Ensure that all materials are of the highest quality, and payment will be made upon delivery." Lu Fan insisted. "Understood. I will dispatch someone immediately to ensure everything is in order. Will you need to hire a considerable number of workers?" "I can arrange for 30 servants to assist you." "Will that suffice?" "That won't be necessary. I recently acquired several servants, which should be ample. While I do not oppose your acquisition of servants, be vigilant in your selection, as there may be some unsavory characters among them. Remember to conduct thorough background checks." "Thank you for your guidance, father-in-law. I shall take my leave now." "Dear son-in-law, the bricks and other materials will begin arriving tomorrow, so be prepared to receive them." I will also send some servants to help manage the workflow and provide skilled masons for your project. Thank you for your arrangements, father-in-law. Lu Fan expressed as he bid farewell and swiftly rode back to the estate. The guards were organized and vigilant, and recalling his father-in-law's advice, Lu Fan planned to adopt modern methods. He intended to conduct individual assessments of the workers upon their return and arrange for guards to eavesdrop discreetly, thus filtering out the majority of undesirables. The meals provided by the inn from the previous visit proved convenient. After settling the bill, Lu Fan dispatched someone to purchase clean clothing for the workers, instructing them to wash and change after their baths. At the square, 2 guards had already gathered over 30 masons and more than 70 sturdy laborers. All right, that'll be all for today. You shall await further instructions outside the county tomorrow morning. Once well fed, the workers regained their strength, washed their faces, tied back their hair, and changed into clean garments. The well water was too cold for their weakened constitutions, rendering bathing impractical, but they would manage when they returned home. All were organized into 3 neat rows and proceeded to the square. Lu Fan hired 10 carts, rewarding the young lad, Xia Xue, with 10 taels of silver, which sent the boys scampering home in joy. As the servants boarded the carts, the guards ensured their safety on the return journey. Upon reaching Fenglin town, the carts were dismissed, and the workers proceeded on foot back to the town. Lu Fan had them line up in 3 rows for individual inspections. Indeed, he noted a few men and several women with shifty eyes and untrustworthy features that stirred a desire to reprimand them. He summoned Xiao Bai, and the sight of the great wolf instilled fear among the gathered workers. What I say in the estate may not have been clear to you. Remember, I have a particular disdain for deceitful individuals. Now, I shall state this for the final time. Those who have erred stand to the left, those who have not, to the right. Find your respective places. Shortly thereafter, everyone was positioned, save for 2 individuals who remained in the wrong area. Lu Fan was instantly incensed. It appeared that without severe consequences, they would not heed his words. He promptly singled out 3 individuals, their faces bearing an unmistakably sinister demeanor, their intentions discernible even at a glance, a skill Lu Fan was confident in. Do you 3 have nothing to declare? In response, the men replied, We have nothing to say, my lord. Very well, Xiao Bai, these individuals are now in your charge. The Wolf King understood, letting out a roar as he slowly approached the trio. The 3 had never encountered such a scenario and were paralyzed with fear. Trembling as they knelt and begged for mercy, My lord, spare us. We shall not repeat our transgressions. I confess, I have defiled a woman. I have stolen from several elderly ladies. I have taken a life. Whom did you kill? An ordinary old man. Why did you slay him? He obstructed my attempt to abduct his daughter. The man stammered in terror. Your willingness to confess may yet save you. Chapter 61. The Establishment of Lu Zhuang. The group walked for over 10 minutes until they reached Fenglin town. Lu Fan arranged for the guards to conduct a thorough re-examination of each individual. Those who had confessed earlier had not faced any immediate repercussions. Several others admitted to various crimes, and a dozen or so reported on them. Lu Fan ordered the guards to detain these individuals separately, assigning others to eavesdrop that night. The following day, the guards reported their findings. Upon hearing there were 13, Lu Fan deemed it manageable. After further isolation and examination of these individuals, and confirming their statements, he decided against executing them for the time being. Instead, he organized them into a work crew, supervised by a team of guards, tasked with laborious tasks. Failure to comply would result in them being fed to the wolves. Less than half a day later, the convoy to collect workers returned, comprising a total of 113 laborers. Shortly thereafter, 3 uncles arrived, accompanied by several stewards and a dozen construction experts, followed by a fleet of over 50 carts laden with materials. They immediately began unloading in the cleared area by Fenya Forest. Lu Fan planned to construct a grand estate spanning 200 acres, with Fenglin town to its right and the forest in its backyard. Enclosing it with brick walls would facilitate management, allowing Xiao Bai to station a few trusted guards for oversight. The remaining wolves would patrol the cliffs. Without further ado, all personnel commenced the construction of the city walls. To stand 5 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, observation towers would be erected atop, designed to meet the highest standards of fortification, ensuring they blended seamlessly into the landscape to avoid future criticisms. The oversight of this endeavor would be entrusted to Lu Jie and several dozen guards. along with the stewards dispatched by Lan Fu. The household stewards would manage logistical tasks, such as cooking and boiling water. Lan Xue assigned Chun'er to oversee the finances. Lu Fan chose to distance himself from these specifics. Following ancient tradition, a groundbreaking ceremony was held. The next morning, after breakfast, work commenced. Lu Fan rode out to survey the operations, all proceeding smoothly. "My lord, is it truly wise to employ such a multitude of workers at once?" Lan Xue asked with a worried expression. "My father-in-law has also reminded me. I have organized matters and arranged for Lu Jie to monitor them. We will discuss other matters after the manor is completed." "That would be the best," Lan Xue replied with a bright smile. Due to the need to inspect the construction site during the day, the two were unable to practice their skills except in the evening at the valley. The narrow and dim corridor was equipped with over 20 torches for illumination. Inside the cave in the valley, oil lamps and bedding were arranged for their convenience, allowing them to rest comfortably after training. After more than 5 months of continuous work, the manor was finally completed. The main structure, adorned with blue bricks and tiles, appeared quite exquisite. Lu Fan surprisingly developed a fondness for this style, and the manor was aptly named Lu Zhuang. Over these 5 months, both of their realms had significantly improved, with Lu Fan successfully breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He could effortlessly leap onto a 5-meter-high city tower, displaying astonishing strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds with one hand. The only regret was that the spiritual energy pills had become ineffective for him, indicating that future cultivation would become increasingly arduous. Lan Xue had reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, which was a remarkable achievement for her. Lu Fan also taught her the Han Shan fist, which she practiced quite well, able to break small trees with a thickness comparable to a bowl. Since she preferred not to wield a large blade, Lu Fan crafted her a short alloy blade from steel, sharp and compact, making it easy for a girl to handle. The total expenditure for building the manor was over 70,000 taels of silver. Besides a few boxes of jewelry, there was little gold and silver left, with only 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver remaining. Chapter 62. Exploring the secret realm recently. Among the servants purchased, several with poor character were assigned to labor in the fields. The remaining able-bodied men were of decent quality and were all organized into the guard unit. Now, combined with the previous 30, there were a total of 100 guards. Lu Fan adopted a military-style training system, having veteran soldiers train the new recruits. He also established a structured guard unit, appointing Lu Jie as the captain, with several trusted guards as squad leaders. From the first batch of guards, 12 competent individuals were selected as team leaders, forming 3 large squads and 12 small teams, each with 8 to 9 members for easier management. After announcing this, Lu Fan selected leaders based on military merit and leadership abilities, and the guards were eager and enthusiastic. Each day, besides training, the teams were assigned patrol duties, primarily covering the over 2,000 acres of land outside the city walls. Now, Lu Zhuang had a population of over 150 individuals, with daily expenses reaching 70 to 80 taels of silver. Monthly expenditures totaled over 2,000 taels of silver. The steward suggested reducing the number of guards due to the excessive costs. However, Lu Fan did not consider them a waste of resources during idle times. He instructed Lu Jie to arrange for them to clear land for cultivation, as there were 3,000 acres within a 2-kilometer radius. 500 acres had already been cleared, ensuring sufficient food supply, although water remained a challenge. Lu Fan summoned professional well diggers, having them excavate over a dozen wells, which would suffice for his needs. He also constructed 5 guard posts around the periphery of the fields to patrol and safeguard the area. The servants raised a substantial herd of livestock, and with over 2,000 acres of land overrun by wild grass, coupled with the leftover maize stalks from crop harvests, the feed was remarkably inexpensive if it fell short. He instructed the steward to procure additional supplies. Similar to other estates, Lu Zhuang erected boundary stones at the entrance of the territory and at key locations, inscribed with the character Lu to caution passersby that this was Lu Zhuang's domain. In his endeavor to establish the estate, Lu Fan had been too preoccupied to explore the valley in recent months. Now that he found some leisure, he was eager to venture forth. As Blue Snow lacked the requisite strength, he did not permit her to accompany him. During this time, he fashioned himself a set of combat attire. Although the fabric was not as lightweight as modern materials, it boasted commendable breathability and all necessary pockets were sewn in. He had the dexterous servant's craft over 10 sets, which he stored in his spatial ring for future use. At dawn, Lu Fan arrived at the entrance of the back mountain, which had long been designated a forbidden area, with wolves on guard to deter any approach. He personally constructed 2 wooden cabins, one to conceal the entrance, and the other to provide a more comfortable dwelling for Xiao Bai. Donning his attire, Lu Fan led Xiao Bai into the other side of the valley. Since his last visit, where he had slain several tigers, the population of wildlife had significantly increased over the months. He hunted over a dozen wild bulls and goats, while Xiao Bai had dispatched more than 20 chickens. It had been quite some time since Lu Fan had savored wild chicken. Kindling a fire to roast the fowl and sprinkling some seasoning resulted in an exquisitely fragrant meal, enjoyed heartily by both man and beast. Master, your culinary skills are quite commendable. Haha, it is indeed one of my specialties. I recall my days in the military, Lu Fan mused, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Master, do you miss home? Yes, let's continue our journey, he replied, and together with the Wolf King, they ventured deeper for another 3 miles, discovering a waterfall cascading into a mountain spring. Xiao Bai exuberantly bounded over, taking a small sip, exclaiming, "Wow, this tastes delightful. Master, you must try it." Lu Fan quickly approached, bent down, and cupped a handful of water, savoring its sweetness and refreshing coolness. He retrieved several large jars to fill and store the water. Chapter 63. The Millennium Ginseng. The waterfall was not particularly tall, just over 3 meters. And with a nimble leap, Lu Fan ascended to the top. To his surprise, he found a spring emerging from a crevice, approximately half a meter wide. Nearby, he spotted a large ginseng plant, its leaves impressively expansive, nestled among the stones, revealing a head as thick as a bowl. Lu Fan carefully extracted it from the earth, discovering that the ginseng root measured over half a meter in length, radiating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. This was undoubtedly a treasure. He chuckled as he stored it in his spatial ring. After thoroughly inspecting the entire platform, which spanned merely 40 to 50 square meters and was bordered by a mountain wall, he found nothing else of note and filled in the hole he had dug. This ginseng was surely ancient. Upon returning, he would consume it to ascertain its effects. Jumping off the spring platform, I strolled around with Xiao Bai for a while. As the sky darkened, we finally made our way home. Lan Xue had been waiting anxiously at the wooden cabin for quite some time. When Lu Fan returned, her long-awaited smile finally graced her face. "Husband, you're back." Lu Fan understood her concerns, though he remained silent about it. He embraced her and planted a kiss on her lips, causing Chun Er to shyly retreat. This girl had matured significantly over the past 6 months. She possessed all the qualities a young lady should have, her figure ample, and her bosom even more pronounced than Lan Xue's. Xiao Bai, present as well, walked away in a huff, feeling quite exasperated. Lu Fan and Lan Xue exchanged amused glances. Lu Fan retrieved 2 goats from his spatial treasure. "Tonight, we shall stew some mutton." Having cultivated together over the past few days, Lan Xue was already aware of Lu Fan's secret regarding the spatial artifact. However, Chun Er remained oblivious, so it was best to keep it from her for now. They set up a stove in the woods, simmering a large pot of mutton and adding various seasonings, resulting in an exquisite aroma. Xiao Bai was already drooling in anticipation. Lu Fan found a large stone slab, washed it clean with fresh water, and presented the entire goat to Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, the 2 humans brought out tables and chairs from the cabin and prepared to eat. The 3 of them, along with the wolf, indulged in a delightful feast, thoroughly satisfied. After eating their fill, they took a leisurely stroll back to the main house to rest. Chun Er now had her own independent room, located next door to Lu Fan and Lan Xue. As soon as the couple returned home, they began practicing, leaving Chun Er unable to sleep. The lady's voice had grown increasingly loud, seemingly without any regard for discretion. Fortunately, the main building was several dozen meters away from the other structures, which was somewhat comforting. Previously, in Fenglin Town, their living quarters were too close, leaving the servants feeling quite embarrassed as they overheard everything. Lu Fan, thoroughly entertained, had already spent over an hour reveling in the moment. Lan Xue lay contentedly in his embrace, a look of satisfaction on her face. "Xue, today Xiao Bai and I discovered a large ginseng." "Oh, how big can it be?" Lan Suzette ponde la Li. Noticing her indifference, Lu Fan took it out from his storage ring. Wow, it's so large. Indeed. Let's have a taste. Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly. Let's try it. They washed the ginseng with fresh water and took bites as if it were carrot. After just 2 bites, they felt their physical and spiritual energy surging. Quickly, they halted and began meditating to refine it. Lu Fan consumed the most, feeling immensely full. And as he began to cultivate, he swiftly broke through 2 meridians. After refining through the night, he barely managed to contain it and successfully advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Lan Xue also directly ascended to the 4th layer, significantly enhancing her strength. Both were exceedingly joyful. The master bedroom featured a private bathroom and shower, all crafted by Lu Fan himself, though the toilet and bathing tub remained wooden. The iron water tank on the ceiling had been custom-made by a specialist, forged entirely from iron, costing him over 1,000 taels of silver. To heat the water, he built a fire stove beneath the tank. A dedicated attendant is responsible for the heating, which is quite modern indeed. The 2 individuals luxuriate in a large wooden tub, indulging in a delightful couple's bath, an experience beyond compare. In Chapter 64, the sale of jewelry, Chunner, drawn by the sound of splashing water, joins them to assist with scrubbing backs and bringing fresh clothes. Lu Fan, having grown accustomed to her service over the past few months, merely observes, accepting the situation as it is. After the trio finishes their breakfast, Lu Fan proposes a plan. Given that Xue's household is not particularly affluent, he suggests selling a portion of their jewelry, allowing her and Chunner to select their favorites. He then instructs Chunner to arrange for a carriage, hoping to discreetly send her away. From his storage, Lu Fan retrieves the remaining dozen or so boxes of jewelry. Chunner, upon her return, is astonished but cannot resist the allure of the jewels and begins to sift through them alongside Lan Xue. Understanding their excitement, Lu Fan reflects on the fact that women are often enchanted by such colorful trinkets. After 2 hours of selection, they have chosen 3 boxes, while Lu Fan has the remainder loaded onto 2 large carriages. Accompanied by 20 guards, he sets off to the county town in search of buyers. The carriages, reinforced with 6 large steel plates, are remarkably stable. Furthermore, he has modified the handbrake, ensuring safety if the horse brakes fail. Upon arriving in the county town, they find Xia Xue waiting at the entrance. His excitement is palpable as he greets Lu Fan. My lord, you have come. How have you been? Thanks to your good wishes, I am quite well. Today, I need you to take me to the largest jewelry store or pawn shop. I wish to sell some jewelry. Lu Fan responds. Xia Xue promptly informs him that the largest jewelry store in the county town is one Changshan Hang, which also operates a pawn shop. Very well. Let us proceed there. The group traverses 2 streets, arriving at the main thoroughfare's largest establishment. The store is indeed substantial, with a front hall spanning over 1,000 square meters, adorned with a grand sign bearing the illustrious name Wan Changshan Hang in gilded characters. The shopkeeper, having spotted the approaching caravan, rushes out to greet them, immediately recognizing Lu Fan as someone of notable stature. A distinguished guest. My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Please, no need for formality. I have a batch of jewelry I wish to sell. Are you interested? Lu Fan inquires tentatively. How could I refuse a visit from such an esteemed guest? May I inspect the items? The shopkeeper responds. Of course. Please have someone bring in a box. Lu Fan deeply. The guards dutifully carry in a box, and the shopkeeper ushers them into a private room. Upon opening the box, the shopkeeper exclaims, My goodness, this is an abundance. May I ask what price you have in mind, my lord? He ventures, noticing the quality of the majority of the items. If your offer is reasonable, I have 9 more boxes to sell to you as well, Lu Fan responds. Seeing the shopkeeper hesitate, he calls for the remaining boxes to be brought in. The guards promptly comply, and Lu Fan gestures for them to leave the room. The shopkeeper examines each piece closely, overwhelmed by the unexpected fortune before him. Not daring to make a decision on his own, he sends for the owner to come and evaluate the situation. My lord, the quantity is too great for me to handle alone. Please, allow me a moment. The owner will arrive shortly. I'm not in a hurry. I shall wait. Lu Fan assures him. Lu Fan had barely sipped 2 cups of tea when the proprietor arrived. This proprietor had a remarkably imposing presence, characterized by thick brows, a large face, and a stout neck, unmistakably a figure of considerable wealth. Haha, this morning I awoke to the incessant chirping of magpies. It seems a distinguished guest has graced us with their presence. I have long awaited this moment. The proprietor clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and spoke. You're too kind. Lu Fan quickly rose to return the courtesy. After the guests and hosts settled into their seats, the innkeeper leaned in close to the proprietor and whispered a few words. Let's speak plainly. For your jewels, I am prepared to offer this amount. The proprietor extended a hefty hand, indicating 5 figures. Lu Fan was at a loss, unsure whether he was referring to 50,000 or 500,000, gold or silver. The crux of the matter was that he was oblivious to the market rates and dared not inquire further for fear of being taken advantage of. This situation was indeed quite awkward. The other party, noticing Lu Fan's hesitation, sought to reassure him. If my offer seems insufficient, I am willing to increase it, considering it a gesture of friendship. Oh, the innkeeper interjected hastily. Esteemed sir, 6,000 taels of gold is already an exorbitant price. After deducting costs, there would be little profit to be made. Very well, let's finalize the deal. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy, not expecting to sell such a substantial amount of gold. In truth, Lu Fan was unaware of historical context. During the Westerhan dynasty, jade was more valuable than gold. Precious jade represented imperial authority and social status, exemplified by items such as the He Sure Bai and the imperial jade seal. Seeing Lu Fan nod in agreement brought great delight to the proprietor. He anticipated a significant profit, at least half of what he had invested. It was indeed true that there is no business without cunning. Lu Fan requested gold bullion rather than banknotes, prompting the proprietor to hastily dispatch someone to the storeroom for preparation. This storeroom held over 80,000 taels of gold, of which Lu Fan had already extracted a considerable portion. Shortly thereafter, 30 boxes of gold were brought from the back courtyard, each box weighing 2,000 taels, a substantial amount indeed. Lu Fan had arrived with 2 horse-drawn carts, fortunately modified to be larger and sturdier. After verifying goods, they were loaded directly onto the carts. After bidding farewell to Lu Fan, the proprietor returned to his chamber, elated at the sight of the numerous boxes of jewels. Your contribution is invaluable. I bestow upon you 2 ingots of gold. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed proprietor. The innkeeper was grinning from ear to ear, yet he regrettably uttered a statement he would later come to lament. Do you know the origin of these jewels, proprietor? Origin? What do you mean? The proprietor appeared quite perplexed. These likely belong to the bandits from mountains. If you examine the boxes closely, you will see. Indeed, are these boxes not the property of the officials? Could he be a bandit? The proprietor's face reflected astonishment. Regardless of how he acquired them, he appears merely as a wealthy young master. Why not seize the opportunity to extort him? The innkeeper prided himself on his cleverness. Let us take decisive acti. Lu Fan generously rewarded Xia Xue with a large ingot of silver, advising him to return home promptly and safely. On his way home, Lu Fan found himself in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as he walked. However, not long into his journey, he noticed a cloud of dust rising behind him. Sensing trouble ahead, it seems we are about to be ambushed. You too, return and gather our people. The rest of us will head towards the bandit mountain. Lu Fan instructed 2 smaller-sized guards. The 2 complied, swiftly riding towards Lu Zhuang, which was still 7 miles away, meaning it would take at least 10 minutes for a round trip. Lu Fan's intention in sending them for reinforcements was not for his own rescue, but rather to prepare for a counterattack. He was a man who believed in avenging wrongs without delay. Barely 5 minutes after his group entered the bandit mountain, the masked assailants caught up with them. A quick glance revealed that there were about 50 to 60 of them. The moment they charged, their intent was clear. They sought to take their lives. Lu Fan wasted no time. He ordered the complete annihilation of the attackers without leaving any survivors. His guards bravely rushed forward to confront the foes, displaying remarkable valor. Lu Fan drew his black gold blade, leaping into action and instantly cleaving the leading man in 2. The enemy's ranks fell into chaos. After all, their formidable leader had been slain by a single strike. How could they not be terrified? Within a quarter of an hour, the entire group was vanquished. Though a few attempted to escape amidst the turmoil, Lu Fan jumped down from the hillside to block their path, swiftly dispatching one of them with a piercing blow. Report on the casualties, he commanded. My lord, there are no fatalities. 2 are severely injured, and 6 have sustained minor wounds, a captain reported. You all performed commendably this time, but you must strive for greater excellence in the future. I demand that no one be injured. We vow to follow our lord to the death. The others pledged, kneeling before Lu Fan, except for the two severely injured guards. Lu Fan waved his hand and took out 2 healing pills, feeding them to the injured. Their conditions visibly improved, with wounds gradually healing. Thank you for granting us our lives, my lord. They attempted to bow in gratitude, but Lu Fan stopped them. Indeed, valor is vital, yet strategy must also be considered. I gathered you all not to sacrifice your lives. You must survive. We understand, my lord. They replied in unison. Now, those with minor injuries. Assist with the treatment and apply some hemostatic medicine. I neglected this matter. In the future, you shall be equipped with healing potions and inner armor. Just as he spoke, Lu Jie and the others arrived in a hurried fashion, shocked by the sight of the battlefield strewn with corpses. My lord, are you unharmed? What do you think? I did not summon you for a rescue. Since that shopkeeper is intent on treachery, I shall retaliate in kind. Clean up this battlefield immediately. Those of you who are injured, escort the cart back to Luzhuang. The rest of you, accompany me to the county town to deal with them. With time still on their side, Lu Fan waited for the battlefield to be cleared before setting off towards the county town. At that moment, Xiaobai unexpectedly appeared. Lu Fan halted his horse and inquired, "What brings you here?" I heard the commotion of their gathering and was concerned, so I came. I am heading to Yunxing, and you cannot accompany me. Obey and return. It is just the right time to escort those horse-drawn carriages back, and arrange for your subordinates to handle the bodies of the bandits on mountain. Oh, very well. Lu Fan could discern that Xiaobai still cared for him. Little did he know, he had already occupied a significant place in Xiaobai's heart. Lu Fan urged his horse to follow the caravan, which consisted of over 50 individuals. You all should enter the city in batches and keep a low profile, first heading to my father-in-law's residence. Lu Yi, arrange for someone to bring casual attire to Lan Fu. Lu Fan planned to visit Lan Fu first to gather intelligence about the other party. Upon arriving at Lan Fu, Lu Fan and his companions were granted entry by the guards, and the attendants entered the courtyard to wait. Lan Fu and his family were preparing for dinner when they heard of Lu Fan's arrival and promptly came out to greet him. "Ah, my esteemed son-in-law. Your mother-in-law was just speaking of you. Why do you come alone?" Lan Fu inquired, his face filled with curiosity. "Well, esteemed father-in-law, I have a matter to inquire about." Lu Fan replied with an air of mystery. "Let us speak indoors," Lan Fu suggested, noticing the seriousness of the guards surrounding them. He immediately led Lu Fan into the study, dismissing the servants and closing the doors and windows. "Esteemed father-in-law, are you familiar with the Wan Chang Trading Company?" "Indeed, I am well aware of it. That individual is quite a prominent figure. His wealth is boundless, and it is rumored that he amassed his fortune through banditry. He secretly colludes with the Imperial Army." Lan Fu responded, his expression grave. "Today I sold some jewelry to him, and afterwards he dispatched assassins to kill me, which is why I returned. I trust that my actions against him will not adversely affect you?" Lu Fan asked earnestly. Those assassins are likely affiliated with the Imperial Army." Chapter 67. Scheming. I suspected as much. However, they're already en route. "You know me. I do not let grievances linger," Lu Fan remarked nonchalantly. "Go ahead. I will keep an eye on things here. My intention is for you to send someone to take over that shop. If they wish to rob me, I will ensure they are left with nothing. My dear son-in-law, can this be done? With meticulous planning, it can be accomplished. Arrange for a trustworthy person to go. What are you looking at? It's better to stay with Su'er for a few more days." Lan Mu responded with great delight, exclaiming that it was the first time Lan Fu had spoken so eloquently. It is all thanks to having a wonderful son-in-law. After finishing their meal, the group swiftly changed into casual attire. The owner of one, Changshang Heng, not only possessed a grand residence in the county town, but also owned 3 substantial estates in the outskirts. Lu Fan arranged to raid the main residence, and then the shop as soon as night fell and the city gates closed. The property deeds were certainly registered at the government office. To legitimately acquire the real estate, it was necessary to draft a legally binding sales contract, and thus he discussed this matter with Lan Fu. Lan Fu, in his eagerness, had forgotten about this detail and quickly penned a sales agreement, drying the ink before handing it to Lu Fan. As darkness enveloped the land, he led the plainclothes men to lie in ambush at the residence. Guards were also dispatched to monitor the shop. Donning combat attire, Lu Fan infiltrated the estate alone and discovered the owner conversing in hushed tones with the shopkeeper. Leaping through the window, he startled them both, causing their faces to pale in terror. "How could you still be alive?" the shopkeeper exclaimed in disbelief. "Rest assured, your entire family may be dead, yet I shall remain unharmed. Now, let's discuss how you intend to settle this matter privately. You had better release me. Do you not know that I have an imperial army behind me?" The owner retorted with an air of calm. "Oh, let us hear your tale. Perhaps I might consider myself unfortunate. My protector is General Lin of the Imperial Army, the highest-ranking and most formidable warrior in this county's defense." "Oh, him? He has already departed this world," Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. "Impossible. You must be deceiving us," the shopkeeper shouted, displeased with the noise. Lu Fan brandished his blade and swiftly ended the shopkeeper's life, finding his incessant chatter intolerable. The owner, petrified, dared not breathe, and immediately knelt in supplication. "If you wish to live, then you must sign and seal," Lu Fan declared with evident impatience. The man thought to himself that signing was a small price to pay to ensure his survival. He would deal with Lu Fan later. Chapter 68. Seizing Wan Chongshang, the owner complied and signed the document without hesitation. Lu Fan, if he could transport this back to the modern era, it would be an authentic bronze sword of incalculable value. Immediately stowed away, he deposited every item into his spatial ring, which now filled more than half its capacity. Emerging from a cellar, he wasted no time waiting for the man to regain consciousness. Instead, with a single, decisive stroke, he severed his head. To plot assassination is to accept the inevitability of one's own demise. Lu Fan knew that numerous servants and maidservants must still dwell within the estate, yet slaughtering them all would be both excessive and imprudent. Swift as a shadow, he soared to the main gate, dispatched the sentries, and summoned his retainers inside. They combed every chamber. Any resistance met instant death. Within half an hour, all captives had been apprehended and assembled in the central courtyard of the main residence. Some shrieked and struggled, only to be struck unconscious by a guard's blade and dragged in like sacks of grain. "Your Eminence, 35 insurgents have been executed. The remaining 78 stand before you, unharmed. Bring each before me for interrogation. One outcry, and the offender shall be executed on the spot. Lu Jia, you shall oversee the investigation. Leave no stone unturned. Absolute precision is required." At once, clad in a flowing wind cloak, Lu Fan departed with a 9-man retinue. Strolling leisurely, utterly unremarkable, as though merely taking an evening promenade toward Wan Chong Trading House. The shop's front doors were shuttered, yet 20-odd guards still stood watch over the rear warehouse. Lu Fan vaulted over the courtyard wall, silenced the 2 sentries with 2 clean, silent strokes, and before the remaining guards could emerge from their quarters, he cleaved the main lock from the warehouse gate. His men poured in. Lu Fan led the charge, meeting the first wave of defenders head-on. Others, trembling with fear, barricaded themselves indoors, only to be hunted down and cut down where they cowered. The entire engagement lasted less than 5 minutes. His men swiftly tidied the aftermath, corpses wrapped tightly in quilts and loaded onto waiting carts within the courtyard. Water drawn from the well was used to scrub away every trace of blood spattered across floors and walls. Lu Fan then shattered the warehouse door with a single stroke, ordered his guards to stand watch, and entered alone, lantern in hand. The warehouse was vast. Its innermost chamber, a spacious annex measuring some 50 to 60 square meters, held not only his 10 trunks of jewels, but also 5 additional chests of gemstones and 13 chests of gold bullion. With no one else present, he quietly absorbed the gold and the 5 jewel chests into his spatial ring. As for his own 10 trunks, lest suspicion arise, he resolved to retrieve them discreetly by cart at dawn. All told, today's haul amounted to 300,000 liang of gold, including 100,000 liang in gold notes. He also secured 28 trunks of jewels. A wry smile flickered across his lips. Truly, fortune has smiled upon me. What monstrous avarice had this wretch amassed? How many innocents had he ruined? How many lives shattered to amass such obscene wealth? He deserved no mercy. The outer chamber of the warehouse held sundry other goods, of little interest to Lu Fan for now. He would leave their inventory until daylight. Exiting, he stationed his men to guard the premises, summoned the outer sentries to hitch the carts, and returned to the estate of the former master. Chapter 69. An opportunity for atonement. Lu Jie greeted Lu Fan upon his return. "Your Eminence, among the captives are several of his most trusted confidants, men who, under interrogation, confessed to complicity in over 500 murders. Utterly irredeemable. His attempt at treacherous double-dealing today merely confirmed what we already suspected. This was no isolated transgression, but a pattern of unrelenting depravity. His household comprised 32 souls, 10 wives, and 22 children. What prodigious profligacy! Once all investigations were thoroughly conducted, those guilty of capital crimes were to be executed, while the others were to be bound and detained until the following day for further processing. On the side of Lan Fu, news was relayed through Lan Yi, confirming that Lu Fan had successfully resolved the matter, which brought great relief. Preparations for the takeover the next day were underway. Lu Fan instructed the guards to remain vigilant at the location while he returned alone to Lan Fu. Lan Fu ushered him into the study, where Lu Fan had already taken out a small box and the contract. Upon seeing the contract, Lan Fu beamed with joy and opened the box to find dozens of property deeds. What a windfall! However, he was perplexed about how to manage the numerous deeds. You decide, my father-in-law. Just have my 3 brothers-in-law keep an eye on things, and if it becomes too cumbersome, we can sell them off for convenience's sake. Then let it be done, as you say. Lan Fu had already prepared a midnight snack. After a satisfying meal, Lu Fan retired to Lan Xue's room for the night. The next morning, his eldest brother-in-law arrived. Upon seeing Lu Fan emerge, he quickly approached to greet him. Brother-in-law, you've risen. Yes, eldest brother-in-law. Please wait for me outside the city gate in half an hour. Lu Fan instructed Lan Fu to arrange for personnel to take over the estate and shops. After a light breakfast, he hastened to the residence. Lu Jie had arranged for the bodies and the remaining individuals to be loaded onto carts. Indeed, the bodies were wrapped last night and are already on the carts. We have more than enough carts here. A small squad of guards remained to keep watch, awaiting Lan Fu's personnel for the handover. Lu Fan then led everyone to the back of the shop, where 10 boxes of jewels were loaded onto a cart, leaving another squad of guards to oversee the area before they set off. 10 individuals were dispatched to escort the carts back to Lu Zhuang, while the bodies would be handled by the Wolf King. The remaining individuals would be detained as such. You may exit the city in batches. The guards, dressed in plain clothes and leaving in groups, would not raise any suspicions. Upon reaching the outskirts of the county city, Lan Yi and 2 others had already been waiting there, accompanied by a dozen trusted confidants. Let us go. The 3 brothers-in-law complied obediently. In less than half a day, they had successfully taken control of the 3 estates. After eliminating over 30 guards, the accountant was also detained, and the rest were loaded onto carts bound for Lu Zhuang. On their return, they also transported dozens of carts filled with grain, with the guards almost having 1 cart each, truly returning with a bountiful haul. Lan Xue was already waiting outside Lu Zhuang. Why have you returned so late? We can discuss it back home. Lu Fan embraced her as they returned to the main residence, where he recounted the events in broad strokes. Lan Xue expressed her disdain for the unscrupulous landlord. What do you intend to do with those subordinates? I will have Lu Jie conduct a thorough review. Those innocent will be assigned to the production team, while the guilty will be sent to labor camps, and their survival will depend on their own resilience. For now, this is the only course of action. They had grown accustomed to a life of luxury. How could they endure hardship? If they cannot withstand adversity, they may, as WL Chapter 70. Cultivating the divine soul, Lu Fan was immensely pleased with the considerable amount of gold he had acquired, rewarding each of his guards with a gold ingot, encouraging them to save for a future bride, thus fostering a sense of belonging to Lu Zhuang. Reflecting on the indentured servants who had been sold, Lu Fan resolved to rescue more individuals now that he had the means. After the steward and the guards ventured into the county town to gather intelligence, they returned with reports that all the servants in the county had been purchased by Lu Fan, with the next batch yet to arrive. However, the steward also learned that there were many more servants available for sale in the provincial region, including skilled laborers. Very well. Proceed to the provincial region to make the purchases. I shall provide you with 2 boxes of gold for this purpose, and retain 2,000 taels of silver for travel expenses. Remember to conduct a thorough inspection before any acquisition. Avoid those with criminal backgrounds or deceitful appearances, Lu Fan instructed, sending the steward with 4 teams of guards to rescue as many as possible. The pack of wolves under Xiao Bai's command had now been largely tamed, with a few rebellious ones having been eliminated by Xiao Bai. The wolf pack had also welcomed 2 litters of 9 wolf cubs, who spent their days frolicking in the backyard with Xiao Bai. Lu Fan arranged for dedicated caretakers to nourish them, as they would become the future backbone of Luzhuang. During these days, Lu Fan remained indoors, as his mother-in-law had come, leaving Lan Xue with little time to accompany him. Consequently, he spent his days cultivating by the mountain spring pool alongside Xiaobai. Lu Fan sensed that the spring water was extraordinary. The ginseng had thrived solely by absorbing the nutrients from the spring. He speculated that there might be treasures underground, or, as mentioned in the texts of the immortal, perhaps a spiritual vein lay beneath. Regrettably, his cultivation of divine perception was progressing slowly, allowing him to probe only 30 meters, without uncovering any anomalies. Over the past 10 days, he practiced his soul cultivation at the fountain platform, discovering that his progress was particularly rapid during the night. With the aid of several Ling Yuan Dan, he could expand his soul sea by 2 to 3 meters overnight. By day, Lu Fan constructed a wooden cabin on the platform, intending to continue his practice there at night. One day, Lan Xue arrived, having searched for him. "Husband, my father has sent my brother to discuss an urgent matter with you." "Ah, let's go meet him then." They returned to the main hall of the residence, where Lan Xue excused herself from the room. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Lan Yi greeted him with utmost respect, saying, "Lu Gong, my father has instructed me to bring you some documents for your perusal." "Why such formality, dear brother-in-law?" Lu Fan inquired, puzzled. "I would not dare to be presumptuous. I must strive to learn, and I hope you can overlook my past mischief," Lan Yi replied, having broadened his perspective following recent events and treating Lu Fan with exceptional deference. After all, this brother-in-law had single-handedly defeated the most formidable warrior in the county. He could not afford to be negligent. Indeed, a true man must strive to be upright, doing more good than evil, which will naturally elevate one's mindset. Lu Fan offered his guidance. "Thank you for your counsel, Lu Gong." Lu Fan opened a small box to find 2 property deeds and a bundle of silver notes. One deed pertained to a residence, while the other was for a shop, both officially registered in his name. The silver notes amounted to 1 million taels of silver, proceeds from the sale of land. "Why has all this been given to me?" he asked with a chuckle. "My father stated that you and my sister should have a place to settle in the city," Lan Yi replied. "Regarding that shop, my father mentioned that he is not adept at managing it, so he decided to return it to you." Lu Fan mused that his father-in-law was not entirely foolish. This shop and residence were indeed a hot potato that he would not want to handle. As for the several estates and some fields, he surely retained those. Well, perhaps this is for the best. Having too much can be a double-edged sword, as it attracts unnecessary attention. Haha, Lu Gong's every word is a classic. He is truly an extraordinary individual. Chapter 71. Distillation and brewing. After bidding farewell to the lady in blue, Lu Fan contemplated the shop and residence, knowing they would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the nobility. While this might be a burden for others, for him, it represented a lucrative opportunity. Whoever wishes to make a move can do as they please. He promptly dispatched Lu Jia to lead 4 small teams, selecting some astute and capable subordinates to take charge. As for the shop, it would be best to lease it out. Perhaps it would also yield some significant returns. He resolved to leave other trivial matters aside. Aside from him and Lan Xue, all mundane affairs at Lu Manor would be handled by Chun'er, allowing them to focus on their cultivation. Having not shared a bed for several nights, Lu Fan felt a sense of urgency. After dinner, he drank a bit of wine and hurried to bed, intending to converse with Lan Xue. However, he hesitated, perplexed. "What's wrong with me?" he exclaimed. Lan Xue touched her belly and softly replied, "You are pregnant." "Oh, that is wonderful," Lu Fan exclaimed, filled with joy. "My mother knew just a few days after arriving." "Then you should focus on nurturing the baby. We can discuss cultivation later." "Yes, I understand." Lu Fan instructed his subordinates to fetch some empty wine jars, which he filled with spring water from the secret realm for Lan Xue's daily use. He also had them dig an underground ice cellar to store some wild game meat for her sustenance. He intended to continue cultivating his spiritual essence in the secret realm's mountain spring. By night, he would refine his spirit, and by day, he would cultivate his spiritual power, occasionally venturing out to check on Lan Xue and bring her food. One evening, feeling particularly restless, Lu Fan returned to the main residence. Shrouded in darkness and neglecting to light any lamps, he quickly shed his garments and climbed into bed, groping around in an attempt to do something good, only to realize something was amiss. Upon lighting a lamp, he was taken aback to find Chun'er in his bed. Her cheeks flushed and breaths quickened, her undergarment half undone, igniting a torrent of emotions within him. Unable to bear the sight, he extinguished the lamp, thinking to let it be. Lan Xue nestled within, feigned sleep while inwardly cursing Chun'er for her shamelessness. Yet, she secretly hoped Lu Fan would take the girl under his wing to avoid future complications. With Lan Xue present, Lu Fan could only hastily conclude the affair, opting to leave early the next morning, much like a child caught in wrongdoing, and made his way to the hall. The servants soon served breakfast, and shortly after, Lu Jie returned. Reporting to you, my lord, the shop remains unrented, yet inquiries about the selling price persist. I suspect foul play behind the scenes. Indeed, it seems they are eager to deal. Since we cannot lease it, let us open a shop instead. Can we let a living person be stifled? Lu Fan pondered. Well then, let us sell wine. Lu Fan initially contemplated fermenting grain to produce wine, but deemed the process cumbersome and costly. Instead, he opted to purchase low-alcohol spirits from the market, believing that after heating and distillation, he could create superior beverages. He arranged for the clearing of 20 acres outside the estate to establish a winery. 10 large cooking stoves were constructed, each topped with a sizable copper vessel, meticulously crafted by specialists who poured molten copper on site. These vessels were fashioned to mirror modern stainless steel distillation tanks. Although the copper containers could not match the cleanliness of their stainless steel counterparts, they were polished inside and out and deemed functional. A large shed was erected to shield the operation from the elements, surrounded by tall walls, with guards assigned to maintain security. In recent days, the steward returned from the provincial capital, having recruited over 700 servants, most of whom were skilled laborers. The young men and beautiful women were considerably more expensive than those from the county town, averaging 20 to 30 taels each. Each recruit underwent multiple rounds of scrutiny and was subsequently assigned to clear land for farming. Lu Fan selected a number of families with honest individuals to reside at the winery. The men would engage in winemaking while their wives and children assisted, with strict prohibitions on leaving the estate, thus maximizing the confidentiality of the winemaking process. Chapter 72. Taking concubines. Over 50 were selected for winemaking, with 5 individuals per stove deemed sufficient. Quality over quantity was the mantra. Additionally, the wives and children could contribute with minor tasks. Lu Fan maintained high standards for the estate's meals, insisting on substantial portions of meat at every meal to ensure everyone had the strength to work and train. All laborers received wages commensurate with the highest local standards, with a monthly budget of 10,000 taels proving adequate. Lu Fan commanded the steward to lead the modified cart convoy to procure as much wine as possible, commencing distillation upon return. He sampled the first batch, finding its spicy flavor and texture quite satisfactory. The alcohol content had increased by 3 or 4 degrees, comparable to beer, and further distillation would yield an even higher proof. After establishing this standard, he launched the product to gauge market response, choosing an auspicious day for the store's opening. Lu Fan personally oversaw the proceedings, noting the presence of surveillance personnel who promptly reported back. He then instructed the guards, shadowing them to trace their origins. Foreknowledge of both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every endeavor. Adopting a modern business model, Lu Fan offered free tastings on opening day, with each guest receiving a complimentary small bottle, equating to 5 taels of wine. Among the newly hired servants were numerous skilled artisans, with a significant number specializing in kiln work, around 70 to 80 individuals. Lu Fan identified a less desirable plot of land on the estate's periphery for the construction of a kiln factory, thus conserving expenses while providing sustenance for a considerable workforce. To cultivate brand recognition, Lu Fan commissioned a potter to engrave the likeness of maple leaves on the wine bottles, naming the product Fengyegio, maple leaf wine. The guard camp had also expanded, adding over 400 personnel, with the original Fonlin town now serving as the headquarters for the guards. Most of the guards reside in the guard camp, with only the original group, excluding the captain and the squad leaders, remaining within the confines of Luzhuang to undertake the duties of protection. Lu Fan has mandated their daily physical training, which includes basic grappling and combat exercises. Among the servants he has procured, several are scholars. Lu Fan has established an academy spanning 200 square meters for them to impart literacy and moral teachings to the children, with plans to introduce more advanced knowledge when the opportunity arises, thereby nurturing a stream of enlightened thought. Under Lu Fan's nurturing, Chun'er has blossomed into a refined young lady, and Lan Xue has arranged for her to be taken as a concubine. Lu Fan, having shared intimacy with her, cannot feign ignorance. Thus, he acquiesced, hosting a banquet attended by the estate's steward and the leaders of the guard. He prepared a lavish feast featuring a stew of tiger meat, beef, and lamb, all sourced from the mystical realm's spiritual ingredients, which serve to enhance physical vitality to the greatest extent. Several guards have developed affections for their chosen companions. Recently, Lu Fan organized a collective wedding, with the newlyweds residing within the guard camp. The civilian houses were tidied and made suitable for living. The former government mansion and the shops in front, with the exception of the blacksmith shop, were all demolished. The central area was transformed into a training ground for the guards, while the remaining space was constructed into standard civilian homes for the guards to establish families, thereby fostering a sense of belonging and responsibility. Once married, the wives will remain in the guard camp to prepare meals for the guards, who will receive monthly salaries. Most guards and servants are diligent in their duties, although a few are less sociable. Lu Fan has instructed the steward and Lu Jie to meticulously document these individuals, intending to reassign them to labor camps for reformation when the time is right. If that fails, their fate may be dire. Having served as a special forces soldier, Lu Fan understands the stakes of survival. Releasing such individuals poses a risk of revealing too many secrets of Lu Zhuang and potentially altering history, thus making them historical sinners. The alteration of history could yield significant uncertainties, which is why Lu Fan strives to maintain the local customs and way of life. He exercises extreme caution even in the modification of the carriage, ultimately encasing them in iron boxes, rendering their structure invisible. He fabricated 51 sets, modifying only 20 carriages, while the remainder is securely kept in a spatial ring. Chapter 73. Strengthening of the Spirit. The free tasting event for Fengyejiu has successfully launched its first endeavor. 2 months later, the kiln factory was completed. Lu Fan then directed the distillery to commence a second round of processing, resulting in a higher alcohol content and more exquisite bottle designs. The liquor subjected to a third round of refinement is presented in delicate porcelain bottles, each priced at 10 taels of gold, a sum Lu Fan considers exorbitant yet appealing to the affluent. A strategy of scarcity marketing would further enhance its allure, enticing noble families to stockpile the product in anticipation of honored guests. The first round of processed liquor is sold at 1 tael of silver per pound, contained in clay bottles. The second refinement of the wine is sold at 10 silver coins per pound, elegantly housed in porcelain bottles. The third refinement, priced at 10 taels of gold per half-pound bottle, is primarily designed to ensnare unsuspecting customers. The first type, stripped of profitability, barely breaks even, often resulting in losses. The enterprise relies heavily on the second and third types for profit. As anticipated by Lu Fan, despite the first type being affordable, the common folk are reluctant to indulge, purchasing it only for entertaining guests. Conversely, the second type enjoys robust sales, with most affluent families willing to accept its price. This wine has become a staple at the tables of the elite. The third type, though exorbitantly priced, has garnered a devoted following among the upper echelons, leading to significant stockpiling that caused supply shortages, necessitating overtime for distillery workers. After over a month of continuous fermentation, the sales of Fengyejiu surpassed 600 taels of gold daily. After deducting a third of the costs, 200 taels of gold remain, equivalent to 4 large gold ingots. This translates to over 6,000 taels of gold in just 1 month, and this figure does not even account for sales beyond the county city. Lu Fan has temporarily decided against expanding into the provinces, as such a venture would require a substantial supply of original wine. It is more prudent to establish a distillery first. He has chosen a site on the cliff, which offers ample space. 1,000 acres should suffice. A typical distillery demands little technical expertise. The process is straightforward. Rice is steamed and fermented with the addition of koji. However, the required area is considerable. Lu Fan has no shortage of land and aims to utilize the entire cliff, achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. He summoned craftsmen to commence construction at a rapid pace, overseeing the project daily to ensure its smooth progress. To the ordinary observer, the cliff appears unremarkable. This time, he enlisted over 1,000 craftsmen and laborers, completing the construction in a month. The 300 individuals previously engaged in land reclamation were also reassigned, providing sufficient manpower. Lu Fan had preemptively dispatched his steward to the provinces to procure over 1,500 young men and women, facilitating their establishment of families. During this period, Lu Fan patrolled by day and practiced soul strength in the secret realm by night, now capable of probing a distance of 100 meters. With the enhancement of his soul power, his discernment has sharpened significantly. He meticulously reviewed all individuals in Lu Zhuang, identifying those of poor character once more. The former proprietor's family and their ill-mannered servants have all perished, neutralized by the pack of wolves. Those selected anew are now assigned to ensure continued land reclamation under careful supervision. As the pack of wolves, accompanying Lu Fan and Xiao Bai, grows increasingly formidable, they have become remarkably obedient, comparable to well-trained domestic dogs. However, they only recognize Lu Fan, his two wives, and Xiao Bai, ignoring others entirely. Occasionally, when Lu Fan assigns them tasks alongside the guards, they disregard the latter, each attending to their own duties. Initially, the guards were apprehensive, but over time, they became accustomed to the wolves, as long as they did not pose a threat and completed their assignments efficiently. Chapter 74. Being remembered during these days of Lan Xue's pregnancy, Chun'er has been accompanying Lu Fan, and their bond has gradually deepened. Lu Fan also provided Chun'er with spiritual energy pills to assist her in embarking on her cultivation journey. This is why Chun'er consumed a substantial amount of spiritual beast meat previously, leading to her current progress. Lu Fan observed that her innate talent did not quite match that of Lan Xue. She was quite ample, yet lacking in intellect. Her cultivation has been rather slow, remaining at the second level of qi refinement after more than a month. There is no need to rush. Possessing the ability for self-defense is sufficient for now. Her cultivation can be gradually developed in due time. Lu Fan frequently distributed some monster meat to the guards to enhance their physical strength. After a few months of nurturing, each of them has significantly improved in prowess. There are now over 1,000 of them, which is entirely sufficient. The servants number over 900, with more than 400 women among them. The majority of the women have married the guards, while the remainder have mostly wed workers from 2 factories. Due to a shortage of women, Lu Fan dispatched the steward to lead the guards to the province to acquire over 800 more, striving to ensure that all could form families. Consequently, Lu Fan convened a grand assembly, with the sole requirement being the freedom to love, forbidding any form of coercion, and emphasizing respect for women, prohibiting any form of abuse. The women were immensely grateful to Lu Fan, as this was a treatment and status they had never dared to dream of. This arrangement would also serve to stabilize these small households, which was precisely what Lu Fan wished to see. Both Lan Xue and Chun'er wholeheartedly supported this, for in ancient times, women's status was exceedingly low. Lu Fan bestowed upon them the utmost respect. Who could refrain from tears of gratitude? From among these women, some capable individuals were selected. Those with promising qualifications formed a female guard unit, comprising over 300 members, managed by Lan Xue and Chun'er, specifically tasked with gathering intelligence. Meanwhile, a reconnaissance team was established among the male guards, drawing a group of sharp-minded individuals loyal to Lu Fan, numbering over 100, tasked with gathering information from the county city and the province while posing as petty vendors. The business of the tavern has been flourishing increasingly. Many dignitaries have begun to set their sights on the tavern, including the county governor of this county, who has repeatedly sent officials to create trouble. In ancient times, safety was not comparable to modernity. There were countless instances of murder and robbery. Nevertheless, Lu Fan intends to meet with this county governor first. If negotiations succeed, it would be splendid, and if not, he could always resort to assassination, ensuring that not even a trace remains. In the Han Dynasty, the county city was vast yet sparsely populated, with a military force of only 4,000 to 5,000, poorly equipped and inadequately provisioned, lacking in strength. They were utterly incomparable to Lu Fan's guard unit, where one could easily defeat 3 adversaries. Wuling County, where Lu Fan resides, comprises 13 counties, with a total of 34,177 households and a population of 185,758, which, upon investigation, is classified as a region with a relatively low population density. Lu Fan instructed the tavern manager to arrange a dinner with the county governor, selecting the finest tavern in Wuling County, Juxianlu, as the venue. Juxianlu boasts 6 stories, and Lu Fan spent lavishly to reserve the entire top floor. Attending the banquet accompanied solely by 2 guard captains, with the tavern manager also in attendance. Lu Fan and a few others greeted the county magistrate at the door. and everyone took their respective seats. The magistrate had prominent swollen eyelids and a large mouth that seemed to crave the world's delicacies. His round face and large ears made it evident that he was a high-ranking official, with a figure that was both short and stout, and his appearance was rather unappealing. Truly, it was quite disheartening. Your Excellency, you truly possess a visage that radiates fortune. It is clear that you are a person of great wealth and status, destined for remarkable achievements. Lu Fan began with a flattering tone. One should not strike a smiling face, and indeed, what you say is quite accurate. The magistrate chuckled, acknowledging Lu Fan's words. Internally, Lu Fan cursed him for his shamelessness. It was evident that the nature of officials was to possess thick skin. After several rounds of drinks and courses of food, the magistrate could no longer contain himself and directly inquired, "May I ask why Master Lu has summoned me here?" His impatience was palpable. He was clearly here for monetary gain. Lu Fan dismissed the others, waiting until they had departed before he spoke. "Ah, Your Excellency, this is but a small token of my appreciation. Please, I implore you to accept it." Lu Fan presented him with a gold note worth 10,000 taels. The magistrate, understanding the implication, quickly tucked it away and inquired, "What can I assist you with, Master Lu? How can I trouble you, my lord? I am merely a newcomer to your esteemed region, and hope you might extend your gracious support." Lu Fan's intention was unmistakably to ingratiate himself. "Well, as long as there are no issues, you must understand that as a local magistrate, my responsibilities are quite burdensome, and resources are somewhat scarce in this vast and sparsely populated area." Lu Fan grasped the situation immediately. Without hesitation, he presented another gold note to the magistrate. Seeing him accept the money once more, Lu Fan felt emboldened. "Your Excellency, we truly are like old friends. It is indeed a pity that we met so late." He rambled on, and the magistrate, having received the monetary gifts, could only continue to engage in conversation with Lu Fan. Once satiated with food and drink, the magistrate prepared to take his leave. "Please, my lord, I have also arranged a cart of fine wine for you. I sincerely hope you will accept it." "Oh dear, you are too kind. I shall not refuse." The magistrate laughed heartily. "Farewell, until we meet again." He swayed as he was assisted by guards down the stairs. The cart carrying the wine was merely ordinary, yet it was given along with the wine to him. It would be quite unreasonable to expect to reclaim such gifts. That scoundrel deliberately elongated the phrase, "until we meet again," which was rather clear in its implication. "The 2,000 taels of gold you have provided me is time-sensitive. By the heavens, what audacity! If not for the fear that eliminating you would bring trouble, I would not endure such indignities." Such men could be placated with a bit of money. They could be temporarily sidelined, and managing the remaining individuals would be far simpler. The loss of those 20,000 taels of gold was now accounted for. Well-informed officials had already learned that Lu Fan had successfully secured the magistrate's favor and thus refrained from further involvement, lest they jeopardize their own positions. Lu Fan also arranged for the shopkeepers to discreetly distribute 1,000 taels in gold notes to each, and everyone was quite pleased. The remaining landlords and wealthy gentry have been thoroughly investigated by Lu Fan, and those with deep connections to the government have been temporarily set aside. It is far more manageable to deal with those who lack background, relying on their numerous subordinates to tyrannize the countryside and oppress the common folk. A clandestine operation was conducted to eliminate them entirely, serving as a potent deterrent to all those with nefarious intentions. After the investigation team concluded their inquiries, they tallied their findings, identifying 5 particularly arrogant and heinous families that were most deserving of retribution. Under the cover of night, Lu Fan personally led a team, donning masks, to eradicate every last one of them without leaving a single survivor. The ordinary servants were taken back for rigorous interrogation, while those with particularly vile records were fed to wolves, and the rest were incorporated into the reclamation team. Lu Fan was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Having acquired a substantial bounty of 500,000 taels of gold, 2 million taels of silver, 50 chests of jewels and precious artifacts, over 800 pieces of antiques and paintings, and more than 300 bolts of fine silk. Truly, it echoed the old adage, without external wealth, one cannot prosper. Without night forage, horses cannot thrive. Chapter 76. Unearthing spirit stones. Following Lu Fan's assassination campaign, all factions fell silent, and no one dared to provoke him again. He also revitalized the county's estate, selecting an auspicious day to move in, supplemented by a contingent of guards to ensure a secure foothold. This series of actions delighted Master Lan immensely. Finding such a son-in-law was akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. He mused that his daughter had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Currently, Lan Xue held the highest status within the Lan family, to the extent that even her mother benefited significantly. Master Lan found himself speaking cautiously to her, indulging her whims, for the mother of a favored child enjoys elevated status. He harbored a strong aversion to men who bullied women. Thus it was prudent to maintain a level of caution. Even Lan Xue's sisters-in-law greatly benefited, while her three brothers dared not express their tempers recklessly or dominate the women, lest they invite peril. This brother-in-law of his was exceedingly ruthless. He executed without hesitation and fed the slain to wolves, leaving no trace behind. Under Lu Fan's influence, the Lan family operated in a well-ordered and harmonious manner. The servants expressed profound gratitude and respect towards Lu Fan. The winery in Lu Zhuang officially began production, and due to stringent quality control and superior rice quality, the wine produced surpassed that available in the market. The refined spirits were exceptionally delightful. Consequently, Lu Fan decided to further expand the winery's scale. Once the construction was complete and production commenced, it would fully meet the demands of the refining factory. The refining facility constructed an additional 20 purifying furnaces, all built by their own blacksmiths, ensuring that no secrets would leak. Once everything was on the right track, Lu Fan arranged for the establishment of a large sales point near the official road within Lu Zhuang's territory. He aimed to minimize the transit of Fengyao wine from the county, as selling on his own turf was far more reliable. Once operations were stable, Lu Fan withdrew from daily oversight, dedicating his time to cultivation and exploration within the secret realm. Eventually, he reached a remarkable milestone, with his spiritual probing distance extending to 500 meters, heralding promising news. Lu Fan discovered that beneath the fountain lay a vein of spiritual stones. Situated 450 meters deep, the subterranean spring was located over 300 meters down, yet it had already exhibited remarkable spiritual qualities. If it were to be in close proximity to the vein of spiritual stones, it would undoubtedly transform into spiritual water. Unable to enlist the help of others to excavate, he sought a relatively suitable location away from the fountain and began his relentless digging each day. The site was filled with massive boulders that ordinary individuals could not possibly move, and countless tools had succumbed to damage. Consequently, Lu Fan dispatched Lu Jie to the provincial capital to purchase some mysterious iron at a hefty price, which he then fashioned into a batch of iron hammers and chisels. After nearly 1,000 meters of digging, he finally encountered the vein of spiritual stones, excavating at a slight angle for easier access. Fortunately, with the aid of a spatial ring to transport the stones, he spared himself considerable exertion, yet the endeavor still consumed more than half a month. The toil was akin to that of an ascetic, significantly strengthening his muscles. The deeper he dug, the more potent the spiritual energy became, until he unearthed his first spiritual stone. Holding the palm-sized stone, Lu Fan was overwhelmed with joy and immediately began the process of refining and recovery at the cave's bottom. A torrent of spiritual power surged into his body, continuously opening his meridians, and he promptly advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the spiritual stone had turned to ashes. Chapter 77, 9th level of Qi refinement. Haha, I have leveled up. Lu Fan reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his meridians. He returned to the surface and located a towering tree, channeling all his spiritual power into a single strike. With a resounding crack, the magnificent tree snapped under the force. Examining the break, Lu Fan noted that the tree was a full 2 meters in diameter. Previously, he could only sever trees of much smaller girth, and now he had indeed grown significantly stronger. He unsheathed his black gold blade and practiced, executing all 36 forms of the Jinghong sword technique. The experience was exhilarating, and he attained new insights into the swordplay. After sheathing the blade, he performed the opening mountain fist, feeling a renewed power emanate from his strikes and gaining fresh understanding of his fist intent. One more level up, and he would reach the pinnacle of his training. The Qi refinement manual left by Master Zhuang, he contained a total of 10 levels. Completing all 10 levels would signify the highest achievement. As for what lay ahead, he could only take it one step at a time. elated by his accomplishments. Lu Fan ran to the spring to wash away the grime of his labor. After donning fresh attire, he joyfully returned to Lu Zhuang. At that moment, Lan Xue and Chun Er were enjoying tea and chatting, while Xiao Bai lounged on a nearby blanket, munching on an apple. Upon seeing Lu Fan return with a beaming expression, Lan Xue inquired, "My husband, what good fortune has brought you such joy?" Lu Fan glanced around to ensure no one was listening and replied softly, I have unearthed spiritual stones." He then recounted the arduous journey of the past few days. "Oh, I wondered why I hadn't seen you for days. Xiao Bai hasn't even come play with you. So you were busy digging." Lan Su Vima? Her expression won his sympathy. I was wondering why I hadn't seen his wolfish shadow for several days. That rascal has been hiding here in leisure. Oh dear. Master, we were discussing matters pertaining to women. You, a rough man, wouldn't understand. As Xiao Bai's tone increasingly resembled that of a woman. Lu Fan felt a shiver run down his spine and fell silent, pondering how to evade any potential harm. He noticed that Xiao Bai's gray fur had dwindled significantly, making her appear more and more like a fox. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beauty before?" Xiao Bai retorted, adopting the demeanor of a captivating woman addressing a mere mortal. "How outrageous!" Lu Fan exclaimed, taken aback by her audacity. Xiao Bai promptly retreated into the maple grove. "What did you say to make her run off?" Lan Xue inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. "I merely uttered that one line," Lu Fan replied, equally perplexed by the situation. We were just discussing your mischievous antics." "Of course, she heard that," Lan Xue remarked, her face a canvas of incredulity. "Indeed, for the past few days, she has taken a liking to our company and enjoys listening to our conversations," Chunner chimed in with a smile. "Oh, could it be that she is yearning for a mate? After all, animals experience their own seasons of desire," Lu Fan suggested with a sly grin. "Do you think all creatures are like you, constantly fixating on such matters?" Lan Xue responded with evident disdain. Enough of this. Let us retreat indoors for a more in-depth discussion," Lu Fan declared, dismissing their banter. Before the two women could finish their thoughts, Lu Fan embraced them, gently laying Lan Xue on the bed. Having briefly satisfied her modest physiological cravings, particularly as she was expecting, he was cautious not to overindulge. Then he engaged in an ardent and profound contest with Chunner, exchanging hundreds of rounds. Chapter 78. The sparrow occupies the nest with all parties ultimately satisfied. Lu Fan finally broached the main topic. "Xue, you are due in 2 months. It would be best for you to refrain from participating in the excavation. Chunner and I can handle it. Well, do exercise caution while you dig underground," she advised. "I've considered the danger of a potential collapse. Perhaps we should have the blacksmiths craft a reinforced iron barrel. We could hide within it for 10 to 15 days without fear of starvation. Given that I have ample provisions in my spatial ring. Yes, do hasten to have them created. That would indeed be more secure." Lan Xue expressed her concerns for him, insisting they prepare the barrel before beginning their work. "All right, I shall instruct them to make the iron barrel," Lu Fan replied, summoning the blacksmiths to explain the situation. Crafting a large round barrel was a simple task, and making it thicker would be even easier. A thickness of 5 centimeters would suffice. Its weight would not be an issue, as it could be conveniently stored within the spatial ring. The iron barrel took 2 days to complete, primarily due to the time-consuming process of melting the iron and constructing it while simultaneously raising the earthen mold. The barrel measured 1.5 meters in height and 1.2 meters in width, akin to creating a golden bell jar. With a hearty laugh, Lu Fan noted the barrel's weight, estimating it to be over 1,000 jin. He laid it down and rolled it back into the main courtyard. Dismissing the onlookers, he grasped its edge and, with a surge of strength, lifted it effortlessly. Each step, he took left imprints on the ground. In a casual toss, he created a significant crater. Whoever is struck by this will be reduced to mere mush. With ample provisions prepared, Lu Fan then proceeded with Chunner to excavate the spirit stones. From a distance, a multitude of demonic beasts gathered at the entrance of the mine. And Xiao Bai had also arrived. How infuriating! After painstakingly excavating this cave, they dared to come and feast for free. To hell with them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan brandished his Jin Dao and charged forward, swiftly dispatching a number of them. Xiao Bai joined the fray, taking down 2 mountain cats with her fierce jaws, and immediately began to feast upon her kill. Lu Fan, having vanquished all the demonic beasts, obtained several tigers, and over 10 unicorn cattle. The battle had drained his energy, leaving him famished. He proceeded to slaughter an adult striped tiger, skinning and eviscerating it. He found a sturdy tree branch, sharpened one end, and skewered the tiger before constructing a large grill to roast it. Xiao Bai, having lost interest in the mountain cat, sat patiently awaiting the roasted tiger. Together, the two of them indulged in a hearty feast. The tiger contained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. After consuming just a few pounds, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, prompting him to meditate and refine it. Lu Fan completed the refinement in less than half an hour, only to discover that the spiritual energy required for reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement had increased significantly. The small amount of energy he had just consumed barely made a ripple. Meanwhile, Chun'er was faring well, successfully breaking through several acupoints. Xiao Bai consumed nearly half of the tiger. Lu Fan reserved 3 of the demonic beast corpses for Xiao Bai, collecting the remainder and instructing her to guard the cave entrance. He then ventured into the cave with Chun'er, torches in hand, when they sensed a disturbance below. To their astonishment, a massive striped tiger lurked within. How infuriating! Indeed, there were demonic beasts at the cave's depths. I shall vanquish you. In the confined space of the cave, Lu Fan could not wield his great sword effectively, so he retrieved an iron bucket and, disregarding the potential for a cave-in, sent it tumbling down. The tiger, startled by the noise, opened its eyes wide in shock. With no room to evade, it was struck severely. Chapter 79. The annihilation of the saber-toothed tiger. Lu Fan drew his great sword, advancing to deliver the fatal blow. The tiger emitted a heart-rending cry, pleading for mercy. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. You can speak. Lu Fan exclaimed, astonished. Please do not slay me. I have a wife and children held captive by that demonic tiger. I seek vengeance. I beg you. The spiritual stones I painstakingly unearthed cannot be taken for free. You wish to take from me while coveting my spiritual stones? No, my master. I merely wish to break through and rescue my family. That is why I have encroached upon your spiritual mine. If your words hold true, I can hardly fault you. Swear your allegiance swiftly. I shall assist you in rescuing your family. Upon hearing this, the Qi Yin, who expressed profound gratitude, immediately drawing forth a drop of its essence blood from its brow. Lu Fan also squeezed out a drop of his own blood, and within mere seconds, they completed their bond. With dominion over its life and death, Lu Fan felt emboldened. He stowed the iron bucket and assessed the tiger's injuries, finding them not severe, and administered a healing elixir. Let's go. We must rescue your family. Lu Fan instructed Chun'er and Xiao Bai to remain behind before swiftly dashing deeper into the secret realm alongside the Qi Yin who. Master, you are riding me. Please hurry. Lu Fan, without hesitation, leapt onto the tiger's back. The crimson flame tiger carried Lu Fan for over 10 minutes before coming to a halt. Not far from them lay the cave, the territory of the saber-toothed tiger. Lu Fan dismounted the tiger's back and ascended a small hill, using a magnifying glass to inspect the area. Indeed, 500 to 600 meters away, there was a colossal tiger, twice the size of the crimson flame tiger. Inside the cave, there was an injured white tiger and a small, mottled cub. This ancient species, the saber-toothed tiger, was formidable. You must be cautious. While I engage it in battle, take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. As long as you can save my wife and child, I would be content. Your assertion is quite the contrary. I shall slay it while you provide cover. Lu Fan had no intention of confronting it head-on. He retrieved his .98 sniper rifle and stealthily approached, aiming at its right eye. Bang! The shot exploded the saber-toothed tiger's right eye. The bullet lodged firmly in the eye socket, causing the beast to howl in agony and frantically dart about. Blood streamed from its right eye, and in its wild thrashing, its left eye became obscured as well. With its vision compromised, it grew increasingly agitated, continuing its chaotic movements. Lu Fan and the Crimson Flame tiger quietly positioned themselves behind a nearby rock, patiently waiting for the right moment. Though small in stature, Lu Fan's experience was profound, and recognizing him as their master was indeed a wise choice. After more than half an hour of frenzied activity, the saber-toothed tiger finally grew weary and lay on the ground, panting heavily. Lu Fan seized the opportunity. He raised his rifle and aimed at its other eye. Bang! Another shot found its mark. This time, the close range amplified the bullet's lethality, penetrating the eye socket and entering its skull. The saber-toothed tiger collapsed, legs thrashing in its final throes. Lu Fan holstered his rifle and swiftly brandished his black gold knife, rushing forward to deliver a decisive blow to the tiger's head. Clang! The impact rattled Lu Fan's hand. Astonishingly, the tiger's head remained intact, suffering only minor injuries to its fur. The skull was remarkably resilient. You should stab its abdomen. Following this advice, Lu Fan plunged the knife into its belly multiple times, and the saber-toothed tiger struggled briefly before succumbing. Thank you for saving my life. The Crimson Flame tiger laid down in gratitude. You should hurry to check on them. Lu Fan quickly retrieved several empty wine jars to collect the tiger's blood. This ancient species was a treasure trove, and nothing should go to waste. He filled 10 jars to the brim and stored them away. Chapter 80. Like winning the lottery at this moment, the Crimson Flame tiger returned with its mate and cub. Thank you for saving my family. The white tiger expressed its gratitude by bowing low. You can speak. Initially, she wished to acknowledge Lu Fan as her master, but he declined. Your husband has already recognized me as his master. There is no need for you to do so. If you must acknowledge a master, let be my wife. Lu Fan applied some hemostatic medicine to her wounds and intended to retrieve the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, only to discover there was no more space in his inventory. Perhaps you should carry it back. Wait a moment. There are weapons belonging to your kind in the cave. The white tiger exclaimed. Lu Fan smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. He quickly entered the cave to investigate. The cavern is quite spacious, spanning over 100 square meters. In one corner, several human skeletons lay in disarray, their bones having turned pale with age. Beneath the bleached remains, a few weapons glimmered faintly, revealing their hidden value. Indeed, it seems that fortune has favored our protagonist today. As Lu Fan approached, he swept away the dust with a branch and uncovered a large blade and 2 swords. He hefted the large blade, finding it surprisingly heavy, definitely around 200 pounds. Fortunately, Lu Fan possessed great strength. Otherwise, he would have struggled to hold it. Even so, wielding it with one hand proved to be a challenge. The 2 swords were lighter. It still weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. All 3 weapons were stowed away in his storage space, taking up little room. Upon meticulously clearing all the skeletons, Lu Fan discovered 3 rings. Ah, truly, good deeds are rewarded while evil deeds are punished. This time, he was indeed fortunate. Lu Fan carefully pocketed the 3 rings. I release you from your allegiance. Take your wife and child and depart. Go live your lives freely. The Chai Hu, moved by Lu Fan's words, recognized his admirable character and contemplated pledging loyalty to him. Master, I have already acknowledged you as my lord. How could I leave you? Moreover, we are both wounded and accompanied by our offspring. I humbly ask you to shelter us. Seeing the Chai Hu's sincere demeanor and his wife's understanding nature, Lu Fan was inclined to offer them refuge. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. If you wish to stay, then remain. At that moment, he remembered the corpse of the Inchi who had yet to be collected. He retrieved a storage ring and directly stored the body within. Thus, the trio of humans and tigers made their way back together. The little Hua Hu followed closely behind Lu Fan, endearing himself with playful antics. Unable to resist, Lu Fan picked him up. The little creature was obedient and even licked Lu Fan's face several times, exuding a delightful milky scent. Upon returning to the Lingshire mine, he found a little Bai Hu visibly enraged. You dare to bring back another female tiger, one as white as I? She exclaimed, storming off in a huff. Chun rushed forward to check if Lu Fan was injured, her face filled with concern. I am unhurt. It is merely the blood of that demon tiger. This large tiger is my second wife. Greetings, second mistress. The great Bai Hu spoke, leaving Chun utterly astonished, rendering her unable to even greet the newcomer. Lu Fan hurried to the spring to take a refreshing cool bath, which uplifted his spirits immensely. Upon returning to the mine, he noticed Chun had already become familiar with the tigers. Realizing the area required guardianship, he deemed that while Little Bai lacked strength and was prone to wandering, the Chai Hu was reliable and should watch over the place with his family. You may dwell here temporarily. Spend your time meditating at the cave entrance. The spiritual energy within this cavern will aid in enhancing your abilities. Lu Fan felled several sturdy trees and constructed a large wooden shelter beside the mine to protect them from the elements. It was already midday. Although he had yet to unearth even a single linkshire, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness today. Acquiring 3 extraordinary weapons and 3 storage rings felt akin to winning the lottery. It was truly delightful. In Chapter 81, titled Harvest Statistics, Lu Fan retrieved the carcass of a saber-toothed tiger, scraped the fur off its thigh, and severed a substantial hind leg for roasting. The family of Qi Yin, who was momentarily bewildered. Oh, I almost forgot that tigers typically do not consume their own kind. Lu Fan then extracted 4 unicorn cattle from his storage ring and placed them aside, at which point the family began to relish their meal. The young tiger, with its milk teeth still insufficiently sharp, struggled to bite into the meat, but mimicked its parents' actions, wrestling with the beef while emitting amusing sounds of woo-ya, woo-ya. How delightful it would be if a little tiger were to pair with it. Indeed, little who had yet to wean. Perhaps we could let Dabai care for both. After consuming half of the tiger's leg, Lu Fan and Chun Er felt satiated. The meat of the saber-toothed tiger was truly exquisite. Even the burps elicited a hint of spiritual energy. Both Lu Fan and Chun Er settled into meditation to refine this energy. The Qi Yin Hu family, having feasted on the cattle, quenched their thirst at the spring and returned to their wooden shelter for slumber, with a young tiger dozing off shortly after a brief nursing. Upon completing the refinement of spiritual energy, Lu Fan was surprised to find that one of his meridian points had opened, bringing the total to 23. He realized the difficulty of cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refinement was greater than he had anticipated. Chun Er, however, made remarkable progress, advancing directly to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, which brought her immense joy. My dear husband, I have leveled up. I see. Excellent. This afternoon, let us venture into the mine to gather some spirit stones before we return. Very well, let us proceed. The two descended once more to the depths of the mine, where Lu Fan lit the original oil lamp, extinguished the torch, and instructed Chun Er to illuminate his path with the lamp. After over 2 hours of laborious digging, they were thoroughly exhausted. Chun Er took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Lu Fan's brow. My dear, rest for a moment. I will dig for a while. Lu Fan sat to the side, watching her diligently at work, momentarily captivated by Chun Er's shapely figure. The sky outside was likely darkening. It would be prudent to conclude for the day and return. Upon reaching the surface, Lu Fan offered a few words of caution to the Qi Yin Hu, and then they made their way back. Arriving at the entrance of the maple forest, they found Xiaobai sulking, ignoring them completely. Back at the main residence, Chun Er recounted the day's events, prompting a sympathetic response from Lan Xue. Once inside, Lu Fan promptly shed his garments for a bath, with Chun Er following to assist in scrubbing his back, while also cleaning herself. Lu Fan's thoughts were consumed by the rings. There was no way he would let her off so easily. After hastily finishing dinner, he hurried to his study to begin his research. The first storage ring contained a modest assortment of items, with a spatial capacity of only 10 square meters. On a wooden shelf lay over a dozen jade vials, several spirit stones, 2 books, along with a few pieces of gold, silver, jewelry, and some clothing, nothing too extravagant. So he decided to take everything out. The second ring offered a considerably larger space of 20 square meters, while the third was similar to the first at 10 square meters. Upon thorough inventory, it was determined that there were 231 Ling Shi, 20 vials of Ling Qi Dan, 13 vials of Ling Yuan Dan, and various martial arts manuals, 1 on Dao Fa, 2 on Jian Fa, all being identical, 3 on Lian Qi Ju, and 1 on Lian Hun Ju, alongside 3 hand-copied notebooks. The armaments included 13 Xian Tai Dao and Jian, and 3 exquisite daggers, all crafted from superior Xian Tai, surpassing those procured by Lu Fan in the province in purity. Each weapon is of considerable value. In Chapter 82, titled Refining the Dragon Blade, the most significant items among these are undoubtedly the 3 luminescent green weapons. Additionally, there were 17,000 liang of gold, 5,000 liang of silver, and 11 jade tokens. Lu Fan also examined the garments, noting that they bore a uniform appearance, likely indicative of a certain sect. Furthermore, there were several jars of wine and 3 meditation cushions, presumably for cultivation purposes. Lu Fan distributed 2 10-square-inch rings to the 2 women, each receiving 1 to store personal belongings, weapons, Dan, beast meat, Ling Quan water, and other sensitive items. The two women were elated, viewing this as a wedding gift, a custom cherished in their homeland. Lu Fan, with a serious demeanor, divided all Ling Shi and Dan into 2 equal shares, also providing each woman with a few unicorn cattle and tiger carcasses for sustenance. He gifted each a dagger and a Xiantai sword, along with the 2 glowing green swords. Lu Fan discovered that the Lianxi Ju in his possession was identical to the one described in the book, albeit with more detailed annotations. He allocated portions of the Jian Fa and Lianxi Ju to each woman, suggesting they research it further. The remaining Dao Fa and Lian Hun Ju he set aside for later, intending to refine the green blade first. "Let us commence the refinement," Lu Fan declared, sharing the method for refining the rings and weapons, prompting the 3 to begin their respective processes. As it was Lu Fan's inaugural attempt at weapon refinement, he meticulously followed the instructions in the tome. He first made a small incision in his palm with a dagger, allowing several drops of blood to fall upon the blade's surface. Instantly, the green blade emanated a dazzling light, absorbing the blood entirely. Lu Fan hastily enveloped the green blade with his spiritual power, permitting it to absorb the energy. After nearly half an hour of exertion, fatigue began to envelop him. Yet he persevered for a few additional minutes until completion, nearly exhausted. At that moment, Lu Fan felt a connection with the green blade, which momentarily inscribed the characters for Dragon Blade upon its surface before transforming into a beam of green light that penetrated his right arm. He experienced no discomfort. Upon rolling up his sleeve, he discovered a small tattoo of a blade at the shoulder of his right arm. Following the instructions in the book, he focused on the Dragon Blade in his mind, directing his thoughts to his right hand, and the Dragon Blade materialized therein. After several attempts, it became increasingly effortless, providing a delightful sensation. He returned to the study to find the 2 women had just completed refining their rings. Lu Fan instructed them to retrieve Ling Shi to restore their spiritual energy before proceeding to refine the green swords. He then returned to the hall to study the sword manual. Opening the first page, he found that the technique was named Vajra, subduing tiger blade technique, consisting of a total of 16 forms. As Lu Fan perused the explanations, he noted that this technique was fierce and formidable, capable of shattering mountains upon reaching mastery. Lu Fan did not expect it to accomplish any monumental feats. Having such immense spiritual power was beyond him. Being able to slay a saber-toothed tiger would be commendable enough. He further researched the soul refinement technique that piqued his interest, recognizing the characters with ease. It turned out to be a method for condensing soul power, comprising merely a few pages that detailed the process of refining and compressing soul energy repeatedly. Upon examining the owner's notebook, which meticulously chronicled the arduous and painful journey of refining, Lu Fan noted that most individuals would be quite impressive to refine even once, with few managing to do so twice. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commenced his practice, only to find himself beset by excruciating headaches. Enduring merely 5 minutes was unbearable. He promptly ceased his training, opting to wait until he was alone in the secret realm to practice further, to spare the 2 women from worry. After a brief respite, he approached the 2 women, who were enthusiastically studying the green sword after successfully refining it. In Chapter 83, Naming the Tiger Family, Lu Fan shared the details of the soul refinement technique with them, prompting both to resolutely decide against practicing such daunting arts. Lu Fan himself was not in favor of their undertaking, as he was merely experimenting. The trio reveled in their newfound weapons throughout the night. At dawn the following day, they hurried to the valley to practice individually. Lan Xue, with her prominent belly, appeared particularly comical, causing Lu Fan and the other to burst into laughter for quite some time, much to Lan Xue's annoyance. They quickly rushed over to console her, providing shoulder massages and leg rubs until she relented. For the next few days, Lu Fan advised them to practice the Qi refinement technique whenever they had the chance, assuring them that they would have ample time to train after Lan Xue gave birth. Now that Lan Xue possessed a storage ring, Lu Fan gifted her 20 boxes of jewels, encouraging her and Shun her to explore and select them, promising to replenish their supply afterward. "Thank you, husband," she exclaimed. "Ha! I only had to tell you once, and you remembered. Truly, you are a wonderful wife." The 2 women, filled with excitement, scampered back to choose their jewels. leaving Lu Fan alone to practice his sword techniques. At that moment, Xiao Bai joined him, expressing a desire to explore the valley. No, it's too dangerous there. I will take you when I go, Lu Fan replied. For now, just stay with me while I train here. Leading Xiao Bai to the Spirit Stone Mine. They encountered the Qi Yanhu family. The Qi Yanhu rushed towards Lu Fan, exclaiming, Master, you have arrived. How is your injury? Lu Fan inquired. Completely healed. I have even advanced. I am now at the late stage of the Demon King. Excellent. But why is your size not changed? I can alter my size at will. The Qi Yanhu transformed into its original size. Wow, that is impressive. With that size, you are nearly comparable to a majestic steed. I should craft a saddle and a protective harness for you. It would greatly facilitate our explorations in the secret realm. Lu Fan contemplated, promptly taking measurements to design armor using dark iron and beast hide to shield its vulnerable areas, such as the face and neck, for future adventures. Looking at the Qi Yanhu, Lu Fan asked, Shall I give you a name? I cannot keep calling you Qi Yanhu. Sure. I have never had a name before. Qi Yanhu expressed his excitement, exclaiming, Well then, let's call you Dahu. It's both affectionate and memorable. All right. Thank you, Master. Now I have a name. At this moment, Dabaihu approached, saying, Master, could you give me a name as well? Let's call you Lu Fan. After a moment's thought, he initially intended to name him Dabai, but upon glancing at Xiao Bai behind him, he realized that it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Just then, Xiao Bai communicated telepathically with Lu Fan, Master, you were surely going to name him Dabai, am I right? Haha, indeed, but it's all right. I am not angry. I have decided that I will cultivate here with them from now on. Please convey that to them. Xiao Bai was determined to become a true royal-level monster. Well, do as you wish. Regardless of whether one is a wolf or a human, everyone possesses the right to determine their own fate, and I wholeheartedly support you. You are as pure as snow, so I shall name you Dabai. Furthermore, let us name your daughter Xiao Hua. Lu Fan said to Dabaihu, Thank you for bestowing me a name. Haha, I am not your master after all. You are our savior. Even without acknowledging you as our master, you remain our master, Dabai declared with unwavering conviction. All right, I do not have many demands of you. All I ask is that you protect yourselves in this place. Chapter 84. Crafting Armored Equipment. This is my first companion, Xiao Bai. From now on, we shall guard this place and cultivate together. Once I craft some armor equipment for you, it will enhance your physical defenses, making you significantly stronger than other monsters. Wonderful. Wonderful. Xiao Bai, having witnessed the benefits of armor from the bandits, was filled with excitement. Dabai, I found a small white tiger a few days ago. Could you assist me in taking care of it? Lu Fan asked earnestly. Of course. I need to take Xiao Hua with me anyway. Having a companion will spare me from her constant pestering. Very well. I shall bring it over tomorrow, and I will also construct 2 caves for you. With the Yulong Dao in hand, Lu Fan was eager to test its power. He approached the mountainside next to the waterfall and struck the wall with the Yulong Dao. On his first attempt, he used 30% of his spiritual power, and the blade sliced effortlessly into the wall. Wow, it cuts through like tofu. Lu Fan hesitated to exert more force, and in less than half an hour, he had carved out an L-shaped cave. The entrance was modest, leading through a passage of several meters to a spacious interior. At the far end, he created a bend, forming a cozy little den for the 2 small tigers, ensuring their safety and warmth. Both Dahu and Bai were thoroughly pleased. This was far superior to their previous dwelling. Following Xiao Bai's request, Lu Fan excavated a smaller cave at the opposite end of the mountain stream waterfall, maintaining the design of a passage of several meters and a bend, ultimately crafting a large chamber. He instructed them to guard the entrance of the mine while he descended to fetch the Yulong Dao and began mining spiritual stones. Finding the surrounding rock as easy to cut as tofu, Lu Fan was overjoyed. At this rate, he could extract a considerable amount in a single day. The blade proved to be remarkably effective, yielding over 500 stones in just half a day's work. Lu Fan hurried home, bringing most of the spiritual stones to Lan Xue. So many. Lan Xue, with her round belly, was equally delighted. With this splendid blade, the excavation is remarkably effortless, akin to slicing through tofu. Oh, how delightful! This will certainly save us much trouble in the future. My dear husband, I shall accompany you to the mine tomorrow. Jian-O is equally exhilarated. After the 3 of them finished dinner, Lu Fan retreated to his study to commence his cultivation. The two ladies also began their respective training in the room and the hall. Lu Fan encouraged them to freely utilize the spirit stones and focus on their breakthroughs. With the aid of the spirit stones, Lu Fan managed to break through 7 acupoints in a single night. At this pace, he would reach the 10th level of Qi refinement in just 2 more days. He took out the numerous swords and daggers, melting them down to forge armor. He first crafted a protective vest of mysterious iron for his chest and back, along with arm guards, and most importantly, a helmet and thigh armor. He decided against a neck guard, feeling it resembled a dog collar, which seemed rather awkward. The blacksmiths, having once served noble families, were seasoned craftsmen experienced in weaponry and armor creation. Following Lu Fan's specifications, the crafting process would take approximately 5 days. During this time, Lu Fan dedicated himself to mining and cultivation, remaining industrious until the equipment was completed. The crafted items included 5 mysterious iron weapons. Upon testing their weight, he found them to be at least 100 pounds, which posed no challenge for him at this stage. The craftsmanship was commendable, and he rewarded each blacksmith with 50 taels of silver. The workers expressed their profound gratitude, recognizing their master as exceptionally benevolent, not only refraining from punishment, but also bestowing silver upon them. Lu Fan further instructed them to follow his drawn designs and continue creating 3 sets of beast armor, with slots on the back for future saddle attachments. As the supply of mysterious iron was running low, he melted down a black gold blade as well. Chapter 85. Encounter with the Lion Pack. Lu Fan led Chun'er to the Spirit Stone Mine, bringing the crafted armor to help the 3 beasts don their gear. The 3 beasts were elated upon wearing the armor. "Thank you, Master." Lu Fan also brought along the little white tiger, saying, "Big Bai, I entrust the little tiger to you." Big Bai examined and sniffed the little tiger, taking a liking to it. The little tiger frolicked joyously with Xia Xue. How wonderful! Lu Fan felt a surge of happiness seeing the little tiger so content. "Chun'er, you may start mining now. Big Bai and Xiao Bai, you two guard the entrance of the mine while I take Big Tiger for a stroll." Mounted on Big Tiger, Lu Fan began his exploration of the depths of the secret realm. After traversing 7 or 8 kilometers inward, he discovered that the secret realm had reached its end. Before him lay a precipice, above a seemingly bottomless abyss. The man and tiger thoroughly examined the cliff's edge, finding no escape. "It seems this is the terminus. We should return," suggested Big Tiger. "Master, that saber-toothed tiger cannot possibly be solitary, can it?" "Perhaps it is indeed one," Lu Fan mused. "What is certain is that it did not arrive via teleportation. Such creatures could not exist on the small island. This is an ancient species." Lu Fan pondered the possibility that the deceased cultivators may have originated from another location, but it was unequivocally not from Lu Village. Nor could it have been from the island. The 10-kilometer vertical expanse was extensive, with a lateral width of 4 to 5 kilometers on either side. After searching for 2 kilometers, they encountered a group of Mansi. Throughout the journey, they had come across numerous animals, but the great tiger had frightened them all away. This group of Mansi was indeed quite formidable, showing no fear of a mere tiger or the more refined figure of Lu Fan. With a roar, they charged forward, eager to sample the flavor of this diminutive human. Lu Fan unsheathed his Yulong Dao, filled with murderous intent, declaring that today would be a good opportunity to test his blade on them. The great tiger, clad in armor, was not in immediate peril. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between Lu Fan and the 7 Mansi. Though Lu Fan's grasp of swordsmanship was not particularly agile, he delivered a powerful strike that instantly felled an adult Mansi. Had their bones not been so resilient, it would have been cleaved in 2. Upon inspecting the Yulong Dao, finding it unscathed, Lu Fan felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, the great tiger had managed to injure one of the adult Mansi. The situation was dire. The strength of these lions was overwhelming, and they needed to be eradicated entirely to prevent future troubles. Lu Fan contemplated the situation. His spiritual energy was limited. Having slain one Mansi had depleted over half of his energy reserves, and continuing the fight would be perilous. It was imperative to retreat and recuperate before re-engaging them. Communicating telepathically with the great tiger, Lu Fan executed a powerful slash while the enemy was distracted. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the great tiger and made a hasty retreat. With a Mansi hot on their heels, they pursued until they reached the territory of the saber-toothed tiger, at which point the lions halted their chase, retreating a few miles to wait for Lu Fan and his companion to emerge. After resting and enjoying some roasted beef with the great tiger, Lu Fan devised a plan to exploit the saber-toothed tiger's intimidating presence while the Mansi remained unaware of its demise. He would pick them off one by one and then retreat. Having dispatched two, the remaining four Mansi, no longer naive, sent one to hide in the underbrush, intending to ambush Lu Fan from behind. Lu Fan, perceptive enough to notice the absence of one, quickly deduced their strategy. How foolish of them to engage in tactics against me, he thought. The great tiger and I shall dash to the left, circumventing our pursuers before returning to the saber-toothed tiger's domain. Chapter 86. Xiao Bai is a fox. Lu Fan and the great tiger swiftly veered left. The three remaining Mansi, displaying their intelligence, ceased their pursuit upon realizing the detour, calling back the hidden one with a loud roar. The four Mansi decided not to waste any more time and retreated to their lair. Once Lu Fan had regained his strength, he felt fatigued and returned to collect the two Mansi carcasses before riding back to the spiritual stone mine with the great tiger. Nightfall was approaching, and Lu Fan dared not return to Luzhuang, fearing a surprise attack that could spell disaster. "Chun, you may return. I shall guard this place tonight," Lu Fan instructed. "All right. I shall head back." Today, she had mined over 300 spiritual stones, leaving half for Lu Fan before departing. At this moment, Lu Fan found that his own supply of spiritual stones was nearly exhausted. That evening, he roasted Mansi meat, and the lion hides were scraped and soaked, to be preserved for use as bedding in the future. The magnificent pelt of the saber-toothed tiger was meticulously stripped off by Lu Fan and soaked in the spring pool. Lu Fan took the liberty to refurbish the spring pool, deepening it by a meter and expanding its radius to 5.5 meters. At the pool's base, he also excavated a shallow basin to provide the young tigers a place to drink and bathe. Undeniably, the flesh of the barbarian lion was imbued with an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy, and its taste was exquisitely savory. For dinner, they consumed half of the lion's hind leg, while the remaining meat was devoured by the three beastly companions. The carcass, weighing 500 to 600 jin, sufficiently nourished them all. Once satiated, each retreated to their respective caves to cultivate their powers. Lu Fan ascended to the high platform, residing in a modest wooden hut he had previously constructed. Chun generously left him over 100 spirit stones, which he did not immediately employ. Cultivating soul power here during the night proved far more efficacious, so he resolved to refine his divine soul first to ascertain any progress. As Lu Fan commenced his refinement, he noticed the headache that had plagued him earlier was less intense. After consuming a vitality pill, his cultivation accelerated considerably, requiring 13 such pills throughout the night. Remarkably, he succeeded in refining 1/3 of his soul C. Upon ceasing, he felt an immense sense of relief, as if narrowly escaping the clutches of death. His supply of vitality pills had been depleted previously. During this period, he had consumed nearly 2 bottles of new pills, with 11 remaining. These had been gifted by Li Xue and Chun, who retained only 2 bottles for themselves. Lu Fan harbored no anxiety about finishing them and intended to continue cultivating patiently. At dawn, the 3 beasts emerged, each exhibiting notable progress. Xiao Bai's transformation was the most pronounced. His remaining gray fur had entirely transformed into white, and his appearance had altered to resemble a grand fox. "Master, I know what you're thinking," Xiao Bai cheerfully declared. "Indeed, I am a fox. I refrained from revealing this before for fear of inciting rebellion among the wolf pack. Now that I have ascended to Fox King, I fear nothing." "That is splendid," Lu Fan responded earnestly. "Those wolves are growing larger, and I was worried about you, which is why I deliberately reduced their rations." "Master truly cares for me." Xiao Bai was deeply moved, realizing Lu Fan's genuine concern. That morning, Lu Fan and the 3 beasts consumed another barbarian lion. After a brief period of refinement, Lu Fan and the great tiger set off. He instructed Xiao Bai and Bai to stay put and not wander off. Once the second mistress, Chun arrived, they would allow her to continue excavating spirit stones. Now capable of speech, Xiao Bai greeted Chun with an enthusiastic torrent of words upon her arrival, which stirred great excitement in her. "Wonderful. From now on, communication will be so much easier." Chapter 87. Slaying the Lion King riding atop the great tiger. Lu Fan followed the scent trails left by the barbarian lions until they discovered their den. Within the lion pride's lair, an aged lion king and 3 cubs were present, but the 4 other lions were absent. Lu Fan resolved to slay this seemingly elderly lion king and its cubs. Such savage beasts could never be tamed. Eliminating them was the cleanest solution. Drawing his Yulong Dao, Lu Fan, having honed his skills in the previous day's battles, wielded the first 5 stances of the Vajra Tiger, subduing sword technique with mastery. He intended to further practice the 3 newly learned stances, honing his prowess even more. First, he took out his weapon and aimed at the lion's eye, which was as large as an apple, and fired a shot, injuring its right eye. The Lion King immediately erupted in fury, thrashing about in agony. Even the nearby young lions could not distinguish friend from foe, and they fell victim to their own kind, meeting a grim fate. After waiting for several minutes, Lu Fan could no longer afford to delay, fearing that the lionesses might return upon hearing the commotion. Thus, he engaged in combat with the Lion King, while the Hu distracted it, allowing Lu Fan to launch a surprise attack. The Lion King possessed immense strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. Despite Lu Fan landing over a dozen blows, the beast continued to fight, shedding copious amounts of blood. The Hu sensed the return of the lionesses and alerted Lu Fan to retreat. It was prudent to recuperate before returning to the fray. Lu Fan swiftly mounted the Hu's back, and they dashed away in the opposite direction, causing other wild animals to scatter in fear. After traversing several miles, they finally returned to the territory of the saber-toothed tiger and paused to rest. Lu Fan retrieved a unicorn bull carcass from a spatial ring and constructed a large roasting spit. At this point, the Hu had gathered a pile of dry wood, eagerly awaiting Lu Fan's culinary skills. Lu Fan ignited the fire and began roasting the meat, which would be ready in about half an hour. The Hu had already drooled all over the ground in anticipation. Lu Fan sliced off a hind leg for himself and generously offered the rest to the Hu. Upon receiving the roasted meat, the Hu devoured it with gusto. Meanwhile, Lu Fan took his time, using a small knife to savor the meat. And he also produced a jar of home-brewed grain liquor, which was perfectly strong for his taste. The Hu, initially eager to sample the drink, took a sip but found it too spicy and refused to continue. Before they could fully recuperate, 4 lionesses appeared, disregarding territory and roaring as they charged forward. Lu Fan, having expanded his spiritual awareness to 1,200 meters, detected them early on. He and Hu stealthily maneuvered towards the lion's lair, knowing that the Lion King must have perished, and they could not let the meat go to waste. The lionesses, sensing their movements, pursued relentlessly. Indeed, the Lion King had succumbed to its wounds. Lu Fan quickly gathered the carcass of the Lion King along with the bodies of the 3 cubs. The lionesses soon caught up, and a fierce battle ensued. Lu Fan's swordsmanship had improved significantly, and he managed to injure 2 of the lionesses. With his spiritual energy dwindling, he communicated telepathically with the Hu, and together they planned their escape. However, the lionesses showed no signs of retreat, fixating on the 2 with unwavering determination. Unable to flee, Lu Fan resorted to using spiritual stones, absorbing their energy while engaging in a tactical skirmish, managing to hold his ground for the time being. After more than an hour of attrition, the 2 injured lionesses gradually lost their strength, providing Lu Fan the opportunity to strike them down. Chapter 88. The annihilation of the lion pride. Lu Fan was nearing exhaustion, and the remaining 2 lionesses were in a frenzied state. He retrieved the large iron barrel he had fashioned from the spiritual stones earlier, allowing the Hu to shrink in size as they both took refuge inside to rest. The exterior of the iron barrel was polished to an excessive smoothness. The 2 fierce lions attacked the barrel repeatedly, yet remained utterly unmoved, leaving them exhausted and resorting to resting beside it. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, but fortunately, the green glow emitted by the Yulong Dao provided just enough light. Lu Fan took out some spirit stones and began to meditate in order to recover his energy. Meanwhile, the large tiger devoured the carcass of the young lion that Lu Fan had just provided, munching away with great enthusiasm. At this moment, the large tiger resembled a tiny kitten, its diminutive size rendering the act of consuming the young lion rather amusing. After more than an hour, Lu Fan had fully restored his strength and retrieved the provisions he had prepared earlier, consuming a portion to replenish his energy. He then stowed away the hefty iron barrel. Noting that the 2 fierce lions had yet to have their breakfast and were now quite hungry, their bellies pressed against their spines. With ease, Lu Fan dispatched them, aided significantly by the large tiger, which latched onto one of the lion's necks fiercely. Lu Fan decided to spare that lion for the large tiger, while the remaining 3, along with the Lion King, were not to be shared with them. Lan Xue and Chun Er had not yet eaten. Drawing upon his previous experience, Lu Fan scoured the lion's lair, but found nothing aside from a multitude of beastly bones. Disheartened, he rode back to the Spirit Stone Mine on his large tiger, where he discovered Chun Er waiting outside. Chun Er, let's depart. The issues have been resolved. Upon their return to the residence of the Lu family, Lan Xue, who had been anxiously awaiting their arrival, finally felt at ease upon seeing Lu Fan. "Darling, you're back," she exclaimed, relieved. "Yes, we've slain a group of lions. Tonight we shall feast on Lion King meat." The servants in the main house were strictly prohibited from entering without permission. Both Lan Xue and Chun Er possessed spiritual awareness, enabling them to sense alterations within 100 meters, thus conducting their affairs with utmost discretion. Dismissing the guards outside, the 3 commenced the grilling of Lion King meat. "Delicious, truly delightful," Juna exclaimed. "Here, phase radiating joy." The trio consumed nearly half of the Lion King, leaving over 500 pounds. They divided the remains and retreated to their respective quarters to refine their portions. Lu Fan was now just 2 acupoints away from reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. He took out the 80 remaining spirit stones and set about breaking through to the 10th level. By the latter half of the night, he finally achieved his breakthrough, feeling an abundance of spiritual power within him, significantly surpassing that of the 9th level by a factor of 2. Should he encounter that group of fierce lions again, it was unlikely he would need to flee. Lan Xue and Chun Er also advanced to the 6th and 4th levels of Qi refinement, respectively. Everyone experienced considerable gains and was thoroughly pleased. Now you both possess the ability to protect yourselves, but do remain cautious in the future to avoid disclosing any secrets, lest further complications arise, Lu Fan advised. "Yes, we understand, my husband," they replied. Lan Xue's belly had grown quite large. "Xue, you should refrain from further training for now. I will send someone to bring your mother here to accompany you during your delivery. In this time, with so many people around, we must all be vigilant in our conduct." "Indeed, I miss my mother," Lan Xue responded. Early the next morning, Lu Fan arranged for Lu Jia to lead 100 guards to fetch her mother. Upon seeing Lu Jia, Lan Fu understood the purpose of his visit and had already prepared the midwife and other necessary arrangements. He urged Lan Mu to hurry, insisting that she take good care of Xia Xue, as she was the pillar of their family. Chapter 89. Excavating mountains and filling pits since Lu Fan opened a wine shop by the pipeline on his territory. A majority of people have flocked here to purchase Fengyejiu, leading to a decline in business for the wine shops in the county town. The wine shops in the county town are rather conspicuous, and adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth, Lu Fan contemplated selling his store in the county. Coincidentally, a wealthy merchant, envious of his profits, expressed interest in purchasing it. Thus, Lu Fan sold it for a handsome sum of 100,000 taels of gold. With the gold in hand, he was filled with immense joy. The merchant provided gold notes, after which Lu Fan arranged for Lu Jia to lead the guards to the bank to withdraw the gold. Such a substantial amount of gold could not remain in the bank. It was far more prudent to store it in his spatial ring. The 20 square meter storage ring was specifically designated for holding this gold, and he exchanged all the gold notes acquired from the last raid as well. Adding to this, his earnings from selling wine over the past few months amounted to another 110,000 taels of gold. Now, Lu Fan possessed a staggering total of 850,000 taels of gold, all thanks to having 2 spatial rings. The gold, while heavy, occupies little space, taking up less than 1/15 of the ring's capacity. As for the 300,000 taels in silver notes, he decided against exchanging them, opting to store them in the 20 square meter ring. Lu Fan retrieved the remaining 2 rounds of ammunition from his 98 pistol and took out the 2 AIM magazines, fully loaded with 30 rounds each. He still had a total of 62 universal bullets, which should last for a while if used sparingly. They would prove invaluable for long-range assassinations, a formidable weapon in ancient times. Lu Fan frequently took out his Glock pistol, which had become so polished from handling that it no longer required oiling or maintenance. He instructed the blacksmiths to construct a large iron trough, 10 square meters in size, to be placed in the 50 square meter storage ring, specifically for storing the carcasses of wild beasts, ensuring cleanliness and efficiency. When his mother-in-law arrived, Lu Fan spent 2 days at home with her. During his time at home, he measured the route from Luzhuang to the county town. If one were to travel in a straight line, it was less than 8 kilometers. The path included 3 large pits, 7 or 8 smaller ones, and numerous mountains. Now that he had the means, Lu Fan envisioned straightening the route for the convenience of merchants coming to make purchases. He thus organized his subordinates to repair the road, planning to excavate the 2 large mountains first, using the stones to fill the 3 large pits. There was no need for excessive concern. A simple dirt road, 3 to 4 meters wide, with drainage ditches on either side would suffice. Given the extensive length of the work, Lu Fan appointed his steward to recruit laborers in the county town. Over 500 workers were hired, with the standard wage set at 10 taels of silver per month, which Lu Fan raised to 15, ensuring ample food. The attractive pay and generous meals spread like wildfire through the surrounding areas, attracting 3,000 to 4,000 individuals. Lu Fan welcomed everyone without discrimination, assigning guards to patrol and oversee the work, primarily to minimize casualties. After inspecting the site, Lu Fan noted that the laborers were well fed and compensated generously, resulting in a palpable surge of enthusiasm. Within less than a month, the 2 large mountains were leveled. The 3 large pits were nearly filled, and any remaining gaps were filled with the smaller hills, while stones and soil from the drainage ditches were used for backfilling. With an abundance of labor and tools brought from home, the work progressed efficiently. Lu Fan later instructed the steward to procure tools and provided additional silver to the workers. Everyone praised the master for his generosity, noting that he not only spent his own money to repair the road, but also compensated the workers and ensured they were well fed. With generous portions of succulent meat for lunch, Lu Fan, considering the road from a military perspective, mandated that neither slopes nor elevated areas be present on either side, to prevent travelers from falling prey to ambushes by bandits. Chapter 90. Sun Lu Feng in the blink of an eye. More than a month had passed, and Lan Xue was nearing her time. Lu Fan remained at home daily to accompany her. Lan Mu was immensely gratified, feeling that Lan Xue's marriage to him was a blessing from her previous life. Observing the flourishing Lu manor and the energetic servants, she felt a profound sense of astonishment. This son-in-law was truly remarkable. It was no wonder her husband held him in such high regard, for his methods were undoubtedly impressive. 3 days later, Lan Xue was finally ready to give birth. She had diligently followed Lu Fan's advice to walk regularly, which was conducive to labor. The delivery proceeded smoothly, aided by Lan Xue's robust constitution, having reached the 6th level of qi refinement, and there were no complications. When the baby's first cry resonated from the room, Lu Fan's anxious heart finally found solace. "Congratulations, my lord, it's a boy," the midwife joyfully announced. "Excellent. You all did remarkably well. Each of you shall receive a reward of 100 taels, and everyone in the manor will receive 20 taels," Lu Fan exclaimed with delight. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," they responded in unison, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to enter once the room was tidied. At this moment, Lan Xue appeared to be in good spirits, though her complexion was slightly pale. Lu Fan had prepared a nourishing soup from a large ginseng, which she drank, aiding her recovery. Cradling his son, Lu Fan felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He had never anticipated that he would marry and have a child here, without returning home. He pondered whether this would alter the course of history. It would be prudent to find a way back to the modern era, taking them along to resolve everything. Lost in thought, Lu Fan was suddenly brought back to reality by Lan Xue's curious expression. "My dear husband, what are you thinking? You do like him, don't you? What are you imagining?" He replied, somewhat exasperated. "I was contemplating what to name him. How about Lu Feng? It signifies brilliance. That's a splendid name. Let's use Feng as his nickname." Lan Xue said joyfully, "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish." Lan Mu, thrilled that her daughter had given birth to a boy, expressed her happiness. "Son-in-law, you have a son now. Your servants will surely feel more at ease." Lu Fan had not considered this aspect yet. In ancient times, the presence of a young master indeed stabilized the hearts of the people and fostered a sense of unity. Caring for the young master equated to securing one's future, allowing one's family and descendants to enjoy peace. This unexpected turn of events had unfolded. During this busy period, Lu Fan had not rekindled his intimacy with Chun'er, as he did not wish to become too entangled. He confided this to Lan Xue. "My dear husband, you must not act in such a manner. The women here place great importance on having children, and your actions could hurt Chun'er. Lan Xue gravely remarked. Oh, if that is not feasible, then let us procure another. Measures must be taken thereafter. Lu Fan did not harbor any aversion towards children. However, given the current instability, he was merely apprehensive about the potential complications that might arise in the future. Of course, if they remained at Luzhuang and did not stir up trouble, there would be no issue. Lan Xue had already completed her confinement period. During the past 2 months, the road had been repaired, rendering it significantly less bumpy. Lu Fan, recalling the iron plates of the carriages, commanded that they all be dismantled and securely stored away in the warehouse. Although the modification techniques for the carriages appeared rather unremarkable, this was an ancient era. Should they be emulated, it could potentially alter the course of history. Thus, prudence was warranted. Chapter 91. A chilly winter after giving birth. Lan Xue's health remarkably recovered within just a few days. Seeing that she was well, Lan Mu returned to her own home, where a large family awaited her. The roads that Lu Fan had arranged for repair were now completed, and he settled the workers' wages, sending them on their way. Among them were many who wished to continue working with Lu Fan. However, he preferred to avoid entanglements and declined all their offers. As Lan Mu sat in her family's grand carriage, traversing the newly repaired road, the journey was smooth and brief, taking less than half an hour to reach the outskirts of the county town. Upon her return, Lan Mu recounted the events of recent days, including Lu Fan's road repairs. To her husband, Lan Fu, he was astonished. Has it truly been completed so swiftly? Indeed, our son-in-law is quite extraordinary. Lan Mu beamed with pride. You cannot imagine. His servants are brimming with vitality, their eyes reflecting a newfound confidence. How so? Lan Fu inquired, intrigued. Well, I cannot quite articulate it. They simply no longer seem subservient and exude confidence. Yes, that is it, confidence. Oh, I must find an opportunity to see for myself, Lan Fu replied, his curiosity piqued. Having sold the shops in the county town, Lu Fan felt considerably unburdened. All the personnel from the shops were recalled and reassigned to the Luzhuang Tavern. The guards continued their training and patrols daily, showing no mercy towards bandits they encountered. Those who surrendered were taken back as laborers, while those who resisted were executed. Adhering to a principle of thorough eradication, with all remains disposed of to feed wolves. This brutal tactic resulted in the complete absence of banditry within a 30-kilometer radius of Luzhuang. The roads became so peaceful that even the number of travelers on official routes increased significantly. In the provinces, merchants frequently arrived to purchase maple leaf wine, and the tavern prospered increasingly. To ensure the safety of passing travelers and merchants along the way, Lu Fan dispatched a large contingent of guards to patrol the more secluded areas leading to the provinces. This was a time when the vast lands were sparsely populated and agricultural resources were scarce. The government struggled to maintain order while landlords monopolized fertile lands. For common folk to survive, they were compelled to pay exorbitant rents, leaving them with barely enough sustenance. In times of illness or disaster, they resorted to selling their children for a chance at survival. Hence, banditry flourished, predominantly perpetrated by scoundrels deserving of their fate. How much more comfortable it was for those who served under Lu Fan. Currently, the Guard Battalion has nearly 1,000 members, and Lu Fan no longer intends to expand it further. With such a large number, there's a risk of attracting unwanted attention from the authorities. This group takes turns performing laborious tasks, which not only strengthens their bodies, but also prevents outsiders from becoming suspicious. To the outside world, they are presented as a mere 100-strong escort unit, cleverly dispersed to avoid detection. Since the arrival of the young master, the servants have been diligently carrying out their duties, each marrying and establishing their own families, thereby settling down peacefully. This was precisely the outcome Lu Fan wished to see. Over the span of more than 2 months, the weather grew progressively colder, and winter finally arrived. Although this region is in the south, winters are still quite harsh, with temperatures plunging to -3 or 4 degrees Celsius. Lu Fan distributed cotton-padded robes to everyone. Lan Xue tailored quilted jackets and trousers for Lu Fan, all crafted according to his specifications. It was not that Lu Fan refused to assimilate to local customs. Rather, the traditional attire of ancient times was exceedingly uncomfortable. The outer garment resembled a mere draped cloth, so loose that it could double as a bedsheet. Moreover, in battle, one had to hitch up the hem and tuck it into the trousers for convenience. Lu Fan did not intend to alter their traditional dress, but he insisted on wearing clothing suited to his own preferences. Since none were available, he instructed Lan Xue and others to produce a few sets accordingly. Regarding the secret valley, there remained no news of the spatial gate. In recent days, Lu Fan and Chun had nearly exhausted the spirit stone mine, obtaining over 50,000 spirit stones. Lu Fan kept more than half, while the two women each received over 10,000 stones. Lu Fan explored deeper underground and discovered some spirit stones, but as the distance from the surface was too great and the danger excessive, he abandoned further pursuit. Lu Fan's consumption of spirit stones was rapid. Within 2 months, he had used more than 10,000. He had already broken through more than half of the acupuncture points, with only 13 remaining unopened. He eagerly anticipated the moment when he would perfect the 10th level of qi refinement. Since his arrival, just over a year had passed. Lu Fan did not keep precise track of time. It was Lan Xue who informed him. One midnight, Xiao Bai rushed in to report, "Master, come quickly. I have discovered a glimmering light. Let me there at once." Lu Fan exclaimed, rising excitedly despite clutching Lan Xue and Chun as they slept. He hastily slipped on his shoes and followed Xiao Bai. Lan Xue and Chun were awakened by the commotion, dressed swiftly, and followed as well. Xiao Bai brought Lu Fan near the original cave they had inhabited. "Indeed, it is here," Lu Fan exclaimed joyfully. It resembled a luminous blue pool nestled amid the grass. Difficult to detect during daylight, but conspicuous at night from afar. Lu Fan glanced back at Lan Xue and Chun, who had hurried after him. Both understood that Lu Fan was about to depart and felt profound sorrow. "I must return. My family and parents await me there. I have told you this before," Lu Fan declared solemnly. "We understand. We will wait for your return," Lan Xue and Chun replied, tears streaming down their faces. "Remember my words. Do not disclose the secrets of brewing. When necessary, destroy everything. If history is altered, I may never return. We shall safeguard this. My lord, let us return together," Xiao Bai said with great concern. "You must consider this carefully. There's a possibility you may not return. I have made my decision. Wherever you are, I shall be. Xue, Chun, I am leaving. Take good care of our son." Lu Fan leaped into the azure vortex, followed closely by Xiao Bai. Lu Xue, with a sorrowful expression, wished to jump in as well, but their son was still too young. Chun quickly grasped her clothing, urging, "Sister Lan, let us wait for our husband. When he returns, we will have a year together. Perhaps this vortex will reappear in a year." After enduring a dizzying ordeal, Lu Fan and Xiao Bai finally landed. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Lu Fan exclaimed, "Ha! I am back." This was indeed the same cave as before, and there, the familiar azure halo awaited. Exiting the cave, they found themselves on the same deserted island, outside the very cave they had entered. It was daylight, with dew glistening on the grass, indicative of the sun's recent ascent. Checking the 2 spatial rings on his hand, he felt reassured. However, the great tiger was absent, and there were no signs of habitation, only the remains of numerous human corpses. It appeared he could indeed return. Lu Fan mused that once he located his family and ensured stability, he would revisit this place. Chapter 93. There all unharmed, Lu Fan meticulously examined the pile of bones, both human and animal, but found no desire to investigate further. He proceeded with Xiao Bai towards the treehouse. "Is this your homeland, my lord?" "Yes, but do not speak here, otherwise you may be captured and subjected to dissection for experimentation." "Oh, then let us communicate mentally." "Indeed, but wait, shrink a bit more. Your current size could frighten people." Lu Fan removed their armor and equipment, storing them in the spatial ring. Wearing such things here felt out of place, so he donned his tattered clothing from before. "You humans are truly troublesome. There are so many matters to attend to," Xiao Bai complained. "Ha! Who insisted on accompanying me?" Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Umph." Relying on his previous memories, Lu Fan made his way to the treehouse, concealing himself in the shadows to observe. To his surprise, there were indeed people inside, and the one clad in leopard skin was none other than Li Menglan. There were also several unfamiliar women. Just as Lu Fan was about to greet them, Zhang Chang returned with a group of people. "Dear, I am back. Hurry, give my feet a massage. I am utterly exhausted," Zhang Chang shouted. Coming, Xia Xue replied, quickly kneeling to massage his feet. Li Menglan followed suit, assisting with the other foot. This scene left Lu Fan, hidden behind the foliage, utterly astonished. The illustrious Xia Li, unexpectedly attending to the feet of a mere bodyguard, was indeed a spectacle that caught the eye. "What is the matter, master?" Xiao Bai inquired upon noticing Lu Fan's astonished expression. "Oh, it's nothing, merely a moment of surprise," Lu Fan replied. "Oh, what does surprise mean?" Could you refrain from questioning me for a moment? My mind is quite chaotic right now." Presently, it seemed that after his departure, Li Menglan and Xia Xue had both followed Zhang Chong and were living a quaint life here. After contemplating, Lu Fan resolved to pay a visit, as they were once comrades in survival. With that thought, he set aside his hesitation and led Xiao Bai forward. "Stop! Do not move! What kind of beast is this?" A middle-aged man on guard, wielding a submachine gun, demanded. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely my pet. I have come to visit an old friend. Your leader, Zhang Chong, knows me." "Knows you? I have never heard him mention you." At that moment, Li Menglan spotted Lu Fan from the wooden cabin. "Quick, let him in. He is one of our own." Zhang Chong and Xia Xue also emerged, astonished to see Lu Fan's return. "Good heavens, he is still alive," Zhang Chong remarked awkwardly. "Greetings, everyone," Lu Fan called from beneath the treehouse. The trio hurried down. "Lu Fan, you are alive. Why did you not return to us sooner?" Li Menglan asked, tears in her eyes. "I was attacked by a giant tiger, and Li Ming was killed. I fell into a deep cave and sustained grave injuries. The cave was so profound that I could not find my way out, drifting along an underground river until I finally located a path back." Lu Fan concealed the matter of the time-space portal. "Well, it's just good that you have returned. However, that tiger is still out there. A submachine gun cannot slay it." Li Menglan a la burata. "What about that Korean girl?" Lu Fan casually inquired, not having seen Jin Ji Yuan. "Ah, she was devoured by the tiger," Xia Xue remarked nonchalantly, "since she orchestrated the betrayal, vying for mate rights." "Oh, so no one came to rescue you?" "No rescue arrived. The radio provided some initial feedback, but soon it was merely static. We have been unable to return," Zhang Chong replied dismissively. In Chapter 94, with the threat of pirates lurking, Lu Fan's martial prowess remained intact. As he probed Zhang Chong's mind with his soul energy, he discerned tumultuous fluctuations. Could he be lying? Perhaps it was best to investigate the seaside himself. "Well, seeing that you are all doing well brings me peace. It is evident that Zhang Chong has established his own faction and prefers not to remain here. I have my own secrets and would rather not reside with you any longer. I am returning to the seaside. It is time for our paths to part." Without a backward glance, Lu Fan led Xiao Bai away. "Why did you not stop him?" Xia Xue expressed her gratitude towards Lu Fan and confronted Zhang Chong. "How could I retain him? Are you not aware of the current circumstances?" Zhang Chong replied with evident disdain. Ever since Lu Fan and the others went missing, after having taken Xia Xue, he grew weary after a few months of amusement. He had been preoccupied with the figure of that Korean actress, only to be thwarted by Xia Xue. Now he had set his sights on Li Menglan, constantly seeking an opportunity to bed her, yet Xia Xue persistently interfered, resulting in his continued failure to possess her. "Lu Fan, I shall accompany you," Li Menglan exclaimed loudly. Lu Fan halted his steps, glancing back at the expressions of the trio without uttering a word. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Chong's eyes, which Lu Fan's keen perception readily captured. It appeared that the situation was not as harmonious as he had initially believed. Li Menglan remained unattainable. Lu Fan mused to himself. Li Menglan hastily ascended the treehouse, gathering a few blankets while leaving behind other belongings. "Xia Xue, I am leaving with Lu Fan. Take care of yourself," she said, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "Very well, just be cautious," Xia Xue replied, her face a mixture of reluctance and turmoil. "I will." "Lu Fan, let us depart," Li Menglan said, her expression brightening. It was evident that she was not finding happiness in her current situation, and Lu Fan was equally eager to inquire about the recent happenings on the island. It was clear that Zhang Chong's mentality had shifted. He was not being entirely truthful with Lu Fan. "All right, let us go," Lu Fan stated. Zhang Chong and Xia Xue made no attempt to stop them as they watched the pair walk away. "Why did you not stop her?" Zhang Chong asked, his voice tinged with anger. "Am I in a position to dictate her actions?" Xia Xue replied, her expression one of grievance. "You wretched woman, if it weren't for you, I would have already had her. You are a jinx." Zhang Chong's true nature was laid bare. Unfortunately, Xia Xue was already pregnant with his child, leaving her unable to return to the past, forced to silently endure his cruelty. As Lu Fan and Li Menglan walked along the path to the beach, the once narrow trail had transformed into a jungle pathway over a meter wide, making their journey significantly easier. Lu Fan, after you and Li Ming went missing, it took less than 2 months for Zhang Chong to reveal his true colors. Initially, he sneaked into Xia Xue's bed at night and forced her. Then he took in a few survivors and similarly assaulted them, she recounted. I can surmise what transpired. It's fine, now that I am back. Just stay close to me, and we shall find our way home swiftly. Lu Fan declared, his focus solely on returning home, indifferent to other matters. I knew you were the most reliable, Li Menglan said with unwavering trust. Have you truly not encountered any rescue efforts? She inquired. No rescue. But we did encounter pirates twice. From my observations, they do not seem to reside on the island. They must have a means of leaving, he replied. Oh. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as there was a chance to return home, he cared little for their identities. Where did you encounter them? Right where we stayed by the seaside, and another time near the wild man's dwelling. They are armed, so we must exercise caution, she warned. No witties. If we come across them, just hide in the woods, and I will seek an opportunity to eliminate them. We can seize their speedboat and escape the island, he proposed. Chapter 95. Return to the beach. Yes, Li Menglan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. At long last, there was hope of returning home. And how could she not be thrilled? Let's find a place to rest for the night. The two of them, along with the beast, traversed 3 or 4 kilometers before returning to the beach. The wooden shelter had collapsed, marked by traces of machine gun fire, rendering it uninhabitable. Fortunately, it was early autumn, and the chill was not too severe. What time is it now, Li Zong? Li Menglan asked, her expression one of surprise. Early autumn. We have been here for over 1 year and 2 months. Lu Fan thought to himself that it was fortunate the time in both places was largely consistent, with no other changes. Let us make do here for the night and seek a better place to stay tomorrow. You wait here while I hunt some game for our meal tonight. Li Menglan readily complied with Lu Fan's words, not remaining idle herself as she began to tidy up the dilapidated wood within the shelter. Lu Fan and Xiao Bai ventured into the jungle, where Lu Fan's keen senses detected a few wild goats atop a cliff. Was this a challenge for him? He swiftly dispatched 2 and returned to the shelter. Upon arriving at the beach, he discovered that Li Menglan had cleaned up the shelter and had even constructed a makeshift canopy using several intact logs, albeit a bit small for 2 to sleep comfortably. Seeing Lu Fan return with a goat in hand, Li Menglan exclaimed, "How can you possess such strength?" It is the result of over 1 year of training. How else could I have climbed out of that valley surrounded by cliffs? Oh, Lu Fan quickly fashioned a grill and kindled a fire, having already discarded the innards of the goat. Keep an eye on the roasting goat while I gather some wood to repair the shelter. It is bound to get quite cold tonight. He retrieved a bottle of salt and Sichuan pepper from his backpack and handed it to her. Additionally, Lu Fan wielded a heavy iron knife weighing over 100 pounds. With a swift stroke, he severed a log of considerable thickness, cutting through it effortlessly. He continued this task, slicing through a dozen logs, which would suffice for their needs. Dragging the logs back, he selected a new site behind a nearby rock. After laboring for over half an hour, he constructed a brand new wooden shelter, spacious enough for 3 occupants and shielded from the wind and light, making it difficult for any passing pirates to notice them at night. Li Menglan had already roasted the 2 goats, and she informed him, I have dug a pit behind that rock to set up the new shelter. Let's move there after our meal. That sounds good. Lu Fan mused to himself about the remarkable transformation in Li Menglan. This place had been the site of numerous deaths, yet she seemed entirely unfazed. Why do you look at me like that? Li Menglan asked playfully. Over the past year, I've learned a great deal, much of it from you. She smiled knowingly. Oh, I observed from the shadows that you were massaging his feet. I thought perhaps you had become his wife. He wishes. From the very beginning, I sensed he was not a good person, filled with jealousy. He often scolded and beat Xia Xue. I only massaged his feet to spare her from discomfort. He has even seduced all the women who joined later. Had you not come, I would have had to flee. Li Menglan replied, her expression one of grievance. Then let us rescue Xia Xue. It is futile. Xia Xue acted of her own volition and is already with child, so there is no need for you to interfere. Since she consents willingly, we ought not to meddle further. Chapter 96. The pirate ship approaches Lu Fan and Li Menglan consumed only half a sheep, while Xiao Bai devoured an entire one himself. After their meal, Lu Fan extinguished the fire and transported the dry wood to conceal it behind the rocks. He then fortified both sides with branches and sand to provide some warmth during the night. Arranging some dry grass and layering it with blankets, the setup was quite comfortable. Lu Fan took a stroll along the beach. Returning here feels wonderful. Although still stranded on this desolate island, at least it is within his own era. He wondered how his parents and sister were faring. His mother's health had never been robust. He fervently hoped she remained safe. That night, Lu Fan and Xiao Bai lay upon the dry grass to sleep. Although the spatial ring contained a tiger pelt and quilt, retrieving them was inconvenient. So he persevered without them. Fortunately, Li Menglan had shared a blanket, and Xiao Bai's warmth contributed to a restful night. Little did Lu Fan know that Xiao Bai slept even more soundly, thinking, my master finally hold me as he sleeps. I'm just like Lan Xue and the others. With both Xiao Bai and Lu Fan present, there was no need for a watch, and the night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Lu Fan awoke promptly, and soon after, Li Menglan stirred as well. Today, I shall search for traces of the pirates. You remain here and take this for self-defense, Lu Fan said, handing her a small pistol. Li Menglan wished to accompany him, but feared being a burden and remained silent. Tucking the weapon away, Lu Fan had no time to dwell on this and set off along the shoreline with Xiao Bai. Utilizing his spiritual awareness made the search convenient. And riding atop the enlarged Xiao Bai was swift indeed. After traveling less than 10 miles, they sensed an anomaly. Xiao Bai halted, and Lu Fan detected voices. Not Chinese, but an unintelligible babble. Approaching cautiously, they discovered the co-pilot conversing with a group of pirates around a fire, sharing a meal. Had he known, he would have brought Li Menglan along, as she understood English, the language spoken by the co-pilot and pirates. Since the site was not far from the wooden hut, Lu Fan swiftly returned and summoned Li Menglan. Xiao Bai had reverted to his smaller form, making riding impossible. So Lu Fan hoisted Li Menglan onto his shoulders. Time was of the essence. Li Menglan was bewildered by the sudden lift and carried off without explanation, unable to inquire amid the jostling. Upon arrival, Lu Fan set her down and whispered urgently, "Look there." Li Menglan was about to exclaim, but Lu Fan muffled her mouth. "Lower your voice and listen carefully to what they are saying. They mentioned something strange about this island. The airflow above it has been bizarre these past few days." Lu Fan mused silently. Could they be referring to the temporal spatial portal? They also discussed the victims and the treehouse. Well, there's no need to dwell on that. The focus should be on finding a way out. Lu Fan instructed her not to translate the matters concerning the treehouse. They mentioned that a pirate ship would arrive to rescue them in a few days. Oh, so that pirate ship is coming from the outside. Lu Fan's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, it seems so. Chapter 97. Have we slept together? Lu Fan and the others returned to the wooden shelter behind the reef. Before the pirate ship arrives, we shall wait here. I will go catch some fish. Catch fish? How can you do that without any tools? Li Menglan mumbled to herself. Lu Fan snapped off a few branches, sharpened one end with his dagger, and then hardened it over the fire. He took the wooden spear to the beach. Stripping off his tattered clothes and jeans, he was left in just his shorts, which were lovingly sewn by Lan Xue. Xiao Bai quickly covered its eyes, thinking how shameless Lu Fan had become, undressing in broad daylight. Lu Fan was oblivious to its thoughts. He hadn't swum in a long time, and aside from the slight chill, the seawater felt wonderful. Encountering a solitary large fish, he infused it with his spiritual power and thrust the spear through its skull, instantly killing it. He ended up catching 6 fish in total. He also dove underwater to catch 2 large lobsters and, not lingering any longer, swam back to shore, dragging the fish along. Once on the beach, he began to gut the fish, each weighing several dozen pounds. Xiao Bai rushed over, but quickly retreated, unable to tolerate the pungent smell. "Master, what is that awful odor?" "It's a sea fish, incredibly delicious." Lu Fan replied as he returned to the wooden shelter with the lobsters and large fish, while Li Menglan gathered a pile of firewood. "Let us have these for lunch today," Lu Fan suggested. "Wow, you really caught them. You're amazing," Li Menglan exclaimed, eagerly taking the fish. With no pot available, they had to skewer the fish on branches to roast them. Lu Fan glanced back at Xiao Bai. "You go find something to eat. Don't stray too far. The wild goat we had last night was quite tasty. Maybe you can find that again." Xiao Bai, contemplating, scampered off. "Why did it run away?" Lu Fan asked. We don't need to worry. It will find its own food. It's a fox after all. Indeed, a big fox, but I saved it. And it has recognized me as its master. Lu Fan casually fabricated a reason. Oh, that's why it's so obedient. The two each had a large lobster, savoring the delightful meal. This lobster is truly delicious. Lu Fan, could you refrain from calling me Li Zong? Just call me Menglan, all right? Li Menglan gently rakasta. Very well. I shall call you Menglan then, Lu Fan replied, indifferent to the title. It was merely a name. After their meal, it was just past 10 o'clock. Having accomplished both breakfast and lunch in one sitting, they lay down on the hay to rest. At that moment, Li Menglan spoke up. Lu Fan, could you hold me? Well then, let us embrace. Lu Fan felt her sadness and couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Without waiting for Lu Fan to rise, Li Menglan nestled into his arms, lying there quietly and motionlessly. After about 10 minutes, there was no movement. Why isn't she leaving? Turning his head, he realized she had fallen asleep. Gazing upon the smile gracing her face, one can surmise that she has not enjoyed a peaceful slumber in quite some time. How audacious it is for her to perceive herself as a virtuous individual. Li Menglan awoke after a mere 2 hours, while Lu Fan's entire arm had gone numb, prompting him to rise and stretch. Lu Fan felt a twinge of guilt, exclaiming, I'm sorry for the trouble. Oh, it's nothing, she replied nonchalantly. I was quite fatigued myself, and seized the opportunity to rest. To alleviate her embarrassment, Lu Fan hastily offered an explanation. Xiao Bai had returned long ago, and her frustration was nearing a breaking point. That insufferable Lu Fan. I stepped out for just a moment, and he has already embraced her in slumber. What a shameless fellow. Chapter 98. The long-awaited flavor that evening, the pair ventured to the seaside once more, collecting an abundance of seashells. Lu Fan found himself yearning for these delectable morsels. Ah, the long-missed flavor, simply exquisite, he exclaimed. We still have 3 mackerels left. They were grilled at noon. A quick reheat will suffice. After their meal, Lu Fan settled down on a mound of grass to meditate. Alas, the effects were rather lackluster. The spiritual energy here was nowhere near as potent as that of the previous location. He noted that there remained over 10,000 spirit stones in a spatial ring and a dozen demon beast corpses, which he decided to reserve for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, your recovery of spiritual power is exceedingly slow here. Try to conserve your energy, Lu Fan advised. Indeed, I sensed that long ago. However, today I detected spiritual energy in a thicket. Lu Fan was captivated by Xiao Bai's melodious voice. Why didn't you mention it sooner? He inquired, brimming with excitement. Who told you to sleep with her? It was evident from her tone that she was somewhat jealous. Lu Fan found this amusing. As you saw, we did not engage in any impropriety. She has been quite unfortunate. The leader of that group sought to take advantage of her, and she has not enjoyed a restful night in ages. Oh, I see. In that case, let it be. I shall take you to see it tomorrow. Xiao Bai chirped cheerfully. Very well then, let us retire for the night. Lu Fan beckoned Xiao Bai to his side, relishing the warmth she provided. Unbeknownst to her, he simply appreciated her warmth rather than harboring any romantic inclinations, which delighted her immensely. Li Menglan, feeling a tad bashful, refrained from clinging to Lu Fan any longer. However, the night turned cold, and she was roused from her slumber, seeking refuge under a blanket beside Lu Fan, where she soon drifted back into a tranquil sleep. Lu Fan noticed her presence, but paid it no mind. After all, having a beautiful woman beside him was hardly a burden. Yet, the following morning, the situation grew somewhat awkward. Lu Fan found one of his hands nestled within Li Menglan's embrace, caressing a small rabbit akin in size to Lan Xue. Li Menglan, now awake, felt embarrassed to face him and opted to feign sleep. Hastily, Lu Fan withdrew his hand, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Meanwhile, Xiao Bai remained lost in her dreams, entangled with Lu Fan as if she were Lan Xue. Should Lu Fan discover this, it would surely invite his ire, for a fox spirit ought not to be so flirtatious. Upon awakening, Lu Fan proceeded to the seaside to wash his face. Li Menglan rose as well, her thoughts stirred by Lu Fan's large hand caressing her most sensitive areas. A flush of bashfulness washing over her. Would he be unable to resist and claim her? It seemed he was in dire need too. Deep within, Li Menglan harbored no objection to Lu Fan's advances. In fact, she harbored a subtle anticipation. After washing his face by the seaside, Lu Fan retreated into the forest to relieve himself, then retrieved 2 hind legs of a unicorn ox from his spatial ring. Returning to the wooden shelter, his intention was straightforward: to replenish his spiritual energy and simultaneously strengthen Li Menglan's physique. Xiao Bai, enticed by the aroma of roasted meat, awoke, protesting, "Master, you are truly wicked. I was in such a deep slumber." Lu Fan chided, "Enough dawdling, finish your meal quickly. We must then proceed to the place you mentioned yesterday. Our future cultivation depends on it. Without spiritual energy to support us, our strength will wane." Concern was etched upon his face. After breakfast, Lu Fan did not leave Li Menglan behind, but accompanied her on a journey spanning 7 to 8 li. Chapter 99. Spiritual energy at the cliff's base. Xiao Bai led them to the summit of a mountain cliff. Peering down the cliff face, a veil of mist shrouded the view, rendering it indistinct. Yet, Lu Fan unmistakably sensed the presence of spiritual energy. "This is the place," he declared. "Indeed, the base of this cliff harbors spiritual energy. Let us absorb it here," Lu Fan suggested to Li Menglan. He feigned pulling a porcelain bottle of water from his backpack, water previously stored from a sacred spring, which Li Menglan drank, benefiting her health greatly. Xiao Bai reclined upon a rock, eyes closed in repose, while Lu Fan seated himself on a flatter stone, entering a meditative state. Li Menglan reflected inwardly. He has changed considerably over the past year. His visage has become more striking, his once sun-darkened complexion now pale, perhaps from prolonged absence from sunlight. After a lengthy rest, although Lu Fan had not yet broken through his meridian blockages, his spiritual power was fully restored, and Xiao Bai had long recovered as well. "Master, shall we descend to take a look?" Xiao Bai inquired with curiosity. "Yes, but first we shall send her away. Since the journey back is lengthy, we shall spend the night here. You gather some dry grass nearby," Lu Fan instructed, concerned for Li Menglan's safety, and ordered Xiao Bai to accompany her. Once they had departed some distance away, Lu Fan drew forth the dragon taming blade, channeled his spiritual energy, and after several swift maneuvers, descended to the cliff's base. Here, the spiritual energy was twice as potent as at the summit. The valley was not vast, merely 50 meters wide, but stretching 700 to 800 meters in length, dense with grasses and trees. Suddenly, a spotted tiger emerged from the thick underbrush. Though smaller than the great tigers they had encountered, it weighed 300 to 400 jin. Lu Fan swiftly dispatched the tiger with a single stroke, swiftly opening its abdomen to remove the entrails, which he stored in an iron box within his spatial ring. He resolved that upon returning home, he must purchase a large stainless steel basin, both clean and hygienic. As Lu Fan prepared to return, he sensed the approach of 2 more tigers several hundred meters behind him. "Goodness, this is a tiger's den. No wonder we have not encountered other beasts," he mused. Lu Fan discovered a cave deep within the valley, where 3 little tigers resided. He decided to spare them for the time being. Harnessing his spiritual energy, he leapt gracefully onto the rocky wall, approximately 4 to 5 meters high, using the Yulong Dao to secure himself. With a few agile movements, he returned to the vicinity of the mountain summit. Sensing that Li Menglan was not at the peak, he jumped up directly. After sheathing the Yulong Dao, he took out the tiger and dagger to begin skinning. The bones of a tiger possess remarkable properties. When infused in liquor, they can strengthen tendons and fortify the waist, dispelling wind and dampness, especially those imbued with a hint of spiritual essence. Li Menglan returned, clutching a large bundle of dry firewood. Lu Fan, you have slain a great tiger. How impressive," she exclaimed. "There is nothing particularly impressive about it. I merely ambushed it," he replied modestly. "The tiger's skin is drying well. It will provide some warmth tonight. I found a mountain spring not far from here." Li Menglan pointed towards the eastern cliff. "Oh, splendid. Once I finish skinning, I shall go there to wash and soak," Lu Fan remarked, pondering how to manage the tiger's skin. Near the cliff, adjacent to the woods, he located several large trees, binding a few branches with vines and covering them with additional twigs to form a makeshift roof. Surrounding the area with thorny branches, he left a 1-meter-wide opening and laid down dry grass inside, leaving space for a fire pit. Chapter 100. Vanquishing pirates and seizing supplies. Lu Fan constructed the wooden shelter with a relatively high roof, ensuring it was not stifling. He fashioned a grill and seasoned the meat with salt. "Menglan, please smoke the tiger meat here while I go to the spring to prepare the skin," he instructed. Lu Fan wrapped the tiger bones in the skin and took them along, storing the bones within his spatial ring at the spring. He submerged the tiger skin under a heavy stone in the water. The spring was small, with a gentle flow, and the skin would soak overnight. Returning to the wooden shelter with an iron pot, he exclaimed, "Menglan, look what I have found," feigning that he had stumbled upon it. "Ah, an iron pot. This is excellent. We can make soup now." Li Menglan réjouissa. "I have already cleaned it and filled it with water. Do you still have salt?" "With so much tiger meat, it seems we may run short," Lu Fan inquired. "Not to worry. I shall gather some more from the seaside. It is still early in the day," he assured her. It was just past noon, and there was ample time. Lu Fan thought about the seaside while contemplating the movements of the pirates. After consuming some tiger meat, he set off alone, swiftly utilizing his spiritual energy to race towards the shore. The distance to the beach was 5 or 6 miles, and the jungle was challenging to navigate. Lu Fan leapt into the trees, moving with the agility of a monkey, and soon reached the coastline. Concealed atop a large tree, he observed that the pirates seemed poised to enter the jungle, with no speedboats or vessels in sight. The beach, however, was dotted with tents and stockpiles of ammunition boxes and supplies. They surely had salt and other necessities. Lu Fan's clothing was in tatters. His jeans were ripped in several places, exposing his thighs. While Li Menglan did not mind, he felt quite self-conscious. After waiting for over half an hour, he counted more than 50 pirates, of which over 30 ventured into the jungle, leaving fewer than 20 behind, including the second-in-command who also followed into the woods. Lu Fan waited for more than 10 minutes before taking action. He drew his .98 rifle and swiftly eliminated 5 pirates standing guard. Chaos erupted as others engaged, and 3 more were slain. The remaining pirates cowered behind stacks of supplies and ammunition crates. Lu Fan holstered his gun and brandished the Yulong Dao, swiftly darting across the beach and circling behind it. Moving with such speed, the adversaries failed to perceive his presence and were dispatched silently. 2 pirates were terrified and began firing their submachine guns indiscriminately, tragically killing 3 of their own comrades. Lu Fan knew the gunfire would inevitably draw the jungle-bound pirates back, so he hastily gathered some supplies, firearms, and ammunition before making his escape. When the deputy and the pirates returned, they were aghast to find 18 living men. Not a single one left alive. "What kind of monster is this?" they exclaimed. They had also lost some food and weapons, leading the deputy to loudly accuse. This must be the work of those Asian people. Lu Fan had not departed, but concealed himself behind a large reef in the sea. Although he could not comprehend their words, the direction they indicated was toward the treehouse. It seemed they suspected his group, so he resolved to return first. Lu Fan swam to a bend, emerged on the shore, and retraced his steps into the forest. He inventoried the gathered provisions: 2 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of salt, and 10 packets of seasoning, 5 submachine guns, 3 boxes of bullets, 2 boxes of grenades, 6 sets of camouflage uniforms, and 3 pairs of military-grade hiking boots. Lu Fan donned a camouflage uniform and buried his previous clothes in a pit. Approaching within 100 or 2 meters of the cliff, he retrieved 2 submachine guns, slinging them over his back. He opened a box of bullets, loading magazines into his uniform pockets, and packed 10 bags of salt and 5 seasoning packets in his backpack. He also selected a set of small-sized clothes and shoes for Li Menglan before hurrying back to the wooden shelter near the cliff. Chapter 101. Dreaming of consuming her. Lu Fan, "You're back," Li Menglan called out, clutching a small pistol and peeking from the shadows, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him return. "Change into these clothes. Wearing tiger skin garments with exposed arms and legs will only get you bitten to death by mosquitoes." Li Menglan took the clothes and quickly ran into the wooden hut to change. The fit was adequate. The pirates were not particularly large in stature. Only the shoes were slightly too big, but they were far more comfortable than her tattered travel shoes. While Li Menglan changed, Lu Fan produced another box of instant noodles. "How come there are still instant noodles?" Li Menglan asked upon emerging and seeing the box. "I couldn't carry them earlier and left them midway, but I retrieved them." "Was the gunfire from your encounter with them half an hour ago?" Li Menglan asked with concern. "They were searching the jungle. I was worried they would find you, so I attacked the pirates left guarding the shore. I've already lured them back. Nearly half of them are dead. They probably won't dare enter again anytime soon." Lu Fan replied calmly. "I extinguished the fire as soon as I heard the gunshots. There is still plenty of meat left unroasted," Li Menglan added. Lu Fan set down the submachine guns and the 8 magazines from his pockets, unstrapped the backpack, and took out several packets of salt and seasoning. Now that we have salt, let us proceed to cure the meat. After a busy hour, the two finally finished smoking the meat, with half of it being devoured by Xiao Bai. Lu Fan handed Li Menglan a submachine gun and inquired if she could use it. She responded affirmatively, admitting that while it was somewhat laborious, today it felt less burdensome. Unbeknownst to Li Menglan, the demon beast meat Lu Fan had given her the previous night was having an effect. Consuming more tiger meat can enhance your stamina. You'll gradually become accustomed to it. Lu Fan reassured her. Those pirates are likely here, searching for something. It is not entirely safe for us to linger here. We should return to the beach tomorrow. Lu Fan stated solemnly, concerned for Li Menglan's safety, even though he and Xiao Bai were less worried. Li Menglan, still carrying 3 blankets in her backpack, spread them out and sat, staring blankly at the flickering flames. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Xiao Bai ascended the cliff to meditate and practice. They continued until darkness enveloped them, and only then did they return. Li Menglan, already weary, shifted aside as Lu Fan returned. He lay in the middle, while Xiao Bai curled up next to him to sleep. "May I sleep beside you?" Li Menglan asked, her eyes reflecting vulnerability. "You are safe with me. Sleep soundly." Lu Fan comforted her. Li Menglan moved closer, resting her head against Lu Fan's back, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Over the past few nights, she had slept remarkably well, her demeanor visibly more relaxed, and smiles graced her face more often. Lu Fan noticed her transformation and felt a pang of compassion. Her endurance had been admirable. Zhang Chang was truly despicable. It was likely that Jin Ziyuan had met a tragic fate due to him. If he dared to harbor ill thoughts towards Li Menglan, Lu Fan would not hesitate to eliminate him. The night passed without incident. When Li Menglan awoke in the morning, Lu Fan was still asleep. She discovered that he was holding her close to provide warmth and had covered her with a blanket, which filled her heart with immense gratitude. Gazing at Lu Fan's fair and resolute face stirred emotions within her, and she impulsively leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. At that moment, Lu Fan was lost in a dream involving Chun'er. Suddenly, a soft mouth pressed against his, and instinctively, he embraced her tightly, allowing his tongue to explore. The kiss left Li Menglan feeling weak and compliant, surrendering to his caresses until a sharp pain jolted her awake. Upon hearing her scream, Lu Fan was also startled awake. This isn't a dream. Chapter 102, No Reckless Behavior. Lu Fan felt utterly embarrassed. Li Menglan, equally flustered, shifted her body slightly. This is quite tormenting. Though it was not entirely fulfilling, Lu Fan quickly rose. "Menglan, I didn't mean to." He began to explain, only to be interrupted by Li Menglan. "I don't blame you. I was the one who initiated the kiss. It was my choice." Upon seeing the bloodstain, Lu Fan felt a surge of guilt and quickly assured her, "I will take responsibility. I enjoy being with you. Let's never part ways, all right?" Li Menglan said as she nestled into Lu Fan's embrace. "Of course," he replied. "To have the opportunity to marry such a stunning beauty as you is indeed a stroke of luck, especially considering that you are a formidable CEO." Lu Fan teased upon her agreement. Could you refrain from mentioning the title of CEO? No matter how capable I may be, I cannot compare to even a fraction of your prowess," Li Menglan replied playfully. "Indeed, Menglan is truly exceptional. From the moment we washed ashore on this deserted island, I recognize your resilience and unwavering principles," Lu Fan remarked. "Oh, so you were already thinking of me back then?" Li Menglan responded with a mock frown. "In truth, I had developed feelings for you long ago, but out of respect, I hesitated to express them," she continued. "I heard you have a fiancé, and considering the disparity between us, I refrained from pursuing the matter further," Lu Fan confessed. "The fiancé is merely a ruse, someone I hired to fend off persistent suitors. As you know, the business world is akin to a battlefield. There are certain individuals one must not offend. Thus I resorted to this desperate measure," Li Menglan explained earnestly. "Now it makes sense. No wonder I've served as your bodyguard for nearly half a year, yet rarely encountered him," Lu Fan realized. After having some tiger smoked meat for breakfast, he gathered his belongings and headed towards the beach. He instructed Xiao Bai to procure some food on its own and return once satisfied. Xiao Bai scurried off, grumbling. "This fellow is becoming increasingly disobedient. What has gotten into him?" Lu Fan sighed in exasperation. "What are you mumbling about?" Li Menglan inquired upon noticing his muttering. "Nothing much. just thinking that Xiao Bai is getting whiter by the day. Oh, that's true. This fox is almost becoming a spirit. Yesterday, it was bathing in a mountain spring, making quite a fuss. Li Menglan said with a touch of mystery. Oh, it's nothing. It's just in its nature. I revived it. So it won't harm you. You need not fear it. Lu Fan reassured her. Well, with you around, I fear nothing. I can handle whatever comes my way. Li Menglan replied nonchalantly. Lu Fan thought to himself, this woman changes her demeanor remarkably quickly. She is certainly not as agreeable as Lan Xue or Chen Er. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Should she become displeased one day, he might find himself in grave danger. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Carrying most of their supplies, the two walked for over 2 hours before arriving back at the beach, where the wooden shelter remained unchanged. The traps Lu Fan had previously set around were still intact. Exhausted from their journey, they returned to the shelter, had some smoked meat, and lay down to rest. After more than an hour of slumber, Lu Fan was abruptly awakened by the sound of gunfire. Investigating the source, he discovered it was coming from the direction of the treehouse, but chose not to intervene. Did you hear that gunfire? Yes, I did. It's likely they are hunting. Let us not concern ourselves with it, she replied, aware that Lu Fan harbored a strong dislike for Zhang Chong, who had once attempted to bully her. She refrained from saying more. Chapter 103. Xiao Bai's solo training. Xiao Bai did not return until late afternoon, just before dusk. Lu Fan noticed a wound on its left leg. What happened? How did you get injured? It was those people you warned me about. They shot me, but I managed to kill 2 of them, Xiao Bai replied with bitterness. What? Why did they shoot at you? I'm not quite certain. Perhaps they resented me for seizing their prey. Well, let us hope that is the case. If they were deliberately targeting you, do not blame me for becoming ruthless. Lu Fan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Even Xiao Bai was taken aback, let alone Li Menglan. Lu Fan gathered some hemostatic herbs, cleaned Xiao Bai's wound, and applied the juice extracted from herbs. The master's touch is so cool and comfortable, Xiao Bai remarked playfully. Logically, you shouldn't have been hit with your skills. Lu Fan questioned, his expression filled with confusion. They initially bore me no malice. The bullets came unexpectedly from behind. Very close, Xiao Bai recalled carefully. That implies someone among them wishes to eliminate you. Be cautious around humans from now on. They are not as benevolent as I am. Indeed, I shall no longer place my trust in them. I do not trust even that woman. Xiao Bai glanced at Li Menglan as she spoke. Well, she is still trustworthy. After all, she is now my 3rd wife. Lu Fan replied. You are becoming increasingly shameless. I shall ignore you. Xiao Bai huffed and lay down on the rocks to sleep. Lu Fan, feeling exasperated, returned to the wooden shed, where he naturally engaged in a warm conversation with Li Menglan. Infuriated, Xiao Bai ran off on her own. The following morning, she had not returned. It was not until 2 days later that Xiao Bai came back. Master, I descended to the bottom of the cliff. The spiritual energy there's quite good. And there's a pack of large tigers. There's plenty of food. Well, you may stay there to cultivate, but be wary of human ambushes. That is what I was thinking. I shall return now. Xiao Bai was reluctant to leave, eager to cultivate into human form. Otherwise, she feared losing her position as the 3rd wife to this woman. In a few days, I may need to return to our old home. And I cannot take you with me. You must wait for me here. I will return to find you in no longer than a year. Lu Fan admonished. I will cultivate diligently. I can come find you. Xiao Bai inquired about the name of Lu Fan's hometown and quickly dashed off. Lu Fan accompanied her for a considerable distance. What happened? Why did she leave again? Li Menglan asked, puzzled. Do not concern yourself with her. She has gone to find her own place to stay. We cannot possibly bring her back to our country, Lu Fan replied, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. Xiao Bai had followed him without hesitation, and now he had abandoned her. Zhang Chong and his group, along with those pirates, remained a threat to Xiao Bai. Lu Fan instructed Li Menglan to stay at the wooden shed while he utilized his spiritual power to scout the treehouse. Why did you shoot at it? That is Lu Fan's pet. If he finds out, you will be in serious trouble. Xia Xue said earnestly. I don't care. It cannot speak, who would know? Zhang Chong responded nonchalantly. If he finds out, I am not afraid. I will just say it bit us first. Lu Fan's anger towards him intensified, and considering that Xia Xue was a close friend of Li Menglan, he could not bear to let her be widowed. Thus, he took out the 98 and adjusted the 8-fold scope, waiting for the opportune moment to fire directly at Zhang Chong's right knee. The sound of shattering bone echoed as Zhang Chong screamed in agony. Lu Fan tucked away his firearm and retreated, thinking to himself that this was a consequence of Zhang Chong's own actions. Sparing his life was indeed a favor. Chapter 104. The arrival of the great ship Lu Fan swiftly returned to the wooden cabin, carrying the tiger skin on his back. "Where have you been?" inquired Li Menglan with concern. "I forgot to take it yesterday, so I went to retrieve it," Lu Fan replied, feigning exhaustion. "Oh, then you should wash up quickly. I will boil water and prepare a meal," she said. Lu Fan placed the tiger skin on a rock and took a refreshing bath in the sea. Upon returning to the cabin, he found that Li Menglan had already prepared the soup and recooked the smoked meat. After they finished their meal, Lu Fan neatly folded the tiger skin and spread it on a pile of grass. He was uncertain if Li Menglan truly loved him and had refrained from mentioning the matter of the spatial ring. Perhaps he would contemplate it further upon their return home. After all, they were on a deserted island, and she still needed him. Back home, it would be her domain. 5 days passed in this manner, and on the morning of the 6th day, Lu Fan heard the distant sound of a whistle. "Lu Fan, look, there's a large ship on the sea," Li Menglan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lu Fan had already spotted it and was observing through the 8-fold scope. The ship anchored 4 to 5 nautical miles from the shore, not daring to approach any closer. "Indeed, they are aiding the pirates," Lu Fan remarked as he handed the scope to Li Menglan. Upon looking through the scope, Li Menglan was startled to see a considerable number of people on board, at least 70 to 80 in total. "What should we do, Lu Fan?" she asked, her face etched with worry. "It's all right. We may not be able to seize the large ship, but a speedboat would suffice," Lu Fan replied, exhilarated. The two hastily consumed some meat and stored the remainder in their backpacks. Lu Fan instructed Li Menglan to fold 3 blankets and carry them on her back, as they could serve as protection against incoming bullets. "I will hide the tiger skin and retrieve the sniper rifle," he said, moving into the jungle to discreetly store the tiger skin in a spatial ring and load the 98 with ammunition. He filled the remaining 4 A's with bullets, placing them in the spatial ring for later use. Upon returning to the cabin, he found that Li Menglan was already prepared. Her stamina had significantly increased, and she could run effortlessly while carrying her backpack in an A. Lu Fan checked her submachine gun ammunition and provided her with 3 magazines. The two then stealthily made their way into the jungle, advancing swiftly toward the location of the pirates. Before they could reach their destination, they noticed that the large ship had dispatched 2 speedboats carrying around 17 or 18 individuals toward the beach where the pirates were stationed. As Lu Fan and Li Menglan drew closer, they were astonished to see that some of the individuals wore combat uniforms resembling those of the beautiful nation. Although all insignias had been removed, a standard procedure for operatives on missions. There were 5 men in total. 2 carried large sniper rifles, 2 bore rocket launchers, and 1 wielded a Gatling heavy weapon. All were equipped with headsets, clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, indicating a tactical squad had arrived. 2 speedboats returned, fetching over 30 pirates. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Lu Fan and his companion saw the opposing team hastily depart after their meal. It appeared they were headed to search the mountains. "You conceal yourself here while I draw their fire in the jungle," Lu Fan decided, unwilling to let them harm Xiao Bai. He left Li Menglan 8 magazines and 10 grenades before plunging into the jungle, swiftly employing his spiritual energy to pursue. The 5 members of the beautiful nation S-Team remained protected in the center of the formation. Finding a vantage point, Lu Fan readied his 98 rifle, aiming precisely at the lead combat officer, delivering a fatal shot that struck him squarely in the face. Chapter 105. Fully equipped for combat. The demise of a key figure sent the adversaries into disarray. The 2 snipers scanned the area and soon pinpointed Lu Fan's high ground, commanding the pirates to charge at full speed. Unperturbed, Lu Fan swiftly dispatched 6 pirates with his sniper rifle. A loud bang echoed as an enemy shot went astray. Lu Fan stowed his sniper rifle and swiftly maneuvered behind them, eliminating a prominent sniper with a single shot. He then retrieved several grenades, pulled their pins, and hurled them into the fray. Utilizing the chaos of the explosions, he changed positions and tossed out more grenades, resulting in the demise of over 20 pirates. Only 3 combatants remained, one a burly man wielding a Gatling gun, wildly spraying bullets in all directions. Lu Fan disregarded him, quickly altering his position and seizing the opportunity to take him down with a single shot. "Damn, what a waste of ammunition," Lu Fan thought, initially intending to seize the Gatling gun for himself, only to find the adversaries had expended an entire backpack of bullets. The remaining pirates, now in a state of panic, questioned whether they were surrounded and fled in haste. On their retreat, Lu Fan set several simple tripwires, claiming another 7 or 8 lives. The few scattered pirates left were not worth pursuing, so Lu Fan hastened to the pile of bodies, collecting all usable weapons and ammunition into his spatial ring. He also stripped the 3 deceased combatants of their gear, ensuring nothing was left behind, and returned to Li Menglan. Upon entering his spatial ring to tally the spoils, he noted 26 rifles, 32 handguns, 105 magazines, and 56 grenades. He had 1 AWM sniper rifle with 5 magazines and 6 rounds in the chamber, totaling 41 rounds. The Gatling gun came with 5 crates of ammunition, discarded by the pirates who had transported the supplies. The 3 soldiers were equipped with bulletproof helmets and vests, M18 short assault rifles, P2-26 handguns, flashbangs, grenades, smoke bombs, and daggers, along with observation gear such as holographic sights, red dots, scopes, binoculars, and rangefinders. This time we are truly well equipped. We have everything, Lu Fan remarked as he returned to Li Menglan. The two observed the opposing force, which had established a sandbag defensive line at the beach camp. Let us go. It seems today is not our day. We shall return to rest for the night and seek opportunities again tomorrow. Thus, the 2 individuals returned to the wooden shed, where Lu Fan chopped some additional branches to camouflage the surroundings. As darkness enveloped the land, they kindled a small fire, boiled 5 packs of instant noodles, and roasted 2 pieces of tiger meat. Sated and nourished, Lu Fan instructed Li Menglan to keep a watchful eye on the flames, ensuring they did not grow too large. He ventured outside to observe for a while, confirming that no light from the fire was visible over the sea, before retrieving the 3 sets of gear and returning to the wooden shed. Using the pre-prepared large branches, they blocked the entrance, taking refuge within. Lu Fan extracted a large bottle of water from his backpack, soaking a cotton shirt to clean the combat uniforms, managing to remove some bloodstains. He refrained from disclosing to Li Menglan that the stains were remnants of brain matter, and once cleaned, he handed her a set of gear. Although the attire was slightly oversized, adjusting the straps allowed for a snug fit, and the helmet equipped with night vision was remarkably reliable. The combat boots were also lightweight and puncture-resistant, ensuring safety. Such a set of equipment would cost a considerable sum. Lu Fan donned the officer's uniform, as their physiques were quite similar. After more than half an hour of tinkering, they finally arranged the gear adequately. Given their location was approximately 5 miles from the band of pirates, extinguishing the fire before sleep felt relatively secure. The sounds of gunfire and grenade explosions had long reached the treehouse. Zhang Chang, incapacitated by a shattered knee, could no longer move swiftly and had dispatched 3 subordinates to the seaside for reconnaissance. These subordinates emerged from the opposite side of the beach. Lu Fan noticed their presence, but chose to ignore them, refraining from informing Li Menglan. The subordinates, upon sighting a large ship at sea, hurried back to report their findings. There is a large ship out there. Zhang Chang did not appear particularly pleased. I suspect it's a pirate vessel. I believe we should remain here to avoid losing our lives, he remarked with utmost seriousness. A few young men disagreed with Zhang Chang's assessment and resolved to slip away that night to investigate. Under the cover of darkness, 8 individuals fled, leaving behind Zhang Chang, Xia Xue, and 3 other women in the treehouse. He has 4 women attending to him. Of course, he doesn't want to leave. A middle-aged man exclaimed in frustration. Yes, let us go to the seaside. I believe the pirates are also fond of money. If I offer them a few million, it should ensure my survival, suggested a middle-aged wealthy merchant from Huagua. The large ship had also heard explosions during the day, and the remaining 2 combat team members returned to the pirate ship aboard speedboat. The pirate captain, upon learning the situation, pondered whether other pirates were in the vicinity. With over 50 pirates on the ship, along with the 20 or so on the beach, they could certainly gamble once more. The following morning, he commanded all his subordinates to mobilize, knowing the 2 combat team members would not dare venture out again. Damn it, the pirate captain cursed under his breath. He left 8 individuals to guard the large ship and took a speedboat to the beach. Everyone listen up. Equip yourselves with arms and ammunition, and prepare for a thorough advance. The pirate captain bellowed, emboldened by the presence of his comrades, which instilled a newfound courage in the pirates. Upon witnessing the speedboat return to the shore, Zhang Chan's group hastily pursued it, only to hear a cry for pause. The pirate captain, infuriated by the loss of dozens of his men, was in a furious state. In their haste, the pirates mistakenly believed that Zhang Chang's group was coming to engage in battle. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets rained down, taking them down, with those still alive receiving a few more shots to finish them off. Lu Fan and Li Menglan, concealed behind the rocks, observed the scene unfold with clarity. What a foolish move. Running towards them with submachine guns is akin to courting death, Lu Fan muttered. He noted that the two combat team members had not joined the fray, as they were the most perilous due to their sniper capabilities. Wait here for me while I set up some traps, Lu Fan instructed, swiftly darting into the jungle to lay down dozens of grenades. A few grenades were also placed beneath the bodies, their safety pins removed, lying in wait for the unsuspecting, to avoid being recognized by the pirates. Lu Fan took camouflage mud from his tactical pack and applied it to both himself and Li Menglan. Menglan refrained from speaking Chinese. It would be best to communicate solely in English to avoid complications, Lu Fan advised. Ah, you mean to feign being foreigners in front of those pirates? But how will we communicate? She inquired. We shall communicate through our eyes, he replied. Chapter 107. Seizing the pirate ship, we hardly need to converse. Trust me to gauge the situation. We cannot eliminate all of them, so we must proceed with caution, Lu Fan declared. Both donned blast goggles, their camouflage making it difficult to discern their nationality. As they exchanged words, explosions erupted around them. Lu Fan instructed Li Menglan to use binoculars to observe the happenings on the beach while he readied his sniper rifle, aiming at the pirate ship. He took out a sniper hiding in the jungle with a single shot. Wow, darling, your marksmanship is incredible, Li Menglan exclaimed with excitement. He then targeted another combat-clad team member who was stealthily observing with binoculars from behind the ship's railing. Lu Fan shot him in the exposed foot, causing the opponent to drop his binoculars and scurry inside to tend to his injury. Stowing away his sniper rifle, Lu Fan charged towards the beach. Armed with a submachine gun, only 5 pirates remained, and with a single burst of bullets, 2 fell. The remaining 3, hiding in the shadows, were swiftly dispatched before they could react. Quick, go untie the speedboat, Lu Fan shouted at Li Menglan as he set up several more traps in the area. He then raced towards the speedboat, firing upon another vessel, rendering it inoperative. Start the speedboat quickly, he urged, and be sure to keep low. Li Menglan had previously operated a speedboat and quickly regained her proficiency after a few attempts. Lu Fan loaded several firearms with ammunition and accelerated towards their target, warning her to be cautious of the 10 or so remaining pirates on board. As they ventured a nautical mile out to sea, the pirates opened fire, prompting Lu Fan to retaliate fiercely. 2 bursts of gunfire eliminated 2 adversaries, prompting the enemy to adopt a more cautious approach, retreating into hiding. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan swiftly loaded his weapon, determined to shoot anyone who dared to show their face. Within minutes, the speedboat had closed in. Menglan, keep watch with the gun on the boat. Shoot anyone who reveals themselves while I climb aboard. Be careful. Lu Fan quickly stowed his submachine gun and leapt into the sea, swimming directly towards the vessel. As he reached the ladder, it was evident that the enemy was intent on preventing his ascent. Gunfire erupted from behind the boat, compelling Lu Fan to toss 2 smoke grenades, donning a mask. He stealthily infiltrated the interior and dispatched 2 pirates concealed behind a door. He gestured for Li Menglan to board hastily while he maintained vigilance with his firearm. The pirates in the jungle, alerted by the gunfire, hastened back to the scene. They fell victim to the treacherous mines Lu Fan had set up in their camp, resulting in the demise of over 20 of their number. The distance was too great for the submachine gun to be effective, leaving them cursing from the shore in frustration. Once Li Menglan had climbed aboard, Lu Fan instructed her to guard the stern of the boat to prevent any intruders from the shore. He then threw a flashbang into the cabin, swiftly entering and eliminating 3 pirates. Lu Fan pondered the situation, including the injured operative. There should still be at least 4 individuals remaining. After a thorough search, he indeed found the wounded operative in the bedroom. Choosing not to kill him, he bound his hands and feet. Upon further inspection, he discovered another pirate concealed within a wooden crate and promptly shot him dead. Having scoured the entire cabin, he found no sign of the last 2 pirates. He returned to the foredeck, only to discover they had taken refuge within the boat's fender. Damn, they really know how to hide, Lu Fan declared, and swiftly dispatched them all. Chapter 108. Departing the island after a flurry of English exclamations, Li Menglan shouted, "Fei-er!" Lu Fan, unable to comprehend the earlier part of her tirade, understood the latter as an insult. He hurried over to inspect the situation and found that they had indeed approached. "Everything is clear on the boat now, and we have one operative left. You can interrogate him shortly." Lu Fan swiftly ascended to the cockpit. The boat measured approximately 30 meters, equipped with a steering wheel control system featuring parking, forward, neutral, and reverse gears, alongside 5 acceleration settings. After turning the key and starting the engine, Lu Fan, not rushing to depart, turned it off once more. To ensure Xiaobai's safety, he resolved to eliminate more pirates, recognizing that they were not virtuous individuals. He picked up a large sniper rifle from the floor and aimed, shooting the pirate captain before dispatching 2 more, at which point the remaining crew took cover, prompting him to cease fire. "Menglan, wait until they swim closer before firing," Lu Fan instructed, glancing at the dozen or so pirates in the water. "Understood." Li Menglan raplia earnestly. "We don't need to speak English anymore." "No need. The threats on the boat have been neutralized," Lu Fan remarked, recalling the operative, and promptly returned to the cabin to retrieve him. "Ask him what their purpose was for coming to the island." Li Menglan then inquired in English, but the operative was uncooperative, repeatedly citing international law and other grievances. After hearing Li Menglan's translation, Lu Fan drew his pistol and fired a shot into the air. The individual immediately expressed fear, stating he had come to investigate the bizarre occurrences in this locale. Li Menglan reiterated, remarking that he had mentioned strange phenomena manifesting annually, with peculiar fluctuations in the nearby air currents. Lu Fan contemplated that it must be the anomalies produced by the time-space portal, which occurred every year, implying that he could indeed return. He stepped forward and swiftly snapped the man's neck. Since he had witnessed both of them and overheard their conversation, it was imperative to silence him. Lu Fan explained, "You need not elaborate. I'm already aware." Li Menglan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Lu Fan inspected the satellite equipment, uncovering the coordinates of their location, which he meticulously noted down before storing it in his spatial ring and disabling the satellite positioning. Upon observation, he noted over 30 pirates on the shore, with 7 or 8 injured. He had already detonated 3 strange mines, likely depleting their ammunition significantly. Using his sniper rifle, he eliminated 3 more, prompting the remaining individuals on shore to flee into the jungle for cover. The ones in the water were inconsequential. The 2 would shoot them as soon as they surfaced, while those attempting to swim back would meet a grim fate with a sniper round to the head. The scent of blood in the sea attracted a swarm of sharks, rendering the remaining individuals in the water irrelevant. The sharks would take care of them. The remaining few posed little threat, and Xiaobai was capable of handling them. Lu Fan used a rope to pull the speedboat alongside, hoisting it at the stern of their vessel as they departed. Uncertain of the country or specific location, Lu Fan found an English map in the cockpit. Li Menglan studied the coordinates provided by Lu Fan, deducing, "We should be near those islands in the Pacific. If we continue north, we will encounter the archipelago, where there should be an airplane." Lu Fan checked the ship's satellite equipment, which had long been damaged, and recalled that the bodies on board had yet to be dealt with, prompting him to halt the vessel. He disposed of the 2 deceased operatives, removing their clothing and gear, casting their bodies into the sea alongside those of the fallen pirates. "Let us tidy up to avoid further complications with the Coast Guard. Remember, in the presence of others, do not use names. Refer to each other as husband and wife, and communicate with them in English." Given the elimination of the 5 operatives from the United States, Lu Fan resolved to exercise greater caution. "Understood." Chapter 109. The ship ran out of fuel. The 2 of them cleaned up the bloodstains and continued sailing for half a day. As darkness descended, the sea remained relatively calm, devoid of obstacles. Lu Fan instructed Li Menglan to continue navigating straight ahead. He retreated to the cabin, discovering several crates of food, over 50 boxes of weapons and ammunition, a dozen crates of red wine, and various valuable items such as cameras and mobile phones. He retained 2 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of red wine, and 1 box of biscuits, while placing everything else into his spatial ring. Underneath the captain's bed, he stumbled upon a leather suitcase filled with U.S. dollars, consisting entirely of $100 bills, totaling over $1 million. He also discovered 13 crates of gold bars and several boxes of jewelry and luxury watches. He kept 1 box of gold and 1 box of jewelry, while placing the remainder into his spatial ring. "Wife, Turn off the ship's engine. It's too dark to see the reefs. Do not let the boat suffer any more damage. That would be quite troublesome. Well then, let us linger on the sea for a night before we depart. Lu Fan promptly lowered the anchor. Upon entering the cabin, they discovered a modest kitchen where they boiled some mineral water and prepared a few packets of instant noodles. Lu Fan uncorked a bottle of red wine and sampled it, finding it rather delightful. The two consumed the entire bottle to ease their minds, as they had taken many lives today, inevitably stirring their emotions. Do you think we can return home smoothly? Li Menglan inquired. Of course. However, we no longer possess our passports. Even if we did, we cannot use them. We are currently classified as missing persons. If we were to be discovered, we would surely be apprehended for isolation and interrogation, a process far too cumbersome. It would be prudent for us to obtain fake passports first, ensuring a safe return to our homeland, Lu Fan stated earnestly. But how can we procure fake passports? There's no issue with that. These are small nations where a little money can facilitate such matters. I discovered several boxes of gold and jewels in the captain's quarters. That should suffice for acquiring 2 passports and plane tickets. Oh, that would be splendid. It is a pity that Xia Xue did not accompany us, Li Menglan lamented. Let us address that upon our return. Taking her along would only be a burden. Lu Fan was not inclined to bring them, suggesting they report to the authorities once they were back home. The two tidied up the cabin before resting. The night passed without incident, though the boat swayed incessantly on the waves, disrupting their sleep. By morning, Li Menglan awoke to find herself vomiting. Seasick, are we? Lu Fan rushed over to pat her back and offered her a bottle of mineral water to rinse her mouth. After cleaning up the mess, he advised her, "Rest for a moment. I see some rice here, and I will prepare a thin porridge for you." Soon enough, Lu Fan had cooked a pot of rice porridge and even fried 2 pieces of beef from a hind leg. After they had eaten their fill, they changed out of their combat attire into ordinary camouflage outfits, wearing bulletproof vests beneath for precaution. They carefully concealed their handgun magazines before starting the boat and continuing their journey northward. With a compass watch to guide them, they were not concerned about straying off course. They traveled the entire day without sighting any land. "Damn it, we are running low on fuel," Lu Fan exclaimed in frustration. "Then let us take the speedboat instead. According to the map's marked distance, we should see land in about 50 to 60 kilometers. Indeed, we have no other choice." Before nightfall, Lu Fan located several small barrels of gasoline in the cabin, filling the speedboat to capacity and storing 2 barrels aboard as well. "Let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." The next morning, after consuming some beef and the remaining tiger jerky, they rested. Lu Fan arose early, tidied up their belongings, and stored the box of gold and jewels in his spatial ring. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing of value, he took 2 boxes of mineral water and placed them in the speedboat. Li Menglan was already awake by this time. "Menglan, hurry and eat. We shall be departing shortly." After finishing their meal, the two carefully packed their combat uniforms and firearms into a military-style shoulder bag. Boarding the speedboat, Lu Fan opened a canister of gasoline, doused the bedding in the cabin, and set it ablaze before swiftly steering the vessel away from the spot. "Why did you burn it, dear?" she inquired. "If we hadn't tea, any evidence left behind could spell trouble for us. Even a single strand of hair might expose our identities," he replied. Li Menglan piloted the speedboat while Lu Fan held a pair of binoculars, scanning their surroundings as they journeyed for 2 hours. "Darling, look ahead. It's land. And I even spotted a harbor," Lu Fan exclaimed. Observing with his binoculars, he noted that the style of speedboat they had been using was quite common here, which reassured him enough to let Li Menglan approach the shore. Wearing masks and protective goggles and donning camouflage sun hats, they sought a less crowded area to dock the boat. Lu Fan stepped onto the pier, securing the vessel firmly. From his backpack, he retrieved several US dollar bills, tucking them into his jacket pocket before slinging both the shoulder bag and backpack onto his back. Li Menglan carried only a backpack, removed the speedboat keys, and slipped them into her pocket. No sooner had they set foot on land than a uniformed man approached, demanding a docking fee. Li Menglan conversed briefly in English, after which Lu Fan handed over $100. The man, pleased with the generous tip, answered their questions eagerly before departing. "This is a small island in Polynesia, with a modest Chinese community," Lu Fan explained. "Let us gather some information on the island first." They strolled along the main street and discovered a small airport, housing only dilapidated civilian helicopters, the fastest mode of transport available here. At the ticket counter, they noticed that no identification was required to purchase tickets. So they bought 2 tickets without concern for their destination, as long as it was a major city. With half an hour before departure, Lu Fan returned to the speedboat. From the combat bag, he fashioned a timed explosive device and punctured a small hole in the gasoline canister to let the fuel seep out slowly. Covering it with a rag, he felt satisfied and left. The area had no surveillance cameras, and with no other boats nearby, most moored outside the pier to avoid fees, there was little chance of being recorded. Using the excuse of needing to use the restroom, Lu Fan discreetly stored the shoulder bag inside a spatial ring before quickly boarding the helicopter. Li Menglan, filled with questions, remained silent, her sole desire to return home swiftly. Only after the helicopter had successfully taken off did their tense hearts begin to ease. A few kilometers away, an explosion erupted at the pier. Lu Fan confirmed the blast through his binoculars before relaxing completely. The helicopter flew for 2 hours before arriving at their destination, a large cargo airport. After disembarking, the two freshened up in the restroom and surveyed their surroundings. In the departure lounge, they inquired about a cargo flight to Annan. They learned there was a medium-sized passenger cargo aircraft heading there. Lu Fan utilized 2 gold bars to bribe the freight loader. The loader procured a large wooden crate, allowing the two to conceal themselves within. He then operated a forklift to transport them onto the aircraft, leaving their subsequent escape beyond his concern. In this region, comprised of smaller nations, security measures were not particularly stringent. From the loader's information, Lu Fan learned that upon arrival in Annan, they would have to pass through security checks, which included a surveillance recognition system. Once the plane had successfully taken off, the two emerged from their hiding spot, rummaged through several luggage compartments, and located a few casual garments to change into. Sporting sunglasses and masks, they disguised themselves as tourists, with a large backpack completing their transformation. The discarded clothes were discreetly stowed away in their concealed space, while bulletproof vests remained worn for precautionary measures. Li Menglan discerned from the flight attendants' halting English that the journey would last over 13 hours. Lu Fan retrieved some biscuits and water from the backpack, and they shared a meager meal before resting behind the cargo box for an extended slumber. Upon awakening, Li Menglan felt the need to relieve herself. Lu Fan provided a plastic bag for her to use, ensuring it was sealed and tucked away in the backpack to avoid leaving any evidence. By the time they reached Annan, it was already the early hours of the morning. Lu Fan assessed the weather conditions, and the two once again concealed themselves inside the wooden crate, awaiting the unloading process. The aircraft landed and came to a halt, and, after several minutes, a forklift arrived to unload the cargo, placing the wooden crate directly into a logistics warehouse. Through a gap in the crate, Lu Fan observed that only 2 surveillance cameras were positioned nearby. Noticing the absence of personnel in the warehouse, he retrieved his handgun, affixed a silencer, and aimed at the cameras. A pair of shots rang out, rendering the cameras inoperative. The two then crawled out of the crate, restoring its wooden cover. They noticed a luggage cart in the warehouse, alongside a reflective vest. Lu Fan donned the vest and discovered a key on the vehicle's seat. Starting the vehicle, he confidently drove out of the cargo area and located a pickup truck, which they boarded. The exit was not far, but 3 armed guards were stationed at the gate, with a barrier obstructing their path. Lu Fan checked the bullets in his handgun, which was an American silence model, and retrieved another for Li Menglan from his backpack. "Darling, you'll take out the guard on the right, while I handle the 2 on the left. Remember to aim for the arm holding the gun." The duo swiftly drove forward, the guards remaining highly alert, clearly unfamiliar with their presence. Lu Fan fired first, hitting the right hand of the forward guard, before targeting another. Li Menglan successfully injured the arm of the remaining guard. Lu Fan quickly exited the vehicle and rifled through the guard's pockets until he found the remote control. Pressing the button to open the barrier, the gate slowly lifted and the pickup truck surged through. As they drove away, both exhaled in relief. Li Menglan contemplated removing her mask to breathe more freely. "Don't do it. If the surveillance cameras capture you, it could spell trouble." This airport was situated close to the coast, and the two hastily drove towards the shoreline, driving the vehicle directly into the sea. Under the cover of night, the 2 individuals stealthily slipped away. Lu Fan retrieved a Chinese mobile phone from his spatial storage, activating its location feature to ascertain their current whereabouts. Having determined their destination, he powered down the device and discarded it into the drainage system. "We shall make our way to the border. The boundary line is extensive. providing ample opportunities for clandestine passage back to our homeland, Lu Fan declared with palpable excitement. Chapter 112. Successfully crossing the border, the pair ambled along the coastline until they stealthily commandeered an off-road vehicle. Lu Fan shattered the glass and, upon entering, located a bundle of wires beneath the ignition. With a swift tug, he ignited the engine. They drove throughout the night, seeking refuge on a secluded path just as dawn began to break. After a brief slumber, the sun illuminated the sky. Soon, we shall take a taxi to the border. Please converse with the driver in English. Having consumed a few biscuits, they opened the fuel tank, used a cloth to soak up some gasoline, and ignited it before tossing it into the vehicle, eradicating any trace of evidence. The duo traveled several miles along the main road before encountering a taxi. Li Menglan, articulating the name of the border town in English, handed the driver a $100 bill. The driver, overjoyed, promptly exited to open the door for them, chattering incessantly, which soon began to annoy Lu Fan. After enduring over 2 hours of the driver's incessant chatter, they finally arrived in town, where they procured a tent and essential supplies such as bread. Lu Fan acquired a large backpack to carry the tent and retrieved 2 DSLR cameras from his spatial storage, handing one to each of them as they masqueraded as backpackers on a hiking expedition. Let's find an unmonitored area to camp and observe our surroundings, Lu Fan calmly suggested. Indeed, we are nearing home, Li Menglan exclaimed with joy. The two settled into the tent, enjoying a long rest until nightfall. Lu Fan took a moment to assess their situation, noting that a sandy river, merely a dozen meters wide, separated them from their homeland. The water seemed shallow, yet a barrier had been erected on the other side. He observed that it appeared electrified, complicating matters further. Since the incident at the airport the previous day, patrols along the border had intensified, even in this remote area. We cannot breach this barrier directly. Let us venture into the jungle. Lu Fan expressed his frustration. With such a lengthy border, I refuse to believe it is impervious. The following morning, the two tidied their tent and sought a concealed path leading into the mountains. Once deep within the jungle, they found that no patrols were present on the Annam side. However, the homeland had not only erected an electrified fence, but also deployed motorcycle border guards for surveillance. After enduring a half-day of relentless mosquitoes, Lu Fan feigned the need for a restroom break, storing the tent backpack in his spatial storage, finding it too cumbersome to carry. Returning to Li Menglan, he remarked, I believe we need not search any further. This spot is as good as any. It is close to the highway. After a brief rest, the pair located a hefty stone weighing over 100 pounds and hurled it at the protective fence, creating an opening after several attempts. Let's proceed. Be cautious not to touch the wire, Lu Fan instructed as they entered in single file. Lu Fan swiftly ascended the highway, with Li Menglan on his back. After running several kilometers without encountering a single vehicle, Li Menglan was utterly exhausted, prompting Lu Fan to carry her. Eventually, they stumbled upon a lumber transport truck, and the kind-hearted driver agreed to give them a lift. The truck traveled over 30 kilometers before reaching a small town. Lu Fan tapped on the roof of the truck, and the driver, understanding the signal, promptly halted. Lu Fan handed him $200, which the driver mistook for a commemorative coin. It was only later at the bank that they discovered it was genuine currency. Chapter 113. The Secretary and the Vice President's conspiracy. Now that they were on their homeland's territory, matters became considerably simpler. As long as they did not check into a hotel, no one would inquire about their identification, and camping along the way posed no issues. They found a large restaurant and indulged in a hearty feast. Oh, what a comfort! It had been a long time since they had eaten so satisfactorily. Lu Fan expressed his contentment, remarking, This braised pork is exquisite. Li Menglan, beaming with joy, agreed. Subsequently, they visited a gold shop, selling a gold bar weighing over 50 grams for more than 20,000 yuan. They purchased 2 mobile phones and acquired anonymous SIM cards. Lu Fan and Li Menglan each contacted their families to report their safety, urging them not to spread news. They then hailed another taxi, heading directly to Li Menglan's company in S City, which was approximately 500 to 600 kilometers away. The expressway allowed for a swift journey, and they arrived in just 5 hours. Afterward, they took another vehicle to the base of Li Menglan's company. Lu Fan intended to seek out trusted associates to ascertain the recent circumstances of the company before making any further decisions. Li Menglan attempted to call her secretary, but her calls were rejected, and after 3 attempts, she was blocked. The pair then resolved to visit the secretary's residence to gather information. It was now past 4 in the afternoon. They found a high-end restaurant, satiated their hunger, and then took a cab to the secretary's home. Lu Fan gestured for silence, pressing his ear against the door, and discerned a commotion inside. The sounds of scuffling and shouting echoed for 3 minutes before falling silent. "Darling, is it true that General Manager Li won't return? Is there a risk in what we are doing?" Lu Fan recognized the voice of Secretary Xiao Wang. She deserves her fate. As long as you cooperate with me, we will seal the news and gradually transfer the funds, and everything will be just fine." Vice President Zhang responded with a sinister demeanor. Lu Fan relayed what he had overheard to Li Menglan. They decided against reporting to the authorities and instead commenced to break down the door. Zhang, irritated by the intrusion, swiftly opened the door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But Lu Fan swiftly covered his mouth, twisting his arm behind his back as they entered the room. "General Manager Li, you're still alive?" Secretary Xiao Wang feigned calmness. Your deeds are despicable. I would rather deal with you myself than bother with the police," Li Menglan said, revealing a dagger with an expression of tranquility. They had never encountered such a fierce gaze. The difference between the eyes of one who had taken a life and one who, having never endured suffering, he found himself utterly unprepared for such trials, naturally experiencing excruciating pain. "We have matters to attend to. Speak quickly. I can only wait 2 seconds." In the moment of hesitation from General Manager Zhang, Lu Fan swiftly dislocated another of his arms. "I will speak. I will divulge everything." He promptly recounted all events, even detailing how he coerced other subordinates into sharing his bed. Lu Fan had utilized his phone's recording function to capture every word. Secretary Xiao Wang also confessed to her entire criminal process of forging Li Menglan's signature and misappropriating funds. After a brief discussion, Li Menglan and Lu Fan decided to report the matter to the police. Once the decision was made, Lu Fan promptly reset Zhang's dislocated arm. The police arrived within 10 minutes, listened to the recordings and the explanations provided by Lu Fan and Li Menglan, leading to the arrest of both individuals. Li Menglan and Lu Fan were required to accompany the officers to the police station to provide their statements. Vice President Zhang accused Lu Fan of violent coercion, but Lu Fan vehemently denied this, as Zhang had no evidence to support his claims. Chapter 114. A family reunion the following morning. Li Menglan and Lu Fan returned to the office. The company remained oblivious to the incidents that had transpired and continued its normal operations. Around 8 o'clock, the police arrived to search Vice President Zhang's and Secretary Xiao Wang's offices, confiscating various documents. After examining recent financial transaction records, the police departed. Lu Fan, recognizing that the situation had been clarified, felt he was no longer needed. "I am returning to my hometown. Take care of yourself," Lu Fan said nonchalantly. "What is wrong? Did I do something wrong? I'm willing to change for you." Li Menglan sensed something was amiss in Lu Fan's tone. "You did nothing wrong. I just miss my family. I'm going home now." With that, Lu Fan quickly departed. He had already replaced his identification and other belongings, thanks to Li Menglan's behind-the-scenes efforts, which were accomplished by the following morning. Lu Fan no longer dared to fly and instead purchased a train ticket, which took over 30 hours to return to his hometown in northeast China. He discovered that his parents were in good health, completely unaware of the troubles he had encountered due to the deliberate concealment by Vice President Zhang. "Your boss contacted me, saying you had a business trip to some place in Asia, mentioning that the signal was poor and not to worry. He even sent 2,000 yuan, claiming it was a New Year bonus." Lu Fan's mother said joyfully. Indeed, the signal there is quite poor, Lu Fan thought to himself, recognizing that his boss had inadvertently done something commendable. His younger sister, Lu Yu, was still in college, and Lu Fan contacted her just as she was nearing her summer break. Once she returned home, the family was finally reunited. "Brother, I was so worried about you," his sister exclaimed, her face filled with concern. "There's no need to worry. Everything is fine now," Lu Fan reassured her, lifting her effortlessly into the air with one hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Yu said with a look of disdain. "Oh, I forgot. Our little sister has grown up. You are a proper young lady now. We cannot behave like we did when you were younger." Lu Fan spoke cheerfully, explaining that their family home was quite dilapidated and with their mother's frail health. Heavy labor was out of the question. Supporting both himself and his sister through university had left the household impoverished to the point of emptiness. It was only thanks to Lu Fan's military discharge compensation that they had some funds, though their parents were reluctant to spend it, intending to save it for Lu Fan's future marriage. Now that Lu Fan was financially secure, he wished to build his parents a grand villa with a spacious courtyard, where they could also cultivate fruits and vegetables for convenient use. Lu Fan planned to sell some gold. The gold bars obtained from the pirates totaled over 50 kilograms, unmarked and thus presumably easy to sell. Accompanied by his sister, he traveled to the provincial capital and arranged for her to visit a beauty salon for a lengthy treatment. "Sister, I'll go for a walk and come back to pick you up on time," he said, preferring not to take her along while he sold the gold. A reasonable excuse. He found the largest gold shop and sold all 50 kilograms. The owner was straightforward, offering 400 yuan per gram. The total sum amounted to 20 million yuan, with 18 million transferred electronically and 2 million given in cash as per Lu Fan's request. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lin," Lu Fan expressed politely. "Oh, Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Feel free to come to me for any business in the future. I'll always offer you the best price." Lin Xiaoheo, noticing Lu Fan's indifference to the substantial sum, sought to establish a connection and handed him a business card. "I was in such a hurry that I forgot my card, but here's my phone number. I'll call you," he added. Lu Fan immediately dialed Lin Xiaoheo's number. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Lu Fan then took a taxi to the beauty salon, where Xia Xue had just finished her hair treatment and was sulking in the lobby. "Oh dear, whose little treasure is sulking? Your pout looks like it's carrying 2 buckets of water," Lu Fan teased. "Brother, could you be a bit more civilized?" "It's disgusting," Xia Xue retorted coquettishly. "Don't be upset. I'll take you shopping for a phone and clothes." Lu Fan offered. "No need, brother. These clothes will last me a few more years." Xia Xue declined, not wanting him to spend unnecessarily, as she was saving to help find him a wife. "Oh, my dear sister, I made a little fortune in Africa this time, so you don't have to scrimp for me. Let us go buy a car for commuting." Lu Fan had loved automobiles since childhood, but poverty had limited them to a broken hand-pulled tractor that was always out of order. The two took a taxi to the car dealership district, visiting various showrooms. The first sold luxury cars priced around 4 to 500,000 yuan. The sales staff, noticing their modest attire and the student's sister, dismissed them as penniless and paid them no attention. Unfazed, Lu Fan and Xia Xue proceeded to a nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership. Here, an intern, a handsome, youthful, and courteous university student, approached them politely. "Good day, sir. Are you interested in purchasing a vehicle?" she inquired. "Oh, we're just looking for now," Lu Fan replied. "Sir, may I ask which model you're interested in? Which one has the best performance?" he asked. Lu Fan asked directly, his voice resonant and commanding. Upon hearing him, several seasoned sales staff hurried over immediately. "Sir, she has only been here for 2 days. She knows absolutely nothing yet. Please allow me to assist you instead." A stunning saleswoman, voluptuous and poised, interjected swiftly. In the past, Lu Fan would have responded with a lecherous grin and flirtatious banter. But now, his expression was one of unmistakable disdain. "Weren't you all just openly contemptuous of us moments ago? So why the sudden eagerness to serve?" These women were veterans, shrewd, practiced, and acutely perceptive. Sensing his indifference to their overtures, one particularly flamboyant saleswoman stepped forward without hesitation. "What's so special about you, anyway? Have you even seen 2 million? You act as though you're actually going to buy it." Lu Fan dismissed her with silence and turned to the young university student beside him. "Take me to see it." "Oh yes, absolutely, sir," she replied, her enthusiasm undimmed, walking briskly while launching into a polished, earnest explanation. "This model is the latest generation 4-wheel drive G500, exquisitely engineered, with unparalleled performance and premium specifications." "Enough," Lu Fan interrupted gently but firmly. "How much is it? And do you have in stock?" He found a rugged SUV deeply appealing. "Oh yes, this very unit in the showroom arrived just yesterday. As for the price, I can request a special authorization from our general manager. The absolute lowest we can offer is 1.88 million. Her voice trembled faintly with nervous hope. "Then go ahead, apply for it right away. I'm buying it now." Lu Fan glanced at his watch. The hour was growing late, and he had no patience for further delays. "Certainly, sir. Please wait just a moment. I'll return immediately." She dashed off, her steps light and jubilant. "Brother, this is way too expensive. Are you seriously going to buy it?" Lu Yu exclaimed, stunned. "Relax. he replied with quiet confidence. Not only am I purchasing this vehicle, I'm also building a grand villa for our parents and you. Lu Yu stared, speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Within 2 minutes, the sales manager arrived breathlessly, accompanied by the young student. Sir, may I confirm, you're certain you wish to purchase this vehicle? Indeed. That deep black is precisely my preference. No more delays. Is 188 million final? Absolutely, it's confirmed, the manager replied, then added cautiously. Will you be paying in cash or by bank transfer? Chapter 116. The exhilaration of spending. The sales manager promptly summoned the finance director, who arrived with a POS terminal. A swift sequence of swipes, password entries, and digital confirmations followed. Beep beep, sir. Here is your official transaction receipt. Please keep it safely. The manager's voice quivered with barely concealed elation. The other saleswomen stood frozen, pale, humiliated, their expression stricken. What a colossal miscalculation today. May I ask, would you like assistance securing an especially auspicious license plate? The manager inquired, smiling warmly. Certainly, something smooth, memorable. Perhaps something like 188? No problem at all. Please wait in our VIP lounge. I'll arrange it immediately. Lu Fan and Lu Yu settled comfortably into the VIP lounge, cool air whispering around them. Steaming cups of coffee in hand, smartphones idling in their laps, serene, unhurried, utterly at ease. Moments later, the young student returned, beaming. Thank you so much, sir. You're actually my very first client. The manager just awarded me a bonus of 20,000, and I'd love to treat you both to dinner after work. Oh, your manager certainly knows how to read the room, Lu Fan remarked lightly. And I suspect things have been difficult at home for you? She nodded quietly. Truth be told, my family once faced similar hardship. Helping you feels like helping my own younger sister. So please, set your worries aside. His tone was warm, sincere, deeply paternal. Thank you truly, she murmured, touched. At that moment, the sales manager reappeared. Sir, the license plate number 9188. How does that sound? Damn, perfect. Let us lock it in. Lu Fan spoke with a beaming smile. Well, it merely requires a handling fee of 180,000. I trust that will suffice. With that, Lu Fan opened his suitcase and directly produced 18 bundles of cash. Oh, I will reserve that license plate for you. It will take a few days to obtain. If you don't mind? Lu Fan mused to himself that surely this plate would not cost so much money. He was simply seeking convenience. No waities. Just take care of it and call me when it's ready. The vehicle had already been polished by the staff and a temporary license plate had been arranged. The sales manager, accompanied by a dozen staff members, stood outside in formation, awaiting Lu Fan and his companion. As Lu Fan and Lu Yu exited the VIP room, they accepted the keys handed over by the sales manager. Applause erupted in congratulations for Mr. Lu on acquiring his new vehicle. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, on your new car. The staff exclaimed loudly. Lu Fan, unfazed, entered the vehicle, started the engine, and drove off. Such is the freedom that wealth affords. This person is indeed affluent. He has 18 million in his account. The financial manager remarked to the sales manager. Indeed, wealthy individuals are fond of the number 8. When I mentioned a license plate would cost 180,000, he didn't hesitate for a moment and handed me the cash immediately. Lan Xian, you performed admirably this time. On behalf of the boss, I shall reward you with an additional 10,000. The sales manager joyfully addressed the young woman. Meanwhile, the female sales staff regretted their earlier decisions. As Lu Fan passed the first car dealership, he deliberately tapped the brakes before accelerating away, leaving his competitors at the entrance feeling quite vexed. Sister, the thrill of spending is simply exhilarating. Lu Fan's sister exclaimed. Brother, is this truly your hard-earned money? You silly girl, when have I ever deceived you? As a special forces soldier, I have never engaged in any wrongdoing. Do you not trust me? I believe you, brother. Oh, our family is finally prosperous. Lu Fan took his sister shopping for 4 high-end domestic smartphones, one for each family member. He also purchased a plethora of clothing for himself and Lu Yu, along with over a dozen outfits for their parents. They only ceased their fervent shopping once nightfall approached. After driving for more than 2 hours, they finally returned home to find it shrouded in darkness. At that moment, the roar of an engine echoed through the yard. Lu's father emerged from the main house, and, upon seeing the grand SUV in the yard, was filled with delight. My son has truly made something of himself. I, Lu Laohan, can stand tall now. The family celebrated exuberantly throughout the night, enjoying the beastly meat and the precious spring water Lu Fan had long withheld from himself. The following morning, both parents exhibited a marked improvement in their health. Son, what did you give me to drink last night? I feel as though my heart condition has vanished. Lu mother inquired curiously. Mother, that was the sacred water I procured from a distant place. It is extraordinarily rare and costs $1 million for a jar. Please do not speak of this to anyone to avoid complications. Lu Fan warned, fearing she might spread the news. Oh, so costly? Lu mother was indeed inclined to share the news with enthusiasm, but Lu Fan's words extinguished her excitement. Chapter 117. The arrival of my sister-in-law Lu Fan sought his parents' opinions regarding the construction of a villa. They expressed a desire to remain where they were, wishing only for some renovations. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish, Lu Fan affirmed. In the subsequent days, Lu Fan explored numerous construction companies, ultimately selecting one with the best reputation and paying a deposit. The following day, the construction crew arrived promptly to commence work. He rented a nearby vacant house, and all the furnishings were swiftly transferred by the workers. Within 10 minutes, excavators and bulldozers leveled the site. A dedicated workforce of 50 to 60 individuals labored tirelessly for a month, utilizing exclusively eco-friendly materials. The result was a 2-story, standalone villa comprising 8 rooms, ample enough for comfortable living. It boasted air conditioning, underfloor heating, and well-equipped bathrooms, complemented by a spacious courtyard exceeding 300 square meters, which featured an automated irrigation system, making gardening and watering exceptionally convenient. Brother, we finally have a new home, Lu Yu exclaimed with delight. Yes, choose your room. All the furniture is of the highest quality. Lu Fan encouraged. His parents opted for a room on the left side of the ground floor. Let us celebrate with a grand feast today. After all, Xia Xue's school is starting soon. It's the perfect occasion. Absolutely. Lu Fan's parents and Xia Xue had practically exhausted the provisions in Lu Fan's spatial realm in recent days. Alas, there is little left. I should have prepared more in advance, Lu Fan mused, glancing at the remaining pile of spirit stones and a few bottles of spirit essence pills. He decided to wait until evening to offer the pills. If they could successfully draw on the essence, it would enhance their vitality and longevity. However, it was still before noon, and Lu Fan intended to take his sister shopping in the provincial capital. Just as they were about to depart, Li Menglan arrived unexpectedly. Lu Fan had indeed thought of her in recent days, but refrained from contacting her, allowing her the space to decide. Li Menglan had traveled by high-speed train and even rented a sports car in the provincial city, arriving in a flurry at Lu Fan's home. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, her flowing hair cascaded behind her as her piercing gaze locked onto Lu Fan in the car. Who is this beautiful sister? Lu Yu inquired. Perhaps she might be your sister-in-law? Lu Fan suggested coyly. What? My sister-in-law? Are you out of your mind? Lu Yu exclaimed, suddenly losing interest in shopping and hastily returning inside to inform their parents. Mom, Dad, you must come out and see. Why is this child always so dramatic? Lu mother chided. My sister-in-law is here. What? Where did you get a sister-in-law? Lu father scolded. You're just making nonsense. You'll see for yourselves if you step into the courtyard. The three hurried outside, only to find Lu Fan embracing a young woman, both engaged in playful affection. They promptly averted their eyes, feeling embarrassed. How scandalous. Upon noticing their arrival, Li Menglan quickly pushed Lu Fan away. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Li Menglan, Lu Fan's wife. She introduced herself with poise. Ah, so it is true. Come in, dear, let us converse. Lu mother and Lu father exclaimed with excitement. Lu Fan has gifts in the car. Please bring them in. Li Menglan then entered the house and sat down in the living room. You must be Xia Xue. How adorable you are, she exclaimed. Hee, are you really my sister-in-law? Lu Yu asked earnestly. Of course. Absolutely authentic. I've known your brother for almost 2 years now, and I'm already pregnant, Li Menglan boldly declared, intending to first win over his parents, believing that would make him obedient to her wishes. Lu Fan's parents were visibly excited. Chapter 118. She is really pregnant. As Lu Fan entered the house with bags in hand, he found a family bustling around Li Menglan. One was handing her water, another was fetching cushions, and surprisingly, Lu father even brought over a pair of cotton slippers. Dad, she is already wearing slippers. Lu Fan protested. What do you know? Just stay out of it. Lu Fan pulled Xia Xue aside and asked, what is going on? How can you ask when this is your doing? My sister-in-law just said she is pregnant. Lu Fan returned to the living room, his face a picture of shock. Li Menglan shot him a glance, now appearing quite unfazed by him. Wow, how audacious. It seems she truly is pregnant. Lu Fan thought to himself, pondering how to manage the situation. Lu father spoke up. Everyone, let us calm down. Since Xiaoli is already pregnant, you two should go get your marriage certificate first thing tomorrow. Both Lu Fan and Li Menglan were taken aback. What is wrong with you, you little rascal? How have I taught you? A real man must take responsibility. Don't let others speak ill of you behind your back. Lu father said passionately. Lu mother's expression was equally cold and unfriendly. All right, you two don't need to get so worked up. I'll do it. We'll go tomorrow. At least you're acting like a man. Lu father was quite pleased with Li Menglan. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had an air of grace about her, and her demeanor suggested she was a person of good character. Lu mother chimed in, my son has found such a woman. Truly, our ancestors have blessed us. And now with a child on the way, I will soon be a grandmother. Father, it's not that cold today. Wearing cotton slippers is a bit much. Isn't it? Lu mother immediately retorted, you be quiet. You better treat Menglan well, understand? Otherwise, I won't spare you. Got it. Li Menglan sat on the sofa, looking blissful, with her legs resting on a soft stool lifted by Lu Yu. Brother, why are you staring? This is what Mom instructed. Hurry over and massage your sister-in-law's feet. Be careful, or Mom will scold you. After saying this, Lu Yu went to the kitchen to help with the cooking. Lu Fan had no choice but to bring over a small stool and sit beside Li Menglan to massage her feet. I say, Menglan, you would really be pregnant? Would you? What nonsense are you talking? Why would I lie to you? Oh, I was just asking casually. Don't be angry. Lu Fan at this moment was indeed wary of her. Hey, be gentle. You're going to crush me. Li Menglan exclaimed, feigning annoyance. Okay, understood. Li Menglan felt secretly pleased, thinking to herself that she still had him under her thumb. Soon, Lu mother emerged, saying, daughter-in-law, I'm making braised pork. What flavor do you like? She then turned to Lu father. By the way, I've stewed a big goose for you. Do you like it spicy? Wow, you've never asked me what I want to eat. Lu Fan, wearing an expression of exasperation, remarked, you just stay over there. After Li Menglan selected her preferred dish, the meal was soon prepared. Quickly bring your wife over. It's time to eat. Erjid el umu. Lu Fan was once again taken aback. The family enjoyed a delightful lunch together, and after the meal, Lu Fan's parents arranged for Li Menglan to take a nap in Lu Fan's room. Once Li Menglan was settled, the four returned to the living room. You little rascal, you have a girlfriend and didn't even mention it. Leaving your mother and me fretting over this matter. Lu Mu inquired with concern, where is she from? What does she work? Is her job strenuous? Mom, you need not worry. She is my boss, the illustrious Li Dezongzai. Brother, you are truly impressive, managing to win over your boss. Go on, stop babbling nonsense. You child, what is so remarkable about it? Just moments ago, you were acting like a fool, and now you're all high and mighty. I must say, my son, you have indeed accomplished something significant this time. I am filled with admiration, Lu Fu declared, his face aglow with joy. Laughter filled the room as the family basked in happiness, and Lu Fan felt that this was quite pleasant indeed. Chapter 119. Strengthening Family Bonds. We've consulted your father, and today is an auspicious day. You two should go register in the afternoon. Elumu erjid igerli. What do you mean, Hurry up and don't dawdle. Xiaoyu. Accompany him to ensure he stays on track, Lu Fu said sternly. But she is still asleep. Are you going to carry her to the car to sleep? Bring along 2 blankets to keep her warm, Lu Mu instructed. Li Menglan had not actually fallen asleep and was restless, since her in-laws claimed today was a lucky day. Why not proceed? After all, it was inevitable. Li Menglan opened the door, pretending to have just awoken. Perfect timing, Menglan. You two should go register today, all right? What do you say, daughter-in-law? Lu Mu asked with urgency. Mom, I will follow your wishes. Li Menglan called her mom directly, a rather commendable act of flattery. Lu Mu's heart swelled with joy. The three got into the car and drove quite a distance, while the couple watched from the courtyard. Just as Lu Fan was about to say something about Li Menglan, he remembered Xiaoyu was still in the car and held back his words. Even though he had brought his ID, he almost forgot the household registration book. Lu Fan hastily exclaimed, Brother, don't worry about that. Mom has already prepared it for me. You don't need to look at me. I have everything ready. It's all in my bag. Li Menglan Raplia. Her face beaming with delight. The city was not far from Lu Fan's home, merely a 10-kilometer journey that took half an hour. They headed straight to the registration office, where they took photos, filled out forms, and made their vows. Finally, with a stamp, everything was official. Xia Xue recorded the entire process on her phone. Li Menglan chided Lu Fan for not preparing in advance. "My dear wife, you are already beautiful. Any further embellishment would be superfluous. I suppose you know how to flatter. Let us go shopping. Today all expenses are on me," Li Menglan declared generously. "Sister-in-law, there's no need. My brother has already bought me plenty. That's nonsense. You need many things for university. Here, this is a card I've arranged for you. I will regularly deposit money into it. Take good care of yourself, all right? We don't want to worry about you. Yes, sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. I like you so much." Lu Yu, deeply moved, embraced Li Menglan tenderly. Lu Fan silently mused. How adept she is at seizing the moment. Her timing impeccable, leaving me quite superfluous. I've already coordinated with your school principal through personal connections. Should any issue arise, go straight to him for resolution. Oh, Lu Fan was once again speechless, compelled, despite himself, to acknowledge her remarkable attentiveness. The three of them purchased an abundance of delicacies before returning home in the car. Lu Fan's parents had long been waiting at the courtyard gate, and upon spotting the vehicle, hurriedly opened the gate. No sooner had Li Menglan stepped out than she warmly called out, "Mom, Dad." Each of them presented her with a generous red envelope. "We know you're not in need of money, but this is simply our small token of affection." "Yes, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad." That evening's dinner was filled with unreserved joy and warmth. Lu Fan served each of the four a cup of warm water infused with dissolved Lingqidan. As he watched them drink, he spread several woolen blankets on the floor and guided them into seated meditation postures. His parents, radiant with delight, obeyed every instruction without hesitation. Half an hour later, Li Menglan was the first to sense the subtle flow of qi. "Husband, I feel utterly refreshed, as if every fiber of my being has been revitalized." "Go ahead and rinse off in the room," Lu Fan replied, his expression soft with quiet satisfaction. "Brother, I feel incredibly energized too. So strong," Liu exclaimed, eyes alight with exhilaration. Soon afterward, both Lu Fu and Lu Mu experienced profuse exudation of pungent, acidic residue through their pores and hastily retreated indoors to bathe, lest their daughter-in-law witness such an unseemly state. Chapter 120. Commissioning a helicopter emerging from their baths, each felt profoundly transformed, lighter, clearer, more vibrantly alive. "Son, I believe my heart condition has completely vanished. No more shortness of breath, no more palpitations. Yes, I'll procure more of that sacred spring water in time. To further fortify your immunity." Lu Fan refrained from elaborating further. Certain truths were best kept guarded within the sanctum of his own awareness, lest unnecessary complications arise. Indeed, the entire family's physical constitution had markedly improved, thanks, in large part, to their sustained consumption of spirit beast meat and spirit spring water. Li Menglan, too, had now awakened her qi sensitivity. Should she return to that secluded island and reside there for an extended period, cultivation of genuine spiritual energy seemed all but assured. Alas, her pregnancy rendered such travel inadvisable. That night, as Li Menglan recounted the events, Lu Fan learned that, shortly after their return, the police had contacted her regarding the aircraft's disappearance. Faithful to Lu Fan's parting instructions, she recounted only that the two had drifted at sea for 7 or 8 days, chanced upon a small island, remained there for an extended duration, and were eventually rescued by a passing fishing vessel, offering no further details. She could not pinpoint the exact coordinates, only naming the archipelago sufficed. Since the destination lay abroad, the inquiry remained perfunctory. The matter would now fall to international authorities. Li Menglan remained at the Lu residence for 3 tranquil days. When Lu Yu resumed her studies, Lu Fan and Li Menglan escorted her back to campus. Li Menglan, owing to pressing responsibilities at her company, would soon depart for S City. "Remember to eat regularly. Don't overburden yourself," Lu Mu gently urged. "Mom, I understand. I've already engaged 2 specialized maternity caregivers. All is well." Li Menglan reassured her with serene confidence. "Oh, then that is settled. In a few days, I shall accompany your father to visit you. Yes, I have already made arrangements. You two can come over at any time." Lu Fan intends to drive Li Menglan back. He also wishes to inquire further about the sovereignty of that island. If it can be acquired, He is determined to make every effort to purchase it. Lu Fan directly transferred $2 million to his parents. Mom and Dad, we lack the time to care for you, so please take good care of yourselves. Do not concern yourselves with farming. Simply engage in activities that you enjoy. Yes, your father will manage everything well. You need not worry about us. However, you must prioritize your safety while you are out. After bidding farewell to his parents, the couple drove for 2 days back to S City, residing in Li Menglan's private villa. In the ensuing days, Li Menglan discreetly arranged for Lu Fan to assume the role of vice president of the company, transferring 1/3 of the shares to him. The employees have already speculated about their relationship, and a few troublesome minor shareholders were discreetly dealt with by Li Menglan and Lu Fan through some unconventional means. Now, 90% of the company's controlling shares are held by Li Menglan and Lu Fan. Additionally, Lu Fan anonymously registered an offshore shell company, which incurs a nominal annual fee of merely a few $1,000s. He plans to purchase a helicopter for overseas use, tailored to the dimensions of the space ring he possesses. He discovered a compact helicopter that appears to be quite suitable. It measures 9.6 meters in length, 2.78 meters in height, and 1.9 meters in width. The 30 square meter space ring, measuring 3 meters in width, 3 meters in height, and 10 meters in length, can accommodate it perfectly. However, the rotor blades must be retracted to fit within the space, leaving room for several 25-liter fuel barrels. Lu Fan, having served as a Special Forces soldier, possesses considerable knowledge of helicopters. He communicated with the manufacturer, intending to invest heavily in crafting a bulletproof helicopter. Due to the stringent weight requirements for aircraft, the cost of bulletproof materials is exceedingly high, coupled with Lu Fan's demand for optimal power and maneuverability. The total expenditure amounts to 100 million huabi. Chapter 121. Selling gold ingots with Lu Fan's funds, including that $1 million, he possesses a total of 23 million. He has ample gold and is reluctant to approach Li Menglan for assistance. After paying a 20 million deposit, he is left with 3 million. The gold within the ring amounts to over 500,000 taels. It would be prudent to sell a portion to create some space. He could even dispose of the boxes and solely store the gold, significantly reducing the occupied space. Lu Fan took a gold ingot from the Westerhan dynasty and specifically traveled to the Antique Street in the capital by train. Many shop owners displayed great interest in the gold ingot. "Please don't leave, sir. At least negotiate a price," exclaimed the owner of a relatively large antique shop as Lu Fan began to depart. "Your offer is simply too low. This gold ingot weighs less than 25 kilograms. Offering you 2 million is nearly double its worth, and you are still unsatisfied. Well, selling to you is not out of the question. But how much can you actually handle? Oh, how many do you have?" The shop owner's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I believe there are about 100 to 180. Lu Fan dared not overstate the quantity, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. "What? You can't be joking. Do I seem like that kind of person to you? Are you truly interested, or should I seek another opportunity?" Lu Fan stated, his expression one of impatience. "As you mentioned, 100 requires 200 million. I could buy a courtyard. Surely you must allow me a moment to consider this." "Very well. Here's my phone number. Once you have deliberated, do call me. If I do not hear from you by tomorrow morning, I shall pursue another option." "Agreed. Here's my business card. Please keep it safe." After bidding farewell to Lu Fan, the shop owner returned inside to ponder the situation. He called several old friends to review the photographs together. Good heavens, was his ancestor an emperor? Amassing such a wealth of gold ingots, could this be a scam? Remarked one cautious financier. "I perceive he appears quite capable. He does not strike me as a charlatan." "Oh, do you believe that villains were their intentions plainly on their faces? Let's entertain the notion that this matter is genuine. How much can you both contribute? If it is authentic, I could handle 20. I too desire 20. The shop owner calculated, realizing he possessed 50 million, but still required another 10 million. "Which of you could lend me 10 million? I can offer the shop as collateral. No need for such formality among friends. I can lend it to you with just a receipt." "Very well, let us proceed with that arrangement." In his hotel room, Lu Fan had scarcely settled into his seat when the phone rang. "Hello, boss. We have come to a consensus and intend to acquire your goods. When shall we meet to discuss this?" "That sounds good. I shall visit your shop this afternoon. Just ensure you have the funds ready." After a light lunch, Lu Fan hailed a taxi to rent an off-road vehicle. He retrieved 4 boxes of gold and placed them in the trunk. then drove to the antique street where the shop was located. The shop owner and his two companions, having finished their meal, were seated inside enjoying tea while awaiting Lu Fan. Upon entering, Lu Fan surveyed the shop and scouted the surroundings for any potential issues before alighting from the vehicle to retrieve a box from the trunk. He directly carried it into the shop, and the owner rushed forward to assist in moving it into his office. The three worked together to bring in the remaining boxes. Lu Fan carelessly dropped one box onto the floor. Careful now, these are treasures. The two companions, equipped with magnifying glasses, examined the box. Though it was an ordinary wooden container, it dated back to the Han Dynasty. Chapter 122. Helicopter delivery. The three exchanged knowing nods before cautiously opening the lid of the box. There truly is something inside. They took out red silk cloths and meticulously inspected each item. Lu Fan, seated there, was growing restless. So, will you purchase or not? Yes. Quickly. Transfer the funds to this gentleman, the shop owner urged. Lu Fan provided his bank account number, and the three swiftly completed the transaction. Within half an hour, the 200 million had been transferred. Lu Fan gazed at the figures displayed on his banking app, feeling elated. Very well. May we part ways amicably? Indeed, with so much to attend to today, I shan't keep you. Should you acquire more fine items, do come back here. We guarantee you will not suffer any losses. After seeing Lu Fan off, the three were elated within the shop, thrilled by the prospect of newfound wealth from the gold ingots. Lu Fan, however, was indifferent, as he still possessed over 10,000 of his own. Fortunately, I did not retain too much silver, and I'm grateful that I gifted a batch of jewelry to Lan Xue and Chuanair. Otherwise, there would have been no place to store it. Lu Fan refrained from seeking other buyers, opting for a more prudent approach. Upon returning home to S City, Li Menglan discovered that the island in question lies in international waters, thus not belonging to any nation. Its remote geographical location means that even with ownership rights, no country would expend resources to deploy military forces to protect a small island. Purchasing or not purchasing yields the same outcome. Indeed, I had considered this as well. So let it be. I intend to acquire a helicopter, and during these days, I shall learn to pilot one. Lu Fan invested several $100,000 in a flight training program that offers specialized one-on-one instruction. Though he had some prior experience, it was not professional. As the helicopter is yet to be constructed, learning to fly in the interim is quite advantageous. After 3 months of training, he became proficient in operating various models of helicopters and small aircraft. The customized helicopter has now arrived, far exceeding the capabilities of a training aircraft. Its exterior is crafted from titanium alloy, reinforced with bulletproof glass, and the propeller is specially designed to be foldable. The engine is military-grade, exhibiting robust power and stable performance. With a fuel tank capable of providing 5 hours of flight time and a maximum range of 1,500 kilometers, which is ample. Lu Fan has taken it for a few test flights, experiencing smooth operation and commendable performance, achieving speeds of up to 350 kilometers per hour and capable of carrying 400 kilograms, equivalent to 4 adult men. Naturally, individuals of lighter weight could allow for 5 passengers, provided the total does not exceed 400 kilograms, ensuring helicopter performance remains unaffected. Lu Fan, through illicit channels, procured several fake identities and passports for future international travel. He customized several shelves to fit within a 50 square meter spatial ring, capable of accommodating 3 to 450-liter barrels of aviation fuel. In the 20 square meter spatial ring, there remains ample space. The large iron tank and barrels have been sold off as scrap. Currently, the spatial ring houses only gold jewelry, a few boxes of arms, and various CL indeed. Your cultivation must not cease during these days. Once you have elevated your abilities, you will be better equipped to protect yourself, Lu Fan advised. In just 2 months, it will be a year since his last visit, and he yearned to return to that small island to see if he could go back. During this time, Lu Fan had utilized spirit stones and spirit energy pills to elevate Li Menglan to the second layer of the refinement stage. With a few hundred more spirit stones, she could ascend to the 3rd layer. Now that Li Menglan possessed the means for self-defense, Lu Fan felt a greater sense of relief. He himself had expended over 10,000 spirit stones to reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the refinement stage, but had encountered no further progress. With less than 3,000 spirit stones remaining, he set aside 500 for himself, leaving the remainder for Li Menglan. Through his investigations in recent days, Lu Fan discovered that during the mission with his comrades years ago, information had indeed been deliberately leaked. This treachery led to the near-total annihilation of their combat team, orchestrated by an individual who sought to eliminate any obstacles in his path to advancement. This individual was none other than Han Zichao, the current captain of the Special Forces and the eldest son of the Han family, one of the 4 prominent clans. To clear away the impediments before him, his family had laid this trap, resulting in the deaths of Lu Fan's comrades. Lu Fan resolved to avenge his fallen brothers. Overcome with rage, Lu Fan realized that his current strength was insufficient to confront the vast power of the Han family. Even with ample evidence, the state would not intervene for a mere commoner. Thus, Lu Fan could only bide his time, vowing that one day he would ensure blood would be repaid with blood. He gathered all the gold, jewels, and paintings he possessed. The quantity was considerable, and if they attempted to liquidate these themselves, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. It would be prudent to establish an auction house, gradually selling these items through legitimate channels, paying a portion in taxes to avoid drawing scrutiny. I shall entrust these matters to you. Remember to remain discreet until my return. If anyone deceives us, you must endure. I will seek retribution upon my return, he instructed. Understood. Li Menglan Republia. Lu Fan remained until the safe delivery of the child, a healthy and charming baby boy, fair-skinned and exceedingly adorable. Li Menglan's parents, residing abroad, were overjoyed upon learning of the birth and even video-called Lu Fan. They expressed their support for the union and held Lu Fan in high esteem. After caring for the mother and child for 3 days, and with her parents arriving to assist, Lu Fan prepared to depart. Less than 2 months remained until the next teleportation opportunity. He filled the remaining space in his spatial ring with provisions, water, military tents, sleeping bags, and several canisters of liquefied gas, ensuring he was well prepared for survival in the wilderness. With ample supplies secured, Lu Fan boarded a flight to Australia, intending to take a helicopter from there to a small island near Polynesia. After bidding farewell to Li Menglan, he embarked on the journey, marking his first flight since the previous aircraft disaster. Feeling a tinge of anxiety, his palms grew clammy. After several hours in the air, he finally arrived at the airport in Australia. Lu Fan remained vigilant throughout the journey, fully dressed to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. This time he employed a counterfeit passport, altering his appearance with a disguise befitting a field reporter, complemented by a pair of refined glasses and a sun hat, rendering him less conspicuous among the crowd. The security checks here lacked the stringent measures commonly found domestically. Moreover, as a transit passenger, he effortlessly passed through after a brief scan with a detector. Chapter 124. Smooth arrival on the island. Lu Fan boarded a helicopter for the next leg of his journey, flying for over 3 hours until he reached a small island in Polynesia. Fully prepared for this venture, he brought along a language translator, as well as a backup device within his spatial ring. With a simple press of a voice key, he could articulate his thoughts and select the desired language for rapid translation, making communication remarkably convenient. The surroundings remained unchanged within his spatial ring. He possessed a compact rubber dinghy, which would prove unnecessary in the current context. After resting on the island for 2 days, he spent $2,000 to hire a fishing boat for an offshore expedition. He arrived at the fishing boat the night before, under the cover of darkness, and stealthily loaded the dinghy onto it. Activating the locator, he pinpointed the designated coordinates approximately 7 to 8 nautical miles away, instructing the boat owner to lower the dinghy using a crane before allowing the fishing vessel to return. The local boat owner, witnessing Lu Fan's audacious actions, could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking to himself that this foreigner was courting disaster, especially with the frequent pirate activity in the waters. Once the fishing boat had departed, Lu Fan swiftly powered up the speedboat, accelerating towards the specified coordinates. After a brief 10-minute journey, he spotted a large vessel anchored in the distance. Observing through binoculars, he noted the ship's hull adorned with a Red Skull emblem, another pirate ship. Fortunately, it was still at a considerable distance, allowing Lu Fan to alter his course and approach the island with caution. Scanning the beach with his binoculars, he confirmed that the area was deserted before swiftly landing on the island and concealing the speedboat within the jungle. Changing into his previous pirate camouflage attire, he donned a bulletproof vest and equipped himself with various gear. Checking his watch, he noted it was 8:30 in the morning, and he proceeded deeper into the jungle. Lu Fan had familiarized himself with the small island, quickly orienting himself and deciding to head towards the cliff in search of Xiao Bai. However, as he explored, he found no trace of Xiao Bai. Approaching the cliff, he unexpectedly discovered a large contingent of pirates stationed there, with tents set up all around. Counting the tents, he estimated there were at least 100 pirates present. Panic began to set in. Could it be that Xiao Bai had fallen victim to them? Enraged, Lu Fan vowed vengeance. He meticulously set up deceptive explosives around the area and sought a vantage point. To his dismay, he spotted a sniper positioned on a distant high point. Thankfully, dressed in pirate garb, he remained undetected. Utilizing his spiritual energy for a swift approach, he cautiously advanced, covering over a mile before stealthily nearing the sniper. He eliminated 2 snipers and swiftly dispatched 3 others who were engaged in a card game within the tents, executing the actions in mere moments. Lu Fan was thoroughly satisfied with his current speed. These adversaries were still clad in pristine American-made gear, exquisitely engineered and impeccably maintained. He stripped them of every piece, seizing it all. Among their arsenal lay a TAC-50 sniper rifle, the longest-range precision weapon in its class, firing 12 97mm NATO rounds, each cartridge towering nearly as high as a standard can of cola, its destructive force nothing short of staggering. Designed expressly for neutralizing armored vehicles and low-flying helicopters, the rifle delivered uncanny lethality. Inside the tent, 5 full ammunition crates awaited him, 500 rounds in total. The cliffside encampment lay over a kilometer away. Lu Fan swiftly deployed his AWM anti-material rifle, settled into position, and spent several deliberate moments scanning through the scope, until at last he identified a figure who bore all the hallmarks of their leader. As the ancient axiom goes, strike the cock first, and the chicks scatter without resistance. Bang! A single, immaculate shot struck the man's face, cranium shattered, life extinguished instantly. Chaos erupted. Amid the turmoil, Xia Xue burst from one of the tents, naked, clutching a garment to shield her modesty. Moments later, the co-pilot emerged from the same tent, hastily fastening his trousers. Lu Fan acquired the target in his crosshairs and fired, precisely into the prostate region. The man collapsed, convulsed twice upon the earth, and then lay still. Wretched scum! Lu Fan spat contemptuously. Chapter 125. Locating Xiao by deliberately removing the suppressor from his heavy sniper rifle, Lu Fan triggers second. Unmistakable report, its resonance echoing across the cliffs. Within moments, the pirate stationed above had pinpointed the origin of the gunfire and surged downward, weapons drawn. Less than 5 minutes later, the air trembled with the staccato thunder of fragmentation grenades detonating in rapid succession. Lu Fan shifted position without hesitation. How could mere mortals hope to outpace him? His velocity now surpassed that of an ordinary human by no less than 5-fold. Charging forward, he unleashed controlled bursts from his assault rifle, punctuated by dual grenade throws, each blast sufficient to cripple an entire squad. He donned a ballistic helmet and impact-resistant goggles. Even leaping through dense undergrowth posed no threat to his vision. For half an hour, he waged relentless, methodical warfare, until his adversaries, broken in spirit and terrified in mind, retreated into hiding, scheming ambushes. Yet Lu Fan's spiritual perception rendered such stratagems futile. He detected each concealed movement before it unfolded, turning the tables, eliminating over a dozen would-be assassins in swift, silent retribution. Of the original force, fewer than 30 remained, and the more perceptive among them had already fled toward the shoreline. Lu Fan would grant them no quarter. He sprinted toward the coast, not along the treacherous ground, but above it, bounding from treetop to treetop, weaving through the canopy with the fluid grace of a shadow given form. This aerial path proved several times swifter than any terrestrial route. When he overtook them, he did not fire. Instead, he hurled grenades downward, unseen, untraceable. Explosions rent the air, panic reigned, bodies fell like rain. By the time he reached the beach, only 7 pirates remained, huddled beside a sleek, high-speed vessel moored at the water's edge. Lu Fan waited patiently, watching them board, watching the craft pull away, gaining distance upon the waves, then fired once. The engine detonated in a fireball. A second shot shattered the hull. Let them swim, for now. Turning his gaze toward the distant mother ship anchored offshore, he judged the range too great for standard ammunition. With effortless agility, he leapt across the intervening dunes and rocks, closing the gap until he stood at the optimal firing position along the shore. There, he mounted his AWM once more, this time loading armor-piercing rounds. Boom! 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 3 successive, unerring shots obliterated the bridge, control panel shattered, instrumentation vaporized, command systems reduced to molten ruin. He reloaded and fired again. This time, the bridge was not merely disabled. It was annihilated, rendered utterly inoperable, a hollow husk adrift in silent surrender. Lu Fan continuously switched his sniper rifle on the shore, while the individuals aboard the large vessel all retreated into the cabin. The hull, constructed of thick steel plates, was impervious to his shots, compelling Lu Fan to abandon his efforts. After scouring the beach stronghold, he uncovered 5 crates of ammunition and a box of grenades. Yet there was little of value to be found. He then made his way to the cliffside, where he continued to gather a significant cache of ammunition and grenades, 50 crates of bullets and 10 crates of grenades, which left Lu Fan quite satisfied. He ignited all the tents, setting them ablaze in large patches. Yet despite his thorough search, he still found no trace of Xiaobai. After a few leaps, he descended to the base of the cliff, only to discover the remains of animals scattered about, likely victims of the pirates who had feasted upon them. Lu Fan scoured the valley floor, but found nothing, returning to the beach once again to unleash his sniper. At this point, the pirates aboard the great ship were thoroughly terrified, raising a white flag in surrender. Lu Fan, filled with rage, longed to incinerate them all without a second thought to their capitulation. Donning a mask, he poured a bucket of gasoline over the stronghold on the beach and set their supplies ablaze. The pirates on the ship were utterly panicked. Lu Fan had observed that Xia Xue was not aboard the vessel. Perhaps she was hiding in the cabin. But he realized he could not rescue her alone and would have to wait until nightfall to check again. He intended to head to the treehouse and the time portal, as well as to inspect the cave nearby. After meditating for over half an hour to restore some spiritual energy, he swiftly made his way to the treehouse, finding the ground too slow for his liking. He climbed the tree instead, leaping across the treetops. In just over 10 minutes, he reached above the treehouse, only to discover that it had already been reduced to ashes. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed Xiaobai's presence and leapt over, only to encounter an extraordinarily enchanting woman, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with a captivating beauty. "Is that you, master?" she exclaimed. It's me. Xiaobai. Where are you?" Lu Fan asked urgently. "I'm right here," the woman shouted. Lu Fan took another look at her. "So you are at the treetop." The woman rushed over and embraced Lu Fan tightly, unwilling to let go. "You are Xiaobai?" he inquired, but the beauty suddenly appeared distressed. "Master, do you not want me anymore? Do you find my current appearance unappealing?" "How could that be? I am merely astonished. How did you transform into a human form?" He replied, "This is a secret technique of our Fox Demon clan," the woman said mysteriously. Xiaobai urged Lu Fan to sit on a large rock while she settled herself on his lap, displaying an intimate demeanor. Although Lu Fan had intended for her to sit beside him, he refrained from stopping her, fearing it might upset her. "How have you fared during these days?" he inquired, and Xiaobai began to recount the myriad experiences she had encountered over the past year. She spoke of discovering a secret cave within a fissure deep in the valley. After entering a subterranean chamber over 100 meters deep, she found a small pool of exceptionally refreshing water. After drinking it all, she underwent an evolution and emerged to search for food, lamenting the scarcity of resources during that time. It turned out that those wretched pirates had hunted the island's beasts to extinction. "Now that you are safe, I can finally rest easy," she concluded. Xiaobai nestled closely in his embrace, her movements inciting a physiological response in Lu Fan. "Master, what will you use to poke me?" Lu Fan, momentarily at a loss for words, hastily replied, "Are you hungry? I brought you a plethora of delectable treats." "Really? I've been eating roasted rats for the past few months. I'm on the verge of vomiting." With that, Lu Fan produced a roasted chicken. Xiaobai's mouth watered as she eagerly snatched it and began to devour it ravenously. "Slow down. There is plenty more. Master, I want to drink that spirit spring water." We drank all of that long ago. How about this instead?" Lu Fan retrieved a large bottle of cola from his spatial storage and twisted off the cap. Xiaobai took a tentative sip, exclaiming, "Oh, this is delicious. Now that you've transformed into human form, you need not call me master anymore. Simply refer to me as Lu Fan. Lu Fan felt a bit awkward at her choice of address. One might mistakenly assume he was a pervert. Oh, then I shall call you husband from now on. Lu Fan nearly stumbled in shock. Husband is a term reserved for spouses. We cannot address each other in such a manner. But we are also a couple. That's what Sister Li Xue said. Ah, that's impossible. She would never say that. Why don't you believe me? She mentioned it while chatting with Sister Chanair. Well, I thought so. They were just jesting, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. I refuse to believe that. I want to be your wife, just like them. If you don't agree, I shall starve myself to death. Let us discuss it when we return, shall we? Discussing it is not enough. Xiao Bai's expression was one of disdain. Despite their banter, both were genuinely delighted to be reunited. It turned out that Xiao Bai had been starving and had killed the one-eyed tiger for sustenance. Lu Fan had intended to ask why she hadn't feasted on the numerous pirates, but now that she had become human, perhaps she had lost her appetite for such things. Not wanting to provoke her, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. That night, Xiao Bai took shelter in the cave, which was rather chilly. Lu Fan quickly set up a military tent, layering it with 2 moisture-proof mats and 2 separate sleeping bags. Let us stay in here tonight. Upon entering, Xiao Bai began to remove her clothing, revealing her bare upper body. The sight was quite shocking. Lu Fan hurriedly helped her to put on some clothes. Why are you not wearing anything underneath? I just snatched their outer garments. Besides, don't you all remove your clothes before sleeping? Sighing, Lu Fan thought to himself how laborious this was. If only a woman could teach her. Chapter 127. Bai Ling air with patience and a hint of embarrassment. Lu Fan explained the essentials for young women, presenting her with a set of undergarments and new clothes. He stepped out of the tent, waiting for her to change before he re-entered. It's so warm in here. There are no mosquitoes. This is truly comfortable. Xiao Bai appeared drowsy. Go ahead and sleep. With me here, you can rest peacefully. I want you to stay with me. All right, I'll be right beside you. Lu Fan pulled his sleeping bag closer, settling next to hers. Xiao Bai quickly drifted off to sleep, and after a few exhausting days, Lu Fan turned off the solar-powered LED lantern and followed suit. In the middle of the night, he heard Xiao Bai stir, initially thinking she was merely heading to the restroom. He paid it no mind and drifted back into slumber, dreaming a vivid, tender spring dream. Upon waking the next morning, he reached out absent-mindedly, only to feel an unexpected softness beneath his fingertips. Blinking awake, he gasped. When did she slip into my sleeping bag? He peeled back the sleeping bag flap and exhaled in quiet relief. Both were still clad in their undergarments. With meticulous quietude, Lu Fan slipped out, dressed in his outerwear, and contemplated heading ashore to capture a few more Yao Shou, wild spirit beasts, for provisions. Yet the island had all but emptied of them. It had become, in essence, a three-no isle. No Yao Shou. No pra, no sustenance. Thus, he resigned himself to relying on supplies stored within his spatial ring. He unzipped the tent's window flaps and spread them wide, then produced 2 loaves of artisanal bread, ignited a portable gas stove, and warmed a pot of milk. A compact wooden table and a cutting board appeared beside it. He sliced a length of smoked ham, fried 2 golden eggs, and drizzled them with a bottle of creamy salad dressing. Breakfast was complete. Xiao Bai stirred at the aroma. Master, what are you preparing? It smells absolutely divine. You're awake at last. Hurry, dress, wash your face, and join me for breakfast. With a soft rustle, she emerged from her sleeping bag, and indeed, her figure was nothing short of exquisite. This meat is delicious, she declared, yet wrinkled her nose at the milk. This milk tastes rather strange. She devoured only the eggs and ham. The bread and milk remained untouched. Evidently, her palate preferred rich, savory fare. Lu Fan, meanwhile, drank nearly a full liter of the warm milk, blaming himself for having heated too much. In truth, the bread was premium, freshly baked, and delectable. Perhaps her nature simply inclined more toward flesh than flour. After breakfast, Lu Fan selected a set of American-style tactical gear and, as he helped her don each piece, explained its function and purpose. Once fully equipped, they strolled together along the shoreline, past sun-dappled sands, until they reached the massive derelict vessel anchored nearby. Lu Fan raised his heavy sniper rifle and peered through the scope. On the ship's deck, the pirates had erected earthen barricades, clearly preparing for a protracted siege. He scanned the hull for long moments, yet no figure dared expose themselves. After firing a few desultory shots, he lowered the rifle and turned back with Xiao Bai. With the next temporal rift scheduled to open in 5 days, they remained near the cave, vigilant and patient. The island's spiritual energy remained dense and palpable, so they cultivated diligently, day after day. Lu Fan restored his full reservoir of spiritual energy, but sensed no breakthrough. Xiaobai, now a Yao Wang, a sovereign of the spirit beast realm, had accelerated dramatically in speed, rivaling even a helicopter in swiftness. Lu Fan himself, when channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost, could sprint at 120 miles per hour, 30 meters per second, rendering incoming bullets sluggish, almost cinematic in his perception, easily evaded. Yet Xiaobai surpassed him effortlessly. In a brief, playful contest of speed, he conceded defeat without hesitation. She was at the very least twice as swift. "Give me a new name," she said softly. "One like Lan Xue's, elegant, resonant, meaningful." "Very well," he mused. "How about Ling Er? Your full name, then by Ling Er." "Oh, I love it." She beamed and stepped forward to press a tender, affectionate kiss upon his cheek. Chapter 128. The demolition of the pirate vessel in the days that followed. Lu Fan, finding himself with spare time, began instructing Bai Ling in marksmanship and the proper use of advanced tactical equipment. She found the discipline exhilarating and practiced with unwavering focus. The island echoed frequently with the sharp, rhythmic reports of a rifle. Each evening, she clung to him, insisting, playfully, persistently, on sharing his sleeping bag. He, after much gentle resistance, finally relented. In the latter half of the night, unable to resist any longer, he succumbed to her, and afterward, Lu Fan realized that Linger was not much different from human. The two, immersed in each other's affection, found that 5 days had swiftly passed. Yet the time-space portal within the cave remained absent. Fearing that the portal might manifest elsewhere, Lu Fan and Linger scoured the small island, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the large ship grew increasingly audacious, even organizing a dozen men to swim over in search of supplies at their stronghold. Determined not to let them escape, Lu Fan resolved to eliminate them all. The crew aboard the ship could not be spared either. They must all be slain to instill fear in the hearts of other pirates, dissuading them from returning. After deliberation, the two decided to take a speedboat under the cover of night to launch a surprise attack on them. They concealed themselves behind the rocky shores until darkness fell. Observing that the ship had even lit a bonfire, Lu Fan retrieved the speedboat but refrained from starting the engine. Instead, they employed an electric underwater propulsion device, virtually silent, stealthily approaching the vessel, where the crew would be unable to see them unless they looked outside. Let's first listen to what they are saying. Lu Fan whispered to Linger. She nodded in acknowledgement. The pirates conversed not in English, but in their native tongue. Lu Fan utilized a translator to convert their speech into Huayu, needing only to disable the audio and focus on the text. After catching snippets of their conversation, they planned to construct a raft, as there was a spare speedboat motor in the cabin. Lu Fan could not allow them to escape. He instructed Linger to remain on the boat with her firearm as cover. He quietly submerged into the water, swimming towards the ship's rear ladder, ascending stealthily to retrieve weapons from his spatial ring. He first tossed 2 grenades into the cabin. Following the explosions, he stormed in, swiftly dispatching the remaining pirates, 21 in total. Upon entering the cabin, he searched thoroughly, discovering several foreigners who had also fallen victim to the grenades. This ship was larger than the previous one, containing numerous valuable items. In one compartment, he found an iron door secured with a large brass lock, which he easily snapped off with one hand. Inside lay 18 boxes of gold bars, a collection of jewelry, 2 boxes of U.S. dollars, and a plethora of ammunition and equipment left behind by special forces, totaling 2 large crates. Additionally, he collected 5 boxes of grenades and over 30 boxes of bullets. Everything fit perfectly, leaving him with less than a cubic meter of space. After exiting that room, he discovered 2 brand new speedboat engines, which he also took. He unscrewed the caps of the gas barrels in the cabin, allowing their contents to flow freely. Returning to the inflatable boat, Lu Fan tossed 2 grenades into the cabin and sped away. Bang! Bang! Just 50 meters out, the ship erupted in a dazzling display akin to fireworks lighting up the night sky. Linger was left in awe. How beautiful! Lu Fan found himself at a loss for words. Upon reaching the shore, he realized there was no space left in his spatial ring for the boat. Nevertheless, he did not discard it, but instead carried it back to the cave. He removed all the ammunition boxes and various overly packaged cartons from his spatial ring. First, he placed them into the inflatable boat, then organized the supplies within the spatial ring, ensuring everything fit neatly. All the sensitive cardboard boxes were incinerated. After finishing the plastic bottles of Nyonyo mineral water and other packaging, everything was incinerated to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 129. Back to the ancient times. Over the past few days, Linger had consumed all the roasted chicken, and she had no choice but to accompany Lu Fan, eating bread and drinking milk. In fact, milk with a touch of sugar is quite delightful, and she had also developed a fondness for coffee and red wine. After waiting for another 2 days, the cave emitted a bright light at night, signaling the reappearance of the time-space portal. Both were immensely excited, and Lu Fan sent a message to Li Menglan. They packed their belongings, but Lu Fan, feeling uneasy, placed a heavy boulder at the cave entrance to secure it. Only then did they leap into the time-space transmission portal, returning once more to the secret valley. This time, they landed in a water bay. Although both were drenched, they were filled with joy. "I am back," exclaimed Linger, hugging Lu Fan and planting a firm kiss on him. Since their first exchange, Linger had become quite enamored, often asking for such affection every evening. They changed out of their camouflage outfits into ancient clothing, readying themselves. Let us return to Lu Zhuang. All right. With flashlights in hand, Lu Fan and Linger traversed the tunnel to the cave entrance. Upon lifting the iron plate to inspect, they found the wooden house unchanged. Lu Fan sensed that Lan Xue and Chun'er were approaching, so he turned off the flashlight and instructed Linger to remain silent. Curious to see what they were up to at such a late hour. "It's been over 2 days. I wonder if my husband will return?" This was Chun'er's voice. "Indeed. I miss him and wonder if he and Xiao Bai are well." Lan Xue sighed, her mood quite desolate. Just as the two entered the wooden house and were about to sit down, they heard a cough. "That's my husband's voice." Lan Xue gleamed joyfully, holding an oil lamp. Lan Xue and Chun'er lifted the iron plate to shine a light at the cave entrance. And indeed, it was her husband, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Lu Fan and Linger climbed up, embracing the two ladies with numerous affectionate kisses. "You have someone else." Lan Xue, feeling bashful, shyly declined further kisses. "Sister, I'm not just anyone." That's Xiao Bai's voice." Lan Xue gasped in astonishment. It was indeed Xiao Bai's voice. Chun'er recognized it too. "Yes, it is I. Sisters, we are finally reunited. How incredible!" exclaimed Lan Xue and Chun'er, bursting into animated chatter, momentarily sidelining Lu Fan. Initially the center of attention, he now felt as if cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. It was quite disheartening. "What about my son?" Lu Fan inquired. "Oh, he is still sleeping." Lan Su deeply. "Let us return to the house. I wish to see my son," Lu Fan said impatiently. The four quickly made their way back to the main house. Upon entering and seeing his son, Lu Fan was filled with joy and could not help but shower him with kisses. "He looks splendid, very much like his father," Linger remarked. "Indeed, there is another one in the house." Lan Su disait. Lu Fan hurried to the side room, where two maidservants were tending to a small infant. "Greetings, master." "Rise. You may take your leave now." Lu Fan stepped forward to embrace the child. "Is this my daughter?" "Naturally. If she is not your daughter, whose could she be?" Lan Xue remarked cautiously. "My dear husband, it has been less than a month since you departed, and I have already discovered that I am over 3 months pregnant." Chun'er quickly explained, Well, my daughter is splendid. My precious Chun'er, you have worked hard. A reward of 20 taels of silver shall be granted to each person for the joyous occasion of my daughter's arrival." Lu Fan named his daughter Lu Ting, a name that signifies grace and beauty. In chapter 130, titled 1 against 3, it was evening, and the two women had already dined. They accompanied Lu Fan and Linger for a light supper and enjoyed 2 glasses of red wine. That night, the 3 women shared the main house with Lu Fan, while the maidens took the 2 children to the side chamber for rest. Lu Fan toiled until the early hours of the night, finally succumbing to a deep and satisfied slumber. The 2 maidens felt quite shy after a long night. Their master was remarkably robust. Indeed, does he not tire? They marveled. The following morning, Lu Fan rode his horse around Lu Zhuang. The servants, upon seeing their master return, expressed their delight with bows of respect. After breakfast in the main house, he listened to the reports from the 2 women. It turned out that the past year had been tumultuous. The county magistrate was exceedingly unfriendly, even coming to their door demanding money. Fortunately, Lan Xue, well-versed in the ways of the world, negotiated and acquiesced. That rotund magistrate extorted a sum of 60,000 taels of gold for his satisfaction. He claimed that their prosperous business warranted greater fees and insisted that while their road construction was beneficial, they must pay for any excavation of the mountains. Shonea, responsible for financial matters, promptly reported to Lu Fan. Lu Fan mused silently. It seems modern society is no different. There are no virtuous individuals to be found. How are the guards and servants at home? They are quite disciplined, though a few dozen have proven to be unruly, but I have dealt with them. Lan Su Viplit Gan Li, you have done well. Decisiveness in dealing with treachery is essential. If necessary, unleash the wolves upon them without hesitation, Lu Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve against traitors. Lu Fan convened in his study, summoning Lu Jie and several stewards to hear their respective reports. You have all performed admirably. This is not solely my home, Lu Fan, but yours as well. I trust you to safeguard it. We shall strive to repay your grace. My lord, Lu Jie and the others knelt in respect. No need for kneeling. As long as our hearts are united, that suffices. Lu Fan dismissed the other stewards, retaining Lu Jie for a private conversation. Investigate how many strongholds that magistrate possesses and ascertain the identities of all his sycophants. Understood, my lord. Lu Fan and the three women ventured into the secret realm, where Dabai had acknowledged Lan Xue as his master. Dabai and who resided in a cave near the spirit spring, guarding against other beasts crossing the valley to Luzhuang. Master, you have returned. Da Gao exclaimed joyfully. Da Hu and Dabai retained their familiar demeanor, and the two little tigers had grown considerably. Upon seeing Lu Fan, they sniffed him curiously, with the younger tiger being the first to detect Lu Fan's scent, nuzzling affectionately against his leg. Lu Fan engaged in playful antics with two small companions before leading the ladies and tigers on a hunting expedition. Ever since Lu Fan vanquished the saber-toothed tiger and the pride of lions, the secret realm has been devoid of carnivorous beasts, allowing the wildlife to proliferate rapidly. The tiger family was unable to consume a significant portion of this bounty. The numbers of wild bulls, hares, mountain chickens, and wild goats were particularly abundant. After capturing 2 wild bulls, 10 mountain chickens, and a giant python, the group returned to the spring, where they prepared and feasted upon their roasted game. Upon their return to Luzhuang, Lu Jie approached to deliver news. The local governor possessed more than a dozen estates, including a residence spanning over 1,000 acres within the county city, with a garrison and servants numbering 500. Each estate was generally equipped with 30 guards and various attendants. Command the guard camp to leave 100 men to patrol the estate, while the rest shall be mobilized. Dispatch 30 guards and 20 carts from each estate, and the remainder shall covertly enter the city in batches tonight, he instructed. Chapter 131. Slaying the governor, Lu Jie promptly accepted the orders and hastened to organize the tasks within the guard camp. Suya, Chun-ar, Ling-ar? I shall take some men to eliminate that corrupt official tonight. You should remain at home, but we wish to join. Then let Shun or stay at home to look after the children. You too can accompany me. Why must I tend to the children? Do you not need to nurse my daughter? We cannot let her go hungry. Very well then. I shall insist on joining next time. Of course. The trio, accompanied by a dozen guards, arrived at the Lan residence in the county city and greeted Lan Fu in Lanmu. Upon hearing of Lu Fan's return, several of Lan Xue's brothers hastened to arrive as well. The aura exuded by Lu Fan was now overwhelmingly powerful, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. How have you been, brother-in-law? Lan inquired with a hint of trepidation. Quite well indeed. However, certain individuals have soured my mood, and I have resolved to send one of them on his way. Brothers-in-law, given the current turmoil outside, it would be prudent for you to remain at home. Oh, we shall heed your advice, brother-in-law, they replied hastily. Lan Fu, sensing Lu Fan's intent to act against the governor, trembled in fear. The reason for including Lan Xue and Ling in this venture was to acclimate them in preparation for the potential battles that lay ahead after the governor's demise. After the evening feast, the city gates were securely closed. Lan Xue instructed her father to ensure everyone remained indoors, forbidding anyone from venturing out. The trio, along with the guards, returned to Lu Fu's estate in the county city, waiting until midnight before donning their night attire and commencing their mission. This timing had been strategically arranged by Lu Fan, Once the city gates closed, they could proceed. A small team was positioned outside the city gate to intercept any potential informants. The operation at the estate unfolded swiftly after neutralizing the guards. The servants were bound and confined within the premises. They then proceeded to gather supplies, primarily food and livestock, which would be transported back to Luzhuang. The drivers were loyal servants from the estate, the most trustworthy among them, and with guards overseeing the journey, no significant issues were anticipated. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the two women stealthily infiltrated the Dong residence, prying off the tiles of the main house's roof. What extravagance! This individual resided in such an expansive abode all alone. Lu Fan contemplated the scene before him, one that was utterly disgraceful. The county magistrate was engaged in an indecent spectacle with two delicate maidens, both fully unclad. Lan Xue spat in disdain, exclaiming, "Shameless!" The commander of the guards stationed outside, displaying remarkable acuity, immediately perceived the commotion. Lu Fan gestured for the two women to descend, and they swiftly took action. In a matter of moments, the trio dispatched over a dozen guards with ease. It was Lan Xue's first experience with taking a life. The sight was horrifically bloody, making her feel a wave of nausea. "Sister, it will be all right. Just give it some time." Ling Er hurriedly consoled her. Outside, as soon as Lu Jie and his comrades heard the ruckus, they commanded everyone to spring into action. The guards, clad in dark attire, swiftly leaped over the walls into Dong's residence, entering a mode of slaughter. After over a year of training, this was their first large-scale operation. And excitement ran high among them. Dressed uniformly in night gear, with scarves and masks concealing their identities, they efficiently eliminated all the guards and rendered the servants unconscious, binding them and securing them within the rooms. Any loud resistance was swiftly silenced. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his companions had already infiltrated the inner chamber, where County Magistrate Dong Peng cowered in fear upon the grand bed. "Are you plotting rebellion?" Dong Peng stammered. Lu Fan, removing his mask, smiled and replied, "Greetings, esteemed magistrate. I trust you are well." "Ah, you wretched merchant!" Dong Peng exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, it is I. I have come to escort you on your final journey. Please, noble sir, spare my life. I will give you all my wealth," Dong Peng pleaded, trembling. "Oh, that wealth became mine the moment you extorted it from others. You need not offer it. Simply prepare for your departure," Lu Fan declared as he swiftly drew his blade, ending the lives of the three despicable individuals. Chapter 132. The plunder of Dong's residence. Lu Fan's spirit delved into the depths of the house, discovering an entrance to a basement beneath the bed. How intriguing that the affluent here prefer to conceal their treasures beneath their beds. He chuckled. "It must provide a sense of security at night," Lan Xue remarked, somewhat speechless. Lu Fan moved the bed aside, and the three ventured into the basement, which was astonishingly vast, spanning at least 500 square meters. The walls and floor were all constructed from molten iron. "How remarkably cautious he is," Lu Fan mused. Prior to arriving, he had emptied 2 spatial rings, confident that Chun'er would manage things at home. They amassed a fortune of 1 million taels of gold ingots, along with 2 million taels in nationwide negotiable gold notes, all unregistered, as a corrupt official would leave no evidence behind. Over 50 boxes of jewelry and jade were collected, which Lan Xue eagerly stored away. For such treasures appeal to women. Lu Fan gathered over 1,000 antiques and paintings, showing little interest in them, though he found an extensive ledger that piqued his curiosity, deciding to take it for further examination. As they exited the main residence, Lu Jie and his team had already eliminated every last guard. Lu Fan waved his hand, signaling them to retreat, and then he set fire to the main house. The three then soared toward the city wall, where Lu Jie and his men awaited them below. Lu Fanfei swiftly ascended the city wall with a few agile leaps, seizing a handful of small stones from his pocket to incapacitate the guards stationed atop the ramparts. Lu Jie and the others were utterly astonished. Their lord was remarkably formidable, scaling a 9-meter-high wall with such ease. Lu Fan then retrieved a dozen or so ropes from his spatial storage, fastening them to the iron rings embedded in the wall before descending. One by one, the group clambered down the ropes, traversing over 10 miles to the Bandits' Mountain, where all the horses were concealed. Mounted, they hastened back to Luzhuang, where the caravan had already returned, bringing with it over 100 horse-drawn carts laden with an immeasurable quantity of provisions. Everyone was instructed to rest for the night and resume organizing the following day. Chunner had long grown impatient waiting at home and only felt at ease upon seeing the trio's return. At dawn next day, Lu Fan patrolled Lu Zhuang on horseback, intending to reinforce the city's defenses in accordance with the era's fortification principles by installing chevaux de frise and deep moats. The existing blue brick walls were too fragile to withstand assaults from battering rams and large siege engines. Consequently, he commanded the blacksmiths to coat the entire exterior of the city walls with molten iron, akin to the underground treasury of the prefect. They aimed to forge an iron wall 30 centimeters thick, with the parapets atop the walls also cast integrally into a fortified iron watchtower. The scale of this undertaking was immense, necessitating the preparation of tools and all requisite materials. Lu Fan ordered Lu Jie and the steward to lead the guards in procuring as much iron and iron smelting equipment as possible. During these days, Lu Fan remained in Lu Zhuang, collaborating with the blacksmiths to devise the Iron Wall project. Since the burning and looting of the Dong Mansion 3 days prior, the prefectural city had descended into chaos, prompting the provincial government to dispatch a new prefect. The man was astute and unassuming, avoiding a grand inquiry into Dong Peng's demise. Lu Fan paid no further heed, merely instructing the guards and female scouts to keep watch. Lu Jie and the steward each led caravans to purchase over 200 tons of iron, which was insufficient. Lu Fan resolved to acquire 1,000 times that quantity if necessary, for he had ample leisure to contemplate defensive strategies. Together, Lu Jie and the steward decided to venture 50 kilometers to the iron mines to procure large quantities of ore. The region housed dozens of iron mines, promising plentiful resources. Lu Fan accompanied them, enduring a difficult journey along roads eroded by years of rain and neglect. The caravan repaired the roads as they advanced, and Lu Fan arranged for a detachment of guards to hire villagers from nearby settlements to assist with repairs, offering 10 taels of silver per month. A sizable workforce was swiftly assembled, ensuring smoother passage upon their return. Chapter 133. Procuring iron ore after 2 days' travel. Lu Fan's caravan arrived at a valley ideally suited for an ambush. Upon reconnaissance, they discovered over 100 mountain bandits stationed on the cliffs flanking the valley. Lu Fan led 50 men, while Lu Jie commanded 100. They swiftly assaulted the cliffs, concluding the battle within minutes and capturing a survivor. Pressed to reveal the location of their lair, the bandit pleaded for mercy. Lu Fan, brandishing his greatsword, severed one of the bandit's fingers. Begging for clemency, the captive offered to guide them to their stronghold. Lu Fan reproached him, lamenting the unnecessary suffering caused by his obstinance. After a lengthy trek of over 3 miles, Lu Fan discovered the lair of the mountain bandits. Upon investigation, he found that the mountains housed more than 60 bandits, along with 20 or so women imprisoned in a cave. Lu Fan promptly commanded a swift assault, resulting in the annihilation of the bandits, leaving a scene of utter carnage. He instructed his guards to rescue the women. Alas, is this all the treasure? Lu Fan remarked disdainfully as he surveyed the 6 chests of gold and silver. He ordered his guards to carry it all away. The bandits have been vanquished. You may return home. One of the young women cried out. I have no home to return to. Could you take me in? Lu Fan responded. Those with homes, step forward. Each will receive 20 taels of silver for travel expenses. For those without a home or wishing to join us, I can offer refuge, but you must abide by my rules. If you cannot comply, do not join us. Among the 20 women, only 5 stepped forward. Lu Fan instructed his guards to distribute the travel funds to them, while the rest were escorted back to the convoy. Once the convoy resumed its journey, they traveled for half a day and arrived at an open area. Using a telescope, Lu Fan observed that the landscape was dotted with open-air iron mines within a 7 to 8 kilometer radius. He instructed the convoy to remain outside the mining area, while he led 100 guards to investigate further. There were a total of 13 iron mines, all actively engaged in both excavation and smelting. Upon inquiry, Lu Fan discovered that these 13 mines, along with the vast mountainous region, were all owned by a single proprietor, which simplified matters considerably. A mine overseer, noticing Lu Fan's distinguished demeanor and the large contingent of guards accompanying him, greeted him with a broad smile. We were unaware of your esteemed arrival. Please forgive our lack of a proper welcome. How much iron do you have available, and what is the price? Lu Fan inquired. We have over 12,000 tons. How much would you like to purchase? I want it all. Please provide me with the price. You truly wish to buy it all? The overseer asked, his face serious. Indeed. Have you not seen the convoy outside? I will not jest about such matters. Please hold on. I will notify our principal owner. The overseer mounted his horse and rode off swiftly. In less than half an hour, a party of 20 horsemen arrived, led by a portly middle-aged man with a jovial countenance. Welcome, esteemed guest. I hear you wish to purchase all our iron. The man exclaimed with excitement. First, state your price. If it is reasonable, I shall take all of it. I can offer you 1,000 taels of silver per ton. Lu Fan remained silent, scrutinizing him for a moment. Is it the lowest price? I will handle the transportation myself, so you need not incur shipping costs. This is indeed our lowest price. Typically, is 1,200 taels per ton. If you're purchasing all, we can agree on 1,000 taels. Very well, Lu Fan said, deliberately producing several notes of 10,000 taels each, counting out 12 for him. Arrange for the loading of the iron. My convoy will arrive shortly. Yes. I will arrange it immediately, the man said eagerly, carefully stowing away the notes. The convoy gradually arrived to load the iron and depart. The roads had been repaired, so Lu Fan assigned 2 teams of guards to patrol the route, overseeing the workers as they continued to maintain the road. Chapter 134. Secret Realm Breeding Ground. Upon returning to Lu Zhuang, the steward had also procured 10 large furnaces capable of refining over 100 pounds at a time. Lu Fan arranged for him to procure an additional 50 units, continuing the collection of supplies. The women were assigned to the female guard camp, where they would undergo training as covert operatives. Ultimately, it was decided to prioritize the construction of the internal palace. Following the blacksmith's advice, the existing blue brick wall would remain intact, while 2 additional rows of blue bricks will be erected on either side, creating a mold for the outer wall as they poured the concrete. The pouring of molten iron proceeded remarkably smoothly. After calculations with the blacksmiths, Lu Fan determined that pouring the walls of the internal residence would require at least 20,000 tons of iron blocks. The guard camp would also necessitate over 20,000 tons, bringing the total to nearly 50,000 tons of iron. Let's first construct the internal palace, Lu Fan instructed. Indeed, this approach will conserve at least half the iron, the blacksmith captain replied. The pouring of molten iron was progressing well, with the sole drawback being that once the process commenced, it could not be halted. If it stopped and cooled, repouring would lead to difficulties in fusion, as ancient techniques lacked any heating or welding methods. Therefore, continuous, uninterrupted pouring was essential for a seamless formation. Lu Fan directed the steward to head to the provincial capital to acquire over 1,000 laborers, all of whom were to be dedicated to the construction efforts. The cart fleet had also expanded to over 800 vehicles, with the roads nearly completed. Each cart was paired with 5 robust horses, making it feasible to transport 1 to 2,000 tons without issue. After more than a month of relentless work, the inner city walls of Lu Zhuang were completed, consuming 23,000 tons of iron blocks. The household still had over 5,000 tons remaining, while the 10 or so iron mines produced approximately 200 tons daily. The coal consumption alone had surpassed 6,000 tons, with total expenditures exceeding 500,000 taels of gold. Lu Fan was currently in possession of ample wealth, having confiscated over 3 million taels of gold from Dong Peng's estate, a sum that was far from being exhausted. In just over a year, the sale of Fengya wine had yielded more than 1,500,000 taels of gold, a completely manageable figure. Lu Fan instructed Lu Jie and the others to continue gathering scrap iron, while also stockpiling 2,000 tons of coal in advance. Progress in his cultivation had been exceedingly slow of late due to a lack of spirit stones. Lan Xue and Chun Er had nearly depleted their supply of spirit stones, and Lu Fan was left with none. The spirit stone mine within the secret realm was no longer being mined, for fear that depleting its spiritual energy would render the time-space portal inoperative. Lu Fan planned to journey to the cliff at the end of the secret realm to investigate what lay beneath the abyss. In recent days, Lu Fan and who had patrolled every corner of the secret realm, managing to slay several giant pythons. No further threatening beasts had been discovered. They commenced the breeding of chickens, ducks, geese, and herds of cattle, sheep, and deer within the secret realm. Additionally, they excavated a large pond several hundred meters wide 2 kilometers downstream of the spiritual spring, along with 6 smaller tributary pools, to provide water for the livestock, effectively creating a large-scale pastoral farm. This would ensure a continuous supply of meat. The four of them also excavated a water reservoir over 500 meters wide and 3 to 4 meters deep in a secluded area of the valley, diverting the spiritual springs water for storage. By introducing local fish species, they would not only provide sustenance, but also help cleanse the mosquitoes in the secret realm. This strategy would simultaneously deter wild beasts from crossing into the valley, while preserving fish and water resources, achieving multiple objectives with a single initiative. This action directly interrupted the flow of the spiritual springs water towards the base of the cliff. Lu Fan constructed a dirt road leading directly to the precipice, facilitating access, with the distance to Ling Xue being a mere 2 kilometers. He also cleared 2 expansive helicopter landing zones, one adjacent to Ling Xue and the other at the edge of the cliff. Lu Fan intended to pilot the aircraft to investigate the depth, and Ling Air would accompany him, armed with heavy weaponry, including a Gatling gun and grenades. As Lu Fan initiated the helicopter, both Lan Shui and Chen Air were witnessing such a sight for the first time. The noise was quite overwhelming, startling the 2 women significantly. Lu Fan switched on the lights and swiftly approached the cliff, gradually descending until he was over 1,000 meters high. Through her binoculars, Ling Air observed that the base was densely populated with towering trees, with a distance of about 500 to 600 meters remaining. My husband has not detected any danger. However, we have nowhere to land, Ling Air remarked after a moment of observation. After considerable effort, Lu Fan located a massive boulder, managing to land precariously. He felled the surrounding trees to erect a protective barrier. Although the cliff's bottom was devoid of sunlight, it still possessed a hint of illumination, reminiscent of the feelings one experiences in a bridge tunnel, damp and chilly. Upon surveying the vicinity, Lu Fan discovered that the spiritual energy here was even more potent than that in the secret realm, albeit with an eerie ambience that induced discomfort. The base of the cliff was not extensive, measuring roughly 1 kilometer in circumference, and the 2 quickly conducted an exploration. They leaped into the trees, reaching the canopy, where they spotted a pond at the cliff's base, inhabited by a gigantic python, with a peculiar fruit tree situated a mere 10 meters from the pond. Upon closer inspection, they noted that both the trunk and foliage of the tree were black, while the fruits were a pale green. The python had long since detected their presence, remaining steadfastly beside the fruit tree, guarding it as the fruits neared ripeness. "My husband, this python is enormous," Ling Air exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I wonder how it has survived here without any other beasts around. Could it be due to the fruits of this tree? That is indeed a possibility." Lu Fan extracted his sniper rifle, taking aim at the creature SI. With a thunderous shot, he struck its right eye, yet the armor-piercing round failed to obliterate it. Enraged, the python charged forward, shattering rocks and trees in its wake, demonstrating terrifying strength. Lu Fan sprang into action as the python opened its massive jaws, attempting to swallow him whole. This was precisely Lu Fan's strategy. He had already tossed a grenade into the python's mouth. With a resounding explosion, the python collapsed, though it was not yet dead. Just as Lu Fan prepared to deliver the fatal blow, the python spoke. "Please, spare me. I am willing to become your spirit pet and protect you," it pleaded. Lu Fan recalled the deserted island and considered how beneficial it would be to have the python guard the time portal, ensuring his safety. "What are you waiting for? Quickly acknowledge me as your master," Lu Fan commanded sternly. "As long as you do not kill me, I shall first recognize you as my master." With that, he summoned a drop of his essence blood from his brow. Lu Fan squeezed a droplet from his fingertip, casting it forth. The 2 droplets swiftly merged, separating again to enter each of their foreheads. Lu Fan also sensed a connection with the giant python and discovered that although its soul sea was feeble, it was extraordinarily vast, immense beyond measure. Once restored, it would be exceedingly difficult to control, and should it seize the initiative, the consequences would be dire. "Release your mind, or I shall detonate your soul sea at once," Lu Fan declared with ruthless resolve. The giant python dared not resist further and obediently relinquished its mental defenses. Deep within its soul, Lu Fan embedded a divine soul mark, a mere thought of which could obliterate it or reduce it to a mindless creature. The python, perceiving the threat, initially intended to temporarily accept Lu Fan as its master and seek an opportunity to break free later, but now it could only accept subjugation. Lu Fan paid no heed to such considerations. What use do these spiritual fruits have? Master, these are soul origin fruits. Capable of expanding the soul sea and augmenting soul power, the python answered truthfully. Had its soul power not been weak during its evolutionary phase, it could have crushed their soul seas with a single soul pressure. What it did not realize was that Lu Fan's soul sea, having undergone 2 compressions, now contained soul power exceeding that of others by 3-fold. Its soul strike was utterly powerless against Lu Fan. Master, I require 5 soul origin fruits to ascend to the rank of Jiaolong. I hope you will grant me this favor. The giant python transformed into a small snake, humbly imploring. It's not impossible, but what benefits would your evolution bring me? Lu Fan remained skeptical. I can upheave rivers and seas, overturn clouds and rain. The python boasted. Lu Fan inwardly rejoiced, thinking that if it could truly evolve from Jiaolong to dragon, he himself would become a dragon lord. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal, I shall not begrudge you, Lu Fan assured. Thank you, master. I shall endeavor with all my might. The two exchanged a smirk. What do you usually subsist on? Master, I feed elsewhere in return, sated, it replied. Where is the entrance? At the bottom of this pool. Swim a few hundred meters inward, and there is an exit. Lately, the water had been dwindling, the stream's flow had diminished significantly, and the pool was shrinking. Lu Fan and the python exchanged knowing glances. I will find a way to restore the water. Lead me down to have a look, but the fruit will ripen soon. The python expressed concern. With me here, you will not lack sustenance. Ling, stay here to guard. I shall descend to investigate. Be careful, she cautioned. Since Ling, and Lu Fan had acknowledged their marital bond, Lu Fan had released her from servitude, granting her freedom to avoid psychological burdens, believing that freedom was best. Just as with Lan Xue and the others. Despite this emancipation, Ling's affection for him deepened. Donning an oxygen mask and wielding a waterproof lantern, Lu Fan mounted the giant python and descended to the pool's bottom, over 30 meters below the surface. The path twisted and turned, taking 10 minutes to traverse, a journey that would have taken at least an hour by swimming alone. The cave entrance was too narrow for Lu Fan to ascend while riding the python, with the water surface 7 or 8 meters below the exit. Using the Yulong blade, Lu Fan carved several steps and climbed out, only to discover another karst cave. Inside lay a multitude of skeletal remains, including human skulls. Apologies, my master. These are the remnants of my meal. Henceforth, you are not permitted to indiscriminately consume the same fares as humans, though, of course, those of ill repute may still be feasted upon. But what constitutes a villain? Oh dear, not this again. Lu Fan silently lamented. Best to inquire with Linger about that matter. She is your 3rd matron. No, rather, your 4th matron. Perhaps it is best to refer to her as your 3rd matron. Lu Fan pondered over the affairs concerning Li Menglan and decided to set that aside for now. How remarkable is my master to have so many consorts. The giant python mused in astonishment. A foul stench pervaded the cave, causing Lu Fan to wrinkle his brow. You must promptly cleanse this place, he urged before exiting. The passage extended an astonishing 100 meters, with the stone walls exceedingly smooth. Lu Fan exerted considerable effort before finally emerging. Goodness, another secret realm, and the spiritual energy here is even more potent. The giant python soon followed, regurgitating a heap of decaying bones at the cave's entrance. This domain is vast indeed, and one occasionally encounters humans like yourself. Oh, what sort of garments do they wear, and are they skilled in martial arts? They are merely wrapped in strips of cloth. Yet they too possess martial prowess. They are quite delectable, for their flesh is imbued with spiritual energy. All right, enough of that. Let us return. Upon entering the serpent's den, Lu Fan found that the remains had been cleared away by the giant python, and the stench was considerably diminished. As he lit his lamp and prepared to wade into the water, a glimmer caught his eye from the shallow puddle of bones. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 storage rings and a jade bracelet. Lu Fan hurriedly picked them up, cleaned a short shirt with one, and stored it in his spatial ring. Chapter 137. The spatial bracelet. The giant python swiftly carried Lu Fan back to the bottom of the cliff by the water pool, coiling beside the soul fruit tree. Awaiting its ripening, Lu Fan gazed disdainfully. Is this all you amount to? Linger hurriedly approached and assisted Lu Fan in shedding his garments. He produced 2 bottles of mineral water to cleanse himself and donned fresh attire. The giant python showed no interest, not even sparing a glance. Lu Fan and Ling Er found a large tree nearby, setting out a table and chairs along with some food. After their meal, Lu Fan retrieved the 3 rings and the bracelet. He examined them one by one. Each ring possessed a capacity of 30 square meters. In contrast, the bracelet offered a spacious 6,000 square meters, equivalent to the dimensions of a standard football field, measuring 30 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 20 meters in height. This spatial bracelet is exceedingly practical, unlike storage rings that must adorn one's finger. Once refined, it leaves a tattoo-like mark on the wrist, both discreet and secure. He transferred all items from the rings into the spatial bracelet. Ling Er presented you with a storage ring. You must refine it with your blood. Lu Fan casually handed it to her. Oh, I now possess a storage ring as well. Thank you, dear husband. Ling Er bestowed a resounding kiss upon Lu Fan. She then busied herself with the refining process. Lu Fan inspected the contents and discovered several sets of armor, a few green swords, knives, and daggers, along with over 30 talismans and an array of potions, totaling 230,000 spirit stones, each varying in hue. There are 3 distinct colors, deep green, green, and light green, with quantities surpassing 11,000, 36,000, and over 170,000 respectively. Additionally, there are more than a dozen secret tomes, several garments, and various medicinal herbs. Lu Fan examined the styles of the clothing, noting their subtle differences from those previously discovered. They also featured inner fitted armor, complemented by a cape-like outer garment and fitted trousers, reminiscent of the attire worn by the Danyang people. The sight of such individuals stirred within Lu Fan an uncontrollable urge to eliminate them, as they were deserving of being consumed by the giant python. He discarded the garments in their entirety, setting them ablaze. Ling Er, witnessing Lu Fan's sudden fury for the first time, inquired about his distress. Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled some unpleasant memories, which provoked my outburst, he replied. Ling Er requested coffee, sugar, water, and a stove, proceeding to brew a pot of coffee while they sat beneath a grand tree, sipping their beverage and snacking on sunflower seeds as they awaited the ripening of the fruit. Given the giant python's eager demeanor, it was anticipated that the fruit would soon mature. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fruit indeed ripened. The giant python, without Lu Fan's consent, dare not stir. Master, it is ready, it proclaimed. Lu Fan swiftly advanced, gesturing grandly as he collected all 53 fruits. The giant python remained poised, displaying commendable restraint as part of Lu Fan's minor test. Lu Fan tossed 5 fruits to it, saying, "Here, these are yours." The giant python eagerly opened its jaws, devouring them and beginning to refine them within its body. Lu Fan also took 2 for himself and Ling Er. After consuming the fruits, they both settled into a meditative state for refinement. Ling Er could only endure a few bites before succumbing to the urge to meditate and refine as well. Lu Fan experienced a wave of dizziness, hastening the operation of his soul power. Fortunately, he had compressed his soul energy, otherwise he might have struggled to endure. After more than an hour of refinement, his soul expanded twofold, yielding impressive results. In contrast, Ling Er faced considerable discomfort, her head throbbing painfully, prompting Lu Fan to pace anxiously beside her. After a tense 15 minutes, she finally stabilized. Darling, I vow never to consume this dreadful fruit again. Chapter 138. The giant python transforms into a horned dragon. It appears this fruit is ill-suited for you. As they observed the giant python continuing its refinement, they chose not to disturb it. With nightfall approaching, they decided it was best to return. Just then, the giant python stirred, roaring as its body radiated golden light. Darling, look, it's shedding its skin. It has grown horns and 4 claws. It has finally transformed into a horned dragon. Lu Fan mused inwardly. Master, I have succeeded. The giant python exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. You should remain here to recover gradually. Remember to guard this place and allow no one to enter. I will ensure the water continues to flow. To avoid wasting the spiritual spring water, Lu Fan excavated a large pool at the cliff's edge, measuring 100 meters in width and 5 meters in depth, sufficient for the python's movement. Thank you, Master. With that, Lu Fan and Ling Er boarded a helicopter, activating its invisibility and swiftly ascending. Lan Xue and Chun'er awaited them anxiously, noticing Lu Fan's displeasure. Upon disembarking, Lu Fan cheerfully declared, "Today has yielded significant rewards." Look, Lu Fan produced 2 storage rings, each offering a spatial capacity of 30 square meters. Give them to me. I want them. The 2 individuals eagerly took the rings and began to refine them. Upon completion, they were both elated. The original 10 square meter ring was reclaimed by Lu Fan. Additionally, Lu Fan possessed a 50 square meter and a 20 square meter ring, both stored within a spatial bracelet, reserved for Li Menglan in due course. The spatial bracelet itself extended 20 meters in height, alleviating Lu Fan as previous concerns about the helicopter's limited capacity. Items could now be stored directly within it. The 4 returned to Luzhuang. By this time, Lu Jie and his team had already commenced acquisition operations in the provincial region, amassing over 5,000 tons of scrap iron. Such a substantial procurement had attracted the attention of local officials. Lu Fan ordered them to cease acquisitions in the provincial area, offering an additional 5 taels of gold per ton to the iron mine, urging them to employ more personnel and intensify smelting efforts. With a 15-fold price increase, the iron mine, as principal owner, was naturally delighted and cooperated fully, increasing the workforce to maximize smelting output, producing nearly 300 tons of iron ingots daily. Lu Fan arranged for a carriage team to transport shipments bi-daily, with payment rendered per trip, ensuring convenience. Among the recently acquired laborers, over 2 months of rigorous selection led to the induction of more than 300 into the guard battalion. The battalion now comprised over 1,500 guards, organized into 10 regiments of 150 men each, further subdivided into 100 squads of 15 for efficient command and control. Over 70 individuals were eliminated during the selection process, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity. Those deemed unfit were assigned to the labor battalion. Those unable to endure were fed to the wolves, as Lu Fan resolutely refused to harbor disgruntled servants, which could become a significant threat in the future. The wolf pack had grown to over 50 heads and acquired a new alpha wolf, tamed and claimed by Chun who managed the pack regularly. The remaining 500 or so laborers were assigned to production teams, engaged in various manufacturing tasks alongside other Luzhuang servants, standing atop the city walls with his companions. Lu Fan declared his intention to encase the entire perimeter of Luzhuang in a forged iron fortress, surrounding the rear garden woods and the vast fields of Luzhuang. He planned to excavate several large ponds, each 1 or 200 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters deep, to store substantial water reserves. This precaution aimed to make prolonged sieges futile, preventing enemies from severing their water and food supplies. Moreover, the secret valley would be cleared and cultivated with various fruit trees, peppercorns, and other aromatic spices, coupled with the 1,000+ cattle and sheep raised within the secret realm and the large number of chickens, ducks, and geese. The estate would achieve complete self-sufficiency. Lu Fan also reopened a third of the dried-up stream to provide water to the dragon residing at the cliff's base. Chapter 139. The construction of the iron outer wall. After much contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to erect an outer city wall. If we encircle the entire area, 1T, that amount to an astronomical figure? Chun exclaimed, Astonishit. I've done the calculations over the past few days. It 1T costs much. 20,000 taels of gold should suffice, Lu Fan replied, pointing to the imposing mountains flanking both sides and the cliff behind them. Since the mountains border the left and right and the cliff lies behind, we only need to build a 2-kilometer iron city wall across the front of Luzhuang as a defensive line. We can gradually accumulate iron ingots by purchasing them at low prices. Lu Fan arranged for workers to establish 20 patrol points around Luzhuang, assigning 2 squads to each for security, rotating them monthly. The remaining workers, during their idle moments, dug ditches around Luzhuang in preparation for the construction of city walls. They also surveyed the steep and perilous mountains on either side, which towered over 100 meters high and were nearly impossible to scale without manual excavation. This was one of the primary reasons for his insistence on purchasing the 2 kilometers of land. The mountains offered no utility, and the rocky terrain below could not be cultivated for agricultural purposes. Lu Fan did not task the workers with further labor. Instead, during his free time, he utilized the Yulong Dao to carve large square stones, creating barriers that effectively shielded against falling debris while also providing a protective enclosure. He made the nearby mountains exceedingly steep, rendering them nearly unclimbable, thus preventing any potential threats from above. The blacksmiths calculated that nearly 60,000 tons of iron would be necessary for the 2 kilometers, and over the past 2 months, they had accumulated more than 30,000 tons. Lu Fan arranged for continued procurement, planning to consolidate all materials before casting. Accompanied by 3 women, Lu Fan ventured into another secret realm, reassured by the presence of a great Jiao nearby, which promised safety. According to the Jiao, this secret realm was abundant in medicinal herbs. Through several herbal manuals, Lu Fan and his companions identified numerous herbs, excavating over 100 specimens for cultivation in the valley. Ensuring their preservation, Lu Fan recalled the location of the time-space portal, noting the absence of guards, and he feared the potential intrusion of beasts or pirates. He arranged for the Dahu family to watch over a nearby cave. Over the past 2 months, Lu Fan consumed a soul fruit every 3 days, expanding his soul seed to over 5 times its previous size, while his exploratory range extended to a 6-kilometer radius. With the necessary materials on hand, he commenced construction, leaving space for a city gate measuring 5 meters wide and 3 meters high. Lu Fan planned to cast 2 large bronze doors, intending to order several oversized bronze hinges upon his return, along with a welding machine for assembly, as such advanced technology was unattainable in ancient times. During the casting of the city gate, iron block shields were also incorporated, ensuring that once the bronze doors were closed and secured with heavy bronze bolts, no siege engine could breach them. After 2 months of labor, the project was completed. The city walls featured a watchtower for the guards, providing them with living quarters for convenience. The total expenditure amounted to nearly 120,000 taels of gold, deemed worthwhile for the investment. The iron walls were treated with oil wax, and dozens of workers were assigned to maintenance to prevent rust. Until the city gate was completed, 2 squads of guards were stationed for protection. The tavern was relocated to a wooden shelter erected several dozen meters outside the city walls along the official road, where, despite not being within Lu Zhuang's jurisdiction, no one dared to cause trouble. Chapter 140. Songlang Continent. After perusing several tomes, Lu Fan discovered that this other secret realm was, in fact, a continent known as Songlang, a realm where monstrous beasts coexisted with humanity. The martial arts consist of 3 volumes of fist techniques, 2 volumes of swordsmanship, 2 volumes of knife techniques, and 1 volume of foundational cultivation methods. It turns out that beyond the realm of Qi cultivation, there exists a level known as the Foundation Establishment Stage, which encompasses 10 tiers. Following the teachings of this foundational cultivation method, Lu Fan was able to break through to the first tier in just 1 night. This remarkable advancement must have been facilitated by the accumulation of abundant spiritual energy. Lu Fan also gained a preliminary understanding of the spiritual stones. The dark green ones are high-grade spiritual stones, the green ones are medium-grade, and the light green ones are low-grade. He had mined the medium-grade spiritual stones from the spiritual spring. Furthermore, he deciphered the usage of the 13 talismans he possessed by channeling spiritual energy into them for immediate use. He had 5 fire control talismans, 5 ice talismans, 10 earth escape talismans, and 10 strength talismans, along with 6 swift movement talismans. Lu Fan, brimming with excitement, stayed awake all night and the following day ventured into the secret forest of the Songlang continent to test his abilities, defeating an iron-armed giant ape king with only minor injuries. Ah, how fortunate he was to have the strength talismans. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. It turned out that the saber-toothed tiger was merely an ordinary beast. The iron-armed giant ape was significantly stronger. Lu Fan mused that despite the infrequent visitors to this place, it posed a great threat to him. Initially, he intended for the Jiaolong to accompany him back to guard the deserted island when the time-space portal reopened, but that plan was now abandoned. He couldn't help but wonder how Li Menglan and the others were faring. Lu Zhuang was constructing the outer city walls, and the newly appointed county magistrate had already taken note of this. Was he preparing for rebellion, or simply had too much wealth to spend? However, aside from selling wine, they had not engaged in any other endeavors. The county magistrate Wang Ning found it exceedingly perplexing. According to reports from the spies Lu Fan had planted in the county city, the magistrate had begun to pay attention to him. Lu Fan remained unconcerned these days. Apart from cultivating, he spent time playing with his family and children. Every few days, he would visit the neighboring province to acquire valuable antiquities, paintings, bronze artifacts, and other treasures, while dismissing jade items due to their exorbitant prices. Upon his return, he planned to bring modern jade artifacts with him. which would surely yield a substantial fortune. Recently, he had led the women and 2 children around the surrounding county cities, discovering widespread suffering among the populace. The collusion between officials and bandits resulted in rampant arson and plunder, yet the Wuling County, where Lu Fan resided, enjoyed a measure of peace largely due to his presence. Lu Fan had sold all of his jade artifacts, converting them into gold, along with an additional 2 million taels of gold. He now possessed over 5 million taels of gold, stored within 2 storage rings, amounting to merely a few tons. Lu Fan spent over 500,000 taels of gold to procure more than 10,000 paintings and bronze artifacts, all crafted by renowned masters, which he believed to be reliable acquisitions. "My husband, why did you buy so many worthless paintings?" Li Xue asked, puzzled. "Oh, my dear silly wife. It's obviously to sell them for money and then buy some delicious treats for you all." Lu Fan replied with affectionate indulgence. "Then next time, bring more coffee and candy. Our son and daughter both adore sweets." Li Xue said, her face beaming with joy. "No problem. I didn't expect both you and Linger to enjoy coffee. You are truly the epitome of a noble woman. My dear husband, I desire an abundance of chocolate." Chunner exclaimed with a radiant expression of bliss. "Indeed, we must have red wine. The more the merrier." Lingye chimed in. "Very well, my precious darlings. I shall certainly fulfill your wishes," Lu Fan said with a doting smile. Chapter 141. Recruitment of refugees after spending more than half a month enjoying their time outside. Lu Fan and his family returned to Luzhuang. Upon their arrival, Lu Jie promptly approached to report, "Master, a few days ago, the county magistrate visited, but I sent him away. No need to concern ourselves with him. Let us dismiss him if he seeks trouble." The following day, Lu Fan deliberately lingered in the wine shop for an extended period. On the morning of the 3rd day, the county magistrate Wang Ning indeed arrived, accompanied by over 100 guards. Lu Fan surmised that he had placed spies at his doorstep. It appeared that this county magistrate was quite restless. Lu Fan did not receive him within Luzhuang, but met him at the guard station adjacent to the wine shop by the city gate. "What brings you here, esteemed magistrate?" Lu Fan inquired with a frigid demeanor. Seeing that Lu Fan was unyielding and noting the imposing stature of his guards, the magistrate felt a twinge of trepidation. "To be candid, I have come to solicit aid," the magistrate replied. "The recent drought has left many of our people destitute, and I wish to implore you, Master Lu, to generously extend your support." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan responded, "Since you have made your request, I shall donate 20,000 taels of gold. My own business has not been flourishing as in times past, and the expenses of the estate are considerable. Thank you, Master Lu, for your magnanimity." After sending the magistrate on his way, Lu Fan reflected on the plight of the disaster-stricken populace. The drought had indeed been severe, as he had observed in several counties. However, his own estate was relatively unscathed. He contemplated bringing materials to install a water pump to fill the pond in the backyard with spring water, which would be beneficial and convenient for the entire family. Currently, Luzhuang was entirely enclosed, covering nearly 5,000 mu of land, which translates to approximately 30 million square meters. In modern terms, this area is akin to that of a small county. Lu Fan restructured the layout, planning to construct guard posts on either side of the city gate. These structures would be built right at the base of the city wall, featuring iron sheet roofing, supported by massive stone blocks, with partitions made of blue bricks for safety. By constructing along the city wall with a 10-centimeter thick iron sheet roof, the entire 2 kilometers could be filled, thus conserving a significant amount of iron, of which there were over 20,000 tons available at present. The soil within the stone-walled mountains was unsuitable for farming, so he intended to erect residential buildings. 2-room units with side rooms could accommodate many servants. After residing in the county city for several days, Lu Fan observed the multitude of refugees. He instructed the steward to recruit over 3,000 individuals in the city square. Remarkably, this endeavor incurred no expense and garnered the commendation of Magistrate Wang Ning. Lu Fan commenced by providing lessons to the new recruits outside the city gate of Luzhuang. "Pay heed, everyone. Upon entering this gate, you become part of Luzhuang, and henceforth, you shall be regarded as Luzhuang individuals. We only accept those who are kind-hearted, law-abiding, and value loyalty and righteousness, regardless of age or gender. We welcome all who meet these criteria. I advise those who are indecisive, petty, and prone to thievery as well as those with narrow-mindedness, to refrain from entering, lest they find themselves in peril should I become aware of their presence. After Lu Fan's persuasion, a group indeed departed, numbering perhaps 200 or 300. The remaining individuals all entered the city, where they were provided with a hearty meal and allowed a day of rest to recuperate before commencing work. Contributing to the construction of their future homes, Lu Fan procured a substantial quantity of bricks, tiles, timber, and other building materials, significantly alleviating the issue of sustenance for the populace surrounding the county town. At that moment, the selling price was over 1/3 less than usual. This endeavor, however, cost him more than 200,000 taels of gold, leaving him with a remaining fortune of over 380,000 taels. With winter approaching in a few months, he wisely invested another 100,000 taels to purchase 100,000 tons of coal, which was available at half the usual price, at 1 tael per ton. Chapter 142. The discovery of exquisite spiritual veins. This batch of refugees was all integrated into the labor force, and after more than 3 months of careful screening, over 1,000 individuals were identified, most of whom were lazy and indulgent, all assigned to the labor camp. A dozen miscreants were executed and displayed on the city gate as a warning to those disaster-stricken individuals who might consider coming for refuge. Fear of death, particularly among the scoundrels, kept many from approaching. Now Lu Zhuang boasted nearly 6,000 inhabitants. Sustaining these individuals incurred a significant daily expense in food. Lu Fan instructed his spies to gather intelligence on the landlords and bullies who sought to profit from the national calamity. A tally revealed over 30 such households, whose heinous actions were egregious and abundant, with some even resorting to cannibalism. Lu Fan dispatched 5 squads of guards, rebranded as the Xue Jian team, to eliminate these landlords and bullies, confiscating their wealth and redistributing half of the grain to the common folk. They systematically eradicated over 30 families, leading to a notable restraint among other landlord tycoons in Woolen County. Lu Fan amassed a staggering fortune, roughly estimating over 3 million taels of gold, more than 180 million taels of silver, and over 1,300 tons of grain. As the weather grew colder, Lu Fan ordered the establishment of porridge kitchens outside the city, providing 2 meals of thin rice porridge daily. If the people could survive the winter without starvation, they would be able to fend for themselves come spring. Throughout that entire winter, the area outside the city gates was bustling, resembling a lively market. With numbers peaking at 50,000, Lu Fan supplied them with timber, enabling them to construct wooden shelters to shield themselves from the wind and snow. With the departure of winter and the arrival of spring, each person received 5 jin of rice before dispersing. The news spread far and wide, and the common folk affectionately dubbed Lu Fan Luda Shanren. The previously plundered grain was nearly consumed, yet his household still had over 10,000 tons, which he had specially stored in granaries. As spring commenced, he ordered the winery to operate at full capacity. Any unsold wine would be stored, as the flavor would only deepen with time. Lu Zhuang had a surplus of idle individuals, and vast areas within the valley's secret realm remained untapped. After discussions with Lan Xue and others, Lu Fan arranged for the most reliable group to excavate an opening and construct a 2-meter-wide tunnel directly into the valley. Within a 1-kilometer radius surrounding the temporal gate, Lu Fan erected a formidable 5-meter-high stone wall using massive boulders, effectively isolating the area. Vigilance was maintained by De Hu and his companions. Laborers were assigned to reclaim the wilderness. The 3-kilometer expanse from the Lingquan Pool to the valley was entirely cultivated with crops, such as rice and corn. Chun'er entrusted the Wolf King and his family of 5 to station themselves near the Lingquan waters, while the remaining wolves took residence along the outer stone walls flanking both mountains, ensuring no servants could flee nor clandestine spies relay information outward. Only at this juncture did Lu Fan truly establish his own fortress, awaiting the temporal gate's reappearance to return and procure advanced technological equipment to fortify the entirety of Lu Village. The copper gate was now complete, fashioned with ancient methods, secured by bolts and pins, lacking great impact resistance yet fully functional for everyday use. Throughout the winter, Lu Fan spent the majority of his time on the Canglan continent, dwelling within the beast-infested forest. On this day, as usual, after an entire night devoted to cultivating his spiritual soul, he prepared to venture out hunting alongside the great Jiao. They discovered a dense forest valley suffused with an extraordinarily rich spiritual aura. Lu Fan detected a mineral vein of spiritual stones approximately 1 kilometer beneath the Earth's surface, its hue surpassing even that of premium spiritual stones, undoubtedly a supreme spiritual vein. This dense forest was home to a pack of saber-toothed tigers. Having learned prudence, Lu Fan concealed himself 3 kilometers away atop a colossal tree branch. He retrieved his TC-50 sniper rifle, affixed a silencer, loaded it with armor-piercing rounds, and aimed carefully at the eye of the lead saber-toothed tiger. Bang! The bullet's immense power penetrated the tiger's eye socket, exploding its skull. These 799 caliber armor-piercing bullets proved exceptionally effective, saving both time and effort. Several adult female tigers guarding the corpse roared fiercely, scanning the surroundings but failing to detect Lu Fan's distant presence. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan fired repeatedly, hitting 2 more saber-toothed tigers. The armor-piercing rounds penetrated their bodies, and after struggling briefly, the beasts succumbed. Only 5 boxes of these rounds existed. Each box contained Lu Fan commanded the Jiao Long to guard the area, while he activated the Earth Escape Talisman to delve beneath the surface, using the Yulong Dao to excavate the Spirit Stone mine. As he unearthed the stones, he collected them into his spatial bracelet, reveling in the sheer delight of the endeavor. The Spirit Stones grew increasingly magnificent with each dig, heralding the promise of substantial wealth. After over 2 hours of labor, his spiritual energy waned, leaving him thoroughly exhausted. He settled upon the ground, indulging in some bread and spiritual spring water before resuming his excavation. By the afternoon, he had unearthed over 20 meters, amassing more than 15,000 spirit stones, with still over 50 meters yet to be mined. Upon inspection, he noted that the central area was broader and remarkably verdant. Deciding against returning for the day, he resolved to remain underground and continue his work. After communicating telepathically with the great Jiao, which had gone to hydrate, he remained vigilant in the depths. Following his evening meal, he excavated for another 2 hours, ultimately reaching the core of the spiritual vein. With a decisive strike, he uncovered a stream of vibrant green liquid, rich in spiritual energy. Hastily, he retrieved a large plastic bucket to collect the flow. After gathering around 70 to 80 pounds, the stream finally subsided. He cautiously removed the bucket and filled a plastic cup, savoring a small taste. The experience was exhilarating, as a wave of comfort enveloped him, and the abundance of spiritual energy invigorated his being. He drank the entire cup in one go. After storing the bucket, Lu Fan began meditating to refine the energy, achieving the second layer of foundation establishment within an hour. His strength surged by 30%. Revitalized and brimming with energy, he spent the night excavating, ultimately completing his task. He collected over 100,000 top-tier spirit stones and 80 pounds of spiritual water, which more accurately could be termed spiritual essence. Chapter 144. Securing the iron mine, Lu Fan utilized a ground talisman to return to the surface, where the great Jiao was still peacefully slumbering. "Hey, it's time to wake up." The Jiao opened its eyes and, upon recognizing Lu Fan, affectionately nudged him. The Jiao carried Lu Fan back to the pool at the base of the cliff. Lu Fan presented it with 1,000 top-tier spirit stones, saying, "Keep these for yourself. I shall return first." "Thank you, master. You are exceedingly kind," the Jiao exclaimed, visibly thrilled by the abundance of spirit stones scattered around. "Indeed, there will always be good things for you in the future," Lu Fan assured as he piloted a helicopter back to the cliff top. Dahu was already waiting for him there. Mounting Dahu, he returned directly to the valley. The Lu estate was operating smoothly. Currently, aside from the elderly and children, there were over 4,500 able-bodied men and women, each having established their own families. With the continuous cycle of births, the population would only increase, and Lu Fan had no intention of recruiting more individuals. Despite the presence of several promising young adults seeking to join, he remained resolute in his decision. These individuals, believing themselves superior in intellect, exhibited pride and arrogance, which he deemed unacceptable. While perusing the collection of texts, Lu Fan discovered a manual on soul-probing techniques, akin to a modern lie detector, proving to be exceedingly useful. After practicing for over 2 months, he made notable progress, conducting thorough examinations of each person within the Lu estate multiple times. To his surprise, he apprehended 15 spies. "Ah, it seems someone has taken notice of me," he mused. All forms of severe coercion were employed, including needles pricking fingertips, the tiger bench, and chilly water, which resulted in confessions from over a dozen individuals. 6 spies from the provincial government, 3 dispatched by the county magistrate, and surprisingly, 2 spies sent by the owner of the iron mine. All displayed a shocking lack of awareness regarding their imminent peril. The remaining 3 were sent by the wealthy families surrounding Wooling County, particularly from the largest family, the Wei family. The iron mine was to be dealt with first, and then the Wei family would be made to remember their place. At this moment, Lu Fan required the iron mine, so he dispatched 6 squads of guards to seize control of the mine overnight and confiscated the estate of the mine's owner. They acquired promissory notes amounting to 3 million taels of gold and 6 million taels of silver. It seemed the owner had quite an affinity for such documents. This mining site existed in a lawless area where the strongest prevailed, and no one intervened. The workers' wages were doubled, and meals included meat at every sitting, resulting in a jubilant workforce eager to continue their labor. There was no need for reprimands. As long as they performed their duties well, everything was acceptable. The new owner had but one requirement. Those who broke the rules would be summarily dismissed, and those who caused disturbances would face severe punishment. Mildly, a broken leg; severely, being fed to wolves. Lu Fan sent forth 40 wolves to guard the mine from the mountains. With the iron mine under control, the next target was the Wei family. Lu Fan spies had discovered that this family was connected to a favored minister of the emperor. Taking advantage of their influence, they had been acting with impunity. According to the confessions of several Wei family spies, they unanimously reported that the family had set their sights on Lu Zhuang's Fengya wine, intending to steal the secret formula and create a pretext for the court to send troops to eliminate him, thereby seizing his assets. Fortunately, Lu Zhuang was currently a closed fortress, with only the original loyal staff permitted to leave. Lu Fan entrusted them with significant responsibilities concerning the core of Lu Zhuang's operations. The laborers who developed the barren lands in the valley were all assigned to work at the iron mine, kept under strict supervision. Any disturbances would result in them being fed to the wolves. They had but 2 choices: work diligently or face the wolves. This was their ultimate fate. Chapter 145. The Fox Immortals manifestation as the opening of the time-space gate approached in just over 2 months. Lu Fan pondered whether he should take action against the Wei family. He feared that news of his plans might reach the imperial capital before he could act, complicating matters if he were absent from Lu Zhuang. He dispatched 3 spies to infiltrate the Wei family, ultimately learning from key family members that the head of the Wei family was exceedingly greedy and had not reported to the imperial capital, intent instead on monopolizing Lu Zhuang for himself. Lu Fan meticulously planned for 5 days before taking action, primarily to map out the family's connections and associated factions, preparing for a decisive strike. Personally leading the operation at 3 in the morning, Lu Fan annihilated the main residence of the Wei family in the county seat, eliminating the principal conspirators and over 1,000 guards. Family members and servants were taken in batches, rendered unconscious, and transported back to Lu Zhuang for hard labor, while family members themselves became fodder for the wolves, ensuring that evil would be thoroughly eradicated. Lu Fan was the last to leave the Wei family estate, employing his spiritual probing to uncover any hidden cellars or secret corners, all of which he would discover. A fire ignited the main house where the corpses were stored, reducing it to ashes. At the moment the city gates were sealed, his numerous estates beyond the city began to be raided. The guards were all slaughtered, and the servants, along with the grain, were transported back to Lu Zhuang. The roads were deserted at night, ensuring that no one would take notice. At the intersections, sentinels and wolf packs were strategically positioned to scare off any passers-by. Those who fainted from fright were simply removed from the area, with Lu Fan's spirit keenly observing. Any lurking prying eyes could be detected, leaving no one to trail them. As for the county magistrate and the provincial authorities, they were to feign ignorance and remain inactive for the time being. This time, over 30,000 tons of grain were confiscated, requiring more than 1,000 large carts to transport, which took the entire night to complete. Lu Fan reviewed his gains: 5 million taels of gold, 20 million taels of silver, over 130 boxes of jewels and jade, along with various calligraphy and paintings, and a dozen bronze swords. Lu Fan's total gold amassed to 13 million taels, and his silver approached 20 million taels. All the gold and silver notes were dispatched to the provincial bank for retrieval. Lu Fan intended to collect them en route, ensuring the elimination of any potential observers. With the Wei family facing extermination, County Magistrate Wang Ning could no longer remain at ease, recognizing the gravity of the situation. To distance himself from any implication, he spread rumors, deceitfully attributing the chaos to a fox spirit. Lu Fan found this amusing and decided to play along, instructing Ling to reveal her true form. Under the cover of night, she roamed the county town and surrounding villages, burning several landlords' homes before returning to Luzhuang. The guards and townsfolk witnessed the events with astonishment, kneeling in prayer for the protection of the divine fox. Consequently, the entire Wuling County erupted in a fervor of worship for the fox deity. The Wei family, upon hearing the news, remained skeptical. To leave a lasting impression, Lu Fan and Ling visited the Wei residence in the imperial city. They found the head of the household reprimanding a concubine, which displeased both Lu Fan and Ling greatly. "You are the head of the Wei family? I shall spare you this time as a warning. Should there be a next time, I will ensure your entire family faces dire consequences." Ling voice was chilling, causing the head of the household and his beautiful concubine to faint in terror. "Alas, I have not yet had my fun," Lu Fan remarked as he appeared beside her, choosing not to touch the family's wealth. Chapter 146. The discovery of the time-space gate. Ling fright had proven effective, as the master of the house ceased sending anyone to investigate. County Magistrate Wang Ning breathed a sigh of relief and even organized a ceremony to express gratitude to the fox deity for its salvation. Lu Fan and his 3 wives remained at home, laughing heartily. "My husband, this trick of yours is truly wicked," Lan Xue exclaimed joyfully. Who told them to keep coveting what belongs to us? "It is quite fortunate that I did not raid his household," Lu Fan replied. "My husband is wise. In a few days, I may return. You must safeguard this home, understood?" "Yes, we understand," the 3 wives responded in unison. After more than half a year of Lu Fan's diligent efforts, Ling had also become pregnant. It remained uncertain whether the child would be a fox or a half-human, half-demon. Alas, Lu Fan finds himself in a state of distress. Yet, Ling remains indifferent, unconcerned about the outcome. Lu Fan ventured into the Songlong secret realm, vanquishing over 500 demonic beasts, filling the storage rings of the 3 women to the brim, having utilized merely 200, while still possessing more than 300 for himself. Each was allocated 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, and 3 gene of spirit marrow liquid. Furthermore, he generously bestowed upon Ling an additional 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and 10 gene of spirit marrow liquid, as her elevated cultivation could ensure their protection. The remaining 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones were entrusted to the Jiao. "I shall enter seclusion for over a year. Take good care of this place," Lu Fan instructed. "Rest assured, Master, this environment is exceptionally conducive to my cultivation, and I shall not stray," the Jiao replied confidently. With that, Lu Fan returned to Luzhuang, where the guard camp had expanded to 3,000 members, forming a regiment divided into 3 battalions. Lu Jie assumed the role of regiment leader, with the previous 3 captains now leading the battalions, organized into 30 squads of 100 each, totaling 300 teams of 10. Lu Fan urged the 3 women to diligently manage the guard camp at home, and in critical moments, they could summon Da Hu and Da Bai for support. Lu Fan took with him a substantial amount of gold, 10 million taels, along with over 100 boxes of jewels and treasures. He decided to retain the silver for purchasing xiantai, planning to acquire several tons to forge weapons and armor for the guards. A month swiftly passed, and Lu Fan spent the last few days residing in the valley. He buried over 10,000 top-grade spirit stones deep underground to maintain a rich aura in the vicinity. After waiting an additional 2 days, the time-space gate opened once more, and Lu Fan promptly leaped inside. A slight wave of dizziness overcame him as he returned near the cave. Just as he was about to scout the area, he encountered a group of pirates and special forces from the beautiful nation. Damn it, is this never-ending? Lu Fan disregarded their identities and brandished the dragon blade, launching a fierce assault. Minutes later, the ground was strewn with corpses. Upon entering the cave, he discovered various instruments arranged within, with surveillance cameras positioned several meters away. Focused on the time-space gate, collecting data, he swiftly gathered all the equipment along with the power supply into his spatial bracelet. The moment the time-space gate opened, Lu Fan was transported here. Fortunately, there was no signal in the vicinity. Otherwise, disseminating the video would have posed significant trouble. After tidying up the scene, he ensured the special operations suits were thoroughly cleaned of blood, collecting them all in his spatial bracelet. This time, he acquired 15 sets of American gear, 2 powerful sniper rifles, 1 AWM and 1 TC-50 armor-piercing sniper, each with 5 boxes of ammunition, along with 2 boxes of incendiary grenades, totaling 100 pieces, albeit with an effective range of only 800 meters. Although he already possessed several sniper rifles, who could ever have too many of such fine equipment? Amusingly, the supply of ammunition was also increasing, becoming ever more abundant. Chapter 147. Bloodbath on Pirate Island. Lu Fan disposed of over 60 corpses by transferring them into the sea. He collected 50 rifles and 30 boxes of ammunition, along with 10 boxes of grenades, daggers, and large sabers. On the beach, Lu Fan gathered more and larger boulders, effectively sealing the cave entrance with dozens of massive stones. Damn it, I ordered you to move. Exhaust yourselves if you must. They dare not deploy high-yield explosives here. The cavern would collapse in an instant. At this thought, Lu Fan could not help but grow anxious. Should the cave be damaged, he might never return to his wife and child. These scoundrels truly deserve death. Day after day, they recklessly intrude upon this place. This time, Lu Fan resolved to locate the pirates' lair and bring matters to a definitive end. Arriving at the coast, he found, just as expected, a newly established encampment on the sandy shore, with massive vessels anchored offshore. Under cover of darkness, he first neutralized the coastal outpost, then boarded an inflatable rubber dinghy and approached the nearest ship. Once close, he stowed the craft and swam silently beneath the waves. Aboard the vessel, he launched a swift and ruthless assault, leaving behind only a dozen surviving pirates. Pulling out his translation app, he demanded, "I wish to speak with your leader." The pirates responded with a torrent of unintelligible babble. "Damn it, none of you speak English? Then all of you shall die." Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened fire, cutting down 3 instantly. "Spare me, I speak a little Chinese." One cried, "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Take me to your lair immediately. I must speak with your leader, and instruct your men to dump these corpses into the sea now." Lu Fan spoke with palpable revulsion. Deprived of weapons, the pirates obeyed without resistance, hastily casting the bodies into the ocean before setting sail toward Pirate Island. According to the interpreter's account, the island hosted 7 major pirate factions, some 2,000 strong, engaged in armed robbery and mercenary operations. This latest incursion had been commissioned by the beautiful country. No wonder they were so difficult to eradicate. Such numbers, all of them utterly deserving of annihilation. By the time they reached Pirate Island, night had deepened into its final, hushed hours. Lu Fan wasted no time. He bound the interpreter and sealed his mouth, then executed the remaining pirates aboard. "Stay here, quietly, and wait for my return. Do not even consider fleeing. Should you attempt it, I will hunt you down to your very doorstep." The interpreter, having witnessed Lu Fan's terrifying efficiency, dared not test his resolve, and remained obediently confined within the ship's hold. Lu Fan then donned American-made tactical gear, slung his Imperial Dragon blade across his back, and loaded 6 rocket launchers, each primed with guided missiles, held in reserve. Under the veil of night, he advanced with blade and dagger, storming one pirate stronghold after another. In under an hour, he had eliminated over 200 pirates and seized more than 100 crates of firearms and ammunition. His spiritual perception revealed that the largest faction resided on the eastern side of the island. This one he would leave for last. After dismantling 3 smaller gangs, he acquired 20 RPG-7 rocket launchers, over 300 rocket-propelled grenades, 500 crates of firearms and ammunition, including hundreds of A-type submachine guns, and more than 80 crates of hand grenades. Dawn approached, and Lu Fan, exhausted from prolonged close-quarters combat with his great sword, began relying more heavily on firearms. Occasional gunshots went unnoticed among the pirates. Drunken revelry often included impulsive firing, so the noise drew no alarm. He crept forward, silenced the sentries, then hurled a dozen hand grenades into clusters of pirates before unleashing a torrent of fire from his A-type submachine guns. though he carried 2 Gatling-style rotary cannons. He refrained from using them. Ammunition was too precious, best reserved for decisive moments. With relentless grenade barges and precise automatic fire, he concluded the engagement within 15 minutes. Bah, firearms truly are far more efficient. He had deliberately refrained from launching rockets into the cave because his spiritual senses had detected, deep within its recesses, a fully stocked armory. There, he gathered an immense cache. Over 50 RPG-7 launchers, more than 1,000 rockets, over 100 crates of hand grenades, 200 crates of brand-new A-type submachine guns, and over 1,000 crates of ammunition. It appears that the rocket artillery produced by the former Soviet Union remains quite popular among pirates. Chapter 148. Arranging for Surveillance of the Isle. Lu Fan had also amassed over 5 million USD, more than 50 boxes of gold, and a plethora of jewelry and luxury watches, totaling over 3,000 items. One wonders how many lives these pirates must have taken. What puzzled Lu Fan was the absence of hostages, with over 100 female pirates clad in camouflage, armed and prepared to eliminate all evidence. He ordered the congregation of all pirates, doused them in gasoline, and set them ablaze. 2 brand-new speedboats were secured, while several large ships were also incinerated. Upon returning to the ship where the translator remained, he found that the man had not fled. "I have eliminated them all. What are your plans now?" Lu Fan inquired. He had no intention of killing the translator, as the man had merely shown him a photograph and had a family with 3 children. "You have killed them all," the translator exclaimed. "Indeed, if you do not believe me, you may take a stroll around the island. I shall take a brief rest. You may go." This was also Lu Fan's test for him. Lu Fan untied the translator and permitted him to leave the ship. He took out 2 precious spirit stones to meditate and absorb their energy, taking an hour to fully restore his spiritual power. Shortly thereafter, the translator returned, visibly agitated. "Thank you for eliminating them. I was indeed captured by them. There is no need for explanations. It was only upon seeing your family's photograph that I decided to spare you," Lu Fan replied. The pirate translator knelt and vowed. "You are a divine being descended from the heavens. I pledge my loyalty to you until death." Lu Fan had but one request: disguise yourself as a fisherman and monitor that island for me. If anyone lands, contact me via satellite phone. Can you do this? Yes, I can. You are a deity. I am willing to fulfill any task you assign, hoping that you will bless my family with safety and my mother's swift recovery. Lu Fan realized that mere force would not suffice to gain his loyalty. "Take me home. I wish to see your mother," he suggested. "Ah, thank you," the translator exclaimed, bowing incessantly in gratitude. "All right, let's hurry." They set sail and traveled for half a day before arriving at his family's small island. It was not very large, merely a kilometer in circumference, and the population was sparse, consisting of a few dilapidated wooden huts. Indeed, the translator's family resided on this island. Once Lu Fan donned a reporter's attire, complete with a mask and hat, he followed the translator to his home. The 2 rundown wooden houses contained a severely ill elderly mother who appeared quite unwell. Lu Fan offered her a sip of spirit spring water, and she immediately regained some vitality, able to sit up on her own. The entire family knelt before Lu Fan, chattering in gratitude, followed by their reverent bowing. The stench within the house was unbearable, prompting Lu Fan to step outside and beckon the translator to return to the ship. "Let us tidy up this vessel and use it as a fishing boat," he suggested, observing that the man was not in good shape. Handing him a small bottle of spirit spring water, he instructed, "Drink this." The man complied obediently, unscrewing the cap and gulping it down eagerly. He felt a surge of comfort and strength, kneeling once more in gratitude. Lu Fan did not impede him. Rather, he allowed him to operate freely to maintain control over him. Lu Fan feigned retrieving a dozen bundles of U.S. dollars from his bag, saying, "Keep this to improve your living conditions and to fuel the boat. Remember, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Your sole responsibility is to patrol the vicinity of that small island every now and then to check for any large vessels anchored offshore." Lu Fan provided him with 2 satellite phones, with a spare for emergencies and 2 phone numbers. He also gifted him 4 vials of divine water, 2 ordinary telescopes, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 2 firearms. Chapter 149. Summoning old comrades. These 2 vials of divine water should be given to your mother and family. They will ensure your health. When I return, I shall bestow upon you a few more. Lu Fan not only provided money and weapons, but also this miraculous water. Fawn, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt and bowed his head, receiving the codename Adao. His excitement was palpable, akin to receiving a dose of medicine. After all, everyone harbors dreams. Before him, Lu Fan conjured a rubber boat and set sail. Adao was left in a daze, kneeling once more to express his thanks. This small island was not far from Bologna Island. Lu Fan arrived after more than 2 hours of navigation, and, as night fell, he hid the small boat. He purchased a ticket for the first flight the following morning and found a nearby inn to rest. The innkeeper, noticing he was a journalist, did not pay him much mind. The next morning, he boarded the plane smoothly, arriving at the Australian airport after a 3-hour flight. He successfully boarded a direct flight to S City and landed just after 2 in the morning. Lu Fan took a taxi back to the villa, discovering that Li Menglan and the child were both doing well. He leaped into the villa's courtyard. "Who is it?" Li Menglan was startled awake. "It's me, your husband." "Darling." Li Menglan opened the door and flew into Lu Fan's embrace. "How have you been lately?" "Quite well. Let us sleep for now." Are you in such a hurry? Get lost. Hurry and take a shower. I have plans for you," Li Menglan said excitedly. This was rather unusual. Nonetheless, Lu Fan proceeded to take a shower. The two found a private bedroom. An impending clash was in the air. Lu Fan, who had been unable to sleep on the plane, had anticipated a restful night at home. However, he found himself awake all night, and the next day, he was dragged out of bed, sporting dark circles under his eyes. "Just let me sleep for a moment. You get up first. Let me finish speaking, and then you can sleep." Li Menglan, now at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was undoubtedly unmatched on this planet. "The Han family you mentioned is investigating us, and has even sent people to monitor me. Is that so? Those wretched beings. I haven't even sought them out yet, and they dare to come after us. I have contacted your 3 retired comrades. They're also struggling and facing investigations and targeting. All right, give me their numbers, and I will reach out to them. You focus on your matters. Leave the rest to me." Lu Fan handed her a 50-square-meter storage ring containing 10,000 high-quality spirit stones and 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, along with 5 pounds of spirit liquid, a green sword, 2 sets of American gear, several firearms, handguns, and numerous boxes of ammunition and grenades. Lu Fan, this time, resolved to ensure that anyone involved would pay the ultimate price alongside his fallen comrades, regardless of their identity. He contacted his 3 former allies, transferring 10 million huabi to each, instructing them to resign from their jobs and relocate their families to S City. The trio, having previously served under Lu Fan, raised no questions and promptly arranged for their families to resign, packing their belongings for the flight to S City. Upon investigating the vicinity of the villa, Lu Fan indeed discovered surveillance personnel in the adjacent property. He apprehended them all, imprisoning them in the basement and confiscating their monitoring and eavesdropping equipment. Within 3 days, everyone had gathered, and the neighboring villa belonged to Li Menglan. Initially, she purchased it to avoid disturbances that might affect her rest, leaving it unoccupied ever since. Lu Fan had equipped both villas with comprehensive surveillance systems, reinforced with bulletproof glass and other necessary measures, including an invisible high-voltage electric fence. It remained inactive until touched, at which point it would deliver a lethal electric shock. Chapter 150. Armament Provision. I have summoned you here, and I trust you have deduced some of the reasons. Lu Fan began. Our deceased comrades were betrayed and killed by the Han family, one of the 4 prominent families. Their objective was to eliminate obstacles for the reserve soldier Han Zichao, facilitating his swift promotion. He is now a captain and deputy regiment commander. Before Lu Fan could finish, the 3 men were visibly enraged, nearly collapsing from fury. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. I was nearly driven to despair upon learning this. Calm yourselves. We must remain composed. Of our 20 or so comrades, only we 4 remain. I need you to stay here, ensuring the safety of your families. Do you understand? Understood. The trio responded firmly. In addition, interrogate the 3 individuals in the basement using level 1 interrogation techniques. Lu Fan instructed, his expression stern. Level 1 interrogation was a tactical term indicating that any means could be employed, regardless of the target's well-being, as long as information was obtained. The trio conducted the interrogation for less than half an hour before the captives confessed. What a disgrace. They even wet themselves. Daqui on scolfit dirisivel. Report. Captain, they confirmed that the Han family had indeed arranged surveillance on your residence, and they had personnel monitoring us as well, Wang Yuan reported. It seems that even after our retirement, they remain unconvinced, the team leader lamented. Our equipment is still inadequate. Cheng Wei added, visibly frustrated. Lu Fan emerged from the bedroom, presenting 3 complete sets of American tactical gear along with all necessary weapons and communication devices. The arsenal included H-416 assault rifles, M4 carbines, M23 combat handguns, thermal imaging devices, and integrated protective helmets with built-in microphones. The trio stared in astonishment at the impressive array of American equipment. Our captain is truly remarkable. He can procure American Special Forces gear, they exclaimed with excitement as they meticulously inspected the equipment, disassembling and maintaining the firearms before reassembling them. Lu Fan returned to the room with 2 large barrels of spiritual spring water, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds each. Take this back. You should consume it like mineral water, sparing not a single drop. What is this? Wang Yuan curiously inquired. Why not take a sip to find out? The trio each poured a glass and, without savoring the drink, consumed it in one gulp. Such was the trust among comrades. Captain, what sort of water is this? It's extraordinarily delicious, the Chong exclaimed with great enthusiasm. You all should take care of your health. There are even more wondrous things to come. Tonight, we shall celebrate our reunion with a collective barbecue. Lu Fan had already instructed the workers to break down the partition between the 2 villas, creating a spacious yard of over 300 square meters. Lu Fan intended to transform them into practitioners as well, regardless of what the future held. They would always remain his closest comrades, ensuring their mutual protection. As night fell, he gathered everyone and presented the marinated beast meat he had prepared in advance. They started with the low-grade wild bull meat and planned to serve saber-toothed tiger meat in the coming days. The families of Wang Yuan and his companions numbered merely a dozen, and with Lu Fan's parents and his wife and children, the total was fewer than 20 people. Not even half a cow was consumed. Captain, what kind of meat is this? It's incredibly delicious, Cheng Wei asked with curiosity. Lu Fan shot him a glare, choosing to ignore him. If it's tasty, eat more. Everyone should enjoy it. Once you're full, return to your rooms for rest. Tomorrow will reveal everything. They had barely consumed 200 jin of meat, with Lu Fan and his 3 comrades having the lion's share, along with the most of the spiritual water. After feasting, everyone retired to their respective rooms for the night. Chapter 151. The 3 breakthroughs. Xia Xue had graduated and was about to enter the workforce, with Li Menglan arranging for her to be her assistant. Xue, why are you only at level 3? You truly are a slowpoke. Even your parents have progressed faster than you, Lu Fan chided. What are you calling a slowpoke? You little brat? Am I a pig? Lu father retorted angrily, ready to strike. What are you doing? Do you intend to hit my son? Is what he said incorrect? You don't discipline your daughter, yet you scold my son? Lu mother shouted defiantly. Oh dear, this is truly giving me a headache. It feels reminiscent of childhood. Brother, I've been busy with school. I will improve soon. Let us each return to our rooms for some rest. Lu Xue cooed. All right, let us go. Look at what you produced. What a pair. As if they are unrelated to you. Why don't you acknowledge your failures as an educator? It's the father's fault for not teaching the son. You're full of nonsense. Lu Fan thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. Haha, don't worry. My parents are like this almost every day. I've grown accustomed to it. These days without their company have left me feeling rather lonely. Li Menglan remarked while embracing Lu Fan nonchalantly. In that case, let me offer some comfort to my dear daughter-in-law. After a busy night, they awoke a bit late the next day, finding everyone strolling in the courtyard. How is everyone feeling? Very well. My old gunshot wound still twinges slightly, but now it feels healed. I feel much stronger. Wang Yuan was quite pleased with his current state. Indeed, my strength has increased significantly, and my eyesight has improved. Cheng Wei, who placed great importance on his vision, noted. Yes, not only vision, but speed and stamina will continue to enhance in the future. Lu Fan diligently fed the 3 individuals tiger meat for a month, ensuring each consumed 5 pounds daily, complemented by 2 pounds of spiritual spring water. One evening, he decided it was time for them to attempt cultivation, summoning them to the basement and presenting each with a spiritual power pill. Consume it, and follow the method I instructed along with the steps illustrated in this diagram. Endeavor to channel your energy. The trio obediently complied, sitting in meditation to refine their inner strength. It was not until 2 hours later that they ceased their practice. I can feel a current of energy flowing within me. Xia Xue exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Me too, Wang Yuan echoed, equally thrilled. I think I feel it as well. Dechang remarked, scratching his head. That must be the energy flow I mentioned. The more you cultivate, the more robust it will become, making you increasingly formidable. Consuming that meat and drinking this water will aid in fortifying it. Ultimately, the one with the greatest strength will become the squad leader. Lu Fan jested. Understood. Ooh. The three, having been competitive during their time in the army, naturally aspired to be the best. During meals, they feasted heartily, and, even when not dining, they were seen gnawing on chunks of meat, unable to resist taking another bite. Lu Fan chuckled to himself at their peculiar habits. That night, Li Menglan confided in Lu Fan, Darling, the Han family has sent people to stir trouble at our auction house in the capital. Let them cause a ruckus. Once they've leveled up a couple of times, I'll deal with them, Lu Fan replied sternly. The capital is their territory, not ours. You must be cautious. Li Menglan expressed her concern for Lu Fan's safety. I am now at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, impervious to blades and bullets. You need not worry about me. In Chapter 152, Distribution of Firearms and Ammunition, Lu Fan had also been busy, consuming 20 pounds of spiritual liquid and expending over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to elevate himself to the 7th level of Foundation establishment. He meticulously organized and accounted for all weaponry and equipment, while Wang Yuan and Xia Xue had investigated the vicinity of their villa. It was confirmed that the household opposite was indeed placed there by the Han family to surveil Lu Fan and Li Menglan. Li Menglan had initially erred in granting Lu Fan shares in the position of vice president, which had drawn the Han family's attention, inciting their heightened vigilance. The Han family primarily feared that the 4 surviving members of Lu Fan's group would retaliate and reveal the truth upon discovering it. Lu Fan refrained from instructing the trio to take action, instead directing them to escort their families around, feigning a vacation. Do not divulge anything else. Simply state that I have become wealthy and wish to engage in business with you. The funds were distributed, allowing their families to enjoy themselves without concern. Understood, Captain. They replied in unison. What about those 3 individuals? They have blood on their hands. Eliminate them and dispose of the bodies. Daqui confidente acerted. That night, Lu Fan gathered the trio in the basement. Here are 3 storage rings. You 3 shall refine them as I instructed. Lu Fan commanded. Oh, they complied, and upon completion, astonishment washed over them. These are treasures I stumbled upon. The storage ring is designed to accommodate weaponry and essential supplies, and each of you is fully equipped. Lu Fan presented the Qi refinement technique for their independent study. Captain, does this mean we are now immortals? Xia Xue inquired, his face brimming with excitement. Immortals? This is merely a cultivation technique that enhances physical strength, making one somewhat superior to the average person. Practiced diligently, the Han family may potentially attempt to assassinate us and our families. Lu Fan no longer needed to retrieve items from his room. Instead, he directly produced dozens of boxes of ammunition, grenades, several assault rifles and handguns, an AWM sniper rifle, and a few boxes of Gatling gun ammunition along with maintenance supplies. Xia Xue is an elite sniper, Dechang is a master of heavy weaponry, and Wang Yuan is a versatile performer. Haha, we have truly hit the jackpot. Dechang exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. It has been nearly 3 years since I last held one. How could I not be thrilled? Captain, they both possess heavy weapons. What about me? Wang Yuan anxiously interjected. Well, that's what you get for being a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Daqui retorted, desdenfully. From now on, Wang Yuan will be the squad leader. You both must follow his commands, understood? Oh, hey, you were the one who criticized me just now. Hand over your weapon. Wang Yuan snatched the Gatling gun and caressed it gently. Captain, look at him fondling my wife. Come on, you've only had it for a few minutes. Is it already your wife? All right, there are even better ones. Lu Fan produced a dozen rocket launchers and a batch of shells. You 3 divide these among yourselves. They may prove useful when necessary. Oh my goodness. You have all of this? Wang Yuan exclaimed, eagerly gathering the shells. My dear mother, you are truly my big brother. Dechang quickly collected the shells as well. Xia Xue ended up with just 2 shells, feeling rather dejected. Lu Fan then handed him 20 more, realizing the importance of being prudent and quickly stashing them away. Ensure all weapons are well maintained, as they may be needed at any moment. If necessary, retaliate with gunfire. I will arrange for our escape route. Additionally, be cautious when retrieving items. The storage ring must not be exposed. It is best to carry a backpack or satchel for concealment. Understood. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to the Han family. You all stay at home and remain vigilant. Chapter 153. Surveillance of the Han family. Having arranged matters at home and exchanged pleasantries with Li Menglan, Lu Fan boarded the high-speed train to Beijing alone. He had procured a ticket using someone else's identification, donning a mask, sunglasses, and a sun hat. Wearing a mask has become commonplace, thus not appearing out of place. Upon arriving outside the Han family's estate, he noted that all four major families possessed their own sprawling manors, encompassing thousands of acres. The entrance was guarded by military personnel, and surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, complemented by metal detectors, infrared alarms, and other sophisticated devices. Lu Fan had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation with them. The soldiers were innocent and did not warrant involvement. The real concern lay with those within, for if a group tastes the wealth and joy that power brings, they are unlikely to easily relinquish it. For the sake of their own petty interests, they would not hesitate to resort to murder. This was not the right opportunity. Lu Fan decided to prepare for an approach involving the ruffians who had caused trouble at the auction house. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Fan waited near the auction house. Just as anticipated, troublemakers reappeared. The moment they finished causing chaos and were about to close their car door and depart, Lu Fan stepped forward and blocked it with one swift motion. With a single, decisive punch, he rendered the driver unconscious. Then, in rapid succession, thud, thud, 2 more blows felled the remaining 2 men. He unceremoniously tossed the dazed driver onto the rear seat, seized the wheel, and drove deep into the desolate outskirts, where barren wastelands stretched unbroken beneath a silent, indifferent sky. There, beneath gnarled, solitary trees, he bound all 3 tightly, then doused them with bottled water until they stirred back to awareness. "Speak," he commanded, voice calm yet edged with steel. "Who sent you? Who the hell are you?" snarled the burly man, his face a mask of arrogance, veins bulging at his temples. "Go ahead, kill me. But if you don't, I'll get you myself." Lu Fan drew a slender dagger and, without hesitation, drove it deep into the man's thigh. "Art!" The scream tore from his throat, raw and ragged. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just spare me. It was Mr. Wang who sent us." "Which Mr. Wang?" "Wang Neng, the CEO of Dana Group." "Go on." "He paid us 1 million yuan to disrupt operations every few days. That's all we know, honest." Lu Fan tilted his head, a faint, wry smile playing at his lips. "ID originally considered silencing you permanently, but it seems you're merely pawns in someone else's game. That makes the decision rather complicated." "Please, have mercy," the man pleaded, voice cracking. "We'll transfer every cent to you. Let us pretend this never happened. No one saw anything. No one heard a word. Is that agreeable?" A seasoned street operative, he knew instinctively how to bargain for survival. "And what are you two?" Lu Fan murmured, dragging the blood-slicked blade slowly across the cheeks of the other 2. His gaze glacial, unblinking. "We saw no one, heard nothing." They stammered in unison. Lu Fan withdrew his phone from his inner jacket pocket and pressed replay. "Hear that? Your confession is recorded. Keep your mouth sealed, absolutely sealed. Should even a whisper escape, I'll release the recording publicly and hunt you down to the ends of the earth." With a sudden, brutal sidekick, he shattered a sapling, its trunk as thick as a rice bowl, snapping clean in 2 with a sharp, hollow crack. Terror seized them all. What they imagined as an easy job had just become a death sentence. Not a word to anyone, not a single syllable, the burly man hissed, trembling. "If he finds out, none of us walks away." "Understood," the 2 underlings whispered, pale and shaking. Lu Fan departed without another glance, returned to the city, located the headquarters of Dana Group, and parked discreetly in the adjacent lot, awaiting Wang Neng's emergence. Through binoculars, he watched the private elevator light flicker to life, then saw him, a portly middle-aged man stepping out, flanked by 4 stern-faced bodyguards. They boarded a gleaming Mercedes-Benz. The guards followed in a rugged SUV, both vehicles vanishing down the avenue. Lu Fan tailed them without pause, through winding roads, up steep inclines, until they arrived at a secluded hilltop villa estate, guarded by security personnel and access control gates. He retreated to a shaded spot at the mountain's base, remaining motionless in his vehicle until dusk bled into night. Then, clad in black night gear, face veiled, identity erased, he vaulted over the perimeter wall and slipped into the compound like a shadow. Within minutes, he located the villa. Chapter 154. Following the thread crack. Crack. Two tiny stones, flicked with lethal precision, shattered the surveillance cameras. Thump, thump, thump. A heavy knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" A guard's voice demanded from within. "Zhang from property management." The door creaked open, just wide enough. Lu Fan moved, swift, silent, devastating. Two guards fell before they could blink. Two more, seated in the first-floor living room, crumpled under the impact of two more stones, unconscious before they hit the floor. Upon a swift exploration, he discovered that the rotund individual was situated in the study on the second floor. Upon ascending and pushing the door ajar, he beheld the portly figure leisurely seated in the executive chair, indulging in a cup of coffee. Wang Neng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lu Fan. "Who are you? What audacity you possess to intrude upon private property in broad daylight." Lu Fan refrained from responding and directly approached Wang Neng, seizing him by the throat. "Who instructed you to cause trouble? Why you cough? I'm unaware of what you are inquiring about. How am I to respond?" Lu Fan, unwilling to indulge his obstinacy, brandished a dagger, plunging it into his thigh with a swift thrust. With his subject remaining obstinately silent, Lu Fan delivered another blow to the opposite leg. "If you choose not to speak, I shall send you on your way," Lu Fan declared, holding the bloody dagger aloft. "Please do not be rash. It was Han Zihao from the Han family who compelled me to act." "Be more specific," Lu Fan urged. "He instructed me to arrange for thugs to create disturbances periodically. I was merely compelled by social obligations." "You need not elaborate. Given your stature, you must have committed numerous misdeeds on their behalf," Lu Fan retorted disdainfully. "Surely not. I am involved solely in legitimate business." Lu Fan scrutinized the room and discovered a concealed safe behind a bookshelf. "Open the safe and procure some cash for me." Lu Fan feigned a desire for wealth, yet his true intention lay in acquiring the ledger hidden within the safe's compartment. "May I transfer the funds to you?" The portly man inquired cautiously. "Are you seeking death? Do you see robbers requesting a transfer? I demand cash, or gold bars will suffice. You had best hurry, otherwise, should the bodyguards downstairs awaken, I will resort to violence." "Very well. Do not act impulsively. I will retrieve it for you." The rotund individual proceeded to shift aside a stack of books, unveiling a hidden button at the bottom. With a gentle push, the bookshelf slid open automatically. After inputting his retinal scan and password, the safe door opened with a resounding click. Lu Fan incapacitated him with a swift blow. Inside the safe lay 35 gold ingots, numerous bundles of U.S. dollars, and several stacks of wabi, along with a dozen property deeds. Lu Fan shattered the compartment, extracting the ledger and a micro USB drive. He retrieved Chapter 155, a night raid on Han's fort. Lu Fan dozed off in the vehicle for a brief moment, and when he awoke, it was already deep into the night. He changed into a set of nocturnal attire and approached the exterior of Han's manor. His spiritual senses detected a row of warehouses beyond the nearby wall, filled with various vehicles. Lu Fan assembled 2 incendiary bombs, shattered a glass pane, and swiftly retreated after tossing them into the storage room. He dashed to the opposite end of the estate, where he awaited the explosion, which ignited the incendiary devices, causing most of the security personnel to rush towards the fire. Without delay, Lu Fan shattered several infrared detectors and scaled the wall to infiltrate Han's estate. Concealing himself amidst the flower beds near the castle, he conducted a thorough search and discovered the underground vault of the Han family, secured by a 3-layered, half-meter-thick bank vault door. The interior was quite spacious, indicating the presence of valuable treasures. Given the stringent security, it was evident that significant wealth lay hidden within. The vast expanse of the manor made it challenging to navigate its intricate layout. Lu Fan decided to first plunder the vault before formulating further plans. Utilizing a ground-shifting talisman, he teleported directly to the innermost part of the vault. After surveying the surroundings, he confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras. To err on the side of caution, he kept his mask on. Before him stood 2 small mountains of cash, totaling at least several hundred million, alongside a plethora of gold and ancient artifacts. He swiftly began collecting the valuables, noting the presence of a Barrett M821, an excellent find. Additionally, he discovered an M422 multi-launch rocket launcher and several boxes of rockets. Such wealth and influence allowed them to hoard arms without consequence. After laboring for over half an hour in the expansive vault, he had gathered everything, leaving only a small fraction of space within his storage bracelet. Satisfied, Lu Fan set over a dozen traps around the vault door before departing. He then utilized the ground-shifting talisman to transport himself to the highest level of the castle, landing in an unoccupied study. By this time, the fire had been extinguished outside, and a thorough search was underway. Lu Fan sensed that this top floor was sparsely populated and quiet. He rummaged through the drawers, uncovering some documents to stow away. Upon meticulous inspection, he discovered a small safe hidden within the wall's crevice, shielded by steel plating and discreetly installed. This safe undoubtedly contained significant secrets. Given its importance, it was likely equipped with a password and a facial recognition system. How to access it, however, posed a challenge. After careful examination, he found no self-destruct mechanism within. Thus, he decisively kicked the steel door open, forcibly extracting the safe and stowing it in his spatial storage. He tossed several grenades and incendiary bombs outside, then swiftly leaped onto the rooftop through a window. The brightness outside was astonishing. Lu Fan hurled a dozen grenades, obliterating a substantial portion of the floodlights. Now, concealed atop the roof, he continued to throw grenades indiscriminately. With the wind at his back, he launched numerous smoke grenades, determined to hinder their search efforts. From the skylight above, he bombarded the interior of the castle with grenades, smoke bombs, and incendiary devices, unleashing a relentless barrage. At this moment, Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The deaths of his comrades had always been a heavy burden on his heart. Although the comrades were honored as martyrs after their demise, their deaths were shrouded in injustice and indignation. The sheer number of military trucks arriving at the manor was staggering. It was only when Lu Fan discarded a box of explosives and 2 incendiary devices into the room that he felt a sense of satisfaction in retreating from the scene. Gazing at the dense lights and the resounding explosions emanating from the castle, he felt an undeniable thrill within. They were on the hunt in the mountains. Fortunately, he had concealed that dilapidated vehicle within his space. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly been discovered. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Fan noticed the area was under strict martial law. He swiftly employed his spiritual powers to vanish into the night, escaping into a realm devoid of human presence. After running several kilometers, he finally released a helicopter in a desolate area, activated the radar jamming device, and swiftly departed. It took more than 3 hours to return to S City, arriving home at 4 in the morning. After surveying a 500-meter radius around the villa for any anomalies, he felt reassured enough to indulge in a shower and rest. Chapter 156. Forming a security team, Lu Fan awoke in the guest room well past noon. He discovered that Li Menglan had already gone to work. He promptly sent her a message from his phone, stating he would prepare braised meat for her at noon. Upon receiving the message, Li Menglan realized that Lu Fan had returned safely, which put her mind at ease. "Captain, you're back," she exclaimed. "I just went to the company." Lu Fan chose not to disclose the events of the previous night, believing that the fewer people who were aware, the safer it would be. However, he found it peculiar that the video he had sent out the day before had not surfaced online, and there had been no news from the Han family. Alone in the basement, Lu Fan activated the radar jamming device and began to cut open the safe. After making a small incision, he retrieved 3 USB drives and a dozen property certificates, all pertaining to traditional Sihiyuan. These items were of considerable value, estimated to be worth at least 300 billion. He stored the battered safe in his space and summoned Wang Yuan, a hacking expert. Wang Yuan brought out his prized computer and swiftly began to decipher the passwords. With no internet connection and the jamming device in place, there was no need for concern about being traced. He quickly decrypted the 4 USB drives and examined their contents, which primarily included illicit transactions and electronic documents. "Oh my, Wang, you're truly remarkable. You're practically the Han family's lapdog, a scapegoat," Lu Fan exclaimed. Most of the disreputable deeds were orchestrated by him. The USB drives from the Han family also documented financial dealings with hundreds of high-ranking officials, along with some unsavory evidence. Just the thousands of videos of these officials sleeping with celebrities were worth a fortune. Wang Yuan excitedly remarked, "Why don't you mention that they control a significant portion of the country?" Lu Fan pondered the pervasive corruption within society. "Indeed, it is quite feasible to exert such control," Wang Yuan lamented. "Utilize your hacking skills to disseminate all the Han family's illicit accounts across global websites, and I'll ensure they are silenced." Lu Fan declared through gritted teeth. The Han family's manor lay in ruins. Yet such a colossal disturbance, and the billowing smoke had failed to make the news. There was not a whisper online. Everything had been tightly sealed off. This society is utterly devoid of hope. They all deserve their fate. Lu Fan contemplated the pervasive corruption in society, pondering the implications of releasing certain scandalous videos involving high-ranking officials. He was eager to witness their subsequent actions. However, distributing these videos required time and internet access, which was not feasible from a villa. Thus, he decided to release them from abroad. He instructed Lu Yu to drive back, and they concealed themselves in the trunk of a G-class vehicle. They made their way to the riverside, seeking out a location devoid of surveillance. Donning diving suits and oxygen tanks, they swam to the opposite border, leaped over the protective barriers, and swiftly ventured into the depths of the jungle, ultimately locating a logistics company several kilometers away. They infiltrated the company's network system and disseminated the illicit dealings of the Han family alongside the scandalous videos of the officials to the world. The revelation sent shockwaves across the globe, igniting a fervor as people clamored to download and share the content. At this juncture, the Han family was in turmoil, and the national broadcasting station was compelled to issue a thorough investigation announcement. After some time, Lu Fan and his companion successfully returned home, ready to observe the unfolding drama. "Let us sit back and enjoy the show," Lu Fan remarked with a sense of satisfaction. The immediate crisis had been averted. "You three should report to the headquarters tomorrow and thoroughly reorganize the security department. I have contacted our former commander, and we are preparing to recruit retired comrades with injuries. We will establish our own security team, and you three will oversee all matters concerning it. You may devise the specific arrangements and plans as you see fit." Lu Fan, now possessing ample financial resources, allocated a generous sum of 1 billion to the three of them. In Chapter 157, titled Establishing Overseas Bases, Lu Fan had plundered 5 tons of gold and over 2,000 pieces of antiques and artwork from the Han residence, along with 300 million USD and 1 billion CNY in cash, untraceable funds that could be spent freely. Presently, he still held over 12 million taels of gold, all standard gold ingots from the Han dynasty, which could not be sold by weight and were entrusted to an auction house for sale. He decided to release 200,000 taels gradually through the auction house. A year prior, Li Menglan had sold a substantial batch of similar items, and the 3 individuals who had previously purchased Lu Fan's gold ingots were relieved to have acted swiftly, for they would have incurred losses otherwise. The sudden influx of Han dynasty gold ingots in the market drew the attention of the National Auditing Department. Consequently, Lu Fan instructed the auction house to halt further sales. They had managed to sell fewer than 10,000 pieces, and the prices had significantly diminished, with a 50-tael gold ingot fetching only 1,500,000 CNY. With gold prices at 400 CNY per gram, the 50 taels amounted to 500 grams, essentially equating to the price of gold itself. He decided against selling for now, feeling a sense of contentment as he observed the 100 billion in his account. With 50,000 taels of gold sold, he felt gratified. Lu Fan was not in need of money at this moment, so he opted to store the remaining 150,000 taels of gold. The antiques and artworks he had previously entrusted to Li Menglan for sale had also yielded over 250 billion CNY. Altogether, his financial resources reached 380 billion CNY. Li Menglan had already invested heavily in acquiring a vast tract of land on the outskirts of S-City, situated on a high ground 20 miles from the city center, encompassing over 10,000 acres, costing more than 80 billion CNY, with each acre valued at over 1 million. Lu Fan intends to construct a comprehensive defensive base, excavating deep into the earth to a depth of 50 to 60 meters. The subterranean structure will consist of 10 levels, while the above-ground portion will comprise 3 levels, each spanning 10,000 square meters. All walls will be reinforced with 2 meters of steel-reinforced concrete, and thick steel plates will be added to both sides. The 3 above-ground levels will be fitted with the highest-grade bulletproof glass, which is exceedingly costly, amounting to several million per square meter. Experts have been commissioned to create a fully ecological underground city, complete with farms, orchards, fish ponds, and a bioelectric power generation system, thereby establishing a comprehensive, ecological, biohazard-grade nuclear shelter. Surrounding the above-ground structure will be a security base of 100,000 square meters. accompanied by a training facility of 1 million square meters. Lu Fan has founded Yunhai International Security Company, specifically recruiting retired military personnel for rigorous military training. The construction of a security building progressed swiftly, nearing completion within 3 months. Wang Yuan and his 2 associates serve as the primary executives, having already employed over 2,000 security personnel, all of whom are veterans with high standards and physical fitness, currently undergoing comprehensive recovery training. The rationale behind Lin Fan's establishment of a team in S-City lies in its advantageous geographical location, merely over 200 kilometers from the border of Annam country, reachable by helicopter in under an hour. Plans are in place to acquire land in Annam for a secret base and to construct a civilian airport, enabling direct flights to a nearby island. The land prices in Annam remain affordable, and the bureaucratic environment is similarly corrupt. A mere 100 kilograms of gold sufficed to bribe their vice premier, securing the necessary approvals. An investment of $100 million has purchased a vast mountainous region, establishing a 5-kilometer radius as Lu Fan's domain. A multinational corporation has been registered, along with the procurement of flight permits. Lu Fan has tasked Wang Yuan with overseeing the clearing of extensive mountainous terrain for the construction of a concrete camp, comprising 6 levels, each measuring 1,000 square meters. Additionally, a large airport spanning 1 million square meters, 3 to 4 kilometers in length, will be constructed to facilitate aircraft and helicopter landings. Financial resources are nearly depleted, having sold 5 tons of gold for $2 billion, which has already been entrusted to Wang Yuan. The mountainous terrain in Annam requires leveling, necessitating substantial funding. Chapter 158. Subterfuge. The Han family has now been completely isolated and detained. Lu Fan possesses the property deeds for their 13 Sihiyuan, all registered under the name Han Onlong. The head of the Han family. Gazing at these deeds, Lu Fan recognizes them as a substantial monetary asset, representative of the Han family's ill-gotten gains. Menglan, can we still acquire these properties? Well, in principle, that is certainly not possible, as these are recorded in the National Security Data Management Department, with both paper and electronic archives. Others cannot access them, but you're different. You can have Wang Yuan infiltrate their database to modify the electronic records, and then you can exchange the physical documents, and it will work. Li Menglan patiently explained. Indeed, that is a viable approach. Lu Fan summoned Wang Yuan, and after a discussion, the two proceeded to the capital to locate the archive storage address and commence their operation. Having located the address of the security database, under the cover of night, Lu Fan infiltrated their security system, freezing the surveillance cameras in a still frame. Utilizing the Earth Escape Talisman, he brought Wang Yuan into the database, where they breached the electronic records, made the necessary alterations, and subsequently disabled all monitoring systems. They found the archives and successfully swapped the files pertaining to Han Onlong. The seals on the documents were all authentic stamps from legitimate departments, a feat that had nearly cost them their lives, as those departments also maintained archival records that required modification. In the archives, however, the static images captured by the surveillance system were soon recognized by the security personnel, who swiftly activated the alarm. Security staff promptly began their inspections of various floors and rooms. Yet, Lu Fan and Wang Yuan had already used the Earth Escape Talisman to teleport away. The pair returned to S-City, where Wang Yuan continued his oversight of the reconstruction base in Annan country. Lu Fan returned to the villa alone, where Wang Yuan's family had relocated to the suburban security base to work and reside. The home fell silent once more, granting Lu Fan the leisure to supervise his parents and Lu Yu's training. His parents, finding his guidance tiresome, moved to a neighboring villa, seeking solitude from his constant presence. What are your plans for those courtyard houses? Li Menglan inquired with concern. I believe selling them would be prudent. The situation there is too perilous, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences, Lu Fan replied, fully aware of the intricacies of the political landscape. Very well. I shall instruct the auction house to commence the process. However, it would be wise to entrust another auction house with the sale. We can auction off 2 properties ourselves to gauge the Han family's reaction and see if they still wield any influence. Through connections with the former commander, Lu Fan reached out to the families of his fallen comrades across the nation, transferring 5 million huabi to each, ensuring they could live a better life, and leaving his contact information for future correspondence. Those willing to come to S-City were welcome to work at Lu Fan's base. The logistical personnel at the base were not intending to hire outsiders. All staff were family members of the retired soldiers, thereby maximizing security and confidentiality. The perimeter of the base had long been fortified with protective netting, and a concrete wall had been erected within a kilometer of the villa area, complete with ditches to prevent heavy machinery incursions. In less than a day, news arrived from the auction company. It turned out that the Han family, despite their weakened state, still possessed a formidable network of connections. All auction houses assisting Lu Fan with the sale of the courtyard houses received warning visits. Lu Fan traveled by high-speed train to Beijing to review the auction company's surveillance footage, only to discover it was the handiwork of a gang. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan utilized his hacking skills abroad to access the Skynet system, uncovering that their stronghold was located near the Han family estate. Chapter 159. Scavenging the Han family bunker. The Han family estate now lay in disarray, with no military or police presence guarding the grounds. Yet, over 20 individuals remained stationed at the entrance security office. Lu Fan discovered that there were also guards at the back mountain of the estate. Upon closer inspection, he realized that several hundred meters beneath the surface lay significant secrets. Why had it not occurred to him sooner to investigate the depths below? The underground complex comprises 20 levels, along with 2 additional structures. Lu Fan marveled discreetly, realizing it was several times larger than the base he was currently constructing. It appeared to function as both an experimental facility and a survival refuge. The entrance elevator was concealed within a cave on the back mountain, boasting a total of 4 elevators. Heavily armed guards and advanced surveillance technologies, including cameras, secured the area, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate. However, a dozen large cables revealed its vulnerability, connecting to a high-voltage tower situated 2 kilometers away. These cables were cleverly disguised within a large steel tube, masquerading as a signal tower. Quite an impressive ruse. If it weren't for his spiritual probing ability, Lu Fan would have found it challenging to detect. Daring not to directly approach the high voltage, he threw a handful of grenades, which detonated with a series of explosions, collapsing the tower and severing the cables, which sparked with electrical discharges. At this point, Lu Fan had approached the entrance of the underground base. Hearing the explosions, several guards rushed out to investigate. Lu Fan swiftly dispatched them with his blade, as the defense system at the entrance still had power. There must have been a backup emergency power source. Yet the elevator was out of service. Intrigued by the base, Lu Fan employed a precious earth escape talisman to enter a building resembling a sanctuary, specifically within a seemingly well-secured storage room. To his surprise, the warehouse, measuring over 100 square meters, was equipped with emergency backup lights. 2 rows of shelves held numerous large aluminum alloy boxes. Upon inspection, Lu Fan discovered that these boxes contained well-preserved titanium alloy gear. He retrieved a piece of armor that felt remarkably lightweight, weighing no more than 20 pounds. After selecting a well-fitting suit, he donned the armor along with arm and leg guards. The helmet's visor was also crafted from titanium alloy, featuring specialized lens sections, likely ballistic resistant. Fully equipped, he took a selfie with his phone, noting a resemblance to a mechanical law enforcer. The armor's surface was coated with a sleek black material, giving it a rather cool appearance. Indeed, such items were exorbitantly priced and exceedingly difficult to weld. The creation of integrated ballistic gear was a rare achievement. Upon further examination, he found only 10 sets, with merely 2 designed for women, differentiated by their chest designs and considerably smaller dimensions. Additionally, 5 sizable stacks of titanium alloy plates were set aside, valuable resources that he promptly stored in his storage bracelet, organizing them separately. He also discovered a dozen pieces of equipment, presumably for processing these armaments, which he collected as well. Finding no further valuables, he approached the door and twisted the lock, relieved to find it open from the inside. The door was quite sturdy, likely difficult to breach from the outside. Now clad in titanium alloy armor and wearing the helmet, Lu Fan felt invulnerable. He decided to boldly traverse this floor, rummaging through each room in search of valuable supplies. Upon spotting surveillance cameras, he immediately opened fire, shattering the lenses before calmly reloading his weapon. This floor housed predominantly storage facilities. Chapter 160. The biochemical laboratory. He located a large warehouse, smashed open its reinforced door, and discovered an abundance of daily necessities, primarily consumables designed for long-term preservation: canned meat, compressed biscuits, and individual combat rations. Lu Fan secured over 500 crates of canned meat, more than 2,000 crates of combat rations, and over 1,000 crates of compressed biscuits. After conducting a thorough sweep of the floor, he encountered additional items, tables, chairs, and other bulky furnishings, but dismissed them as impractical to transport. Nothing else of value remained. His scanner detected the central surveillance control room situated one level above, accessible via the central stairwell. By now, security personnel had methodically cleared each room and were converging on his position, opening fire on sight. Lu Fan saw no reason for restraint. Identity was irrelevant. The time for mercy had passed. Their armament was formidable. Grenades were deployed without hesitation. Lu Fan yanked the pins from 2 grenades and hurled them in rapid succession. Boom, boom. The corridor-esque gunfire ceased instantly. Ascending, he found the attackers writhing on the floor, incapacitated. A swift, precise burst, tat-tat-tat, left no survivors. Though clad in ballistic vests, they fell instantly to headshots delivered by his assault rifle. Over 20 security operatives perished. Early in the exchange, Lu Fan had absorbed over a dozen rounds, yet emerged unscathed. Inside the surveillance room, 3 remaining guards cowered behind desks. With a flash of spatial translocation, Lu Fan eliminated 2 in an instant, leaving 1 alive for interrogation. What building lies across the street? That is the experimental tower. As for its exact purpose, I'm not entirely certain. Lu Fan drew his dagger, poised to strike. Wait, don't kill me. I'll tell you. It's a biochemical laboratory. Damn, no wonder the security is so extreme. He forced the captive to activate all external surveillance feeds. For several minutes, Lu Fan studied the live footage. Every figure across the street wore identical, full-body protective suits. Some conducted human trials. Others performed vivisection on primates and rodents. Disgusting. Where's the auxiliary power source? Lu Fan demanded. At the northernmost end of this floor. With a single, decisive stroke, Lu Fan ended the man's life, then proceeded to override every circuit breaker across the street, plunging the facility into darkness, and simultaneously triggered the release of all caged experimental subjects. Chaos erupted instantly. Enraged by prolonged torment, the liberated animals lunged at their former tormentors, clawing, biting, tearing. Directly outside the surveillance room loomed a massive stainless steel gate, its small observation window offering a dim glimpse into the adjacent experimental zone. Lu Fan shattered the access panel, lobbed 2 grenades into the control room, and sprinted northward without pause. Boom, boom! He located the generator chamber, 8 100-kilowatt diesel units, 4 of which hummed softly in operation. Impressed by their craftsmanship, he powered them all down, then severed the main cables with his Imperial Dragon Blade, before stowing every generator, along with 50 massive drums of diesel fuel. No sooner had he completed the extraction than a fresh wave of security forces descended from above. Lu Fan responded with another volley of grenades, then charged forward, engaging in brutal, close-quarters combat. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they discovered an arsenal filled with an extensive array of weapons. Without pausing for a thorough examination, they swiftly confiscated everything. They hurried to the entrance, only to find that the personnel above had already fled. Lu Fan took out several grenades and tossed them at the entrance, resulting in a partial collapse. He paid it no further mind, having sensed the arrival of others on the ground. Not far away, he observed a substantial contingent of armed police advancing rapidly towards his location. These individuals were members of the national forces. Lu Fan, unwilling to indiscriminately harm the innocent, leapt down the mountainside and quickly vacated the area. Chapter 161. Stockpiling supplies. Lu Fan returned home via high-speed train, finally exhaling in relief. How'd it go? Li Menglan inquired. It's all taken care of. I've dealt with those individuals. He replied. Contact the auction house immediately and expedite the sale of the property. I need to start acquiring supplies. I have over $1 billion here. You can use it for now. Upon receiving Li Menglan's transfer, Lu Fan began contacting manufacturers to order tens of thousands of tons of canned meat, insisting on delivery within 2 days, offering to pay double the shipping costs. The vicinity of S-City was already home to numerous large logistics companies with convenient transportation options. The location of Lu Fan's suburban base was also easy to find. He purchased a vast quantity of winter clothing, blankets, and various essential supplies, all transported to the base where security personnel would oversee the unloading. The main building of the base had been completed, with waterproofing and backfilling finished. Only the internal decoration remained unfinished. Lu Fan assigned Xia Xue to supervise the ongoing construction. Away, a significant amount of supplies will be arriving in the coming days. Please arrange for the team to categorize and unload them into the underground base's warehouse. Understood, Captain. Lu Fan's urgency in procuring supplies stemmed from the fear that if the virus from the biolab were to leak, it would pose serious trouble. However, it was also possible that the authorities could manage the situation effectively. Regardless, acquiring supplies was prudent. Lu Fan summoned the families of Lu Yu and Wang Yuan. For the time being, do not go anywhere. Remain at the base to supervise the unloading of trucks and sign for deliveries. Is that clear? Understood. We may be residing in this underground city for an extended period. If anyone has specific food items in mind, please compile a list and send it to me and Xiao Yu. We will take care of the purchases. All right, Xia Xue's sister exclaimed joyfully. Mind your manners. Xia Xue's mother chastised. Annie, we are all family here, so there's no need for formality. Xia Xue's sister is like my own. Xia Xue. You will accompany Lu Yu for the next few days. Purchase whatever items girls might like or need. I will grant you a budget of 20 million for this. Oh, thank you, Brother Lu Fan. Xia Xue said, beaming with happiness. As the days passed, the internal renovations neared completion, and no news of the virus from Shangjing emerged, allowing Lu Fan to relax. The danger alert was temporarily lifted. News also arrived from Wang Yuan's side, indicating that their construction was complete with external protective measures, such as a security fence and drainage systems, established. The auction house has successfully sold all 13 Sihiyuan, accumulating a staggering sum of over 280 billion. With a considerable influx of capital, Lu Fan procured 5 large civilian transport helicopters, each capable of ferrying 30 individuals and boasting a maximum payload of 2 tons. Each helicopter was outfitted with the highest specifications, featuring powerful engines along with ballistic armor plating and bulletproof glass, at a cost of 65 billion. Additionally, he commissioned 2 civilian submarines, which were modified with high-powered propulsion systems, reinforced with bulletproof glass and thickened hulls. Each submarine was acquired for 180 million, with plans for 2 months until delivery, each accommodating 80 passengers. Lu Fan then inspected the weaponry seized from the Han family's underground stronghold. The cache included over 200 sets of ballistic gear, 260 HG-36 assault rifles, and more than 800 boxes of 5.56 ammunition. There were also 1,000 tactical daggers and 500 Glock 17 handguns, along with various maintenance parts and ancillary supplies. This arsenal could barely outfit 2 battalions, but fortunately, he still possessed a significant number of submachine guns and ammunition, which he intended to utilize for training exercises in the mountainous regions of Annam. Chapter 162. Acquisition of arms. Lu Fan returned from Shihan with a substantial haul of gold, jewelry, jade artifacts, and ancient paintings, yet to be sold. The gold was entirely remelted into ingots for sale to gold shops. With a total of 12 million taels at a rate of 400 yuan per gram, he could potentially sell for 240 billion. Due to the sheer volume, the gold could only be sold across various locations nationwide or internationally. So he arranged for the auction house to connect with overseas buyers. Domestically, he sold 1/3, netting 800 billion, while the remaining was sold abroad for $250 million, surpassing domestic sales by over 100 billion yuan. Lu Fan intended to utilize the $250 million to procure a batch of weapons overseas. Through Wang Yuan's hacking expertise, he established contact with the largest arms dealer in the United States. Purchasing weapons abroad was straightforward, provided one had the financial means. After securing a reliable source, Lu Fan cleared most of the supplies from the spatial bracelet, storing them in the lowest level of the base under vigilant guard. He then set off with Wang Yuan, who was essential due to his proficiency in English, as Lu Fan's skills in the language were rather lacking. The two traveled by plane using false passports to meet with Mike in the United States. To demonstrate goodwill, Mike arrived with only 2 imposing bodyguards. "Welcome, welcome," he greeted in broken Chinese. "Oh, he speaks Chinese," Lu Fan replied with a modest grasp of the language. After a friendly handshake and a brief exchange, Lu Fan revealed his account balance. 1 0, 2 zeros, 10 zeros. Mike's eyes widened in astonishment. This Oriental man was incredibly wealthy. Subsequently, he warmly ushered them into a vehicle and drove for 4 to 5 hours to a desolate farm. As they entered the farm's warehouse, the outer gate closed behind them. Just as Wang Yuan was about to voice a concern, Lu Fan gestured for him to remain silent. Suddenly, a massive steel door in the warehouse floor opened, and the off-road vehicle descended into the depths below. "Wow, these foreigners certainly know how to have fun," Wang Yuan exclaimed. "Indeed, it is quite concealed." Lu Fan nodded in agreement. After traversing 5 or 6 kilometers in the off-road vehicle, they arrived at a grand gate, which slowly opened. "Mr. Li, please feel free to take a look," Mike said warmly as he stepped out of the vehicle. Lu Fan was using an alias. Wow, the warehouse. Nearly 100,000 square meters in size, housed an Apache armed helicopter, large-caliber artillery, armored tanks, and even a fighter jet, albeit with its model number obscured. For Lu Fan, the fighter jet held little utility beyond its speed, and there was no one capable of piloting it. The armed helicopter, however, appeared promising. After a brief examination, Lu Fan believed he could operate it. When inquiring about the price, he learned it was $300 million. Lu Fan insisted on a test flight, as he had no intention of spending billions on a heap of scrap. Mike briefly introduced the aircraft, stating that it was brand new with less than 1,000 kilometers of flight range. Lu Fan persisted in his request for a test flight, and Mike reluctantly complied. Making several satellite calls, he then activated the remote control switch, and a steel door opened above the warehouse, explaining the operational procedures to Lu Fan. After familiarizing himself, Lu Fan initiated the takeoff. After circling the area, he found the speed and maneuverability to be exceptionally satisfactory. Very good. This armed helicopter could carry 16 anti-tank missiles and 76 rockets, along with 1,200 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition. Lu Fan purchased the entire stock of Hydra rockets, anti-tank missiles, and machine gun ammunition from the warehouse. In total, he acquired over 7,000 rockets, more than 1,000 anti-tank missiles, and over 60,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition. The total cost for 2 Apache helicopters and the accompanying munitions amounted to $650 million. Mike was astounded, realizing this was an operation to invade a nation. Lu Fan conducted another inspection of the warehouse and decided to buy 20 million rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 50,000 grenades, and 10 million rounds each of 7.62 and 9 millimeters ammunition. Additionally, he ordered over 10,000 rounds of specialized ammunition, including large-caliber armor-piercing rounds for sniper rifles, Gatling gun ammunition, and incendiary rounds. The complete set of special operations equipment cost $200,000 per set, and he purchased 5,000 sets, totaling $1 billion. The armored transport vehicles were priced at $80 million each, and he bought 20, along with 10 million related machine gun rounds and over 20,000 artillery shells. In total, the transaction amounted to $50 billion. Mike and his 2 bodyguards were exceedingly exhilarated, as this transaction marked the largest arms deal in history. Lu Fan requested Mike to find a vacant warehouse for him, paying a deposit of $100 million and arranging for the remainder to be paid upon delivery. 2 days later, the warehouse was secured, and all supplies were delivered and unloaded. Mike informed Lu Fan that he could use the warehouse free of charge for a year. After Lu Fan and Wang Yuan inspected all the goods and confirmed their accuracy, the transaction was swiftly concluded. Mike was overjoyed to see $49 billion deposited into his account. "Mr. Li, may our cooperation be fruitful." "Ha, excellent, a delightful collaboration," Lu Fan remarked, giving a thumbs up. Mike and his companions swiftly departed in their vehicle. Lu Fan and his associate quickly gathered supplies, with Wang Yuan collecting combat uniforms and ammunition. In truth, Lu Fan had ample space to accommodate these ordinary bullets and combat gear intended for their mercenaries, thus allowing Wang Yuan to carry them. Only when Wang Yuan could no longer hold any more did Lu Fan take the remaining items. The 2 successfully returned to the homeland. Lu Fan, now possessing a substantial amount of cash, intended to purchase several advanced 3D processing centers, delegating this task to Wang Yuan. He acquired over 1,000 solar panels, which occupied little space and could be neatly stacked away. Additionally, he purchased large-capacity batteries, 5,000 ampere, priced at 500, along with 20 sets of various specialized tools, related accessories, wires, LED bulbs, and 1,000 sets of consumable materials. He also acquired 10 units each of electric welding machines, cutting machines, and water pumps, along with 500 large copper hinges. All these supplies, combined with the armored vehicles and ammunition, consumed a significant portion of the storage bracelet's capacity. Yet, the procurement was still incomplete. Dismal news arrived from a small island. The translator, a Dao, called via satellite phone to inform Lu Fan that a large ship had approached the vicinity of the island, remaining anchored offshore without making landfall. Lu Fan calculated the timeline, realizing that the temporal gate would manifest in just over 3 months. Those individuals were undoubtedly aware of the time distortion. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too uncanny. Their continued presence offshore suggested they were waiting for the temporal storm. Lu Fan convened a motivational meeting with the security personnel, deciding to have Wang Yuan lead a group of elite team members to guard the island, engaging in guerrilla tactics nearby as necessary. Ultimately, he decided on an annual salary of 5 million hua bai for each individual to be deposited monthly into their provided accounts. With 3 prominent leaders at the helm, everyone was quite content. The sole objective was to thwart any exploration of the small island. After all, it was international waters, where one could engage freely without oversight. Wang Yuan and his 2 companions each led 100 individuals. Posing as tourists, these 5 civilian helicopters and the 2 sightseeing submarines shall be designated for border transit. Lu Fan declared to Li Menglan, "Indeed, I have received some intelligence, though its veracity remains uncertain." Li Menglan responded with solemn gravity. "Speak plainly about the matter," Lu Fan urged. "It concerns the biochemical virus you mentioned previously. Rumors suggest complications have arisen in Shangjing, yet no definitive confirmation has been obtained," Li Menglan stated earnestly. "Fortunately, we have constructed the base. You should temporarily forego residing in the villa and relocate there instead. Cease attending the company office. Conduct daily affairs within the base. This will facilitate supervision and command over the base's operations. Additionally, arrange for a secret underground passage directly to the border river as an escape route. Should the virus outbreak, you must lead everyone to evacuate entirely to the base. We can endure for a year or 2 at least. I shall return to discuss further matters," Lu Fan instructed. "Understood. Please exercise caution yourself." Li Menglan expressed her concern. "Procure substantial quantities of protective suits, masks, and oxygen generators. Furthermore, acquire a dozen additional generator sets as backups, along with ample diesel and gasoline. Filling the underground floors completely," Lu Fan ordered. "I shall make the arrangements." Li Menglan affirmat solemnly. Lu Fan recognized her reluctance to abandon the conglomerate she had painstakingly built, but ultimately conceded to her decision. He provided her with a set of titanium alloy armor, similarly equipping Lu Yu. Their parents were exempt from combat, receiving only 1 set of combat attire. Wang Yuan and his team had successfully arrived and connected with their translator, a Dao. A Dao skillfully evaded the gaze of a large vessel, landing on the opposite side of the island. After 3 trips ferrying security personnel, the entire team was deployed. Wang Yuan located the cave marked on Lu Fan's hand-drawn map and proceeded to dig trenches and pits nearby, establishing defensive lines while awaiting the full deployment of personnel. Only then did Lu Fan feel a measure of relief. Regarding their supplies, Lu Fan transferred $50 million to Wang Yuan for operational expenses without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Fan procured a substantial quantity of titanium alloy plates and laser cutting machines domestically. These plates occupied only a few square meters but were stacked 20 meters high, totaling over 20,000 sheets, sufficient to form an anti-explosion unit. Within days, the 5 3D printers arrived. Lu Yu and Xia Xue trained for over 10 days and mastered their operation. More than 50 tons of raw materials were acquired and stored collectively. Time passed swiftly. Fewer than 5 days remained before the temporal storm's arrival. Communication with Wang Yuan's team had ceased, likely indicating the storm's gathering had commenced. Concerned for their safety, Lu Fan resolved to visit the island personally to assess the situation. He transported the majority of supplies from the base's lowest warehouse level, reserving some conventional weapons and ammunition for Li Menglan. After arranging matters at the base, he felt assured enough to depart by plane. The journey proceeded smoothly, flying to Australia, then transferring to a helicopter bound for the island. Lu Fan piloted a rubber boat to a Dao's residence. Upon seeing Lu Fan, a Dao's family prostrated themselves in reverent prayer. Lu Fan calmly accepted their reverent kneeling, and after bestowing several bottles of spiritual water, instructed a Dao to navigate the vessel to the island. Lu Fan had now become quite acquainted with the geographical layout of the isle and swiftly located Wang Yuan and the others.